Do you love novels, but don't have time to read thousands of chapters? Imagine listening to your favorite stories anytime, anywhere, while driving, working, or relaxing. Here, you'll find premium audiobooks from Pocket FM, Audible, Webnovel, Wuxia, and more, all in one place. Every novel is a one-time payment, no subscriptions, no monthly fees, lifetime access. The full novel list and prices are in the description below. Once you choose a novel, just DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-fi, or Patreon, you get permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. And if the novel is ongoing, all future updates are included. Check the description, pick your story, and start listening today. Before we start the video, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Enjoy, and let's go.
Chapter 3501. Chapter 3501, 3501. Chapter 3501, Whoever speaks again will be slain. The three ancestors said in a low voice, I'll ask the Beast Emperor. You keep an eye on things for me, don't let any trouble happen. It was clear that the three ancestors had also realized something was amiss. In the origin continent, they had been laying plans for many years. Normally, there would be very few things they didn't know about. It was precisely in this situation where they thought they had everything under control that something outside their control suddenly appeared, making the three ancestors feel it was extraordinary. After rushing into the small town, the black-robed person disappeared from sight, but Lin Moya locked onto him with his undead eye. He saw the person heading towards the center of the small town, taking many twists and turns, moving very quickly, but he clearly didn't know the way, not knowing the correct direction, and often went the wrong way. Strangely, some of the dangers in the small town didn't affect him, and his overall speed remained very consistent. He's indeed going for that being in the center. Despite constantly going the wrong way, he still managed to get closer to the town center, far ahead of any of the explorers in the town. Suddenly, in the undead eye, his soul flame began to burn fiercely, its range expanding rapidly. After 2 or 3 seconds, it exploded on the spot. To the naked eye, an explosion suddenly occurred near the center of the small town, shaking the entire town. The explorers in the town were startled, but then nothing else happened, and things gradually calmed down. Lin Moya's expression at this moment was very grim. He saw that the soul flame in the center of the town was showing signs of awakening. That thing is about to wake up. Without thinking, Lin Moya began to draw divine runes. This time, he moved extremely fast, with divine rune after divine rune flying out, glowing in the sky. He wanted to set up a divine rune formation around the town. If that being tried to rush out, the divine rune formation could at least hold for a while. Fortunately, I've practiced setting this up many times in my soul world. Now I just need to enlarge it a bit, there shouldn't be any problems. Lin Moya thought to himself as he drew divine runes faster and faster, until only after images remained, his movements too quick to see clearly. One complex divine rune after another flew out, flying to various corners above the small town, linking together to form a ceiling formation. This was the entrapment formation Lin Moya was most skilled at. Previously, using a combination of artifact formations and runes, he could make the ceiling formation reach the peak of the 7th grade and display the effects of an 8th grade formation. Now, using divine runes to set it up, he skipped the trouble of combining runes and formations, and made the ceiling formation's effect even stronger. Lin Moya estimated it could at least touch the threshold of a 9th grade formation. Even if the opponent was a 9th level Dao Venerable, it could hold them back. If it was a great Dao realm being, it could hold for a while. As Lin Moya set up the formation, his form became visible, and his actions were seen by quite a few people. Others couldn't understand the divine runes and thought Lin Moya was just drawing regular runes. What are you doing? A Dao Venerable shouted, wanting to come up and stop him. Lin Moya had a thought, and a Legion commander appeared in response. The Legion commander quickly summoned a dragon cavalry army, pressing down like a dark cloud. The people who were about to come up paled and frantically retreated. Don't let anyone approach the town, drive them all away. Lin Moya gave the order, and the Legion commander acted accordingly. Just in case, Lin Moya also released Su Pu. If any 7th level or higher elders came, Su Pu would deal with them. He now only focused on setting up the formation, not caring about anything else. The dragon cavalry army spread around the small town, surrounding it tightly, blocking anyone trying to approach. Who exactly are you? This isn't your territory, quickly move aside. Someone angrily shouted. Lin Moya acted as if he hadn't heard, continuing to work on his own. Those Dao Venerables only dared to shout. Faced with the overwhelming and fierce dragon cavalry legion, they didn't dare to approach. Everyone could see that these beings were not to be trifled with. They weren't just for show, they would really kill people. Someone asked, who is this? So domineering. I don't know. Where did so many puppets come from, and each one so strong? It's terrifying. From what I know of the various sects, there doesn't seem to be any sect that matches this. It doesn't matter. I've already notified the elders. The elders will be here soon. Let's see if he can stop them. Most people could only complain a bit, unable to do anything else. They didn't even know Lin Moya's identity. Half an hour later, a powerful aura flew over from afar. Someone shouted, the elder is here. The elder is at the 8th level. Let's see how they stop this. That's right, that guy is in trouble now. A group of people were already waiting to watch the show. A white-haired old man rushed to the front and stopped. Someone immediately went up to explain the situation to him. The white-haired old man swept his dignified gaze around and shouted, "Which junior released these puppets? Quickly move aside." No one responded to him. His face showed some displeasure. "This old man will count to 3. If you don't move aside, this old man won't be polite." As he counted to 1, a gap suddenly appeared in the cavalry legion. Just as everyone thought they were going to move aside, Supiyu flew out holding the cloud-piercing sword. Supiyu didn't waste any words, directly attacking this 8th level elder, while at the same time, a terrifying aura rose, transforming into a huge 8-tailed celestial fox. The white-haired old man exclaimed in shock, "8-tailed celestial fox, 5th level." The next second, he turned and fled, instantly escaping far away. Supiyu swung the cloud-piercing sword, and a sword light chased after him, arriving before he did. Faint screams could be heard, and that elder fell from the sky, then barely stabilized himself, slowly flying towards the distance. The Dao Venerables had extremely keen eyesight and saw blood sprinkling in the distant sky. That elder who had come so fiercely fled faster than anyone. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, never imagining that there would be a 9th level Dao Venerable presiding here. Supiyu said expressionlessly and coldly, "Whoever speaks again will be slain." For a moment, everyone fell silent. At the scene, apart from the sound of the wind, there was no other noise. Faced with a 9th level elder, who would dare to speak? Lin Moya spent an entire day setting up the ceiling formation. The ceiling formation enclosed the entire small town. Anything inside wanting to come out would need his permission. After setting up the ceiling formation, Lin Moya didn't stop but began to set up another formation, the space-rending killing formation. The space-rending killing formation was set up inside the ceiling formation, specifically for killing the opponent. Finally, after a day, the 3 ancestors' voice came from the formation used to contact them. "Little Lin, how's it going?" Lin Moya said, "The being in the center of the small town is reviving. At the current rate, it will awaken in about 3 days. I've set up a ceiling formation and am now setting up a space-rending killing formation. I hope they can hold it back." The 3 ancestors said, "Keep setting it up. Although it won't have much effect, it's better than nothing. The Beast Emperor and I are making preparations. We'll arrive in about 2 days. If it wakes up early, you hold on for a while." Lin Moya made an sound. "I understand. Come as quickly as you can. I can feel that being is very strong. I'm afraid I can't hold on for too long." "Understood." The 3 ancestors' voice disappeared as they went to make preparations. Chapter 3502. Chapter 3502, 3502. Chapter 3502, The Black Slaughter Puppet. Lin Moya continued setting up the space-rending killing formation. In the center of the small town, a powerful aura was reviving. This aura was chaotic, powerful, and even carried intense killing intent. Lin Moya, bearing terrible killing intent himself, was very sensitive to killing intent. This killing intent had appeared half a day ago. Initially, it wasn't strong, but now it was getting stronger and stronger, almost becoming tangible. What kind of puppet is this? How can it have such powerful killing intent? What on earth did those great Dao realm beings create back then? Lin Moya thought to himself, his hands not stopping as he continued setting up the space-rending killing formation. A day later, the space-rending killing formation was almost complete. The power of the space-rending killing formation had reached the 9th grade. It could kill even a 9th level Dao Venerable. But he wasn't very confident about dealing with that being in the center of the small town. At this time, above the center of the small town, a black energy was continuously surging upwards, forming black clouds that heavily covered the town. Such strong killing intent, apart from his own, Lin Moya had never seen in anyone else. Under the cover of the killing intent, the small town had lost its light, becoming pitch black. There were originally over 300 people in the small town, but now most had come out. After coming out, they were startled by the Dragon Cavalry Legion, almost retreating back in. Lin Moya opened a passage for them to leave. As for the people still in the small town, Lin Moya couldn't and wouldn't manage them. He couldn't go in himself. If those people could survive, it would be their luck. If they died inside, that was their fate. Suddenly, a voice sounded in his mind, "Dao Lord, did you go to the outer sky?" Lin Moya was slightly startled. How did the sleeping fallen sword Star Lord suddenly wake up? In his soul world, the Thousand Stars Great Dao automatically appeared, with the fallen sword Star Lord's star glowing brightly. At this time, in the Thousand Stars Great Dao, over 100 stars had lit up, each star representing a Star Lord. Some Star Lords had already found their successors and were working hard to cultivate. These successors were in Uedeo City, with suitable candidates selected by the human emperor for cultivation. When they cultivate to success in the future, they will truly inherit the position of Star Lord and become members of the Thousand Stars Great Dao. Some Star Lords hadn't found successors yet, their light relatively dim. Among all the stars, the brightest was the fallen sword Star Lord. He didn't need a successor because he hadn't fallen, he just needed time to recover. The fallen sword Star Lord said in a low voice, "I was awakened by the killing intent of the Black Slaughter Puppet." Lin Moya said, "You say this killing intent belongs to the Black Slaughter Puppet? What is the Black Slaughter Puppet?" The fallen sword Star Lord said, "Once in the outer sky Great Dao, there was a sect called the Dao Puppet Sect, specializing in researching the way of puppets. They went very far on this path. All the puppets they created would have a puppet spirit, which is a treasure spirit, very powerful. During the origin catastrophe, to deal with those from the Black Blood realm, they created a type of puppet called Black Slaughter. The Black Slaughter puppet could transform the bloodiness on the battlefield into killing intent, then use the killing intent to grind down the strong ones from the Black Blood realm. It could be considered the nemesis of the Black Blood realm. At that time, they killed many people from the Black Blood realm, but later, they encountered some problems. Lin Moyo asked, what problems? The Fallen Sword Star-Lord said, their advantage was absorbing bloody aura and transforming it into killing intent. The Black Blood realm was most skilled at manipulating bloody aura, so they could restrain the Black Blood realm. The problem was also here. They absorbed too much bloody aura, and their treasure spirits were contaminated, resulting in them becoming unable to distinguish friend from foe. At first, only a few black slaughter puppets had problems, but later more and more had issues. In the end, the Dao puppet sect could only seal these puppets, along with the Dao protection fortress that carried the puppets. The Dao protection fortress should be outside the origin continent. How did it appear here? Lin Moya sighed, it's a long story. Due to some accidents, it's here, and someone has awakened it. Do you have any good solutions? The Fallen Sword Star-Lord said, except for the Dao puppet sect, no one knows how to seal it. We can only find a way to destroy it. But its power is very strong, not weaker than an 8th grade innate soul great Dao realm being. It's very difficult to destroy it. Lin Moyo understood why the three ancestors were wary of this thing. It was because the three ancestors and the Beast Emperor couldn't exert their full power on the origin continent. But this black slaughter puppet didn't have this problem. It could wreak havoc without restraint. A puppet equivalent to an 8th grade innate soul great Dao realm being, if it went berserk on the origin continent couldn't hold it back. The entire eastern continent would be destroyed in a short time, and the three ancestors' plans would be completely ruined. Lin Moya suddenly realized that those hidden in the dark wanted to destroy the three ancestors' plans. When they were in the northern continent, they wanted to shake the Beast Emperor's position. This is aimed at the great changes in heaven and earth. Could it be that they also have great Dao realm beings behind them? Lin Moya realized the seriousness of the problem. On the origin continent, there might be another great Dao realm being hidden, also seeking the great changes in heaven and earth. The Fallen Sword Star-Lord said, Dao Lord need not worry. I can strike with my sword to slay it. However, after striking, I will sleep for a long time, not knowing when I will awaken. Lin Moya's heart settled a bit. I'll try not to let you take action. After all, there were the three ancestors and the Beast Emperor. If the sky fell, there were tall people to hold it up. When would it be his turn? Moreover, if the opponent really caused massive destruction and damage, the karmic consequences would all fall on the three ancestors' head. After all, this matter arose because of the three ancestors. The three ancestors also understood this point, so they would definitely do their utmost. Lin Moyo also pondered, if the three ancestors and the Beast Emperor really couldn't handle it, what should he do? The Fallen Sword Star-Lord was definitely the last trump card. He could use Corpse Explosion. He had a drop of black blood, but he didn't know what effect it would have. There was also the question Fruit Mirror, which could reverse cause and effect, directly killing the Black Slaughter puppet. However, afterwards, he would have to seek the cause, and he would definitely suffer backlash. He just didn't know if his talent would be useful. Comparatively, the Fallen Sword Star-Lord was the safest option, but Lin Moya least wanted to use it. When he entered the Great Dao realm and went to the Outer Sky Great Dao, that would be the time for the Fallen Sword Star-Lord to truly show his power. Using it now would be too wasteful. The killing intent in the small town was getting thicker and thicker. 2 days later, the three ancestors and the Beast Emperor arrived together. It was as if they descended from the sky. Lin Moyo immediately let them in. Both were hidden in mist, their expressions unclear, but Lin Moyo could feel their solemnity. The three ancestors first looked at the formation Lin Moyo had set up and asked, can your formation move? Lin Moyo thought for a moment, if I make a few modifications, it can move. The three ancestors said, then make the modifications. Lin Moya nodded and began to draw divine runes. The Beast Emperor said, Brother Lin's attainments in divine runes have surpassed many people. Before Lin Moya could be modest, the three ancestors had already spoken. Now is not the time for compliments. Let's deal with the problem first. The Beast Emperor snorted lightly, this is the trouble you caused. This emperor is just doing a job for pay. The three ancestors said, if something really goes wrong, you won't be able to escape either. That old fellow is really treacherous, hiding for so many years before making a move. Chapter 3503. Chapter 3503, 3503. Chapter 3503, Two Thick-Skinned Foxes. Lin Moya modified the divine rune formation while silently listening to the conversation between the three ancestors and the Beast Emperor. He knew that in their upcoming dialogue, he could hear many secrets. The Beast Emperor said in a low voice, he's been hiding in the dark, laying plans for so many years, just waiting for the great changes to approach. That old fellow is indeed treacherous, but I didn't expect he could even deceive you. The three ancestors said, I'm not really omniscient. I really don't know what tricks that old fellow has done. He's been hiding in the dark all this time, it's really troublesome. The Beast Emperor said, if he wants to hide, it's difficult to dig him out, but it's also impossible for him to lay too big a plan right under your nose. At most, he can only cause some small disturbances. Now that changes in heaven and earth have appeared, he knows we'll be doing many things and sometimes can't be free, so he dares to come out and make trouble. The three ancestors snorted coldly, I've been laying plans for so many years, it's not something he can destroy just because he wants to. Don't let me catch him. If I do, I'll definitely settle accounts harshly. The Beast Emperor laughed, it's fine. Humans have a saying, you may escape the first, but not the 15th. You and I know where his old home is. We'll find him when the time comes. The three ancestors said coldly, that's right. We'll tear down his old home and skin him alive. Through their conversation, Lin Moyo already knew that there was indeed another great Dao realm being who had entered the origin continent and had been hiding for many years, never showing himself. He hadn't been laying plans openly, but causing trouble in the dark, and had managed to deceive the Beast Emperor and the three ancestors. Just this point alone was enough to show what kind of character this great Dao realm being was. In Lin Moya's view, this type of person was the most troublesome. The key was, both the three ancestors and the Beast Emperor called him an old fellow, so obviously this person's seniority and age wouldn't be lower than the three ancestors and the Beast Emperor. This person was likely also an ancient and powerful existence. Lin Moya thought to himself, it's fortunate that he's targeting the three ancestors and the Beast Emperor. If he were targeting me, that would be troublesome. But I suppose he shouldn't come after me. After all, my realm is still low and I shouldn't pose much of a threat to him. At this moment, the Beast Emperor suddenly said, young friend Lin, you should also pay attention to your territory in the Western continent. Lin Moya nodded, thank you for the reminder, Elder. I'll be careful. In the Western continent was his undead empire, where apart from Lillian, there were no living beings. Moreover, it was densely packed with his undead legions. Under the surveillance of the undead eye, even great Dao realm beings like the Beast Emperor would find it difficult to escape his notice. If there were any problems, he would know immediately. The communication between the undead legions and himself was real-time, more effective than any formation. The three ancestors said, little Lin, just in case, why don't I send someone to your place and set up a branch while we're at it? Lin Moya immediately refused, thank you for your kindness, three ancestors, but this junior can manage that territory on his own. The thickness of the three ancestors' skin was fully demonstrated at this moment. Lin Moya knew exactly what the three ancestors' intentions were. In fact, the three ancestors must also have been clear that Lin Moya already knew his intentions, but his skin was thick enough to say it out loud. And Lin Moya's skin wasn't thin either, so he wouldn't agree. One big and one small fox, both extremely thick-skinned, were having a shameless conversation. The three ancestors said, I'm just thinking of your best interests. You should really consider it. Lin Moya said, this junior has nothing there, no business to be done. There's no need for the three ancestors to trouble themselves. The three ancestors said, it doesn't matter if there's no business. Sometimes we can't just think about making money. Lin Moya said, merchants pursue profit. A loss-making business isn't good. Thank you for your kind intentions, three ancestors. One trying to force it, one refusing to accept. The Beast Emperor watched from the side, enjoying the show immensely. Lin Moya sped up, finishing the modifications to the formation. It's done. Now the formation can move. What's the plan next? The three ancestors said, now there should be less than half a day before that fellow awakens. The Beast Emperor and I will join forces to first transfer the small town to the extreme of heaven. During the transfer process, it might wake up early. If that happens, we'll have to rely on you to hold on for a while. Lin Moya asked, aren't you afraid that the hidden person will make a move? The Beast Emperor said, don't worry, he certainly doesn't dare to show himself now. If he dares to show his head, he won't be able to escape the three ancestors' tracking again. Obviously, the Beast Emperor knew that person very well. Lin Moya didn't say more, then please proceed, elders. The three ancestors and the Beast Emperor exchanged glances, then rushed to the edge of the small town. They stood at opposite ends of the town, powerful energy emanating from their bodies, drilling into the ground, instantly spreading beneath the small town, like several large hands about to lift the town. The small town shook violently. At the bottom of the small town was actually a formation disc. The formation disc was activated at this moment, and the small town seemed to be rooted in the ground, resisting the three ancestors and the Beast Emperor. Without the formation, forget about great Dao realm beings like the three ancestors and the Beast Emperor, even a random Dao venerable would be enough to manipulate the small town like a toy. But because of the formation's existence, this small town not only became extremely heavy but also seemed to be integrated with the ground, difficult to shake. As a result, three ancestors wasn't enough, and they had to join forces with the Beast Emperor to do it. The small town shook more and more violently. Although the formation at the bottom of the town was strong, it still couldn't withstand the combined force of the Beast Emperor and the three ancestors. The formation disc at the bottom made cracking sounds, its power rapidly weakening. The small town slowly rose amidst rumbling sounds. The Beast Emperor and the three ancestors came under the small town, the two of them lifting the town and flying towards the sky. Lin Moya moved the formation at the same time, rising into the sky along with the small town. At this time, there were still over 100 people in the small town. This was the last chance for these people to leave. If they really waited until the Black Slaughter puppet awakened, these people would basically have no chance of survival. Lin Moya didn't know if the three ancestors and the Beast Emperor would save these people, but 9 times out of 10 they wouldn't. From their high perspective, their attitude towards all living beings in the world was already different. The cultivators in the small town, in their eyes, were no different from ants. They wouldn't care about them at all. Not just the three ancestors and the Beast Emperor, but Lin Moya was also almost the same at this moment. Lin Moya knew that he had gained a bit more compassion, not yet reaching the level of the three ancestors and the Beast Emperor. He was still willing to give others a sliver of chance. The small town flew higher and higher, the shaking becoming more and more violent. In the center, the soul flame of the Black Slaughter puppet was flickering more and more intensely, its awakening process rapidly accelerating. The small town flew past 10,000 meters, then 30,000 meters, 50,000 meters, continuously rising. And the awakening of the Black Slaughter puppet was also in its final stages. Lin Moya asked, how high exactly is the extreme of heaven? The Beast Emperor said, it's still early. The extreme of heaven is much higher than you imagine. That fellow is about to wake up. Young friend Lin, you need to hold on. The three ancestors encouraged, little one, you can do it. Lin Moya smiled bitterly, don't dig a pit for me. I'll do my best. Accompanied by a thunderous sound, the souls of all the cultivators still in the small town felt as if they had been struck heavily. The killing intent that had been hovering above the small town transformed into countless weapon shadows falling from the sky. Many cultivators couldn't dodge in time and were struck by the killing intent, dying with screams. The next second, tens of thousands of red lights lit up in the small town. Chapter 3504. Chapter 3504, 3504. Chapter 3504, it's really very strong. In the small town, tens of thousands of red lights lit up, each red light representing a puppet. The killing intent of the black slaughter puppet had awakened the puppets in the town that had been sleeping for who knows how many years. Most of these puppets were incomplete. They had all been to the battlefield before, severely damaged in great battles, almost scrapped, and finally returned here waiting for the Dao puppet sect people to repair them. Unfortunately, they never got that chance. Their combat power was far from what it used to be, but compared to many cultivators on the Origin continent today, they were still powerful. Seeing this scene, Lin Moya knew that those lucky ones who had escaped the killing intent earlier would ultimately be unable to escape. The saying those who survive great calamities are destined for good fortune doesn't apply everywhere, at least not here. Screams rang out in the small town. In an instant, no one inside was spared, all were killed. A shrill roar echoed through the sky, infinite sound waves pouring down from above. An invisible giant hand crossed tens of thousands of meters of void, heavily slapping the ground. Many people who had been watching suddenly screamed simultaneously, each spitting blood from the roar. Several Dao venerables with insufficient cultivation levels had their bodies burst open on the spot, suffering severe injuries. Tens of thousands of meters away, just one roar could severely injure Dao venerables. This level of strength was truly terrifying. Golden flames flowed over Lin Moya's body, his blood essence roaring. The undying golden body shone brightly, the power great Dao moving all the blood essence in his body. After the roar, the puppets from the small town rushed out like an army being released, charging towards Lin Moya to kill him. They seemed to be controlled by the black slaughter puppet, having also lost their reason, killing anyone they saw. Lin Moya had a thought, and the space-rending killing formation roared into action. Space shattered, and spatial blades cut through space, also cutting through these already broken puppets. The spatial power continued to grind and kill, and the puppets collapsed one after another in space. If it were during the Origin catastrophe when they were still intact and powerful, the space-rending killing formation might not have been able to kill them. But now, facing the space-rending killing formation, they could be said to have no resistance at all. Below the small town, millions of dragon cavalry soldiers charged up. The dragon cavalry didn't participate in the battle but cleaned up the battlefield, taking away all the remnants left by the puppets, leaving nothing behind. Anything that could remain after the spatial grinding was definitely top-notch material and absolutely couldn't be wasted. Lin Moya was very economical. He wanted all good things. Even if not for himself, he had to think about the people in Uedeo City. Cultivating a force required no small expense. The puppet army that rushed out couldn't even get close to Lin Moya before being completely slaughtered. The space-rending killing formation didn't stop but bombarded the small town from all directions. Since he had already taken action, he wouldn't stop. If he was going to fight, he would fight to his heart's content. Lin Moya used his undead eye, firmly locking onto that black slaughter puppet. It was the main target, everything else was just an appetizer. Under the bombardment of the space-rending killing formation, the small town suffered massive destruction. The buildings in the small town collapsed one after another. This was originally a military camp, not an ordinary small town. The military camp had formations set up. Although after many years, most formations had lost their effect, some formations were still intact and could operate. Some formations were activated, resisting the attacks of the space-rending killing formation. The black slaughter puppet roared for the second time, the roar more violent than before. Lin Moya remained unmoved, controlling the space-rending killing formation to launch the fiercest attack against the black slaughter puppet. The space where the black slaughter puppet was located was completely destroyed, forming a powerful grinding force, trying to tear the black slaughter puppet into pieces. But it was too sturdy. The spatial grinding had no effect. The soul flame was still flickering there, very vigorous. Roar! A moment later, the third angry roar rang out. Many houses in the small town shattered under the roar, turning to dust. Lin Moya was also pushed back by the roar. His expression was solemn. It's really very strong, not weaker than withering and flourishing elder. The Beast Emperor's voice came. Young friend Lin, can you hold on? Lin Moya said, I'll try my best. Please hurry, elder. The Beast Emperor responded, all right. After the third angry roar, the black slaughter puppet finally fully revived. It turned into a black light, enduring the wild bombardment of the space-rending killing formation, and rushed out of the small town. Lin Moya frowned slightly. The shape of the black slaughter puppet was too strange. It was 10 meters tall, with a lion's body and a human face, having 4 feet and 4 hands. The 4 feet were like eagle claws, very sharp, with the claw tips glinting coldly, obviously deadly weapons. Of the 4 hands, 1 pair held weapons, while the other pair held shields, forming a combination of dual shields and dual swords. However, 1 sword had already broken, leaving only the hilt, and 1 shield was also mostly shattered. The killing intent had become armor, covering its entire body. Most of its head had been shattered. From the neck up, only about a third of the head remained, with only 1 eye left. The remaining eye emitted red light, revealing madness. Lin Moya had a thought, and all attacks of the space-rending killing formation instantly focused on it. Su Piyu appeared beside him, holding the cloud-piercing sword. Lin Moya didn't let him go up. Su Pu's task at this moment was not to attack the black slaughter puppet, but to protect Lin Moya. With Supu's combat power, he couldn't kill the Black Slaughter Puppet, at most he could only delay it for a while, and not for too long. The ones who could really kill the Black Slaughter Puppet were currently lifting the small town into the sky. At this moment, the three ancestors let out an angry shout, and vast power swept out, forming an invisible lifting force, not only lifting the small town but also lifting the Black Slaughter Puppet along with it. This power was formless and intangible, seemingly very gentle, but inescapable. This space was like cotton, impossible to break free from. What kind of ability is this? Lin Moya was slightly shocked. He couldn't understand at all the method the three ancestors was using, but it was normal that he couldn't understand. After all, the three ancestors' realm was there. Under the wild bombardment of the space-rending killing formation, the Black Slaughter Puppet was obviously uncomfortable. It swung its dual swords, instantly unleashing infinite sword energy. Supu stood in front of Lin Moya, blocking the sword energy for him. The sword energy was too strong. Supu's body was constantly shaking, with numerous wounds instantly appearing on his skin, but he didn't retreat, stubbornly defending. Even Supu was having such a hard time blocking. Lin Moya couldn't help but sigh again, it's really very strong. The sword energy exploded, and the small town was once again ravaged, turning into ruins. If the formation disk at the bottom of the small town wasn't strong enough, it probably would have shattered long ago. Lin Moya was very puzzled why the three ancestors and the Beast Emperor still wanted to lift the small town, to bring the small town to the extreme of heaven. And what exactly was the extreme of heaven? Lin Moya was hearing about this place for the first time, but now he had no time to think about it in detail. Amidst the roar of sword energy, the space-rending killing formation shattered on the spot. Fortunately, the sealing formation was strong enough and ultimately blocked the sword energy. Otherwise, if this sword energy fell onto the origin continent, who knows how many people would die. Any single strand of sword energy was enough to cut a canyon on the origin continent. Lin Moya pointed his finger, and the skeleton hell appeared. At the same time, 10 drops of ancestor water flew out and fell into the skeleton hell, with the power of belief burning fiercely. At this moment, Lin Moya wouldn't and dared not be stingy. Heiya rushed out with a dragon's roar, attacking the Black Slaughter Puppet. Supu also entered the skeleton hell at the same time, cooperating with Heiya to entangle the Black Slaughter Puppet. Chapter 3505. Chapter 3505, 3505. Chapter 3505, This Kid's Waters Run Deep. Heiya swung its massive body, lashing out like a whip. The Black Slaughter Puppet moved extremely fast, dodging Heiya's attack. The Hell's swept over, and its intense soul attack caused a slight delay in the Black Slaughter Puppet. The soul flame flickered violently for a moment, and the killing intent on the Black Slaughter Puppet suddenly erupted, instantly returning to normal. The Netherworld flower swayed, its blue light enveloping everything, but the Black Slaughter Puppet's aura didn't change. The killing intent blocked the blue light, preventing the Netherworld flower from weakening it. The Hellfiends rushed forward madly, but the Black Slaughter Puppet swung its dual swords, unleashing infinite sword energy. The Hellfiends couldn't even get close before being sliced to pieces. Heiya's first strike missed, and it turned to lash out again. This time, the Black Slaughter Puppet didn't dodge. Its form moved like lightning, faster than Heiya, crossing paths and landing on Heiya's body. Its four sharp claws suddenly raked down, instantly tearing off a large chunk of Heiya. Fortunately, Heiya wasn't made of flesh and blood, so such a scratch wasn't too serious. Supu attacked, manifesting his great Daotrue form. 8 tails appeared behind him, twisting together to replace his hand, gripping the cloud-piercing sword. On the cloud-piercing sword, the big-headed spirit glared fiercely, shouting slash. Sword light illuminated the skeleton hell, engulfing the Black Slaughter Puppet. The Black Slaughter Puppet raised its shield to meet the cloud-piercing sword. Boom! The sword light exploded, and the Black Slaughter Puppet was forced back. Cracks appeared on its shield, and its killing intent also dissipated slightly. It was no longer as powerful as before, especially its defense. The puppet's integrity had been damaged, greatly reducing its defensive power. Otherwise, with Supu's attack power, it wouldn't have been possible to cause damage to it. As the puppet was forced back, Heiya's dragon breath swept over, sending it flying with a bang. The dragon head turned, its mouth biting down on it. The sharp dragon teeth bit down hard with a crunch, causing cracks to appear on the puppet's body, while the dragon teeth shattered at that moment. Even with broken teeth, Heiya didn't let go, using its broken teeth to frantically grind. It wasn't trying to bite the Black Slaughter Puppet to death, but to control it, preventing it from escaping. The Black Slaughter Puppet struggled in the dragon's mouth, with Heiya shaking violently nonstop, looking like it couldn't hold on much longer. The Hellfiends took the opportunity to pounce, quickly covering the entire body of the Black Slaughter Puppet, biting down repeatedly. The Black Slaughter Puppet was enveloped in killing intent, which the Hellfiends couldn't affect. Each bite only took away a tiny bit of killing intent, unable to cause substantial damage. Although the Hellfiends could eat anything, they lacked in realm. If their realm were higher, devouring the Black Slaughter Puppet wouldn't be difficult. Lin Moya had a thought, and surging killing intent rose from his body. The tangible killing intent rushed into the skeleton hell, transforming into shocking waves crashing towards the Black Slaughter Puppet. At the same time, Lin Moya spread the wings of Time Curse behind his back, and the Space Great Dao appeared simultaneously. The wings of Time Curse vibrated nonstop, layer upon layer of curses falling onto the Black Slaughter Puppet. The power of time and space fused together, forming spacetime power, causing the Black Slaughter Puppet to fall into a state of spacetime chaos. The Netherworld flower had no effect, but Lin Moya's curses ignored the Black Slaughter Puppet's defenses, having some effect. The Black Slaughter Puppet's aura immediately weakened considerably. Under the onslaught of killing intent, the black slaughter puppet's killing intent melted like ice and snow, rapidly weakening. Mist flickered in Lin Moya's eyes, enveloping his entire body, manifesting the Fortune Great Dao true form. He activated the Fortune Talisman, beginning to predict the puppet's next move. At the same time, the Misfortune Skull appeared in his hand. He used the Fortune Great Dao to activate the Misfortune Skull, contaminating the puppet's fortune. Perhaps because the Black Slaughter puppet's realm was too high, the Misfortune Skull's effect wasn't very good, with the fortune being contaminated rather slowly. In the end, realm was still fundamental. With insufficient realm, no matter what methods were used, their effectiveness would be greatly reduced. At this moment, he was almost at full power, using almost every method he could except for a few trump cards. For a time, the Black Slaughter puppet was suppressed by Lin Moyo, seemingly without much power to resist. However, Lin Moya knew that this method of attack could only temporarily suppress it. Before long, the Black Slaughter puppet would break free. The Beast Emperor didn't think so, muttering to himself, "My goodness, Yum friend Lin's methods are even stronger than before." The before he referred to was when Lin Moya dealt with Withering and Flourishing Elder. At that time, Lin Moya was being hunted by Withering and Flourishing Elder, with little power to resist. But now, the combat power displayed by the Black Slaughter puppet was only stronger, not weaker, than Withering and Flourishing Elder, yet Lin Moya could suppress it for a short time. If Lin Moya had such combat power back then, Withering and Flourishing Elder would probably have given up on the idea of eliminating Lin Moya early on. The three ancestors also said in a low voice, "We still underestimated this kid. He has so many messy tricks." The Beast Emperor said, "I think Lin's methods are definitely not limited to this." The three ancestors snorted, "This kid has many more trump cards. What we can see is definitely not his trump cards. Do you believe that even if we don't deal with the Black Slaughter puppet, this kid has a way to handle it?" The Beast Emperor said, "That shouldn't be the case, right?" The three ancestors snorted again, "This kid's waters run much deeper than you think." The Beast Emperor didn't speak anymore. He didn't doubt the three ancestors' words. If the three ancestors said so, there must be a reason. Lin Moya continuously activated the Fortune Talisman, predicting the Black Slaughter puppet's movements in advance time after time, fully countering it, giving the Black Slaughter puppet no chance to break free. The Black Slaughter puppet roared incessantly, struggling frantically, but still unable to break free. After holding on for a full 5 minutes, Lin Moya asked, "Is it done?" The three ancestors shouted, "Almost, don't rush, hold on a bit longer." Lin Moya gritted his teeth, "I can barely hold on." He wasn't exaggerating. Under rounds of suppressive attacks, Su Piyu had already been injured, and Heiya's body had become tattered, with half of its dragon mouth torn apart. Countless hell fiends had died, too many to count. Fortunately, as time passed, the curse effects began to show. As the curses deepened, the Black Slaughter puppet's combat power dropped a bit more. However, even so, Lin Moya was truly reaching his limit. He gritted his teeth and held on for another 2 minutes. Suddenly, the three ancestors shouted, "Withdraw." Lin Moyo had a thought and dispersed the ceiling formation. At this moment, the three ancestors' power suddenly increased. He used his power to connect the small town and the Black Slaughter puppet into one, even the skeleton hell unable to block the three ancestors' power. In the sky, a divine rune formation lit up. This divine rune formation was extremely complex, with all the divine runes related to space. The divine rune formation scattered colorful light, as if the Great Tao had come to guide Great Tao realm beings. But this time, they weren't heading to the outer sky Great Tao, but to the extreme of heaven. The colorful light fell, transforming into chains firmly locking the small town and the Black Slaughter puppet, then dragging them into the divine rune formation. Lin Moyo also instantly withdrew all his methods. The skeleton hell and Su Piyu disappeared simultaneously as he watched the chains pull the small town and the Black Slaughter puppet into the divine rune formation. Within the divine rune formation, a pitch-black space automatically opened. Beyond this space was the extreme of heaven. At this moment, Lin Moya suddenly felt he could no longer ascend. He had reached the limit of the origin continent and could not continue upward. The three ancestors pointed at Lin Moyo, "Kid, don't resist." A strand of colorful light fell on Lin Moyo, transforming into a chain wrapping around him. At the same time, 2 more strands of colorful light fell on the three ancestors and the Beast Emperor respectively. The chains retracted, pulling all 3 of them into the formation. Chapter 3506. Chapter 3506, 3506. Chapter 3506, The Extreme of Heaven, Relic from Beyond the Sky. Lin Moyo felt he had entered a special world. It was not the origin continent, nor was it the outer sky Great Tao. The chains continued to pull them, flying through this special space. Similarly, the Black Slaughter puppet and the small town were also bound by chains, flying towards the depths of the space. Lin Moyo asked, "Is this world the extreme of heaven?" The Beast Emperor said, "Yes, this is the extreme of heaven." "What exactly is the extreme of heaven?" Lin Moyo pressed further. The Beast Emperor said, "During the origin catastrophe back then, the Dao Protection Fortress was damaged, but some parts didn't completely collapse. So someone created layer upon layer of eternal spaces, burying the Dao Protection Fortress within them. The extreme of heaven is actually the tomb of the Dao Protection Fortress." The three ancestors added, "The extreme of heaven has another name, Relic from Beyond the Sky." Lin Moyo was surprised. "The relic from beyond the sky you said you'd take me to before, is it this place?" The three ancestors said, "That's right, it's here. Look ahead, do you see that Dao Protection Fortress?" Lin Moyo looked in the direction the three ancestors pointed, seeing a fireball as bright as the sun. Beside the fireball stood a huge, majestic city. The city was extremely large, with magnificent buildings inside. Even the nine-tailed city, known as the first city of the origin continent, couldn't compare to it. The size of the entire city was difficult to estimate for now, but from its outer edges, arm-like structures extended outwards, 36 in total. At the end of each arm was a small town. They were identical to the small town that had fallen onto the origin continent earlier. 36 arms, 36 small towns, now only 5 remained. The others had already collapsed. Including the one being pulled by chains, there were only 6 left in total. The 3 ancestors said, this is one of the 3 Dao protection fortresses of the Dao puppet sect. It was shattered back then, with only 6 remaining out of the 36 puppet military camps. And these 6 are also half ruined, with no ability to fight again. This extreme of heaven has been wandering around the origin continent. I calculated the timing, bringing you here by breaking through space when the 2 were closest. Unexpectedly, someone tampered with the formation, setting us up and causing an accident. Lin Moya said, so now you're still using the formation in the Dao Protection Fortress to pull the small town back. The 3 ancestors said, that's right, the Dao Protection Fortress has the function of recalling troops to camp. This old ancestor is just making full use of it. Lin Moyo asked, can you use your full power here? The 3 ancestors shook his head, no, this space isn't very stable. The power I can use is only 2 or 3 times stronger than on the origin continent. The Beast Emperor said, if the power is too strong, this space will be broken. Then the entire Dao Protection Fortress might fall into the origin continent. There should still be a few black slaughter puppets in the Dao Protection Fortress. If they fall in, it would be quite troublesome. Lin Moyo understood. With the power the 3 ancestors could exert, it would be quite difficult to deal with the black slaughter puppet on the origin continent. Because they feared damaging the origin continent, which would invite heavenly punishment. They might end up like withering and flourishing elder, perishing. But here, although they still couldn't exert full power, at least the power they could use had increased significantly. Dealing with the black slaughter puppet shouldn't be a problem. However, they still couldn't act recklessly. If they broke this extreme of heaven space, and the Dao Protection Fortress fell, the karmic consequences would all fall on them, causing even more trouble. So when the 3 ancestors discovered the small town had fallen, he came to the extreme of heaven and set up a formation. He also set up a formation on the origin continent, connecting the 2 formations at the right time to open a passage between the origin continent and the extreme of heaven. The Beast Emperor chuckled, young friend Lin, when this matter is resolved later, you can wander around the Dao Protection Fortress. Take this opportunity to explore thoroughly. The 3 ancestors said, I've used the formation to temporarily open a passage between the origin continent and the extreme of heaven. This passage can be maintained for about 30 days. In other words, Lin Moya could stay here for 30 days. 30 days wasn't a lot of time, but if there were no disturbances, it should be enough. The 3 ancestors added, although the Dao Protection Fortress of the Dao Puppet Sect has been shattered, there might still be some puppets left behind by the Dao Puppet Sect. But don't worry, they won't be as strong as the Black Slaughter Puppet. You should be able to handle them. Lin Moya nodded, then how will the Black Slaughter Puppet be dealt with? The 3 ancestors said, this old ancestor caused this trouble, so naturally this old ancestor will resolve it himself. You don't need to worry about it. Lin Moya smiled, you're so generous. But don't you want to compensate me? It was quite a tough fight earlier. The 3 ancestors shouted, get lost. Compensation? Dream on. If you keep talking nonsense, this old ancestor will throw you right back to the origin continent. Lin Moya laughed, just joking, 3 ancestors. Don't mind it. Lin Moya knew clearly that the Black Slaughter Puppet was caused by the 3 ancestors, so this karmic debt had to be resolved by him personally. If someone else resolved it, it would become karmic debt between the 3 ancestors and that person. The 3 ancestors certainly wouldn't agree to that. Even calling on the Beast Emperor to help, the 3 ancestors must have negotiated a price. Not having to take action himself, Lin Moya was quite happy. As they got closer to the Dao Protection Fortress, Lin Moyo had already activated his undead eye to look. 1, 2, 3. A total of 5 soul flames were burning in the Dao Protection Fortress. Each soul flame represented a black slaughter puppet, all located in the center of their respective military camps. In the central area of the Dao Protection Fortress, that majestic city, there were no soul flames present. No soul flames meant there were no puppets with spirit cores in the city. Puppets without spirit cores couldn't be very strong. The chains were still contracting. As they approached the Dao Protection Fortress, the direction of the chains changed. The chains wrapped around Lin Moyo, flying towards the center of the city, while the 3 ancestors and the Beast Emperor went to deal with the Black Slaughter Puppet. The 3 ancestors said in a low voice, this old ancestor will come to get you when it's almost over. Don't miss the time. Lin Moyo made an sound, be careful too. Don't break this place. The Beast Emperor laughed heartily, if we break it, that would be too much fun. The 3 parted ways. After Lin Moya flew into the city, the chains disappeared. Standing in midair, Lin Moya surveyed this city. The city was complex and majestic. Although most of the buildings were damaged, after countless years of erosion by time, it looked even more dilapidated. But one could still see how glorious the city once was. And this was just a fortress used for war. In the realm of the Great Tao, what glorious existences must there be? Lin Moya used the Fortune Great Tao, raising his fortune to the limit, then flew randomly in a direction. He left his landing spot to luck. This wasn't the first time he had done this. Lin Moya was quite familiar with it. He rushed into the city, his feet touching the ground. Divine runes immediately lit up on the ground. He had long seen that divine runes were everywhere in the city, with formations everywhere. Most of these divine runes were broken, with few still able to function. As the divine runes under his feet lit up, a force naturally arose, carrying Lin Moya sliding forward. Chapter 3507. Chapter 3507, 3507. Chapter 3507, Fully Automated Puppet Factory. Lin Moya allowed the divine runes under his feet to carry him forward. The divine runes brought him into building after building. Lin Moya's eyes showed both curiosity and familiarity. The curiosity was because this was the first time he had seen such buildings on the origin continent. The skyscrapers here were completely different from the style of the origin continent, and instead were more similar to the steel jungles of his previous life. It was precisely because of this that he felt a strange sense of familiarity. Most of the buildings he passed were already damaged, many turned to ruins, and after countless years of erosion, had turned to sand. After his arrival, these already broken ruins quickly turned to powder, no longer showing their original appearance. In some places, because of the presence of divine runes, protected by the divine runes, they were able to maintain a relatively complete form. Lin Moya knew that even divine runes, if not maintained, would have some problems after so many years. As he continued to look around, gradually, he finally saw the true purpose of this city, and a sense of indescribable shock rose in his heart. There weren't many things that could shock him, but this definitely counted as one. This is actually a factory for producing puppets. Lin Moya couldn't imagine that in this world of cultivating the great Tao and magic, there would be a fully automated factory for producing puppets. Even though there were technology-based treasures like Lu Lian and the human emperor in the origin continent, it wasn't enough to have such a large-scale automated factory. It wasn't hard to imagine that when this factory was intact, working together with the divine runes, it could mass-produce puppets. An endless stream of puppets, providing enough powerful combat strength for the entire Tao protection fortress. This shows that in prehistoric times, the cultivators in the origin continent had already mastered very advanced technology. This technology was completely incompatible with the origin continent, so it could only be said that this technology was foreign. It might have come from some technology-based world, or it might have come from the ancestral origin land. But no matter where it came from, the cultivators on the origin continent had made full use of it, and combined it with divine runes to form their own system. This is the Tao protection fortress of the Tao sect. The Tao puppet sect must have mastered more core technology, and they might even know where these technological things came from. If there's a chance in the future to enter the outer sky great Tao, it might be worth visiting the Tao puppet sect. Lin Moya continued to be carried forward by the divine runes. The divine rune he was standing on now should be something like a conveyor belt in the Tao protection fortress. The formations in the Tao protection fortress would send large amounts of raw materials into this giant factory, processing and producing step by step, finally manufacturing complete puppets, then sending them out. So this factory that looked like a city was full of similar conveyor belts, specifically for transportation. The conveyor belt carried Lin Moya to the center of the factory. When the transportation stopped, what appeared before Lin Moya's eyes was a circular building about 100 meters high. This building looked like a stadium from his previous life. The formation that should have been arranged here had been damaged. If the formation was still intact, the manufactured puppets should have been sent to this circular building. Lin Moya flew up and saw that from all directions of the building, there were 16 conveyor belts coming directly. After the puppets are manufactured, they all finally come here. Is this a warehouse inside? Or does it have some other function? Enemies must have invaded here back then. The building has several gaps beaten into it. The formation has been destroyed. That means the manufacture of puppets ended here. Coming here must be very important. Lin Moya pondered for a moment, then flew in through a gap. Before he could fly in, suddenly a strong light came towards him. Lin Moya instinctively retreated to avoid the strong light. The strong light shot straight up to the sky, lasting for 2 seconds before gradually disappearing. The attack of the strong light was very powerful, almost surpassing the 9th level of Tao Venerable. Is this an automatic defense system? It's still operating after so many years. Lin Moya knew he couldn't enter through the gaps, otherwise he would definitely be attacked. He wasn't clear how many such defense systems were in the circular building. If there were too many, forcing his way in wouldn't be a pretty sight. Of course, he could force his way in, but that would inevitably cause damage to this building. If there were any opportunities, they might be destroyed along with it. After all, this was one of the few relatively intact buildings in the entire city, and it was located at the center of the formation. Its defense system was still operating. This indicated that there might be some data from back then inside, which would be extremely valuable to Lin Moya. Lin Moya pondered methods to enter. After a moment, he shifted his focus to the formation outside the building. Although the formation was mostly damaged, some of it could still be faintly discerned. Based on his understanding of formations, he could roughly guess the function of this formation. He flew around the building in circles, studying the formation. This formation seems to be for imprinting a mark. That's right, it's for imprinting a mark. Only puppets marked by the formation can safely enter the building without being attacked. Then can this mark be imprinted on myself? Lin Moya suddenly had an idea. If he treated himself as a puppet, could the mark that was supposed to be imprinted on puppets be imprinted on himself instead? Then could he pretend to be a puppet, deceive the defense system here, and successfully enter? Lin Moya decided to try. so the first step was to repair the formation outside the building specifically used for imprinting marks. It didn't need to be fully repaired, just partially repaired would do. Lin Moya's experience in repairing formations at Nine Heavens Peak came in handy again. He quickly calculated the missing divine runes in the formation, then set about drawing them. While drawing the divine runes, Lin Moya sensed the battle aura transmitted from afar. The three ancestors and the Beast Emperor had already engaged with that black slaughter puppet, and obviously they were fighting fiercely. This wasn't his business. Lin Moya continued drawing the divine runes. This time, the divine runes weren't drawn quickly. Lin Moya didn't seek speed but stability. As long as it could succeed in one go, it didn't matter if it was slow. Several divine runes were drawn in about 10 minutes, then all flew into the formation, taking root in different positions. The newly added divine runes connected with the ancient divine runes, and this formation that had been dormant for many years began to operate again. Lin Moya stood in the formation, simultaneously controlling the formation, leaving a mark on himself. He felt a special aura added to his body. Rather than calling it a mark, it was more like an aura for identifying identity. Lin Moya carried this aura and entered through the main entrance of the building. The gate was incomplete. Lin Moya walked in slowly, very cautiously, because he didn't know if the formation he had repaired would work. Fortunately, his idea wasn't wrong, and he wasn't attacked. Until he entered the building and saw the weapon that had attacked him earlier. It was something shaped like a large cannon, but what powered it was an intact formation. Inside the building now, there were over 100 such defense cannons. Having already seen the fully automated factory, now seeing the cannons, Lin Moya was somewhat used to it. Following the direction indicated by the formation on the ground, Lin Moya walked to the center of the building. Here was a row of tables, obviously where people had worked before. On one of the tables, Lin Moya saw a jade tablet. Chapter 3508. Chapter 3508, 3508. Chapter 3508, They All Must Die. Jade tablets are the most common tool used by cultivators to record information, and this jade tablet was of particularly high quality, surpassing many Dao Venerable Realm treasures. Even after so many years, it remained intact. Lin Moya took the jade tablet in his hand, his soul stirred slightly, and he received the information inside. Today, 180 puppets were manufactured, including 123rd grade, 42nd grade, and 21st grade. The first grade ones are handed over to the friends from the Great Dao Formation sect to set up formations, while the second and third grade ones will have formations set up by us from the Dao Puppet sect. The great battle continues, and puppet materials are already insufficient. Our manufactured black slaughter puppets have made great contributions, slaying several more powerful beings from the Black Blood realm. It's a pity that the materials for making black slaughter puppets are too scarce to mass produce. Otherwise, we would surely win this battle. The people from the Great Dao Formation sect are too protective, unwilling to give us their strongest formations. They don't have enough formation masters, and their efficiency is extremely low. This sect doesn't consider the bigger picture, they deserve to die. The information was somewhat chaotic, mostly this person's complaints, and the ending was very rushed. Lin Moya could imagine that at that time, the battle must have reached this place, and he either retreated or went to join the fight, leaving this jade tablet behind in haste. From the various complaints, a lot of information could be analyzed. The owner of the jade tablet was a formation master from the Dao Puppet sect. Puppets also needed formations. Without formations, puppets were just immobile lumps. Although the Dao Puppet sect was skilled in making puppets, they were not as good at formations as the Great Dao Formation sect. During the origin catastrophe, the owner of the jade tablet felt that the Great Dao Formation sect should have shared their best formations for puppets, allowing the Dao Puppet sect's formation masters to set up corresponding formations to enhance the puppet's combat power. But the Great Dao Formation sect was unwilling to hand over their formations, so this formation master from the Dao Puppet sect cursed the Great Dao Formation sect fiercely in his heart, even feeling they deserved to die. Looking at his tone, there was even a sense of self-righteousness. However, what he truly thought in his heart is unclear. Lin Moya put away the jade tablet. The information in the jade tablet, for him, only helped understand some things that happened in the past. Its real use wasn't very significant. Looking around, there were also many traces of battle here, indicating that the battle back then had reached inside. So whether this formation master from the Dao Puppet sect ultimately made it out alive was hard to say. Near a pile of rubble, Lin Moya saw another jade tablet. The broken stones next to the jade tablet were a bit dark in color, like bloodstains. Lin Moya went over and picked up the jade tablet, and the broken stones immediately turned to powder. The jade tablet was no longer complete, mostly shattered. If there was information recorded inside, it must have been damaged. As his soul stirred, fragmented information came through. The formation of the Black Slaughter puppet has flaws. Why didn't they say so earlier? Why? Dead, all dead, no one can escape. Haha, idiots from the Great Dao Formation sect, you didn't give us the formations, so let's all die together. You want to leave? I won't give you the chance. The recorded information was even more chaotic and extremely frenzied. However, from the tone, Lin Moya could tell that this person was the owner of the previous jade tablet, that formation master from the Dao Puppet sect who liked to complain. It seems he didn't manage to escape and ultimately died here. And before he died, he also vented his hatred towards the Great Dao Formation sect. The formation masters from the Great Dao Formation sect wanted to escape, but he stopped them, and they died here together. Great Dao realm powerhouses, because their Dao hearts are firm enough, once they decide on something, it's very difficult to change. So a firm Dao heart also has two sides. Sometimes it can make people become stubborn. So, the formation of the Black Slaughter puppet had flaws. No wonder they lost their reason. If the Great Tao Formation sect didn't reveal this, it was indeed a bit too much. Could it be that the ones who finally attacked here weren't external enemies, but the Black Slaughter puppets? If that's true, then their deaths were quite unjust. Lin Moya sighed lightly. The events of the past were long gone, the dust had settled, and nothing could be changed. His gaze continued to scan the interior of the building, searching for traces left behind from the past. This was the center of the entire puppet factory, arguably the most valuable place. And since the people here back then couldn't escape, if there were any materials or treasures, they would only be left here. Lin Moya looked around but didn't find anything. Feeling slightly disappointed, he suddenly saw a glimmer of light seeping out from a small hole. The light was very faint, but Lin Moyo accurately captured it. There were many small holes on the ground, all made by weapons inside the building. These weapons had very strong attack power, products of the combination of formations and technology, probably made by the Dao puppet sect. There had been a great battle inside the building back then, and these weapons had been used, forming many fist-sized holes in the ground. Lin Moya walked to the hole and looked down, seeing that there was actually another layer below. That's right, back then those formation masters from the Great Dao Formation sect also had to set up formations for the puppets. To prevent the formation masters from the Dao puppet sect from learning, they must have sought other places. It makes sense that there's a second layer here. He had searched around earlier and hadn't found an entrance to the next level. Obviously this entrance had been deliberately sealed. Lin Moyo punched the ground, and cracks immediately appeared on the surface. However, the cracks were only on the surface. To break through this layer of ground, his strength was still a bit lacking. Not just him, even Su Piyu would find it very difficult. The skeleton hell appeared in response, and the hell fiends all crawled on the ground, beginning to gnaw at the surface. If they couldn't break it, then they would eat it. The hell fiends could eat anything. Although their realm wasn't high enough, they could still eat away the ground, just at a slower speed. If speed wasn't enough, then they would make up for it with numbers. A large number of hell fiends lay on the ground, biting nonstop, one mouthful after another, constantly making grating sounds. Under the continuous gnawing of the hell fiends, the ground began to show obvious concavity, and a hole was rapidly forming. Lin Moyo wasn't in a hurry. While the hell fiends were gnawing at the ground, he continued to scan the surroundings, trying not to miss any detail, ensuring true thoroughness. There were still many divine runes inside the building. These divine runes were once part of a powerful formation. Unfortunately, this formation could no longer exert its power now, only maintaining the most basic function of protecting the building from the erosion of time. Lin Moya tried to learn divine rune knowledge from the broken formation, but it was quite difficult. He could only do his best to try. After a full half day, the ground was finally gnawed into a hole over 5 meters in diameter, revealing the situation of the next layer. Lin Moyo entered and his pupils suddenly contracted. Several black slaughter puppets were lying around. But upon closer inspection, these black slaughter puppets had long been smashed, and the spirits inside had long since died. There had also been a fierce battle here. Being underground, it was better preserved, and many bloodstains could still be seen. There were even several bloodstains from the mouths of the black slaughter puppets. Then Lin Moya saw a section of a corpse. The corpse still emitted a powerful aura. It was the body of a heavenly venerable realm being. Chapter 3509. Chapter 3509, 3509. Chapter 3509, this person must be sick. The remains of a Great Dao realm being still retained the characteristics of the Great Dao realm, not decaying no matter how many years passed. The Great Dao realm beings who died in the upper level didn't leave behind corpses, which undoubtedly meant they were eaten. The scene before him now proved his guess. Part of these remains was still in the mouth of a black slaughter puppet. This basically indicated that after those Great Dao realm beings died above, their corpses were eaten by the black slaughter puppets. Lin Moya walked over and picked up the remains. This should be an arm. The arm was eaten, with only a section left. Even if only a section remained, or even just a piece of flesh, it was still something good for Lin Moyo. He didn't know what realm the owner of these remains was in life, but it was certainly Great Dao realm. Even if he was the weakest Great Dao realm being, using it to activate corpse explosion would still have a wonderful effect. There was still a hidden Great Dao realm being on the origin continent now, so he needed more trump cards. That drop of black blood might not be usable, but these remains could definitely be used. Happily putting away the remains, Lin Moya's gaze fell on something. This is... In the mouth of the black slaughter puppet, there was actually a ring. Lin Moya took it in hand and examined it carefully. The ring was exquisite, its aura subtle yet powerful, already beyond the scope of the Dao Venerable Realm. This is a Great Dao Realm storage ring. I wonder what's inside. The storage ring should have belonged to the owner of this severed arm when they were alive. Now that they were dead, the soul imprint on the storage ring had disappeared with them, becoming an ownerless item. Lin Moya used his soul power to claim ownership of the storage ring anew. If it were an ordinary Dao Venerable Realm being, it would be very difficult to make a Great Dao Realm treasure recognize a new master. But Lin Moyo had no problem with this. His soul was already an innate soul, and an 8th grade innate soul at that. Claiming ownership of a storage ring wasn't difficult. A moment later, the ownership of the storage ring was complete, and all the items inside were revealed to Lin Moyo. The space inside this storage ring was very large, like a small world, but the space clearly had problems. Lin Moya sensed that a large hole had appeared in the space inside the storage ring. Many things in the ring had been sucked away by this hole, entering spatial turbulence. Looking more closely at the storage ring, there were indeed several cracks on it, obviously bitten by the black slaughter puppet. What a pity. There should have been many good things in a Great Dao Realm storage ring, but now most of them were gone. Lin Moyo examined what was left. Most were materials, along with some not very high-grade treasures. He didn't recognize many of the materials, only roughly judging that they were Great Dao realm materials. Besides these, there were also several boxes. Taking out the boxes and opening them, inside was all powder. This is powder ground from origin crystals. Was this person a formation master from the Great Dao formation sect? Powder ground from origin crystals could be combined with soul power to become ink for drawing divine runes. And on the box was written a large character for formation in divine runes, basically indicating the origin of this box and item from the Great Dao formation sect. Having items from the Great Dao formation sect, and being a formation master himself, his identity was basically confirmed. Lin Moya's heart warmed. A formation master from the Great Dao formation sect. Could there be any formation materials left behind? He became more careful, his thoughts forming giant hands, carefully taking out the things in the storage ring. He couldn't take them out too quickly. The space in the storage ring was already damaged. Taking things out too quickly might cause them to fall into the space. Soon, the storage ring was emptied, all items neatly arranged in front of Lin Moyo. He looked through them one by one. Materials were classified as materials, boxes containing origin crystal powder were grouped together, and the rest were miscellaneous items. Several minutes later, he finally found a damaged notebook among the miscellaneous items. The notebook was made of white jade as thin as paper, with about 10 jade slips strung together. Unfortunately, the corners were all damaged. I hope it's as I wish. Lin Moya checked the information in the notebook, and the next second, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. The notebook indeed contained formation materials, and it was this formation master's insights. His name was Wu Zaryui, a formation master from the Great Dao formation sect. The notebook contained his insights on learning formations, as well as descriptions and records of various formations. These formations all came from the Great Dao formation sect, ranging from weak to strong, 10 formations in total. Among them, 2 formations had already surpassed the 9th level of Dao Venerable. Formations beyond the 9th grade were called Dao formations, divided into low, medium, and high grades. The 2 formations he recorded were low-grade Dao formations. The power of low-grade Dao formations was much stronger than 9th level Dao Venerable formations. These were formations that truly touched upon the Great Dao. According to him, even in the Great Dao formation sect, not many people could set up Dao formations. Even from his tone, there was a hint of self-satisfaction. However, the notebook was somewhat damaged, and the recorded Dao formations were not complete. This wasn't a problem for Lin Moyo. He could try to repair them. And even with complete formations, he couldn't use them directly. He had to modify them first. Zimun's warning was still in his ears. The formation sect would not allow their formations to leak out. Even through these basic Dao formations, Lin Moyo could glimpse some secrets of Dao formations, greatly enriching his understanding of formations. This had profound significance for his cultivation of formations. This was a great harvest, gaining another trump card in seeing a more brilliant world of formations. Lin Moyo continued to examine the surroundings. Passing by the black slaughter puppets, he didn't hesitate to collect them all into his own storage space. The materials for black slaughter puppets were very precious and valuable. Perhaps they could fetch a good price in the future. Not knowing what the outer sky Great Dao was like, it was always better to be prepared. There were remains of 6 black slaughter puppets here, all collected. This space suddenly became empty. After collecting the last black slaughter puppet, Lin Moya saw a clean white jade tablet in the corner. The jade tablet was intact and placed in a relatively hidden position, obviously deliberately placed here. His soul power stirred, and he immediately saw the information inside. An authoritative voice transmitted from the jade tablet. My name is Wu Zaryui, an elder of the Great Dao formation sect. During this catastrophe, I was ordered to set up formations for puppets here. Disciples of the Dao puppet sect attempted to peek at our sect's formations. Failing to do so, they blocked my escape at the last moment, causing me to perish here. Before my death, I perished together with the black slaughter puppets. If posterity is fortunate enough to obtain this jade tablet, please bring it back to the Great Dao formation sect. I promise you entry into the Great Dao formation sect to learn the supreme way of formations. After hearing his words, Lin Moya frowned slightly and muttered to himself, this person must be sick. Wu Zaryui's tone carried a natural arrogance, which made Lin Moyo very uncomfortable. It was clearly he who needed a favor from others, but it sounded as if he was bestowing a great kindness on someone else. Not everyone would be eager to join the Great Dao formation sect. However, from this point, it could also be seen that the status of the Great Dao formation sect in the outer sky Great Dao must be very high. Lin Moyo, with disdain, ignited fierce flames in his palm. The next second, screams came from the jade tablet. Chapter 3510. Chapter 3510, 3510. Chapter 3510, a talent unused for many years. Bringing the jade tablet back to the Great Dao formation sect was nothing more than bringing back the remnant soul inside the jade tablet. Great Dao realm beings always have some life-saving methods that ordinary people can't imagine. This formation master called Wu Zaryui wasn't dead. The soul imprint on the storage ring didn't dissipate because he died, but because he actively dispersed it. His remnant soul was actually hidden in this clean white jade tablet. His true purpose was for someone to bring him back to the Great Dao formation sect. At that time, the Great Dao formation sect would have a way to revive him. Even if he couldn't recover to his peak state, at least he could survive. Unfortunately, he was too arrogant, thinking that by dangling the bait of joining the Great Dao formation sect, someone would eagerly deliver him there. He happened to encounter Lin Moyo, not to mention that now they were isolated and couldn't go there at all. Even if they could go, Lin Moya wouldn't do such a thing. Moreover, under the undead eye, this remnant soul had nowhere to hide. The world-burning fire burning a Great Dao Realm remnant soul couldn't kill it in a short time. It would take quite a while to burn it to death. Screams echoed in this space. To be on the safe side, Lin Moyo had already deployed the skeleton hell, sealing the exit, with Su Pu guarding there. A Great Dao Realm remnant soul might have some strange methods. Do you know who I am? How dare you burn my soul? An angry voice transmitted from the jade tablet. Lin Moya didn't pay any attention to him at all, instead making the fire burn even more fiercely. A remnant soul completely surrounded by the world-burning fire emerged from the jade tablet. He roared angrily, "Junior, stop immediately. Do you know who this old man is?" Even in this situation, he was still so arrogant. No wonder the people of the Dao Puppet sect despised him so much that they wanted to drag him down with them even in death. Lin Moyo also disliked him. He then threw the jade tablet far away and stepped back a few steps to prevent any excessive actions from him. Lin Moya's voice was cold. "You seem to not understand the situation. I'll give you a chance. Take a good look and think carefully." Wu Zaryui said, "This old man is an elder of the Great Dao Formation sect." Lin Moyo interrupted him. "Wu Zaryui, right? I know. Don't try to scare me with the Great Dao Formation sect. It's useless." Wu Zaryui said in a low voice, "Do you know what the Great Dao Formation sect represents?" Lin Moya sighed. "It seems your cultivation has made you stupid. The Great Dao Formation sect means nothing in my eyes. If you have nothing else to say, then just wait obediently to be burned to death." As he spoke, Lin Moya made the fire burn even more fiercely. Wu Zaryui screamed in agony again. After burning for a while, he finally couldn't help but ask, "What do you really want to do?" Lin Moya said, "That's better. Now I'll give you two choices. One is to be burned to death by me. Two is to tell me all the formations you know, and swear a Great Dao oath that I can find a chance to send you back to the Great Dao Formation sect in the future. Just like that, choose one of the two. Make your choice." Wu Zaryui didn't even think. "The formations of my Great Dao Formation sect cannot be leaked to outsiders." Lin Moya said very decisively, "Alright then, I'll take that as you choosing the first option by default." Actually, Lin Moya knew clearly that the Great Dao Formation sect must have ways to control their disciples, preventing the leakage of formations. Of course, it wouldn't be all formations, probably just the most core ones. The Great Dao Formation sect would definitely have some control. It might not be that Wu Zaryui was unwilling to speak, but that he truly couldn't speak. If that was the case, then it was better to be straightforward. There was no need to say more. The world-burning fire was unleashed at full power, several times more intense than before. Wu Zaryui screamed incessantly, and in the midst of his screams, he roared, "Then let's die together." A formation suddenly appeared all around. His remnant soul rapidly consumed itself, activating the formation. The remnant soul lost a large amount of power, quickly being refined by the world-burning fire, while the formation also began to operate intensely at the same time. Lin Moya's expression changed. He cursed inwardly and immediately rushed towards the exit, but he was still a step too late. Boom! With a huge explosion, this layer blew apart. The enormous power instantly tore Lin Moya's physical body to shreds. The entire city shook violently, the circular building was blown away, and the surrounding area was completely turned into ruins. This was a Dao protection fortress, and the materials used inside were incredibly sturdy. The power of this explosion had already surpassed the Great Dao realm. Lin Moya simply couldn't resist it. Purple light flickered, and Lin Moya completed his rebirth within the purple light. It had been too long since he had used this talent. After completing the rebirth, Lin Moya felt a sense of renewal. At the same time, he also felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, I have the rebirth talent. Otherwise, I would have really died. Indeed, Great Dao realm beings are not to be trifled with. They have too many backup plans, each more troublesome than the last. Wu Zaryui had set up a self-destructing formation in this space. This formation, powered by his Great Dao realm soul power, had a power no less than if he had self-destruct once. This was his last resort for a desperate situation. He hadn't used it when dealing with the black slaughter puppets before, but unexpectedly used it here. However, in the explosion, Wu Zaryui didn't seem to have escaped unscathed either. His remnant soul first exhausted its power, then was hit by the explosion, and could no longer resist the world-burning fire. It was completely refined, becoming a soul crystal. The soul crystal refined from a Great Dao realm remnant soul was of excellent quality. Lin Moya casually tossed it to the dragon soul crystal. The 11th color of the dragon soul crystal was gradually taking shape, but it was still a bit short of truly forming. High-quality soul crystals were the best supplements. This place had been completely turned into ruins. Lin Moya's gaze swept across, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. So many backup plans, one after another. He came to a corner, and the skeleton hell enveloped this corner. The hell fiends once again began to gnaw at the ground. During the explosion earlier, most of the force was directed upwards, and the ground of this layer hadn't been greatly impacted. All this looked normal, but thinking carefully, it wasn't actually normal. How could an explosion be so directional? It must have been specially arranged. But why arrange it like this? Naturally, it was to prevent certain things from being affected by the explosion. In the undead eye, a faint soul flame was hidden beneath the ground in the corner. This was also Wu Zaryui's backup plan. His remnant soul wasn't in just one place, there was another. If conditions hadn't been limited, Wu Zaryui probably wouldn't have prepared his backup plan so crudely. It must have been too urgent at the time, so there was no other way. The ground was quickly gnawed away a layer, revealing a divine rune. That strand of remnant soul was hidden within the divine rune, while the divine rune was used to conceal its aura. Unfortunately, none of this escaped Lin Moya's eyes. The world-burning fire burned fiercely, and the remnant soul screamed incessantly again. This time, Lin Moya didn't ask him various questions. He was too lazy to ask again. As the world-burning fire burned, the lightning lich flew out, throwing a chain lightning at it. The lightning exploded, and Lin Moya felt the changes in the chain lightning. It didn't spread to distant places. This indicated that this was truly Wu Zaryui's last backup plan. Wu Zaryui screamed even more frantically, but Lin Moya ignored it. He no longer wanted to ask about the Great Tao Formation sect's formations from his mouth. He only wanted Wu Zaryui to die. Chapter 3511. Chapter 3511, 3511. Chapter 3511, this question is well asked. Wu Zaryui died screaming, and Lin Moya once again obtained a soul crystal, which became food for the dragon soul crystal. After the intense explosion just now, most of the circular building that had stood for countless years had turned into ruins. When Lin Moya flew out, he saw the three ancestors and the Beast Emperor already waiting outside. The explosion earlier was too intense, attracting both of them over. Seeing Lin Moya unharmed, the Beast Emperor chuckled, "I told you young friend Lin wouldn't have any problems." The three ancestors seemed disdainful. "A scourge lasts 1,000 years. This kid would find it hard to die even if he wanted to." Lin Moya said, "Did the elders deal with the black slaughter puppet?" The three ancestors nodded. "It wasn't anything difficult. If it wasn't because we're here." At this point, he suddenly changed the subject. "Did you have any gains?" Lin Moya knew that if it wasn't for the restrictions here, with the three ancestors' ability, he could have easily killed the black slaughter puppet with just a finger. It was only because they were here that things became a bit troublesome. Lin Moya said, "I suppose I had some gains. There was a remnant soul inside." The Beast Emperor was stunned. "A remnant soul?" Lin Moya nodded. "A formation master from the Great Tao Formation sect, not completely dead, left behind a strand of remnant soul. He wanted me to help him return to the Great Tao Formation sect, saying he could allow me to join the Great Tao Formation sect." The Beast Emperor suddenly laughed. "That's right, truly the style of the Great Tao Formation sect." The three ancestors said, "The Great Tao Formation sect is just like that, looking down on others from high above. Even during the catastrophe, they were very arrogant." The Beast Emperor said, "They control the way of formations. Although there's no Tao Lord in the formation Great Tao yet, the Great Tao Formation sect already considers itself the Lord of the Great Tao, so naturally they're arrogant." The three ancestors' tone was even more disdainful. "They merely obtained an origin formation, studied it for countless years, and still haven't figured it out. I don't think the position of Tao Lord will fall to them." The Beast Emperor said, "The position of Tao Lord isn't so easy to attain. If they had the ability to attain it, they would have done so long ago, not waiting until now." "Young friend Lin, you didn't agree to that fellow's request, did you?" The three ancestors said, "There aren't many good people in the Great Tao Formation sect. Even if you really sent him back, they might not necessarily give you any benefits. It's better not to join such a sect." Lin Moya smiled. "Even if I wanted to go, I couldn't go now, could I?" He said this to probe the attitudes of the two. He didn't know what kind of relationship the Great Tao Formation sect had with the three ancestors and the Beast Emperor, so he wouldn't say at first that he had killed Wu Zaryui. Now hearing their evaluation of the Great Tao Formation sect, he had a better understanding. The Beast Emperor said, "If you can avoid going, it's better not to go. When you go to the outer sky Great Tao someday, find a corner, throw his remnant soul there, and pretend this never happened." Lin Moya said, "I'm afraid I can't throw it away now. I've already killed him." "Ah!" the Beast Emperor exclaimed, clearly surprised. The three ancestors asked, "You really killed him?" Lin Moya nodded, "I killed him." The Beast Emperor said, "That's troublesome. You'll have to be careful when you go to the outer sky Great Tao in the future. The people from the Great Tao Formation sect might target you." Lin Moya was a bit puzzled. He had indeed killed Wu Zaryui, but how could the Great Tao Formation sect target him? When Wu Zaryui died, no mark had fallen on him. The three ancestors explained, "There's an origin formation in the Great Tao Formation sect. From this origin formation, countless formations have evolved, including one that stores the soul imprints of all disciples of the Great Tao Formation sect. If someone kills their disciple, they will also be marked by that formation. Moreover, all disciples of the Great Tao Formation sect possess a movable formation disc connected to that celestial formation. So if you encounter disciples of the Great Tao Formation sect, they will know that you once killed someone from the Great Tao Formation sect." The Beast Emperor added, "They don't need to leave any mark on you. That formation is guided by the Destiny Great Tao, so you won't have any awareness of it." Hearing this, Lin Moya couldn't help but feel relieved. Guided by the Destiny Great Tao? That's just perfect. He wasn't in the Destiny Great Tao at all, so it probably wouldn't be possible to mark him. But since the three ancestors and the Beast Emperor said so, he still needed to be careful. Lin Moya asked, "What is an origin formation?" The Beast Emperor said, "Heaven and earth have their origin. There are countless great Taos in this world, and each great Tao has its origin, just in different manifestations. The origin of the formation Great Tao is that origin formation. It is the source of all formations. If one wants to become a Tao Lord, the simplest method is to obtain the origin of that Tao. Comprehending the origin gives one the chance to become a Tao Lord." The Great Tao Formation sect obtained the origin formation, grasping the origin of the formation Great Tao. Unfortunately, over so many years, no one has been able to comprehend the origin formation, so the position of Tao Lord in the formation Great Tao remains vacant. Lin Moya said, "It's been so long since the origin catastrophe. Perhaps someone in the Great Tao Formation sect has already become a Tao Lord." The Beast Emperor said, "No, at least not yet. The three ancestors snorted. Kid, don't try to trick us into talking. We would sense it if someone became a Dao Lord. It's been 200 million years since the last time someone became a Dao Lord. 200 million years, wasn't that after the origin catastrophe? It seems that after the origin catastrophe, new Dao Lords still appeared in the outer sky Great Dao. The Beast Emperor said, it was just a Dao Lord of an ordinary Great Dao, not much use. The three ancestors said, but it's still a Dao Lord. A Dao Lord is a Dao Lord, always different. The Beast Emperor said with disdain, yes, you're right about everything. From their conversation, Lin Moyo captured some more information. The Beast Emperor clearly didn't think much of that new Dao Lord, even looking down on them. It wasn't just looking down on their status, but also their strength. In other words, the Beast Emperor's true strength was stronger than that Dao Lord of an ordinary Great Dao, or at least not weaker. Moreover, the Beast Emperor clearly looked down on ordinary Great Daos, so what he wanted was naturally the origin Great Dao. What the Beast Emperor and the three ancestors were pursuing was the position of Dao Lord of the origin Great Dao. Origin continent, origin Great Dao, origin techniques. Everything has its origin. The origin points directly to the core of things. One who obtains the origin obtains the world. This saying was very applicable on the origin continent. Lin Moya took the opportunity to ask, this junior has something to ask the elders. The three ancestors said, go ahead and ask. We can't answer everything. Facing this little fox Lin Moyo, the three ancestors also had to keep something back, not able to say everything. Lin Moyo asked, previously, when this junior went to the Soul Void, I found that some Great Daos couldn't be used in the Soul Void, or their power was greatly reduced, but some Great Daos were unaffected. May I ask why this is? The three ancestors chuckled, this question is well asked. Lin Moya raised an eyebrow, how so? The three ancestors said, because this old man doesn't know the answer to this question either. The Beast Emperor also chimed in, that's right, we don't know either. This emperor has thought about this question before, but never figured it out. The three ancestors said, perhaps, only that person would know the answer. Lin Moya's heart skipped a beat. The person the three ancestors referred to, wasn't it the green-robed old man? Thanks a bunch for the support distro. Chapter 3512. Chapter 3512, 3512. Chapter 3512, what would I do if it were me? Lin Moyo asked a question that neither the three ancestors nor the Beast Emperor knew the answer to, effectively ending this exchange. The three ancestors said, do you want to go down and take another look? Lin Moya said, that's about it. There shouldn't be anything left. This factory is completely ruined. The Beast Emperor said, the puppets of the Dao puppet sect were quite good. They played a significant role during the origin catastrophe. What a pity. The three ancestors sighed. Back then, all the sects displayed their abilities and worked together to get through that catastrophe. Who wasn't fighting for their lives? He looked at Lin Moyo, if there's nothing else, let's go. Suddenly, the Dao protection fortress below began to shake. Not just the Dao protection fortress, but the entire space was shaking. Lin Moya's expression changed slightly. He sensed that the space had changed, as if it was being compressed by some powerful force. The Beast Emperor shouted, bad news, that old fellow is sealing the relic from beyond the sky. The Great Dao realm being hidden in the origin continent was suddenly taking action, trying to seal this space and trap them inside. Lin Moya knew that being trapped was impossible. Whether it was the three ancestors or the Beast Emperor, they could break this space with brute force. But after breaking the space, whether they would enter the origin continent or end up outside the origin continent was hard to say. Most likely they could return to the origin continent, but there was a small chance they might end up outside the origin continent. Even if it was just a small probability, for the three ancestors and the Beast Emperor, it could mean years of effort wasted in an instant. However, Lin Moya wasn't anxious, because the three ancestors wasn't anxious. Lin Moya knew the calculations of this old fox, the three ancestors. Having laid plans for so many years, how could he not have anticipated the current situation? Sure enough, the three ancestors wasn't anxious at all. No need to hurry, he can't seal it. The Beast Emperor was stunned. Do you have another backup plan? The three ancestors said, just watch. As he spoke, he waved his large hand, and a gentle force enveloped Lin Moyo. The three of them immediately flew towards the exit. The space was still shaking violently, but Lin Moyo found that the situation of the shaking had changed. Previously, it seemed like someone was trying to seal the exit, but now it was shaking due to a great battle. Both sides of the battle were Great Dao realm beings. One was an old acquaintance, the king of the Boundary Sea, and the other was that hidden Great Dao realm being. How could the three ancestors not have calculated clearly? He had invited the Beast Emperor to come and deal with the Black Slaughter puppet together, and naturally would also guard against others tampering with the relic from beyond the sky. So the three ancestors had also invited the king of the Boundary Sea. Sure enough, everything had been calculated by the three ancestors. The Beast Emperor also sensed the aura of the king of the Boundary Sea and chuckled, so you called Old Black. You really have a way. The three ancestors said, that fellow was hiding deep. It wouldn't be easy to dig him out, so this time we used the tactic of drawing the snake out of its hole to lure him out. He dared to scheme against this old man, so he should be prepared to be schemed against by this old man. The Beast Emperor said, what do you plan to do? The three ancestors said, that fellow hasn't just schemed against this old man, he's also scheming against you. What do you plan to do? The Beast Emperor laughed, anything goes. Anyway, this emperor won't let him off easily. The two discussed and planned how to deal with the opponent. But no matter how they planned, Lin Moya found that neither of them thought about killing the opponent. Thinking back, when the opponent schemed against the three ancestors, it seemed he didn't think about killing the three ancestors either, just wanting to disrupt the three ancestors' plans. They probably can't kill each other. Lin Moyo thought to himself. The opponent should be like the three ancestors and the Beast Emperor, just an avatar that came to the origin continent. Killing an avatar wouldn't cause much damage to the main body. If they really killed each other, the grudge would become too great. So this time, neither the Beast Emperor nor the three ancestors thought about killing the opponent. They just wanted to teach him a lesson to make him behave. The best method would be to seal the opponent until the great changes in heaven and earth were over, not letting him come out to cause trouble again. This was already the limit. Besides this, there was another method, which was like how he dealt with Withering and Flourishing Elder, forcing Withering and Flourishing Elder to make mistakes and be forcibly expelled by the Great Tao. However, as long as the opponent didn't lose his reason, this method would be basically very difficult to achieve. Arriving at the entrance of the relic from beyond the sky, they saw the king of the Boundary Sea fighting fiercely with a black-robed person. The two seemed to be fighting intensely, but were also holding back. This was already within the scope of the relic from beyond the sky. If the two of them destroyed the relic from beyond the sky, once the Tao protection fortress inside fell into the origin continent, the two would have to bear huge karmic consequences. Neither of them wanted to bear this karma. The king of the Boundary Sea was tightly entangling the black-robed person. The black-robed person tried to break free several times but was blocked by the king of the Boundary Sea each time. The Beast Emperor sneered, "Old sneaky bastard, it's really you causing trouble behind the scenes. Watch how this old man beats you up." As he spoke, the Beast Emperor had already charged over, manifesting countless fist shadows, bombarding the black-robed person. The black-robed person roared angrily, emitting countless black chi that turned into shields, blocking the Beast Emperor's fists. The Beast Emperor took the opportunity to rush to his front, his fist attacks falling like raindrops. The black-robed person was surrounded by fists on all sides, each punch capable of severely injuring a 9th-level Tao Venerable. The king of the Boundary Sea took the opportunity to disengage from the battle, leaving the battlefield to the Beast Emperor. The three ancestors brought Lin Moya to the entrance, joining up with the king of the Boundary Sea, firmly guarding the entrance. The entrance to the relic from beyond the sky was also the exit. There was no other way out besides this. The king of the Boundary Sea smiled, "Young friend Lin, I didn't expect to meet again so soon." Lin Moya said, "Elder, did you enjoy the fight just now?" The king of the Boundary Sea said, "It was average. I didn't dare use full power here, so it wasn't very enjoyable." The three ancestors said, "Then why did you come back? Why not join the Beast Emperor in beating him up?" The king of the Boundary Sea said, "That Beast Emperor fellow doesn't like others helping him. Let him fight. I didn't expect this old guy to sneak in too. It's good that you discovered him this time, otherwise we might have been ambushed without knowing." The three ancestors said, "Indeed, he was exposed this time because he couldn't resist taking action. Who knows what methods he's been up to behind our backs. We all need to check ourselves when we get back, just to be safe." The king of the Boundary Sea said, "We indeed need to check ourselves. Lend me your truth-seeking mirror, it'll be more convenient for checking." The three ancestors nodded, "I'll check myself first, then send the truth-seeking mirror to you." The king of the Boundary Sea looked pleased, "Good, I don't believe that this sneaky fellow can cause any big trouble." Lin Moya listened quietly while analyzing. The three ancestors looked at Lin Moya's silent appearance. "Little fox, what are you thinking about?" Lin Moya said, "I'm thinking, if it were me, what would I do?" The three ancestors asked, "What would you do?" Lin Moya said, "I would take advantage of this opportunity when all of you elders have entered the relic from beyond the sky to make my move." Three ancestors, "You're scheming against him, but wouldn't he know that you're scheming against him?" The words were a bit convoluted, but they made the three ancestors fall into deep thought. What Lin Moya said wasn't without reason. The three ancestors said in a low voice, "These past few days, the Beast Emperor and I haven't been in the origin continent. It is indeed a good opportunity. If he were to make his move now, although he might not be able to completely disrupt our plans, he could at least keep us busy for a while, giving him more time. But if he does this, he'll be completely exposed." Lin Moya said, "Actually, being exposed doesn't matter much. You can't kill him in the origin continent, and it's also very difficult to drive him away, so he can act without fear." Chapter 35:13. Chapter 35:13, 3513. Chapter 35:13, "It's best not to notice me." Lin Moya's words were all correct, basically accurate. The three ancestors and the king of the Boundary Sea knew this was the case, so the opponent could act without restraint. Lin Moya asked, "Elder, who exactly is he?" The three ancestors said, "Didn't the Beast Emperor just say it?" The Beast Emperor had called out old In Sun earlier. Lin Moya thought it was just an insult, but it turned out to be his actual name. In Sun. Lin Moya was surprised. This name was quite fitting. The king of the Boundary Sea said, "His name is In Shun, but we usually call him In Sun. This old fellow is very sneaky." The Beast Emperor was fighting very happily at this moment, punching down one fist after another while shouting, "Old In Sun, see how this old man beats you up." In Shun didn't speak, only occasionally letting out cold laughs. The Beast Emperor's momentum was overwhelming, seemingly firmly suppressing him, beating him without giving him a chance to fight back. But Lin Moya could see that the Beast Emperor wasn't actually gaining much advantage. It was mainly because In Shun wasn't fighting back much, spending most of the time on defense. The more he watched, the more something felt off. Lin Moya suddenly had a thought, he's stalling for time. He immediately said to the three ancestors, he should be stalling for time. The mist surrounding the three ancestors clearly changed. The three ancestors, who had been watching the show, suddenly took action. A giant hand fell from the sky, the three ancestors' momentum even more overwhelming than the Beast Emperor's. This was the first time Lin Moyo had seen the three ancestors truly take action. As soon as he moved, it was as if he was fighting for his life, feeling like he wanted to kill. Could his one sentence have such a great effect? Or had the three ancestors thought of something? The space became muddy, and Inshan seemed to be stuck in a swamp, unable to move. The Beast Emperor also struggled to break free, clearly startled. He cursed angrily, "Have you gone mad?" Inshan also shouted, "Old three, did you take the wrong medicine?" The three ancestors said in a low voice, "If you ruin this old man's plans, this old man will not rest until one of us is dead." Inshan cursed, "Madman, you three-time madman." His black robe suddenly expanded, instantly breaking through the swamp, then exploded with a boom. Powerful force erupted, shattering the space. The Beast Emperor and the King of the Boundary Sea shouted in unison, "Not good, the space is about to break." Lin Moyo let out a light shout, and the Space Great Tao suddenly appeared. He simultaneously manifested the profound power of the Space Great Tao. The Space Great Tao scattered its vast power, immediately suppressing the breaking space with the power of the Space Great Tao, then slowly recovering. Lin Moyo said, "Three ancestors, what are you trying to do?" The three ancestors said, "If I didn't do this, would that fellow leave?" Lin Moyo said, "So you used me." The three ancestors said, "What else? You have the Space Great Tao, wouldn't it be a waste not to make good use of it?" The three ancestors wasn't really fighting for his life, he just wanted to scare Inshan away. Otherwise, if Inshan didn't retreat, this great battle would go on for who knows how long. Moreover, he knew Lin Moyo had the Space Great Tao, so he wouldn't watch the space shatter and let the Tao protection fortress fall into the origin continent. A moment later, the space finally recovered. The three ancestors waved his hand, "Let's go back. We don't know what old Insun has done. Let's all go take a look and check thoroughly. After I use the truth-seeking mirror, I'll send it over to you. Don't let any of them off." The three ancestors was eager to return and immediately activated the formation, rushing out of the relic from beyond the sky. Above the origin continent, accompanied by a distortion in space, the four of them appeared simultaneously. Not even 2 seconds after coming out, the three ancestors' expression suddenly changed. "Old Insun, are you seeking death?" He had already sensed the changes. Many of his years of arrangements had gone wrong. The Beast Emperor also said in a low voice, "Those fellows actually started fighting." The King of the Boundary Sea frowned tightly, "The spirit beasts in the Boundary Sea are in an uproar." The arrangements of all three had encountered unexpected situations. The three ancestors said in a low voice, "Let's go deal with it first, salvage what we can. We'll discuss the rest later. Go." The forms of the three disappeared simultaneously, leaving extremely quickly, without even saying goodbye to Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo didn't know exactly what had happened, but it certainly wasn't anything good. However, as long as his Uedeo city was fine and the Undead Empire was safe, he didn't care about the rest. With a thought, he contacted the Legion commander in the Undead Empire far away in the western continent, obtaining the latest information. The Undead Empire was indeed safe and sound. He, a small fry, hadn't been noticed by the big shot Inshan. This was a good thing. It's best not to notice me. Lin Moyo thought to himself as he spread his undead wings and flew towards Uedeo city. He fell like a meteor, and just as he was about to approach the ground, he suddenly disappeared. The next second, he had appeared in Uedeo city, using the origin spirit vein for teleportation, which was very convenient. Returning to his courtyard, he saw Little May leading the others in cultivation. The four girls were sitting cross-legged, looking quite proper. Little Mist had no one to play with, so she could only cultivate. Lin Moyo brewed a pot of Glacier Great Dao tea in the courtyard, drinking tea while studying divine rune formations. He had almost finished studying the formation materials given by Zimun. Along with the materials given by Guhanyu, Lin Moyo had thoroughly grasped the basic knowledge of divine runes. Now he also had experience in setting up divine rune formations, and after several modifications to divine rune formations, his experience in divine rune formations was accumulating more and more profoundly. Turning back to look at the formation manual he had obtained this time, although the formations inside were somewhat damaged, it didn't pose any obstacle for him. He could even automatically complete the damaged formations without much thought while looking at them. 10 formations, from weak to strong, each with different effects. Among them, Lin Moyo knew at a glance that he couldn't set up the 2 strongest ones with his current ability. Those weren't formations belonging to the Dao Venerable Realm, but to the Great Dao formations. At least a pseudo-Great Dao Realm was needed to set them up. When setting them up, besides soul power and corresponding Great Dao Realm materials, one also needed to draw upon the power of the formation Great Dao. But he could now set up the other 8 formations. Among them, the strongest killing formation was called the 99 Heavenly Thunder Grand Formation. It could draw upon the power of the Thunder Great Dao through the formation. The power of the formation alone had reached the peak of the 9th level of Dao Venerable, even stronger than the space-rending killing formation. The 99 Heavenly Thunder Grand Formation drew upon pure Thunder Great Dao power. The Thunder Great Dao was an origin Great Dao, which was why the formation's power was so immense. Unfortunately, the amount of Great Dao power drawn upon wasn't much. Otherwise, the formation's power wouldn't be limited to this. Lin Moyo took less than half a day to fully master all 8 formations in the manual. He could set them up at any time. He also firmly remembered the other 2, which he could set up when he became a Great Dao realm being in the future. As for materials, there were many ready-made ones. Those few broken black slaughter puppets, their bodies ground into powder, fused with 9th grade origin crystals, plus soul power and Great Dao power, could be used to set up the formations. Teacher is back. Little May had just finished cultivating when she saw Lin Moyo, and her little face immediately bloomed into a smile. As Little May woke up, Little Wu, Little Mist, and Little Yu also woke up one after another. Lin Moyo waved his hand, "Come over and drink some great Dao tea." The group immediately gathered around. What Lin Moyo let them drink was definitely something good. Little May explained the effects of the great Dao tea for Lin Moyo, and the three immediately drank cup after cup. Especially Little Mist, who wanted to be lazy the most, so she drank the most. Lin Moya drew several divine runes, and the divine runes enveloped the courtyard, immediately making the entire courtyard quiet. Next, I'm going to talk about the true Dao. Chapter 35:14. Chapter 35:14, 3514. Chapter 35:14, there are some people I want to see soon too. In the small courtyard, silver light flowed. Lin Moya waved his hand, scattering silver tree sap that transformed into countless points of silver light, dancing like stars in the courtyard. Silver tree sap could accelerate cultivation speed. It could be consumed directly or sprinkled like rain, both methods being effective. To achieve the best effect for his lecture on the Tao, Lin Moya didn't hesitate to use a large amount of silver tree sap. Little Mist, somewhat confused, asked, "Master, what do you mean by the true Tao?" Lin Moya said, "You'll understand when you listen." Little May knew what the true Tao meant. The paths other Tao venerables walked were all soul paths, not Tao pattern paths. In fact, only the Tao pattern path was the true Tao. Each time one condensed a Tao pattern, it was a contact with the great Tao, paving the way for the future great Tao realm. This way, by the time one reached the 9th level of Tao Venerable, the cultivator would have already established a strong connection with the great Tao. If there were enough Tao patterns, one could even borrow a trace of great Tao power. At the same time, Tao patterns could enhance various techniques. As a result, the gap between cultivators with Tao patterns and those without became extremely large. With different strengths, the success rate of passing through the heavenly tribulation naturally differed as well. Now, even if cultivators in the origin continent passed through the heavenly tribulation, when the great changes in heaven and earth began and the world was no longer isolated, they could enter the great Tao realm. But after that, they would find it difficult to progress. Because they had taken the wrong path from the beginning, it would be hard to return to the correct path later. For those current 9th level Tao venerables, returning to the correct path was already extremely difficult. They didn't even know they had taken the wrong path. Even if they knew, without special opportunities, it would be very hard to change back. Most importantly, the method of cultivating Tao patterns seemed to have some connection with the great changes in heaven and earth, and was also restricted by the great Tao, not to be casually leaked. Originally, Lin Moyo wanted to help Thunder Tao Person, but Thunder Tao Person had already become a pseudo-great Tao realm being, so he didn't need this method for now. Only after the origin continent recovered and he truly entered the great Tao realm could other methods be considered. Xia Haoiwen should be able to use it. The three ancestors stood behind him, and the three ancestors would definitely help him. Now, for the four girls before him, Lin Moya naturally wouldn't let them take the wrong path. Previously, the time wasn't right. Now that signs of the great changes in heaven and earth had appeared, he felt he could pass on the Tao pattern method to them, preventing them from taking the wrong path. As the lecture began, even Little Mist, who usually couldn't sit still, quieted down. Lin Moya used the simplest and most straightforward language to explain the method of cultivating Tao patterns. Even though Little Yu was still far from the Tao Venerable realm, knowing the method wouldn't hurt. Little Yu was different from ordinary cultivators. Born with a jade soul, she had no bottlenecks in her cultivation. Advancing to Tao Venerable was a certainty for her, so there was no need to consider the effects of aiming too high. For a full 3 days, the small courtyard was brilliant with silver light. Lin Moya lectured for 3 days. The first 2 days were him explaining, and the last day was answering their questions. Little May, with her previous life's cultivation experience, asked the fewest questions. Her understanding of Tao patterns far surpassed the other three. Sometimes, she could even answer questions others asked on behalf of Lin Moyo. Little May's position as the big sister among the four quickly stabilized. After the lecture ended, Lin Moyo waved his hand, gathering the silver tree sap into a ball, then dividing it into 4 gourds. "The tree sap I gave you last time should be all used up. Here's 10,000 drops for each of you, 1 drop a day, cultivate well." The 4 gourds fell into each person's hands. Then Lin Moya took out a small package of Glacier Great Dao tea and handed it to Little May. "Brew it once every year, 1 piece each time. Little May, you're in charge of this." Little May took the Glacier Great Dao tea and responded, "Little May understands." Lin Moya nodded. "The origin continent is about to face a great change. I hope you can raise your realms as much as possible before the change arrives." Little Wu asked, "What will this change be like?" Lin Moya shook his head. "Your teacher only knows that this will be an extremely shocking change. There might be countless powerful beings appearing, and unimaginable great battles might break out in the origin continent. If your strength isn't enough, you might not be able to protect yourselves. Your teacher can't guarantee that he can protect you during the change." Little Mist said, "Don't worry, worst case we'll hide in Master's rule world. As long as Master doesn't die, we'll be fine. If something happens to Master, there's no point in us living anyway." The words were crude but true, reflecting Little Mist's inner thoughts. Little Wu said, "Don't worry, Father will definitely keep us safe. We'll also work hard on our cultivation, absolutely no slacking off." Little Yu also raised her fist. "Little Yu won't slack off." Little Mist also promised. Little Mist too. How much her promise was worth, probably even she didn't know. Little May asked, "Teacher, are you going out?" Little Mist immediately said, "You've only been back for a few days and you're leaving again? I haven't even had enough time to hang on you." She was very reluctant for Lin Moya to leave. Lin Moya was absent most of the time, and Little Mist really missed him. Lin Moya smiled and said, "I also need to prepare for the great changes in heaven and earth. Otherwise, I won't be able to protect you. Moreover, there are some people I want to see soon too." Lin Moya sighed lightly. Although he wasn't weak, compared to those ancient beings, he was still not enough. With the current restrictions in the origin continent, he couldn't contend with them. If he waited until the great changes arrived and the restrictions disappeared, how could he stop those great Dao realm beings coming down? So he must become stronger. And to see his wife, he also needed to continuously become stronger. After chatting with them for a while, Lin Moya finally left Uedeo City. Before he left, there was one more thing to do, which was to set up formations for Uedeo City. Now the human emperor could control a range of 300,000 kilometers. Lin Moya used this as the boundary to set up a new formation group. This time, he used divine runes, not hesitating to consume a large amount of 8th grade origin crystals to set up the 99 Heavenly Thunder Grand Formation Group. With this formation in place, unless a great Dao realm powerhouse personally came, no one else could hope to return alive. For now, this formation was enough to keep Uedeo City safe and sound. Divine runes flew out from his fingertips one after another, quickly condensing and floating in the air. The divine runes linked together, covering an increasingly large area. Electric snakes moved within the divine runes, with constant rumbling sounds. In less than an hour, a 99 Heavenly Thunder Grand Formation had taken shape. Accompanied by peals of thunder, a Thunder Great Dao appeared in the sky. The Thunder Great Dao scattered its power, infusing it into the formation. A complete 99 Heavenly Thunder Grand Formation took shape. This formation, reaching the peak of the 9th level of Dao Venerable, was enough to kill a 9th level Dao Venerable. Even a pseudo-Great Dao Realm being might be severely injured. Only Great Dao Realm beings could be safe within the formation. As the 99 Heavenly Thunder Grand Formation took shape, it also meant that Lin Moya's formation skills had surpassed all native formation masters on the origin continent. Perhaps only the three ancestors and Zimun could compete with Lin Moya in terms of formations. After successfully setting up the first 99 Heavenly Thunder formation, Lin Moya's hands didn't stop, continuing to set up the second one. He wanted to set up a formation group, covering the entire area within a 300,000 kilometer radius centered on Uedeo City. At the same time, the formation spirit Little Jean flew over. Following Lin Moya's instructions, it plunged into the 99 Heavenly Thunder Grand Formation. Chapter 3515. Chapter 3515, 3515. Chapter 3515, Returning to the Convergence of Two Realms. Formation spirits are very precious. In all these years of dealing with formations, Lin Moya had only seen them a few times. The appearance of a formation spirit requires various factors including timing, geographical advantages, and human factors. Lin Moya had set up so many formations, but apart from the formation spirit Little Jean, no other formation spirit had appeared. The difficulty of obtaining a formation spirit far exceeds that of obtaining a treasure spirit. Thinking back to the formation spirit that existed in the palace in that small world, it now seemed somewhat incredible. After adapting to the 99 Heavenly Thunder formation for a while, Little Jean indicated that there were no problems at all, and it could fully control it. Little Jean could grow. When it first formed, its control over formations was still very weak. Later, as it mastered more and more formations, Little Jean also grew. How far it had grown now, even Lin Moya, its master, wasn't clear. But this wasn't important. At least Little Jean could easily control the 99 Heavenly Thunder formation, which was enough. Lin Moya continued to set up 99 Heavenly Thunder formations, forming a formation group. To cover an area with a radius of 300,000 kilometers, after expanding the range of the 99 Heavenly Thunder formation to its limit, it still required setting up 83 formations to achieve full coverage. Divine rune after divine rune flew out, interweaving to form powerful formations one after another. The Thunder Great Dao continuously infused the formations with Great Dao power. For 5 days, the thunder never stopped. When the last divine rune flew out, the 99 Heavenly Thunder formation group took shape with a boom. Lin Moya called out in a low voice, "Human Emperor." The Human Emperor instantly appeared before Lin Moya. Lin Moya handed the formation disc to the Human Emperor. "This 99 Heavenly Thunder formation is for you and Little Jean to control. With this formation in place, there's no need to worry even if a 9th level Dao Venerable comes. If anyone dares to cause trouble, just blast them to death directly." The Human Emperor said, "Realm Lord, please rest assured. As long as I'm here, nothing will happen to Uedeo City." Lin Moya smiled and said, "With you here, Elder, what do I have to worry about?" The Human Emperor asked, "How long will the Realm Lord be gone this time?" Lin Moya shook his head, "I don't know yet. It might be very quick, or it might be very long. Everything depends on the situation over there." The Human Emperor made an sound, "Then I wish the Realm Lord all the best and a safe return." "Thanks." Lin Moya smiled, then his entire body rose into the sky like lightning, instantly breaking through the cloud layer. Looking at the vast white clouds beneath his feet, Lin Moya took out the General's Seal of the Divine Rune Army. Activating the General's Seal, a vast power opened the path to the outside of the realm. Lin Moya stepped into it, heading towards the convergence of two realms. The distance was extremely far, and the teleportation needed some time. Lin Moya looked around with interest. The scenes during teleportation were very illusory, and what he saw wasn't real, but Lin Moya could still discern some things. He was indeed leaving the origin continent, and his perception of the Great Tao was changing. The power of the Great Tao first increased sharply, then began to weaken. Lin Moya knew this was because he first approached the outer sky Great Tao, then rapidly moved away from it, causing this situation. Even the Beast Emperor and the three ancestors can open the path to the outer sky Great Tao, but the heaven-questioning Tao monarch can. How did he do it? The Great Tao has rules on the origin continent. Heaven and earth are in an isolated state. It's almost impossible to go to the outer sky Great Tao. What method did the heaven-questioning Tao monarch use? Could it be that the heaven-questioning Tao monarch's ability is even above the three ancestors and the Beast Emperor? It's not impossible. After all, the heaven-questioning Tao monarch is also someone who survived the origin catastrophe. It's just that he didn't enter the origin continent to make plans and arrangements like the three ancestors and the Beast Emperor. Lin Moya believed that at that level, nothing would be done casually. There must be profound meaning behind everything. Simply put, these great Tao realm powerhouses all had a common goal, which was to become stronger. However, he didn't know what methods these powerful beings used to strengthen themselves. The soul void, planning in the origin continent, the convergence of two realms, perhaps the ultimate goal was the same. Lost in thought, Lin Moya once again stepped into the place between two realms. The familiar environment, after many years apart, he set foot here again. The Purple Thunder Great Tao and the Crimson Blood Great Tao were still there, unchanged. They had been like this for countless years. Naturally, there wouldn't be any big changes in just a few years. The feeling of being watched from before had disappeared, and there was no sense of danger in his soul. Not far away, space rippled. Lin Moya turned to look. The form of the heaven-questioning Tao monarch went from blurry to clear. The heaven-questioning Tao monarch looked over with a smile. Young friend has finally come again. Lin Moya bowed to the heaven-questioning Tao monarch. Greetings, elder. I hope you've been well. The heaven-questioning Tao monarch waved his hand. No need for such formalities. What do you plan to do this time? He got straight to the point, asking very directly. Lin Moya said, before deciding what to do, this junior has a question to ask the elder. The heaven-questioning Tao monarch made an sound. Go ahead and ask. Lin Moya asked, when this junior came last time, what's the current situation of that great Tao realm being from the blood red realm? The heaven-questioning Tao monarch said, after you left, he went back to sleep. Lin Moya continued to ask, if this junior does the same as last time, will he awaken again? The heaven-questioning Tao monarch nodded, yes, he guards the Crimson Blood Great Tao. If there are big changes to the Crimson Blood Great Tao, he will naturally awaken. However, if you just take some fragments, he probably won't awaken so quickly. Not so quickly, which meant he would still awaken. Lin Moya had already anticipated this point and continued to ask, may I ask, elder, what is his cultivation level? Is he injured? The heaven-questioning Tao monarch raised an eyebrow. What do you want to do? Lin Moya said, this junior thinks that coming time after time like a thief is too troublesome. If possible, why not just kill him? Elder might have some restrictions and find it difficult to take action here, but this junior shouldn't have such restrictions. The heaven-questioning Tao monarch looked Lin Moya up and down, pondered for a moment, then said, his strength isn't anything special. He's about at the early stage of an 8th grade innate soul. He is indeed injured. If it were elsewhere, killing him wouldn't be difficult. But here, this old man indeed has some restrictions. Moreover, if this old man takes action, it will awaken even more powerful beings. If young friend wants to kill him, this old man can't help you on this side. Lin Moya roughly understood the heaven-questioning Tao monarch's situation. The convergence of two realms always maintained a delicate balance between three sides. There must also be powerful beings in the blood red realm, forming a state of mutual restraint with the heaven-questioning Tao monarch. Besides this, the heaven-questioning Tao monarch should have other issues. Lin Moya had a thought and suddenly asked, elder, do you cultivate the Purple Thunder Great Tao? The heaven-questioning Tao monarch raised his eyebrows slightly, then let out a long sigh. Young friend is correct. This old man indeed cultivates the Purple Thunder Great Tao. Lin Moya understood. No wonder the heaven-questioning Tao monarch was guarding here. The Purple Thunder Great Tao was the Great Tao he had comprehended. Now that the Purple Thunder Great Tao was damaged, his strength was also affected. So he had to guard here, not letting the Purple Thunder Great Tao completely shatter. Otherwise, his Tao would be destroyed. Similarly, he also couldn't provoke that being from the blood red realm. Otherwise, if they fought, the Purple Thunder Great Tao would hardly survive. Lin Moya thought, if elder doesn't take action, and this junior kills that fellow from the blood red realm, will there be any impact? The heaven-questioning Tao monarch thought for a moment. In that case, perhaps that fellow won't awaken. Lin Moya made an sound. Then this junior will give it a try. Besides this junior also wants to see if it's possible to repair the Purple Thunder Great Tao. Chapter 35:16. Chapter 35:16, 3516. Chapter 35:16. It shouldn't be a big problem. Lin Moya's words left the heaven-questioning Tao monarch stunned. The heaven-questioning Tao monarch couldn't believe his ears. Young friend, could you repeat what you just said? Lin Moya smiled. This junior might be able to try and see if it's possible to repair the Purple Thunder Great Tao. The heaven-questioning Tao monarch said in a low voice, young friend, don't joke with this old man. Although the Great Tao has the ability to self-repair, the Purple Thunder Great Tao is different. It's far from the origin continent, and its self-repair ability is almost lost. Lin Moya said, so the best method would be to bring it back, right? This junior understands that the existence of the Crimson Blood Great Tao forms a balance with the Purple Thunder Great Tao. This junior wants to swallow the Crimson Blood Great Tao first, break this balance, and then bring the Purple Thunder Great Tao back. However, there are some problems. If strong beings from the Blood Rat realm come, the Elder might still need to take action. The heaven-questioning Dao Monarch's eyes widened. The more he listened, the more he felt Lin Moya was indulging in wild fantasies. Lin Moya was only at the 5th level of Dao Venerable Realm. How could he swallow the Crimson Blood Great Dao? However, last time, when Lin Moya used a technique similar to Hell, he did indeed swallow part of the Crimson Blood Great Dao's fragments. But those were just fragments, far from the true Crimson Blood Great Dao. Lin Moya now had a smile on his face, looking at the heaven-questioning Dao Monarch as if asking, "Do you dare to take a gamble?" The heaven-questioning Dao Monarch pondered for a moment before finally making a decision. "Alright, this old man will play along with young friend once. At worst, this old man can recultivate a great Dao, it's not impossible." Being at a stalemate for so many years, this old man is also tired of it. The heaven-questioning Dao Monarch mainly cultivated the Purple Thunder Great Dao, but he must have comprehended other Great Daos as well. If the Purple Thunder Great Dao truly shattered completely, the heaven-questioning Dao Monarch's power would certainly be greatly reduced, but he wouldn't completely fall to become an ordinary person. At worst, he could recultivate and eventually come back. It was better than being at a stalemate for countless years, stubbornly holding on to a hope without ever seeing a result. Lin Moya's appearance might be an opportunity. For beings like the heaven-questioning Dao Monarch, to cultivate to such a realm, they must be people of great willpower and courage. Lin Moya said, "If that's the case, then let's give it a try. May I trouble the Elder to help this junior with some matters?" Having made the decision, the heaven-questioning Dao Monarch wouldn't hesitate. "Alright, if there's anything this old man can do, young friend, just say it." Lin Moya took out 6 damaged black slaughter puppets. "May I trouble the Elder to help this junior grind these into powder?" The heaven-questioning Dao Monarch narrowed his eyes. "Black slaughter puppets." Lin Moya smiled. "Elder has good eyes." "Indeed, they are black slaughter puppets." The heaven-questioning Dao Monarch said, "Did you go to the relic from beyond the sky?" "Elder is correct, I did indeed obtain these from the relic from beyond the sky." Lin Moya wasn't surprised that the heaven-questioning Dao Monarch could guess the origin of the black slaughter puppets. It would have been surprising if he couldn't guess. These great Dao realm beings had lived for countless years and were incredibly shrewd. They knew most things. Purple lightning spread from the heaven-questioning Dao Monarch's palm, enveloping the black slaughter puppets. Cracks immediately appeared on the sturdy surface of the black slaughter puppets, and bits of powder fell off. Grinding the black slaughter puppets into powder was an easy task for the heaven-questioning Dao Monarch, also revealing that his strength was actually very powerful. Lin Moya wasn't idle either. He took out 9th grade origin crystals given by the dragon race and also began grinding them into powder. While grinding, he said, "Elder, you should have guessed what I'm going to do, right?" The heaven-questioning Dao Monarch chuckled. "If this old man couldn't guess this, all these years would have been lived in vain." Lin Moya said, "I'm very curious, why doesn't the Great Dao Formation sect come here to set up a formation? Their formations should be able to bring the Purple Thunder Great Dao back." The heaven-questioning Dao Monarch's eyes revealed a hint of disdain. "Those arrogant fellows, this old man can't invite them." Just this one sentence revealed that the heaven-questioning Dao Monarch didn't like the Great Dao Formation sect. Lin Moya continued to ask, "Could it be that they asked for a very high price?" The heaven-questioning Dao Monarch said in a low voice, "It's not a question of high or low, but of reasonable or unreasonable. If it was just a high price, this old man could accept it. Even if it was a bit outrageous, it wouldn't be a big deal. But their demands are not just outrageous, they're completely unacceptable." The heaven-questioning Dao Monarch didn't specify, but it could be imagined that for him to be so averse, the demands must have been extremely unreasonable. So unreasonable that the heaven-questioning Dao Monarch would rather waste countless years guarding here than agree, which says a lot. Lin Moya continued, "It seems the Great Dao Formation sect isn't very welcome in the Outer Sky Great Dao." The heaven-questioning Dao Monarch snorted coldly. "Who would welcome them? Just because they've grasped the origin formation, they think the position of Dao Lord of the Formation Great Dao is in their pocket. Nonsense. They're already so arrogant before even producing a Dao Lord. Heaven knows what they'd be like if they really produced one. If it wasn't for them not giving their all, the losses in the origin catastrophe wouldn't have been so severe." Lin Moya was very clear about how terrifying the role a powerful formation master could play in a great battle. But he also had doubts. Even if the Great Dao Formation sect is arrogant, surely not everyone is like that. In an entire sect, with so many people, there must be some with different ideas. The heaven-questioning Dao Monarch said in a low voice, "There are indeed a few, but unfortunately, they're not top formation masters." This made sense. There were formation masters from the Great Dao Formation sect who took action, but they weren't top formation masters, so their effectiveness was much weaker. The heaven-questioning Dao Monarch had ground 1 black slaughter puppet into powder. Lin Moya combined the powder of 10 origin crystals with it, mixing them with soul power, but lacking Great Dao power. "Elder, bring some Great Dao power over." The Great Dao power Lin Moya could draw upon himself wasn't pure and powerful enough, not as good as what the heaven-questioning Dao Monarch could draw upon. The heaven-questioning Dao Monarch didn't waste words. He opened his hand, and a ball of purple lightning appeared before Lin Moya. This ball of purple lightning was the purest Purple Thunder Great Dao power. Lin Moya drew out a strand of purple lightning and fused it into the powder, quickly becoming one with the powder. The powder transformed into a purple liquid, with lightning flashing within it. It had become an excellent material for drawing divine runes. If used to set up lightning attribute divine rune formations, the effect would be excellent. Lin Moya said, "This junior's cultivation realm isn't high enough. To set up a Dao formation still lacks some skill. The speed might be a bit slow. Please don't be impatient, Elder." The heaven-questioning Dao monarch was somewhat uncertain. Young friend, can this really work? This old man also knows the way of formations. If external great Dao power is used for the divine runes used in formations, I'm afraid there might be problems. The heaven-questioning Dao monarch himself was also a formation master. Although not very strong, he understood the basic principles of formations. In his view, the foundation of formations was divine runes, the basis of divine runes was raw materials, and raw materials needed soul power and great Dao power. Now Lin Moya was using his own soul power, borrowing the heaven-questioning Dao monarch's great Dao power. There was already a problem with the raw materials. How could he set up a formation? Lin Moya said, it shouldn't be a big problem. This junior will make some adjustments. Seeing Lin Moya so confident, the heaven-questioning Dao monarch didn't say more. He could only hope everything would go smoothly. Chapter 35:17. Chapter 35:17, 3517. Chapter 35:17, could it really be him returning? When all the materials were prepared, Lin Moya began to draw divine runes. Lin Moya was very careful, as if he had returned to when he first started learning to draw runes. He sensed the vibration frequency coming from the materials and adjusted his soul's vibration frequency to match. To others, it would be impossible to draw divine runes with impure materials, but in Lin Moya's eyes, it wasn't so. He seemed to see the essence of divine runes. Why use one's own soul power and draw upon the great Dao power oneself? It was simply because doing everything oneself would ultimately create materials that resonated with one's soul. And this resonance, to a certain extent, was related to vibration frequency. This concept of vibration frequency was something he had discovered when he first started learning about runes, and he had experimented with it without any problems. Now switching to divine runes, he thought it should still work without issues. Lin Moya didn't realize at all that what he was doing had already surpassed the understanding of those great Dao realm beings. Even great Dao realm beings couldn't clearly sense the vibration frequency of materials like he could. When a brand new divine rune was drawn, the heaven-questioning Dao monarch's eyes widened. It really can be done. Being able to draw divine runes already indicated that formations could be set up. Lin Moya said, Elder, I'm going to begin. The heaven-questioning Dao monarch, amid his shock, was filled with confidence in Lin Moya. Good, you may begin. Divine rune after divine rune flew out from Lin Moya's fingertips. The formation Lin Moya was setting up was still the ceiling formation he was most familiar with. However, he made some small modifications to allow the ceiling formation to move. Although it wasn't a Dao formation, because he used great Dao realm materials, Lin Moya believed that using the ceiling formation could also achieve some of the effects of a Dao formation. Moreover, what he was setting up wasn't just a single ceiling formation, but a group of formations. This formation group consisted of 108 ceiling formations. If successful, the ceiling formations would form a large net, with at least 3 layers inside and out. The heaven-questioning Dao monarch watched Lin Moya's actions, finding them more and more miraculous. In his eyes, Lin Moya was creating a miracle. A little fellow only at the 5th level of Dao Venerable Realm, actually using great Dao Realm materials to set up formations. If someone said this, no one would believe it. If he had heard someone else say it, the heaven-questioning Dao monarch felt he wouldn't have believed it either. But seeing it with his own eyes, he had no choice but to believe. Lin Moya's speed was increasing, clearly having adapted to this rhythm and becoming more proficient. The speed of drawing divine runes became faster and faster. Soon, one ceiling formation was completed. Lin Moya didn't stop for a moment, starting to set up the second one, his speed getting faster and faster. From initially taking several hours for one formation, to later being able to set up one formation in an hour, Lin Moya worked non-stop, connecting one ceiling formation after another, forming a formation group. The ceiling formation spread towards the Purple Thunder Great Dao, gradually enveloping the entire Purple Thunder Great Dao within, not missing even the tiniest fragment. Several days later, the ceiling formations had completely wrapped around the Purple Thunder Great Dao. Lin Moya tried to activate the formation. The moment the formation activated, the Purple Thunder Great Dao seemed to disappear from this space. The heaven-questioning Dao monarch's aura dropped sharply with the disappearance of the Purple Thunder Great Dao. His connection with the Purple Thunder Great Dao was cut off by the ceiling formation. The heaven-questioning Dao monarch wasn't alarmed but delighted. Being able to cut off his connection with the Great Dao meant this formation group was powerful enough. Lin Moya closed the formation group again, allowing the Purple Thunder Great Dao to reappear. Elder, it should be fine now. Next, I'll go to the Crimson Blood Great Dao side. If that fellow who balances with you comes, please trouble the elder to deal with him. As for the other one, this junior will try to see if I can kill him. Having witnessed a miracle firsthand, the heaven-questioning Dao monarch was full of confidence in Lin Moya and immediately responded, go ahead without worry. If that fellow comes, this old man will take action. But the other one is also a great Dao realm being. Are you sure you can handle him? Lin Moya smiled and said, with the elder presiding here, this junior can borrow your influence and give it a try. The heaven-questioning Dao monarch made an sound. Alright then, you may go. Lin Moya flew towards the Crimson Blood Great Dao. The convergence of two realms sounded very mysterious, but when truly unraveled, it wasn't all that special. It was nothing more than two great Daos colliding here, with two realms using the great Daos as spearheads to wage war, ultimately both suffering losses. The great Daos were used as the strongest weapons, neither giving way. However, in the origin continent, there were many great Daos. Losing one or gaining one didn't matter much, but the Blood Red realm wasn't that powerful. They had too few great Daos, so they valued this one Crimson Blood Great Dao highly. The more this was so, the less Lin Moya would let them off easily. Those who had once invaded the Origin continent must pay the price. Approaching the Crimson Blood Great Dao again, this time he didn't sneak around like before. Lin Moyo came openly and righteously. He went directly to several larger fragments and pointed his finger. The skeleton hell appeared in response and quickly expanded, simultaneously swallowing several huge Great Dao fragments. The Hell Fiends already had the combat power of 8th level Dao Venerable Realm. There was no need to be secretive anymore, they could directly engage. The skeleton hell stirred up a great battle. The Blood Army and the Great Dao fragments resisted frantically, but faced with the 8th level Dao Venerable Realm Hellfiends, they had absolutely no power to resist. Almost at the moment of contact, the Blood Army had already collapsed. Large numbers of Blood Army members were directly bitten to death and devoured. The Hellfiends were emotionless killing machines. Although the Blood Army's name contained the word blood, when they truly faced bloodshed, they were routed. After the Hellfiends eliminated the Blood Army, they began to frantically gnaw on the Great Dao fragments. This time, the speed of gnawing was much faster than last time. The Great Dao fragments were being eaten at a visibly rapid pace, getting smaller and smaller. The Great Dao fragments were excellent supplements. The aura of the skeleton hell kept rising, getting stronger and stronger. From the current look of things, the upper limit of the skeleton hell is the 9th level of Dao Venerable Realm. Both I and the fragments of the gates of hell are limiting the growth of the skeleton hell. This is just under normal circumstances. If the skeleton hell could devour an entire Great Dao, could it break through the upper limit? This question had existed for a long time, but Lin Moyo had never spoken it out. The reason he was doing this time was also to try it out. Perhaps he could create a miracle. There were many miracles in this world, and moreover, he himself was synonymous with miracles. All kinds of fixed concepts could actually be broken. Just like what he had just done at the Dao Venerable Realm, he could use Great Dao Realm materials to set up divine rune formations. So rules were meant to be broken. Lin Moyo felt that he had a chance. The skeleton hell became increasingly powerful, and the hell fiends became more and more frenzied. One Great Dao fragment after another was devoured. The heaven-questioning Dao Monarch watched, his gaze full of shock. He was shocked by Lin Moyo's actions, and also shocked that Lin Moyo had grown so much in just these few years. Could it really be him returning? Chapter 3518. Chapter 3518, 3518. Chapter 3518, Invincible in the Dao Venerable Realm. Lin Moyo controlled the skeleton hell. As the skeleton hell moved, more and more Great Dao fragments were devoured. In just half a day, those smaller Great Dao fragments had been eaten up, and the skeleton hell began to fly towards those larger Great Dao fragments. Finally, the Blood Army and the Crimson Blood Great Dao fully awakened. Streams of blood-colored killing intent emerged, transforming into a giant blood rat that charged towards the skeleton hell. The blood rat looked very powerful, seemingly a bit stronger than a 9th level Dao Venerable. Lin Moyo paid no attention, not even showing any reaction. The blood rat charged into the skeleton hell, then a dragon's roar sounded from within the skeleton hell. In the blink of an eye, the blood rat had been torn to pieces by Heiyo. Then, large numbers of the Blood Army rushed out from various Great Dao fragments, frantically attacking. Some charged into the skeleton hell, while others attacked Lin Moyo. At the same time, on the main body of the Crimson Blood Great Dao, an aura began to rapidly revive. It's finally waking up. Lin Moyo's heart stirred, and legions of dragon cavalry appeared. Countless dragon cavalry soldiers charged out, engaging in battle with the Blood Army. Although the dragon cavalry legions were slightly weaker than the Hellfiends, their numbers were sufficient, in the billions. The Blood Army simply couldn't break through. The undying fire exploded, and the Skeleton King rose from the skeleton throne, joining the battle. For a time, the battle became incredibly fierce. The heaven-questioning Dao Monarch was dumbfounded. He said blankly, "An undead army. It's actually an undead army. Could I have seen wrong? It's not him, but another. But wasn't that one missing? Legend has it that he went to the deepest part of the soul void. Could he have returned too? Impossible. From the deepest part of the soul void, no one has ever returned, not even that one would be an exception." The heaven-questioning Dao Monarch felt he was going mad. There were many things he simply dared not think about. He watched Lin Moyo with trepidation, his whole body trembling slightly. This wasn't how a Great Dao Realm being should behave. He wasn't an ordinary Great Dao Realm being. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to survive the intense origin catastrophe. But even he was now in utter confusion, his thoughts in chaos. All kinds of emotions, fear, excitement were simultaneously arising, indescribably complex. The Blood Army that had charged into the skeleton hell only lasted less than 10 minutes before being completely annihilated. The Blood Army suffered heavy casualties, being slaughtered clean in a short time. The Hellfiends continued to gnaw on the Great Dao fragments, their aura continuously strengthening. The being in the main body of the Crimson Blood Great Dao finally fully awakened. An angry roar echoed through the void, making Lin Moyo's ears ring. The voice was full of anger, filled with hatred and killing intent. A giant blood rat appeared in the void. This blood rat had 6 pairs of flesh wings on its back. When the flesh wings flapped, huge cracks appeared in the void. Lin Moyo had a thought, and the skeleton hell appeared before it as if teleporting. With an angry roar, it directly tore open the skeleton hell, simultaneously killing countless hellfiends. The power of a Great Dao Realm being far exceeded the limit the skeleton hell could withstand. Lin Moyo reacted extremely quickly. The skeleton hell instantly transferred elsewhere. Although damaged, it wasn't to the point of collapse and could still fight. The previous move was to test the opponent's combat power and also to lock onto the opponent. The skeleton hell's soul lock was broken the instant it was completed. For a Great Dao Realm being, soul locking was useless. The next instant, Su Piyu, wielding the cloud-piercing sword, attacked. Su Piyu naturally couldn't be its match. Lin Moya did this just to buy himself a little time. The Fortune Great Dao appeared on his body, and the Sword of Fortune slashed along the lock. At the same time, the Misfortune Skull appeared in his hand. In the Soul Void, the Fortune Great Dao was still effective, which meant that the Fortune Great Dao could also work in the outer sky. So, using the Fortune Great Dao, he could completely perform a Great Dao lock on the enemy. Su Piyu attacked the Great Dao Realm Blood Rat. With a bang, Su Piyu was instantly sent flying. Numerous wounds appeared on Su Pu's body. Just one collision, and Su Piyu was already severely injured. But Su Pu's block bought Lin Moya a moment of opportunity. The Great Dao Realm Blood Rat paused for an instant, and the attacks of the Sword of Fortune and the Misfortune Skull followed Su Piyu, landing on it. The Sword of Fortune didn't have much effect on a Great Dao Realm being, but it allowed Lin Moya to complete the Great Dao lock on the enemy. By now, it had killed its way close, not far from Lin Moya. Suddenly, there was a blur before his eyes, and the opponent's form disappeared. A flash of blood light passed before his eyes, and the Great Dao Realm Blood Rat suddenly appeared in front. A huge force swept over, and Lin Moya's entire body shattered on the spot. Just one strike, and Lin Moya died on the spot. This wasn't the convergence of two realms, nor was it the origin continent. Great Dao Realm beings could attack with full power here. With Lin Moya's current realm, he couldn't withstand it at all. The heaven-questioning Dao Monarch's eyes suddenly contracted. Lin Moya had actually died. This was something he never expected. How could he die just like that? No, impossible, there must be something wrong. He couldn't believe Lin Moya would die so easily. It was completely different from his previous understanding of Lin Moya. The combat power Lin Moya had displayed before wasn't just this, but Lin Moya had really died, his body shattered to pieces. He couldn't have seen wrong. Purple light flickered in his vision, and the just deceased Lin Moya was resurrected and reborn in the purple light. This stunned the heaven-questioning Dao Monarch again. He had really misjudged. Not only was he stunned, but even the Great Dao Realm Blood Rat was stunned on the spot. After being reborn, a drop of black blood appeared in Lin Moya's hand. Black blood from the Black Blood Realm. Lin Moya believed it could be considered the essence of a Black Blood Realm powerhouse. Origin level technique, corpse explosion. The technique activated, and the black blood instantly vaporized and disappeared. Boom! Accompanied by a huge sound, the body of the Great Dao Realm Blood Rat exploded. This time, they switched roles. The one shattered to pieces was the Great Dao Realm Blood Rat. Its soul flame was burned to ashes in the undead eye, dying as thoroughly as possible. Lin Moya reached out and grabbed some of the shattered flesh. This was a good thing obtained in exchange for the black blood, too good to use for blasting Great Dao Realm powerhouses. Adding to the severed limb of Wu Zaryui and a strike from the fallen sword Star-Lord, he now had 3 trump cards. He didn't need to fear ordinary Great Dao Realm beings. The power of the Great Dao Realm is indeed strong. Lin Moya let out a light breath. Just now, he had used the Sword of Fortune and the Misfortune Skull to perform a Great Dao lock on the enemy, but the Great Dao lock wasn't smooth. The power of the Great Dao Realm enveloped its entire body, and the Great Dao lock couldn't lock onto it in one go. So Lin Moya used himself as bait, luring it to attack. He used his own flesh to lock onto the Great Dao Realm Blood Rat. This method was very risky, but the effect was quite good. He used one of his rebirths to eliminate a Great Dao Realm being. Lin Moya looked back at the heaven-questioning Dao Monarch, indicating that he didn't need to worry. Only then did the heaven-questioning Dao Monarch recover from his shock. Lin Moya's actions were really too bold. Without the obstruction of the Great Dao Realm Blood Rat, the Crimson Blood Great Dao completely lost its defensive power, fully exposed before Lin Moya. The skeleton hell frantically devoured it, and the Great Dao was gradually heading towards collapse. Boom! The skeleton hell suddenly shook violently. All the hell fiends roared in unison. They had completed their advancement, reaching the 9th level of the Dao Venerable Realm. Lin Moya clenched his fist and muttered to himself, invincible in the Dao Venerable Realm. Chapter 3519. Chapter 3519, 3519. Chapter 3519, the myriad realms don't communicate, mutually generating aversion. Being invincible in the Dao Venerable Realm wasn't just empty talk. Lin Moya's definition of invincibility had always been different from others. For others, it was one-on-one, surpassing all at the same level to be called invincible. Lin Moya's invincibility meant he alone could face all those at the same level in the origin continent, fight and emerge victorious, to be called invincible. Of course, such an extreme situation wouldn't actually occur. However, Lin Moya wanted to be invincible even in extreme situations. He would win with both quantity and quality, making the enemy's numbers meaningless. A full 10 million 9th level Dao Venerable Hell Fiends, what kind of concept was this? Even if all the 9th level Dao Venerables in the origin continent were added together, there might barely be 200 or 300. This already included the 9th level Dao Venerables among the beast race, not even 1/10,000th of the Hell Fiends. Even counting the 9th level Dao Venerables in the outer sky Great Dao, there probably wouldn't be too many more. As long as Great Dao Realm beings didn't intervene, the skeleton hell was invincible, almost able to ignore numbers, that kind of invincibility. This was the kind of invincibility at the same level that Lin Moya wanted. Even if a pseudo-Great Dao Realm being came, facing the skeleton hell, they might not fare well and might even be devoured. After advancing, the hell fiends not even faster. The Crimson Blood Great Dao became their chew toy. Sharp fangs constantly ground the Great Dao into powder. The Great Dao was visibly shrinking, it was being devoured. Lin Moya watched the gradually shrinking Crimson Blood Great Dao with cold eyes, muttering to himself, Great Daos can all recover. Some of the previously shattered Great Daos have partially recovered, But if it's eaten, can this great Tao still recover? Faced with the skeleton hell's overwhelming force, the blood army stationed here was completely annihilated, not one left. Even their leading great Tao realm being was slain by Lin Moyo. The crimson blood great Tao had become a piece of fat meat, ready to be carved up. Several days later, the fragments of the crimson blood great Tao were not clean. The skeleton hell had reached the main body of the great Tao. The main body of the great Tao was extremely large. The skeleton hell couldn't cover it entirely and could only start gnawing from the edges bit by bit towards the inside. Besides being large, it was also very hard. The hell fiend's gnawing speed was obviously much slower than before. However, Lin Moyo was delighted to discover that the skeleton hell, which had already reached the 9th level of Tao Venerable Realm, actually became stronger after devouring some of the main body of the crimson blood great Tao. The upper limit of the skeleton hell hadn't changed, still constrained by his own realm. But the skeleton hell was indeed getting stronger. Even at the same 9th level of Tao Venerable Realm, there was quite a difference in strength. The skeleton hell hadn't truly reached the peak of the Tao Venerable Realm yet. When the skeleton hell truly reaches its peak, will there be a chance to break through, breaking past the previous constraints? Lin Moyo thought to himself, but this was just a notion. After part of the main body of the crimson blood great Tao was gnawed away, it suddenly began to shake violently, bursting forth with boundless blood color, transforming into a sea of blood that crashed down towards the skeleton hell. Under the impact of the blood sea, the skeleton hell remained unmoved, continuing to devour as before. Lin Moyo shook his head lightly. This is the great Tao beginning to save itself, but it's useless. Although great Taos have no consciousness, they have instincts. When truly in danger, great Taos will also try to save themselves. However, this self-preservation is often like a drop in the bucket, not having much effect. The crimson blood great Tao was now in such a state. Its final attempt at self-preservation couldn't stop the skeleton hell at all. Suddenly, the heaven-questioning Tao monarch's voice sounded in Lin Moya's ear. Young friend, step back a bit. That fellow has come. Hearing this, Lin Moya quickly retreated, but the skeleton hell didn't withdraw, continuing to gnaw at the crimson blood great Tao. It didn't matter if the skeleton hell was smashed, it wouldn't take long to recover. As long as Lin Moya didn't die, the skeleton hell wouldn't truly perish. Lin Moya was the root of the skeleton hell. Lin Moya retreated behind the heaven-questioning Tao monarch. Elder, let's proceed according to plan. Then I'll trouble young friend. The heaven-questioning Tao monarch said in a low voice. Lin Moya could see that the heaven-questioning Tao monarch seemed a bit nervous at this moment. Lin Moya couldn't help but ask curiously, what's the identity and realm of the opponent? The heaven-questioning Tao monarch said, the blood-red realm isn't a great realm, not amounting to much among the myriad realms. They're just a vassal of the black blood realm. In the blood-red realm, there are only 3 figures worth mentioning. One is their realm lord, also known as the Golden Rat King. Then there are a few subordinates of the Rat King, named Silver 18 and Blood 16. The one coming this time is Blood 16. Lin Moya found it strange, these names are very odd. The heaven-questioning Tao monarch said, these are names we gave them. The myriad realms don't communicate, mutually generating aversion. We can't communicate with the blood red realm, so we can only casually name them ourselves. Blood 16 actually means his appearance is blood-colored and he has 16 flesh wings. Lin Moya made a no sound, so Silver 18 represents silver color with 18 flesh wings. The heaven-questioning Tao monarch nodded slightly. That's right. When they evolve to 18 flesh wings, their color changes to silver. Once they reach 24 flesh wings, their color becomes golden. The Golden Rat King is like this. Lin Moya continued to ask, then what about their specific strength? The heaven-questioning Tao monarch said, the Golden Rat King is the strongest in the blood red realm, but in terms of realm, he, Silver 18, and Blood 16 are all Tao lords, just differing in strength. Although Blood 16 is a Tao lord, that's within the blood red realm. Here, he can't exert his full strength. This old man can still handle him. Lin Moya made comparisons. If the 3 strongest rats in the blood red realm were only at this level of strength, no wonder it wasn't a powerful realm. At this point, the heaven-questioning Tao monarch added, although the blood red realm isn't strong in power, their troublesome point is their numbers. The number of beings in the blood red realm is astonishing. When strong beings are tied up and unable to act, the blood army entering the origin continent caused us no small trouble. Lin Moyo understood. The blood army entering the origin continent mainly targeted all living beings on the origin continent. Their true goal was to cut off the roots of the origin continent. As for the strong beings in the origin continent, naturally others would deal with them. Rat Sea tactics. Lin Moyo muttered to himself. He knew that if it were him, he would probably do the same. For any world or race, once its roots are cut off, it would take an unimaginably long time for that race or world to recover. As long as 7 or 8 out of 10 people below the Great Tao Realm and the origin continent were killed, the origin continent simply couldn't recover in a short time. This short time would be measured in tens of millions of years. The heaven-questioning Tao monarch looked into the distance, his eyes flashing with light. This old man is going. I'll leave this place to you, young friend. As his words fell, the heaven-questioning Tao monarch instantly rushed into the void. Just 1 second later, shocking auras erupted from the depths of the void. The 2 sides had already engaged in battle. Lin Moya saw purple lightning flashing in the pitch-black void, and a sea of blood boiling. Waves of vast auras rippled out from within the void. He had a thought, and the skeleton hell intensified its devouring of the crimson blood great Tao. Heia flew out with a dragon's roar, joining in the devouring. Heia bit down again and again, making sounds of metal clashing. Each bite could tear off a piece of the great Tao. Lin Moya called out in a low voice, activate formation. the Sealing Formation group was activated. At the same time, a streak of purple lightning appeared from the void, following the purple thunder Great Dao straight to the distance. At this moment, the heaven-questioning Dao monarch indicated the direction for the purple thunder Great Dao, signaling Lin Moya to move the Great Dao in that direction. Chapter 3520. Chapter 3520, 3520. Chapter 3520, Dragging the Great Dao Home. Lin Moya and the heaven-questioning Dao monarch had agreed that once the battle began, the heaven-questioning Dao monarch would block Blood 16 while the battle would change the balance between the Crimson Blood Great Dao and the Purple Thunder Great Dao. Once the balance was broken, Lin Moya would have the opportunity to use the Sealing Formation to drag the Purple Thunder Great Dao back to the area of the origin continent. As long as the Purple Thunder Great Dao could return to the area of the origin continent and re-enter the world of the Outer Sky Great Dao, it would be able to recover in the Outer Sky Great Dao. Moreover, with the appearance of the Skeleton Hell, the Crimson Blood Great Dao had been severely damaged, and the balance had already been broken. Now the advantage was on Lin Moya's side. The battle between Blood 16 and the heaven-questioning Dao monarch was fierce, with both sides displaying their skills. Purple thunder roared as the heaven-questioning Dao monarch went all out from the start. His entire body was enveloped in lightning, becoming like a thunder god. Bolt after bolt of purple lightning struck out, constantly shattering the void. Blood 16 spread his flesh wings, 16 wings covering the sky and earth, scattering boundless blood chi that transformed into armor, firmly blocking the thunder strikes. The blood chi polluted the void, turning large areas of it blood-colored, in turn surrounding the sea of lightning and pressing against the heaven-questioning Dao monarch. Lin Moya watched for a while and could already see that the heaven-questioning Dao monarch was clearly at a disadvantage. No wonder the heaven-questioning Dao monarch had been nervous earlier. There was indeed a gap in their strength, and he could only do his best to fight. Purely in terms of realm, the heaven-questioning Dao monarch was slightly weaker than Blood 16, so this situation was quite normal. Elder, please hold on for a while longer. Lin Moya seized the time, working hard to drag the Great Dao. A full 108 sealing formations, divided into 3 layers inside and out, interweaved to form a thick net, with an effect stronger than a low-grade Dao formation. Lin Moya used all his strength to drag this net, pulling the Purple Thunder Great Dao towards the direction of the origin continent. He didn't know how far the distance was, only that following the correct direction, the Great Dao could be dragged even if it cost him his life. The Skeleton Hell was still devouring the main body of the Crimson Blood Great Dao, having swallowed about 20% so far. Looking at the current situation, the heaven-questioning Dao monarch probably wouldn't be able to hold on until the Crimson Blood Great Dao was completely devoured. Not only that, even the Purple Thunder Great Dao might not be able to be dragged back. The road back to the origin continent wasn't short and would take time. Thunder roared on the heaven-questioning Dao monarch's body, bolt after bolt of purple lightning striking out. Large areas of the void were covered in purple lightning, and countless cracks were torn in the sea of blood. At this moment, the heaven-questioning Dao monarch had transformed into a purple blazing sun, incredibly dazzling. Lin Moya suddenly turned his head to look at another part of the void, where 2 equally powerful auras were rapidly approaching. Are these the reinforcements the heaven-questioning elder called? Unexpectedly, the heaven-questioning Dao monarch had a backup plan, having called 2 helpers. Although the 2 Dao monarchs rushing over weren't as high in realm as the heaven-questioning Dao monarch, they weren't far off, at least able to help. Moreover, the Great Daos they used weren't the Purple Thunder Great Dao, so their strength hadn't been damaged. Lin Moya's heart settled. With them here, the heaven-questioning Dao monarch could definitely hold on longer. Perhaps they could persist until he finished devouring the Crimson Blood Great Dao. Blood 16 roared incessantly, his flesh wings spewing boundless fresh blood. The sea of blood boiled and churned, the entire void a crimson expanse. Numerous blood rats emerged from the sea of blood. Although the blood rats weren't strong, their numbers were too great, the sight making one's skin crawl. The blood rats used rat sea tactics to delay the 2 helpers the heaven-questioning Dao monarch had summoned. Blood 16 focused all his efforts on dealing with the heaven-questioning Dao monarch, trying to force him back. Killing was difficult, but forcing a retreat wasn't so hard. Once the heaven-questioning Dao monarch retreated, Blood 16 would surely come to stop them from taking away the Purple Thunder Great Dao, restoring the balance between the 2 Great Daos. Moreover, Blood 16 would certainly guard this place for a long time in the future. Lin Moya didn't quite understand why the Blood Rat realm would do this, but there must be a reason for doing so. Whatever the reason, what the Blood Rat realm wanted to do was what he needed to prevent. With a thought, the undead army mobilized. 100 legion commanders acted together, commanding 10 billion dragon cavalry to charge over. When it came to numbers, Lin Moya had never been afraid. He only needed to move a finger to form an overwhelming advantage in numbers. These dragon cavalry charged into the sea of blood, ignoring Blood 16 and directly dealing with the emerging blood rats. Lin Moya's voice carried over from afar, "I'll handle these blood rats. Would the 2 elders please go help the heaven-questioning elder?" The 2 great Dao realm beings rushed towards the heaven-questioning Dao monarch, leaving the blood rats for the dragon cavalry to deal with. The dragon cavalry were much weaker than the blood rats, but their numbers were sufficient to delay them. Blood 16 used rat sea tactics, so Lin Moya used dragon cavalry sea tactics. Lin Moya indicated that he had plenty of dragon cavalry, as many as needed, and could summon more if not enough. With the addition of the 2 great Dao realm beings, both sides fell into a stalemate again. The heaven-questioning Dao monarch was no longer at a disadvantage. 3 against 1, they were evenly matched. Lin Moya continued to drag the Purple Thunder Great Dao away. Gradually, the Purple Thunder Great Dao moved further and further from this area of void. Suddenly, the ceiling formation rumbled and shook. A force suddenly appeared, grabbing hold of the Purple Thunder Great Tao, not letting it leave. The force came from the Crimson Blood Great Tao. The Crimson Blood Great Tao seemed to be restricting the Purple Thunder Great Tao, not allowing it to leave. The two Great Taos had been here for countless years, always restraining each other. Now that the Purple Thunder Great Tao wanted to leave, the Crimson Blood Great Tao didn't agree. Lin Moya chuckled lightly. It can barely protect itself, yet still wants to manage others. The Crimson Blood Great Tao's instinct made it stop the Purple Thunder Great Tao, but it truly could barely protect itself now. The skeleton hell was frantically devouring it. At this rate, the Crimson Blood Great Tao itself wouldn't last long. Blood 16 clearly saw this point too and became increasingly anxious, but no matter how anxious he became, it was useless. Billions of blood lights exploded, with some of the blood lights bombarding towards Lin Moyo. The wings of Time Curse gently vibrated, and Lin Moyo avoided the blood lights. The distance between them was far, giving Lin Moyo enough space to maneuver. However, the blood lights suddenly turned. Some of them abruptly changed direction to bombard the ceiling formation, while others bombarded the skeleton hell. Over 10 ceiling formations were instantly shattered, and the skeleton hell was also struck with huge cracks by the bloodlights, nearly breaking apart. Lin Moyo had truly experienced Blood 16's power. Just a casual strike had caused such a result. If it had landed on him, he might have had to die once. The heaven-questioning Dao Monarch shouted, "Entangle him, don't let him have a free hand." Obviously, the heaven-questioning Dao Monarch had realized they couldn't let Blood 16 break the ceiling formation. Lin Moyo had already started repairing the ceiling formation. Fortunately, he had divided the ceiling formation group into 3 layers inside and out earlier. The ones that were shattered were all in the outer layer, with the 2 inner layers still usable. The skeleton hell was also self-repairing, the impact not too significant. At the same time, the wings of Time Curse gently vibrated, curse after curse falling on Blood 16. The power of time and space fused into space-time power, also landing on Blood 16. Although the difference in strength between them was huge, Lin Moya was definitely not the type to take a beating without fighting back. No matter how strong you are, if you hit me, I'll hit back. The curses and space-time power intertwined. Even someone as strong as Blood 16 was somewhat affected. The effect wasn't great, but added to the siege of the heaven-questioning Dao Monarch and the other 2, it still caused him some problems, unable to free up his hands again. Lin Moya could also focus on dragging the Great Dao home. Chapter 3521. Chapter 3521, 3521. Chapter 3521, World Mist, Soul Void. The ceiling formation group was quickly repaired, and the skeleton hell had already devoured a full tenth of the main body of the Crimson Blood Great Tao. Adding in the fragments, now at least 2/10 of the Crimson Blood Great Tao had been devoured by the skeleton hell. It was now completely impossible for it to recover. The Crimson Blood Great Tao's restraining power was getting weaker and weaker, and the Purple Thunder Great Tao continued to return along the correct path. Blood 16 screamed, but no matter how frantic he became, he couldn't stop the fact that the Purple Thunder Great Tao was getting further and further away. The Purple Thunder Great Tao gradually left this area of void, and layers of mist appeared. The Purple Thunder Great Tao plunged into the mist, getting further and further away. Lin Moya didn't know what was in the mist. He just followed the path pointed out by the heaven-questioning Dao Monarch, continuously dragging the Great Tao forward. When the Purple Thunder Great Tao plunged into the mist, Lin Moya suddenly felt that its speed of departure increased. Just half an hour later, the entire Purple Thunder Great Tao had plunged into the mist. Lin Moya lost his sense of the Purple Thunder Great Tao and didn't know how it was progressing in the mist. The heaven-questioning Dao Monarch suddenly laughed heartily. Success, finally success. The heaven-questioning Dao Monarch was obviously very happy, seeming to consider it a success as long as the Purple Thunder Great Tao could enter the mist. Blood 16 was nearly mad with rage, but no matter how he raged, it was of no use. The heaven-questioning Dao Monarch laughed nonstop. It's useless, the situation is decided, it's useless. As he laughed, the aura on the heaven-questioning Dao Monarch's body suddenly rose a notch. His power increased sharply, and the purple lightning became increasingly powerful. Large areas of space were torn to shreds, forcibly blasting out large lightning zones in the sea of blood. Previously, the heaven-questioning Dao Monarch was still slightly weaker than Blood 16, but now with this sudden burst of power, the gap between them was rapidly closing. Lin Moya watched this and thought to himself, is it because the Purple Thunder Great Tao entered the mist? What exactly is this mist? Why does it feel somewhat familiar? The existence of the mist was invisible. Before the Purple Thunder Great Tao touched the mist, Lin Moya didn't even know there was mist here. Now the mist gradually calmed down, disappearing from sight again. In the face of the unknown, Lin Moya didn't touch the mist. His thoughts flew, and Lin Moya suddenly realized where he had seen similar mist before. The mist in the Soul Void and the mist here gave him almost exactly the same feeling. What connection does this place have with the Soul Void? Lin Moya felt like he was starting to touch upon some truths about this world. Although with his current realm, he was far from being able to truly touch the truth, he realized that he was indeed getting closer to it. After the Purple Thunder Great Tao left, with the heaven-questioning Dao Monarch's power increasing, Lin Moya only had one thing left to do, which was to control the skeleton hell to devour the Crimson Blood Great Tao. More and more of the Crimson Blood Great Tao was being eaten by the skeleton hell. The Crimson Blood Great Tao was gradually shrinking, and the power of the Hell Fiends was continuously increasing. With their increased strength, the Hell Fiends ate even faster. This was a virtuous cycle for Lin Moyo. Before long, the Crimson Blood Great Tao would be not clean. Even now, the Crimson Blood Great Tao was already considered ruined. Boom! Purple lightning exploded, turning the entire void purple. The purple lightning tore apart the sea of blood, crashing down on Blood 16. Blood 16 was blasted away with screams. The heaven-questioning Dao Monarch's power increased again, starting to gain the upper hand, even beginning to crush Blood 16. It's the Purple Thunder Great Dao recovering again. The heaven-questioning Dao Monarch was originally this strong. Now he's just recovering along with the Purple Thunder Great Dao. The heaven-questioning Dao Monarch released boundless lightning. In the void, billions of lightning balls rose, like billions of sun origins, glowing in the void. Die! With an angry shout, billions of lightning balls simultaneously burst with lightning, bombarding Blood 16. For a moment, the entire void was nothing but lightning, with nothing else. The heaven-questioning Dao Monarch stood in the lightning, like a god of thunder, his pressure unmatched. Blood 16 screamed miserably, his flesh wings blasted off by the lightning. He fled in panic, not daring to look back. A moment later, the lightning dissipated, and the heaven-questioning Dao Monarch and his two helpers flew back. Lin Moyo went to meet them. He saw that the heaven-questioning Dao Monarch's face was full of fatigue. To make a powerful great Dao realm being so tired, the battle over the past half-day must have been incredibly intense. Lin Moyo bowed to the two great Dao realm powerhouses. Lin Moyo greets the two elders. The two didn't speak, just looking at Lin Moyo with smiles, their gazes filled with kindness, as if appreciating an excellent junior. The heaven-questioning Dao Monarch said to them, "The two Dao friends, please return. This favor, Winshan will remember. We'll talk more later." The two nodded, turning to leave at the same time. Soon they plunged into the mist and disappeared. Lin Moya said in a low voice, "The two elders seem somewhat unusual." The heaven-questioning Dao Monarch said, "They are avatars of two Dao lords." Lin Moya made an ah sound, not expecting that the two people the heaven-questioning Dao Monarch had called were actually avatars of two Dao lords. The heaven-questioning Dao Monarch said, "You must have many doubts now. Don't rush, this old man will explain to you slowly." Perhaps because the Purple Thunder Great Dao had returned, the heaven-questioning Dao Monarch was in an extremely good mood. Moreover, he truly regarded Lin Moyo as one of his own. Some things he had wanted to say before, he was now willing to tell Lin Moyo proactively. Among the myriad realms, the Origin continent is one of the best, stronger than both the Celestial Realm and the Black Blood Great Realm. Besides these, there are many worlds of varying sizes. You can imagine that all worlds exist in a pitch-black mist, with no one knowing the position of others. But once they know each other's positions, they will try to destroy them, plunder their resources, turn their great Daos into their own great Daos, making themselves stronger and stronger. This is the origin of the Origin catastrophe. Our Origin continent was discovered by the Black Blood Realm and the Celestial Realm, so they launched a war against us. The Great Dao is both power and weapon. Back then, the Crimson Blood Great Dao brought countless blood armies to descend, and the Purple Thunder Great Dao intercepted them here. In the Great Battle, the Purple Thunder Great Dao was damaged, and the two Great Daos restrained each other. The reason they won't let the Purple Thunder Great Dao leave is that the Purple Thunder Great Dao can reposition the location of the Origin continent. When they want to launch another Origin catastrophe, they can follow it over. Lin Moya suddenly thought of the Soul Void. The Soul Void seemed to be similar, just changing the Origin world into a Soul world, with no fundamental difference. The heaven-questioning Dao Monarch seemed to have guessed what Lin Moya was thinking and chuckled. "You must be thinking about the Soul Void." Indeed, the two are not very different. One is a war of worlds, while the Soul Void is a war of self. This old man cultivates the Purple Thunder Great Dao, so this old man can come here based on the Great Dao's positioning, but those two Dao lords can't. The mist will make them lose their way. This old man spent many years to let them find this place. Their coming this time was actually taking a risk. This old man owes them a great favor. Lin Moyo asked, "Is it very dangerous in the mist?" The heaven-questioning Dao Monarch said in a low voice, "Of course it's dangerous, and there's a possibility of entering other worlds. Once you enter another world, far from the power of your Great Dao, you might be a Great Dao realm being here, but in another world, you might be nothing. Only when worlds collide, with both sides' powers intertwining, can one act unrestrained in another world. Do you understand?" Chapter 3522. Chapter 3522, 3522. Chapter 3522, Only forward, never look back. The heaven-questioning Dao Monarch revealed part of the truth about this world to Lin Moyo. Although it was just a glimpse, through this glimpse, Lin Moyo could already begin to explore this world. All realms existed within a mist, everyone hiding themselves, because once discovered by other worlds, a war would be inevitable. Either be destroyed by others, or destroy them. But no matter what, war would bring astonishing damage, possibly taking billions of years to recover. And these billions of years would be incredibly dangerous. In the world mist, it was a war belonging to countless living beings of entire worlds, while in the soul void, it was a war belonging to individuals. But often, these two types of wars did not exist independently. When broken down, wars often coexisted. The heaven-questioning Dao Monarch's words plunged Lin Moyo into deep thought. He felt that the struggles between the myriad realms were too similar to the world struggles in the Boundary Sea, almost identical. The difference was that one was in the Boundary Sea, where you could even see the other side. The other was in the mist, where you had to rely on luck to encounter others. But was it really just pure luck? Lin Moyo felt it was different. In the world struggles of the Boundary Sea, those world masters could leave the Boundary Sea, see the positions of other worlds, and even change the orbits of their own worlds, actively causing collisions. What about the myriad realms in the world mist? Were there also powerful beings secretly manipulating the orbits of worlds? If there weren't, Lin Moyo didn't quite believe it, at least there was no evidence. If there were, Lin Moyo instinctively thought of the green-robed old man, his Dao partner, and the white-robed old man who gave him the ancestor water. These three people seemed to have unimaginable abilities, especially what the green-robed old man said, become a Dao Lord first. It seemed that even Dao Lords weren't much in his eyes. The heaven-questioning Dao monarch smiled. How about it? Do you understand now? That origin catastrophe back then, although we didn't win, we didn't really lose either. The Celestial Realm and the Black Blood Great Realm also suffered extremely heavy losses. If it wasn't for some things that happened later, perhaps we would have already counterattacked. But we still remembered some positions. In the future, we'll settle accounts. The heaven-questioning Dao monarch was sighing, the events of the past indelible in his memory. Lin Moyo wasn't pondering about the origin catastrophe. Events too far in the past didn't need much thought. He wanted to know what happened then out of curiosity, to understand why, and to know how to proceed on his own path. In his repeated interactions with higher beings, Lin Moya's thought patterns had imperceptibly changed, his way of thinking rising to a higher position. Just as Little May had said, Lin Moya began to look down from above. This was a natural change occurring with the change in strength and status. The more he knew, the questions in his heart didn't decrease, but rather increased. Lin Moyo asked, Elder, do you know about the ancestor water? The heaven-questioning Dao monarch nodded. Of course I know, the ancestor of all waters, hence named ancestor water. Lin Moya continued to ask, then do you know where the ancestor water comes from? The heaven-questioning Dao monarch said, it said that the ancestor water comes from a strange treasure, but no one has ever seen this treasure. However, people often obtain ancestor water, but no one has ever traced its source. Hearing this answer, Lin Moya's brow furrowed even more. Then what about the essence of ancestor water? The heaven-questioning Dao monarch shook his head. The same. Some people have obtained the essence of ancestor water, but very few know its use. Lin Moyo pressed on, when you entered the other shore realm, did you see anything? This time it was the heaven-questioning Dao monarch's turn to be confused. It was just breaking through a realm. What could I have seen? The other shore realm, that was so long ago. To have achieved the great Dao realm, without even thinking about it, one would know that when the heaven-questioning Dao monarch entered the other shore realm, it must have been extremely perfect. Logically speaking, he should have been able to see some things, like that white-robed old man, that gourd full of holes. Even if he didn't see it, surely some of the many great Dao realm beings would have seen it. If someone had seen it, news would have spread, but the heaven-questioning Dao monarch knew nothing about it. But his own sister knew, and had deliberately reminded him. Lin Moyo felt that the mystery he faced was getting bigger and bigger. He thought to himself, Big sis, how exactly did you know? The similarities between layers of worlds, from small worlds to large worlds, to the origin continent. The invasion of demons and dragons in the small world seemed natural, but the situation of the human race in the small world at that time seemed to replicate the situation of the human race in the large world. It's just that the demon and dragon races in the small world became the 100 races in the large world, with the demon race still existing. As a result, on the origin continent, the 100 races were gone, but it became an invasion by outside races. The world struggles in the boundary sea also became the world mist, everything seeming to be a replication again. Thinking carefully, it was as if someone had already told him the truth of this world in advance, everything having a strange sense of familiarity. This repeated feeling made Lin Moya deeply sense a kind of deliberateness. He was 90% sure that there must be a hidden hand behind this world, this hidden hand arranging many things, and the arranged events not arousing anyone's suspicion, as if they were natural. Such an existence was truly too terrifying. The only beings Lin Moya could think of were just those few. Old green-robed man, what exactly is your identity? Why are you doing this? Unable to figure it out, Lin Moya stopped caring about any mysteries, pointing the source of the problem directly at the green-robed old man. He believed that everything was done by the green-robed old man. As long as he could find the green-robed old man, he could solve all mysteries. In an instant, all doubts in his heart disappeared, his thoughts became clear, and Lin Moyo had an accurate goal. He no longer wanted to pursue the secrets of the past. The pursuit of these secrets had no use for him. What difference did it make whether he knew or not? It wasn't important. His thinking seemed to have undergone a great baptism, leaping over a threshold that ordinary people would find difficult to cross in a lifetime, stepping onto a new height. Lin Moya clenched his fist slightly, telling himself in his heart, as long as I reach the peak, looking down from above, there will be no secrets in this world. The past and future of the world are all in the river of time. I only need to step into the river of time, and everything will unfold before my eyes. I took the wrong path before. I was too obsessed with what happened in the past. There's really no need for that. Since that's the case, then let's throw away everything that happened before. Only forward, never look back. As his thoughts became clear, suddenly a powerful force descended, transforming into auspicious light falling on Lin Moyo. The Great Dao reward suddenly arrived, stronger than any previous Great Dao reward. Lin Moyo had a sudden inspiration, knowing why the Great Dao reward had come. Because he had dragged the Purple Thunder Great Dao back, which was a great merit for the Great Dao of the origin continent, much greater than killing a few otherworldly celestial beings. Under the illumination of the auspicious light, Lin Moyo began to condense his first Dao pattern. Chapter 3523. Chapter 3523, 3523. Chapter 3523, 100 Dao Patterns, Great Dao Divine Abilities. Lin Moya clearly felt the difference in this Great Dao reward. This Great Dao reward was powerful, magnificent, and vast, seemingly endless. Bringing a displaced Great Dao back to the origin continent could actually bring such great benefits. This was something Lin Moyo had never imagined. Several minutes later, a Dao pattern emerged in response. This was his 91st Dao pattern. This Dao pattern had already been half-formed, and the Great Dao reward gave it a push, allowing it to fully condense and take shape. The appearance of the 91st Dao pattern also meant that Lin Moyo had officially stepped onto the path towards the 6th level of Dao Venerable Realm. 10 minutes later, the 92nd Dao pattern appeared. Then the time for Dao patterns to appear became fixed, one every 10 minutes, almost without deviation. Dao patterns condensed one after another, and the Great Dao reward continued, showing no signs of stopping. The heaven-questioning Dao monarch watched this scene, his gaze revealing joy. The return of the Purple Thunder Great Dao made him the happiest. In his view, Lin Moyo receiving the Great Dao reward was well-deserved. At this moment, Lin Moyo was enveloped in auspicious light, his aura churning, his realm gradually rising. The heaven-questioning Dao monarch narrowed his eyes. He should be condensing Dao patterns. I wonder how many basic Dao patterns he has. It shouldn't be too few. With such combat power at the 5th level of Dao Venerable Realm, if he reaches the Great Dao Realm, his combat power will likely exceed everyone's expectations. Even if he doesn't reach the Great Dao Realm, if he can reach the 7th level of Dao Venerable Realm, he might be unmatched on the origin continent. The heaven-questioning Dao monarch had high hopes for Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo's ability to fight across realms was too powerful to the point that even he found it incredible. Not just on the origin continent, but in the entire outer sky Great Dao, no one could do what Lin Moyo did. At the 5th level of Dao Venerable Realm, killing a Great Dao realm being in reverse, what kind of method was this? If someone else had told him that someone at the Dao Venerable Realm had killed a Great Dao realm being, he definitely wouldn't have believed it. But it was actually the case, seen with his own eyes, he had no choice but to believe. The Great Dao reward had already continued for dozens of minutes, and the auspicious light still showed no signs of weakening. The heaven-questioning Dao monarch also didn't know how long the Great Dao reward could last. After all, such a thing had rarely happened from ancient times to the present. The number of Dao patterns was increasing. The 97th was formed, followed by the 98th, and the 99th. Lin Moyo pressed on in one go, showing no intention of stopping. As long as he condensed the 108th Dao pattern, he would enter the 6th level of Dao Venerable Realm. Soon, the 100th Dao pattern was about to form. In an instant, his entire soul world shook violently, and one Great Dao after another appeared. The Undying Great Dao, the Thousand Stars Great Dao, the Time Great Dao, the Space Great Dao, the Power Great Dao, the Fortune Great Dao. A full 6 Great Daos simultaneously appeared before Lin Moyo. This was also the first time Lin Moyo had seen his 6 Great Daos so clearly. The feeling was as if a layer of mist had been removed, truly seeing the Great Dao. Dazzling light flickered on the 6 Great Daos. Lin Moyo felt that a kind of indescribable, wondrous connection had formed between himself and the Great Dao. It was as if he could command the Great Dao to do some unimaginable things. For example, through the Undying Great Dao, he could bring back to life a being that had been dead for countless years, or give life to a stone, or make a living being wither and die in an instant. He could also use the Time Great Dao to reverse past and future, not just simply view them. He could use the Space Great Dao to go to any corner of the world. This feeling arose from the heart, reaching the soul, incredibly wondrous. Lin Moyo didn't know why he had this illusion. He knew it was just an illusion, it wasn't possible to do this now. His soul was as clear as a bright mirror. This is 100 Dao patterns, Great Dao divine abilities. The feeling I just had was actually the feeling brought by the Great Dao divine abilities. It's just that my realm isn't high enough yet. I still can't truly command the power of the Great Dao to use the Great Dao divine abilities. If one day my realm is high enough, I might really be able to do it. Wild ambitions grew in Lin Moyo's heart. The feeling just now was too miraculous, deciding life and death, reversing time and space, turning the impossible into possible. What an attractive ability this was. This was true great power, not just simple strength. Then Lin Moyo saw his 6 Great Daos and suddenly discovered that these 6 Great Daos were not the same. Among them, the Undying Great Dao, the Time Great Dao, and the Power Great Dao came from the void, trailing long tails that seemed endless. Lin Moyo didn't know where they extended to. They seemed to reach infinitely far places, omnipresent. The other 3, the Thousand Stars Great Dao, the Space Great Dao, and the Fortune Great Dao, although they also had long tails and looked no different on the surface, they gave Lin Moyo the feeling of having an end. 3 Great Daos gave him the feeling of being boundless, while the other 3 gave him the feeling of being vast but with an end. Which was higher and which was lower was obvious at a glance. Under the envelopment of the Great Dao reward's auspicious light, Lin Moyo's thoughts became incredibly clear. Things he couldn't understand before, he now understood the cause and effect with just a slight thought. Undying, Time, and Power. These 3 Great Daos were not only effective on the origin continent, but even if he left the origin continent, they could still bring him powerful strength. The Thousand Stars, Space, and Fortune Great Daos had the best effect within the origin continent. Once leaving the range of the origin continent, their effect would greatly weaken. This was exactly the same as what he felt in the soul void. He had asked the 3 ancestors and the Beast Emperor about this question but didn't get an answer. Even they didn't know why it was like this. Perhaps only Dao Lords knew this secret. The 100 Dao patterns allowed him to resonate with the 6 Great Daos. He had already felt the Great Dao divine abilities, but temporarily couldn't use them. He originally thought that after 100 Dao patterns, he could only obtain the divine ability of one Great Dao. He didn't expect to obtain divine abilities for all 6 Great Daos. After careful thought, he felt it should be related to his simultaneous comprehension of 6 Great Daos, not favoring one over another. divine abilities have been born. Next is cultivation, becoming a great Dao realm being, truly obtaining divine abilities. While Lin Moya was pondering, the 101st Dao pattern successfully condensed. The great Dao reward was still continuing, and Dao patterns were still condensing at a rate of 1 every 10 minutes. At the same time, the skeleton hell was still continuously gnawing at the Crimson Blood Great Dao. The main body of the Crimson Blood Great Dao was getting smaller and smaller. The powerful force contained in the Great Dao now belonged to the skeleton hell. In the churning magma of the skeleton hell, a strange blood color appeared. With the devouring of the Crimson Blood Great Dao, the skeleton hell also possessed a trace of the Crimson Blood Great Dao's power. However, this trace of power was incompatible with the skeleton hell, very uncoordinated. Its appearance didn't make the skeleton hell stronger, but rather weakened it. It was like a pollutant, polluting the skeleton hell. This had never happened before. Previously, the skeleton hell had devoured so many things, but pollution had never existed. The heaven-questioning Dao monarch also noticed this point and said in a low voice, "Bad, it's the Dao poison of the Crimson Blood Great Dao." His heart tightened, wanting to tell Lin Moya to stop immediately. But Lin Moya was currently in the Great Dao reward and couldn't hear anything, unless it was forcibly interrupted. The heaven-questioning Dao monarch naturally couldn't do this, falling into a dilemma for a moment. Chapter 3524. Chapter 3524, 3524. Chapter 3524, Fusing with Dao Poison. The Great Dao has no consciousness but has instincts. When it knows it will inevitably be destroyed, it will release Dao Poison. Dao Poison can pollute all things in the world, including various techniques. Now, in its desperation, the Crimson Blood Great Dao released its Dao Poison, attempting to pollute the skeleton hell. Techniques should be pure. If polluted by external forces, the technique will be greatly weakened or even directly rendered useless. Lin Moya knew nothing about this. He was condensing Dao patterns in the Great Dao reward, completely unaware of what was happening outside. The blood color in the skeleton hell was becoming more and more intense. The Dao poison was polluting the hell. The Hell Fiends had discovered this and were trying hard to devour the Dao poison, but they couldn't succeed. Hell Fiends could devour all things, but they couldn't devour the skeleton hell itself. The Hell Fiends were helpless against this. The magma boiled but couldn't burn away this Dao poison. Affected by the Dao poison, the Hell Fiends' aura weakened rather than strengthened, and their devouring speed also slowed down. They still carried out Lin Moya's orders. Even though weakened, they never stopped devouring. Gradually, the Dao poison spread to the netherworld black pool. Heia let out dragon roars, screaming incessantly. It spewed out hellfire but couldn't burn away the Dao poison. The heaven-questioning Dao monarch grew more anxious as he watched, but he couldn't disturb Lin Moya. The Dao poison was polluting Lin Moya's technique. He couldn't help at all. Hell, this is hell. If hell can't return because of the Dao poison, that would be terrible. The heaven-questioning Dao monarch had always had a guess about Lin Moya's identity. If his guess wasn't wrong, this technique would be very important to Lin Moya. Anxious and worried, but unable to do anything, this feeling was very unpleasant. The heaven-questioning Dao monarch could only frown and wait. Usually, people enjoying the Great Dao reward hope for it to last as long as possible, but this time, the heaven-questioning Dao monarch hoped Lin Moya's Great Dao reward would end immediately, not continuing any longer. Lin Moya, enjoying the Great Dao reward, was indeed unaware of what was happening outside, but the appearance of Dao poison in the skeleton hell directly reflected in his soul world. The place where the skeleton hell usually resided was in the bottom area of his rule world. This was his own world, and Lin Moya was the most sensitive to all changes in this world. A bit of blood color appeared in the bottom area of the rule world. The Dao poison had invaded Lin Moya's rule world through the connection between the skeleton hell and Lin Moya. This was Lin Moya's first time devouring a Great Dao, and he didn't know what Dao poison was. But he knew clearly that this blood color came from the Crimson Blood Great Dao and wasn't anything good. Even his own rule world had blood color appear, so the impact on the skeleton hell must be enormous. With a thought, he directly recalled the skeleton hell. Seeing the skeleton hell already densely covered in blood color, Lin Moya's thoughts moved like lightning, immediately thinking of a way to deal with it. One was to use the current Great Dao reward, using the power of the Great Dao reward to grind away the Dao poison of the Crimson Blood Great Dao. But doing so would consume the Great Dao reward, and the remaining Crimson Blood Great Dao couldn't continue to be devoured, otherwise it would continue to be polluted by Dao poison. So he could only try another method. Technique, Infinite Fusion. Lin Moya rarely actively used this technique, generally letting Infinite Fusion work on its own. This time, Lin Moya actively used Infinite Fusion. He wanted to try to fuse the Dao poison with the skeleton hell. If successful, the Dao poison would no longer be poison, but instead would become the power of the skeleton hell, making the skeleton hell stronger. Moreover, the skeleton hell would no longer be affected by the Dao poison of the Crimson Blood Great Dao and could devour unscrupulously. The Infinite Fusion technique star, which had always been high above, flew down spinning, coming to the bottom of the rule world. It spewed out hazy mist, falling onto the skeleton hell. The mist spread rapidly, enveloping the entire skeleton hell. The bottom area of the rule world was quickly covered in mist, becoming a world of mist. Lin Moya watched this, feeling somewhat puzzled. This misty world also looked somewhat familiar, seeming similar to the world mist and the mist in the soul void. Thinking again, Lin Moya felt a bit self-mocking, feeling he was overthinking. It should just be a simple resemblance. After all, they were all mist, there shouldn't be much difference. Infinite Fusion kept spewing mist. The skeleton hell had been completely enveloped in mist, and nothing could be seen. As the master, Lin Moya sensed the changes in the skeleton hell. In the mist, the Dao poison hadn't dissipated but was fusing with the skeleton hell. The fusion speed wasn't slow. The skeleton hell was now accepting the power of the Dao poison, and the hell fiends were rapidly recovering. It really works. Lin Moya was delighted his idea was indeed feasible. Once the skeleton hell fused with the Dao poison, devouring the remaining crimson blood great Dao would be a matter of course. He experienced the wonder of infinite fusion again. Even Dao poison could be fused. This little thing seemed capable of many things he hadn't truly developed and utilized its abilities. Soon, infinite fusion stopped spewing mist. It flew over spinning, circled around Lin Moya a few times, then flew back to its high throne. For it, this seemed like an insignificant small matter, easily completed, not even bothering to claim credit. In the mist, the skeleton hell was undergoing the final fusion. Now it no longer needed infinite fusion's help, just needing a bit more time. Lin Moya knew there was no problem now and didn't bother with it anymore, continuing to fully condense Dao patterns. The 103rd Dao pattern was about to form. Lin Moya felt he needed to seize the time, striving to condense all 18 Dao patterns in one go, entering the 6th level of Dao Venerable Realm in one breath. Seeing the skeleton hell suddenly disappear, the heaven-questioning Dao monarch knew Lin Moya had realized it, and couldn't help but sigh in relief. For some reason, he felt Lin Moya must have a way to handle this matter well, not needing him to worry. He suddenly looked into the depths of the void. 3 powerful auras were racing over from the void. Blood 16 has come back. The other one is. His gaze contracted, and his form disappeared, actively going to meet them. He couldn't let them get close. He had to stop them at an extremely far distance. Blood 16 had come back, and with him were 2 blood rats. Both blood rats had 14 flesh wings, slightly weaker than Blood 16. This situation was just like when the heaven-questioning Dao monarch summoned 2 helpers earlier. Although slightly weaker, there were more of them. The heaven-questioning Dao monarch quickly rushed in front of them, shouting purple extreme thunder sea. Tens of thousands of miles of void instantly turned into a purple thunder sea. Screams sounded in the thunder sea, blood seas churned, and both sides engaged again. The area of engagement this time was farther than the previous time. The heaven-questioning Dao monarch didn't want to affect Lin Moya. The thunder sea was dense, raising huge waves colliding with blood light. Space shattered, the great Dao roared. The entire world seemed to welcome doomsday. Chapter 3525. Chapter 3525, 3525. Chapter 3525, One Great Dao Against an Entire Realm. The battle between the heaven-questioning Dao monarch and Blood 16 did not affect Lin Moya. Lin Moya continued condensing Dao patterns, one after another. The effect of the Great Dao reward finally began to weaken. Lin Moya calculated in his heart, the Great Dao is starting to weaken. I've already condensed 106 Dao patterns, just 2 more to go. There's hope. It seems Elder Heaven-questioning is fighting again. Has Blood 16 returned? Lin Moya no longer allowed himself to be distracted. He focused his mind, fully concentrating on condensing, grasping the tail end of the Great Dao reward. Time passed second by second. The Great Dao reward became weaker, rapidly receding. Finally, the 107th Dao pattern was successfully condensed. Lin Moya pressed on without pause, continuing to condense the 108th Dao pattern. Blood 16's side finally discovered Lin Moya's existence. They tried to attack Lin Moya repeatedly, but were blocked each time by the heaven-questioning Dao monarch. Fortunately, due to the return of the Purple Thunder Great Dao, the heaven-questioning Dao monarch had recovered much of his power. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to block them at all. But now, from 3 against 1, it became 1 against 3. The heaven-questioning Dao monarch found himself in a difficult situation again. He could retreat, Blood 16 couldn't stop him. But if he retreated, Lin Moya would be in danger. Lin Moya's Great Dao reward was still continuing. The heaven-questioning Dao monarch knew he absolutely couldn't retreat. The best defense is offense. The heaven-questioning Dao monarch's killing intent surged. He took out a pointed tower. This tower was very similar to the seal of the Divine Rune Army, but more exquisite and more powerful. The heaven-questioning Dao monarch shouted angrily, "Purple Extreme Thunder Tower, suppress!" The tower enlarged with a rumbling sound, flying high up. Countless lightning bolts poured down like waterfalls, forming a cage to trap Blood 16 and the other 2. However, using this tower clearly put considerable pressure on the heaven-questioning Dao monarch. He gritted his teeth, the Great Dao power around his body boiling violently. Blood 16 screamed incessantly, his cries extremely shrill. His flesh wings flapped frantically, blood chi like knives, trying to forcibly tear open the lightning. The other 2 blood rats cooperated with him, together tearing a gap in the lightning. A streak of bloodlight burst out, breaking through the heaven-questioning Dao monarch's blockade, heading straight for Lin Moya. The heaven-questioning Dao monarch had no time to stop it and shouted fiercely, "Be careful!" The soul sound vibrated in the void. Lin Moya was hit by the bloodlight, exploding and shattering to pieces once again. The heaven-questioning Dao monarch's teeth were clenched in anger. The lightning erupted again, but it was of no use. Blood 16's screams changed, seeming to become mocking laughter. But he hadn't laughed for long before it turned back into angry screams. Purple light flickered, and Lin Moya was resurrected again, completing his rebirth. After rebirth, Lin Moya's aura rose rapidly, reaching from the 5th level of Dao Venerable Realm to the 6th level. 108 Dao patterns glowed brightly in his soul, the Dao patterns resonating non-stop. The power of all Dao patterns was enhanced, and consequently, his techniques also became much stronger. Seeing that Lin Moya hadn't died, joy appeared in the heaven-questioning Dao monarch's eyes. "Are you alright, young friend?" Lin Moya smiled and said, "Don't worry, Elder. It's not so easy to kill me. The wings of Time Curse spread out, and Lin Moya flew over rapidly. Halfway there, he pointed his finger, and the skeleton hell descended. Lin Moya's target for the skeleton hell wasn't Blood 16, but the blood rat next to him, the one with 14 wings. With a scream, the skeleton hell was instantly torn to pieces by it. However, Lin Moya also completed the soul lock at this moment, and the Sword of Fortune appeared in response. At the instant the Sword of Fortune approached, the soul lock was broken, but Lin Moya had just converted it into a Great Dao enemy lock. The Great Dao enemy lock couldn't last too long, at most no more than 0.1 seconds, but it was enough. A piece of shattered flesh appeared in Lin Moya's hand, which was left behind by the 12-winged blood rat he had killed earlier. A drop of ancestor water fell on the shattered flesh, and millions of portions of belief power ignited simultaneously. At the moment the Great Dao enemy lock was completed, this piece of shattered flesh turned to ash. Origin level technique, corpse explosion. Lin Moya didn't give him a chance to break the Great Dao enemy lock, directly detonating it. Boom! With a huge explosion, that 14-winged blood rat let out a miserable scream. Most of its body was torn apart, not just its physical body, but its soul as well. The heaven-questioning Dao monarch seized the opportunity, and the extreme thunder tower dropped tens of thousands of lightning bolts on it. The remaining physical body couldn't withstand it and was instantly blasted to pieces. Lin Moya turned his gaze to the other 14-winged blood rat, killing intent rising from his body, as if he was going to do it again. The 14-winged blood rat screamed in fear and turned to flee. Blood 16 seemed to know that the situation was hopeless and left with angry screams. The sea of lightning gradually receded. The heaven-questioning Dao monarch put away the purple extreme thunder tower, his expression showing fatigue but also great joy. Young friend is indeed extraordinary. Lin Moya reached out his hand, drawing the remaining blood and flesh of the 14-winged blood rat to himself. Thanks to the elder for helping this junior stall for so long. The heaven-questioning Dao monarch waved his hand. There's no need for such formalities between us. Now that they've left, they probably won't come back, unless Silver 18 can awaken. Lin Moya asked, what about their golden rat king? The heaven-questioning Dao monarch said in a low voice, dead. He perished together with the purple thunder Dao lord. Lin Moya hadn't expected it to be a mutual destruction. The heaven-questioning Dao monarch said softly, that battle back then was very fierce. In my purple thunder Great Dao, there were originally hundreds of Great Dao realm beings. Apart from me, all of them died in battle. In the Blood Rat realm, the Golden Rat King died in battle. Silver 18 is in deep sleep, only Blood 16 is slightly better off. Their Crimson Blood Great Dao was also damaged. Now, it's probably going to be gone. Using the power of one Great Dao to fight against the entire Blood Rat realm, this combat power was already extremely strong. It was also because the Purple Thunder Great Dao was severely damaged that no one could comprehend the Purple Thunder Great Dao afterwards. Lin Moyo asked, Elder, do you know about the Lightning Purple Striped Tiger clan among the Beast race? I observed that their power seems related to the Purple Thunder Great Dao. The heaven-questioning Dao monarch said softly, of course I know. The ancestor of the Lightning Purple Striped Tigers was once the mount of the Purple Thunder Great Dao Lord, and once obtained a trace of the Purple Thunder Great Dao's origin. This trace of origin should still be on the origin continent. The ancestor of the Lightning Purple Tigers might be able to revive with this trace of origin. Lin Moyo hadn't expected there to be such a connection, which was quite unexpected. The heaven-questioning Dao monarch said with a smile, although it's said to be the Dao Lord's mount, it was actually also a comrade in arms. We never underestimate the Beast race. They are also members of our origin continent. Now many great Dao realm beings actually come from the Beast race. Lin Moya naturally understood this principle. All living beings in heaven and earth are equal. The heaven-questioning Dao monarch smiled. It's best that you think this way. Now, what do you plan to do? Are you going back? The Purple Thunder Great Dao has returned. If you go back this time, you won't be able to return here through the Divine Rune Army's seal. Lin Moya said, before going back, I want to devour the Crimson Blood Great Dao. We can't come here anymore, so the Blood Rat realm also can't get here. The existence of the Crimson Blood Great Dao seemed to provide a coordinate position for the Blood Rat realm. Lin Moya naturally wouldn't allow it to continue existing. It was just right that the skeleton hell could continue eating, and the heaven-questioning Dao monarch also supported Lin Moya doing this. A moment later, the skeleton hell recovered and was released again to continue devouring the main body of the Crimson Blood Great Dao. The Dao poison had already fused with the skeleton hell, not only failing to pollute the skeleton hell but actually making the skeleton hell's power stronger. In the magma, there was a tinge of blood color, powerful and strange. Chapter 3526. Chapter 3526, 3526. Chapter 3526, Big Brother will look after you from now on. Crack, crack. The main body of the Crimson Blood Great Dao rapidly shrank. The Hell Fiends, as if they had taken stimulants, were no longer grinding bit by bit, but gnawing chunk by chunk. Their efficiency had increased at least several times compared to before. The skeleton hell was still at the 9th level of Dao Venerable realm, but it wasn't an ordinary 9th level Dao Venerable. The Hell Fiends were clearly much stronger, with their combat power greatly increased while maintaining the same realm. Even the heaven-questioning Dao monarch frowned as he watched, feeling that even if he were bitten, it wouldn't be good. The Great Dao was very hard, difficult for Great Dao realm beings to shatter. If the Hell Fiends were grinding it down bit by bit, he could barely understand. But gnawing it down chunk by chunk, what was this? Being able to gnaw the Great Dao, gnawing them, these Great Dao realm beings, probably wouldn't be difficult either. Lin Moya said, this Dao poison is also a blessing in disguise. After fusing with the Dao poison, the attack power has actually increased quite a bit. The heaven-questioning Tao monarch laughed dryly, shifting his attention from the skeleton hell. Since ancient times, blessings and misfortunes have been intertwined. It's hard to say whether anything is right or wrong. Lin Moya said, indeed, just like you, elder. I'm afraid you have a chance to reach the peak of Tao Lord this time. The heaven-questioning Tao monarch chuckled. I didn't expect the young friend to see through this. Lin Moya said, years of persistence will always be rewarded. This junior can only wish the elder smooth success in becoming a Tao Lord. The heaven-questioning Tao monarch laughed happily. Thank you for your kind words, young friend. If I can really become a Tao Lord, all these years of hard work will be worth it. Earlier, when dragging the Purple Thunder Great Tao back, Lin Moyo had already sensed a trace of origin power on the main body of the Purple Thunder Great Tao. Every Great Tao has its origin. If one can find the origin, the probability of becoming a Tao Lord will greatly increase. Now the Purple Thunder Great Tao was damaged. After so many years, only two were left who comprehended the Purple Thunder Great Tao. One was the heaven-questioning Tao monarch, and the other was the ancestor of the lightning purple striped tigers. However, it was unclear when the ancestor of the lightning purple striped tigers could come back to life, so only the heaven-questioning Tao monarch was left. When he obtains the origin of the Purple Thunder Great Tao, coupled with his originally strong cultivation realm, becoming a Tao Lord shouldn't be a problem. The heaven-questioning Tao monarch could summon the avatars of two Tao Lords to help, so his status and connections must not be bad. Perhaps the next time they meet, he would already be a Tao Lord. Lin Moya joked, when this junior enters the Outer Sky Great Tao in the future, if the elder becomes a Tao Lord, remember to look after this junior. The heaven-questioning Tao monarch laughed even more happily. Young friend's matters or this old man's matters. Whether I can become a Tao Lord or not, I won't allow anyone to bully you. Lin Moya smiled and said, with your words, I can roam freely in the Outer Sky Great Tao. To be honest, although I haven't gone to the Outer Sky Great Tao yet, I've already offended quite a few people. The heaven-questioning Tao monarch looked curious. Tell me, who is so blind as to dare offend you, young friend? Lin Moya smiled and said, one of them is called the Withering and Flourishing Elder, a great Tao realm being who has been planning in the origin continent for many years, vainly attempting to seek benefits from the great changes in heaven and earth. As he spoke, Lin Moya paid attention to the heaven-questioning Tao monarch's expression. He noticed that when he mentioned the Withering and Flourishing Elder's name, the heaven-questioning Tao monarch's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. The heaven-questioning Tao monarch said in a low voice, I know this person. His main body is a great Tao divine tree, but he's narrow-minded and difficult to get along with. How did you offend him? Lin Moya said, I ruined his plans. He wanted to kill me, so I found a way to force him out of the origin continent. He should have returned to the Outer Sky Great Tao by now. I guess he'll come looking for me when I enter the Outer Sky Great Tao. The heaven-questioning Tao monarch said softly, those who entered the origin continent to make plans all have grand schemes. Young friend forced him away, causing his years of planning to be destroyed in vain. This is equivalent to cutting off someone's path. This grudge is big, but don't worry, with this old man around, he can't touch you. The heaven-questioning Tao monarch was clearly confident in himself. This way, Lin Moya could roughly estimate the Withering and Flourishing Elder's strength. The Withering and Flourishing Elder must be like the three ancestors and others, only an avatar that came. His main body's strength must be powerful, but since the heaven-questioning Tao monarch spoke like this, the strength difference between the two shouldn't be too great. If the heaven-questioning Tao monarch could become a Tao Lord, he might be able to suppress the Withering and Flourishing Elder. Lin Moyo asked, may I ask about your realm, Elder? The heaven-questioning Tao monarch said, why not? At my peak, this old man was a second-grade innate soul, but now with the Great Tao damaged, my strength is far from what it was. It was about the same as Lin Moyo had guessed. If the Great Tao could recover this time, the heaven-questioning Tao monarch might be able to step into the first-grade innate soul, then find a way to become a Tao Lord. Lin Moya said, the Withering and Flourishing Elder is just one of them. Actually, this junior has also offended the Great Tao Formation sect. Hearing Lin Moya say this, the heaven-questioning Tao monarch immediately became interested. Tell me quickly, how did you offend the Great Tao Formation sect? Lin Moya recounted what had happened in the relic from beyond the sky. Hearing that Lin Moyo had destroyed the remnant soul of the Great Tao Formation sect's Formation Master, the heaven-questioning Tao monarch slapped his thigh. Well done. The people of the Great Tao Formation sect deserve to be killed. These fellows, if they had been willing to go all out back then, the origin catastrophe wouldn't have been so tragic. Afterwards, when we asked for their help, they still set all kinds of unreasonable conditions. They think that because they possess the Formation Great Tao and guard the origin formation, others can't do anything to them. This old man has long disliked them. If this old man had encountered this, he would have killed them too. Don't worry, this old man will handle this for you. If they dare to come and cause you trouble, this old man will stand up for you. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, clearly having suppressed his dissatisfaction with the Great Tao Formation sect for many years. Combined with the attitudes of the three ancestors and the Beast Emperor towards the Great Tao Formation sect, Lin Moya came to a conclusion: the Great Tao Formation sect was truly unpopular. Lin Moya said, when the origin continent recovers and the 5 continents reappear, various sects and forces from the Outer Sky Great Tao will send people. At that time, another great battle will be inevitable. The heaven-questioning Tao monarch snorted coldly. No need to wait until then, they're already fighting now, just with some restraint, fighting while negotiating. Speaking of this old man just remembered, the Great Tao Formation sect is also coming down, and they're very aggressive, seemingly looking for something. But this old man doesn't know exactly what they're looking for. Anyway, there's a group of people who don't want them to come down. They're still negotiating now, with no results yet. When the time comes, young friend, if possible, don't be in such a hurry to come to the outer sky Great Tao. They won't dare to act recklessly on the origin continent. If you can wait until this old man achieves the Great Tao, then come up, you'll be safe. Lin Moyo understood the heaven-questioning Tao monarch's words. He very much wanted to help Lin Moyo, but was afraid he couldn't take good care of him, because he wasn't a Tao Lord yet. Once he becomes a Tao Lord, it would be different. Lin Moyo said, "Thank you, Elder. I'll also look at the situation. I don't have to immediately enter the outer sky Great Tao." The heaven-questioning Tao monarch waved his hand. "I've said it, don't call me Elder, call me brother." Lin Moyo immediately changed his form of address. "Then thank you, big brother heaven-questioning." The two called each other brothers, talking happily. Half a day later, the main body of the Crimson Blood Great Tao had become extremely small, and its origin was revealed. The skeleton hell didn't care about these things. Heia swallowed its origin in one gulp. Boom! Powerful force rose from the skeleton hell, sweeping through the void. Chapter 3527. Chapter 3527, 3527. Chapter 3527, Lin Moya's ambition. Black chi-like pillars connected heaven and earth, sweeping across a large expanse of void. A series of soul-shaking dragon roars sounded, followed by a pair of blood-red dragon eyes emerging from the darkness. As if judging the fate of living beings in hell, the red light was enough to incinerate the souls of living creatures. After devouring the origin of the Crimson Blood Great Tao, the skeleton hell underwent some wondrous changes. The hell fiends had become stronger. Without breaking through to a new realm, their combat power had still achieved a breakthrough. Lin Moya felt that the Hell Fiends' combat power had almost touched the threshold of the pseudo-Great Tao realm. Even if they hadn't truly touched it, they were only a hair's breadth away, much stronger than the 9th level of Tao Venerable realm. However, the biggest change in the skeleton hell wasn't the Hell Fiends, but Heio. As the Netherworld Black Dragon, it was Heio who completed the devouring of the Crimson Blood Great Tao's origin, so naturally it gained the most benefits. The Netherworld Black Dragon was undergoing a transformation. Amidst the churning black chi, Heia suddenly burst out, coming above the skeleton hell. Its dragon head slightly lowered as it looked down upon the world. Its aura grew stronger and stronger. With a clear dragon roar, Heia suddenly broke through the barrier of the Tao Venerable realm, leaped over the pseudo-Great Tao realm, and stepped directly into the Great Tao realm. Its level had surpassed the skeleton hell. From this moment on, Heia belonged to the skeleton hell yet was above the skeleton hell, becoming a unique existence. The key point was that when it broke through the Tao Venerable realm, no heavenly punishment descended. Although the power of the Great Tao of the Origin continent was very weak here, it could still send down heavenly punishment, just like it had sent down the Great Tao reward earlier. This shouldn't have been a problem. The Great Tao seemed to have tacitly approved its existence, which was very strange. One dragon roar followed another. The scales on Heia's body became thicker and thicker, the black light gleaming like mirrors. Heia's dragon roars also changed accordingly, from high and clear, gradually becoming sharp, then becoming low and deep, different from real dragons. Before this, Heia's dragon roars weren't much different from those of other divine dragons. But at this moment, they became completely different. Heia's dragon roars were like sharp needles, able to directly pierce the soul, causing pain to the soul. The heaven-questioning Tao monarch's entire body was trembling slightly. It's it really is it. Lin Moyo asked curiously, what is it? The heaven-questioning Tao monarch said in a low voice, the former Lord of Hell once had a black dragon under his command, named the Netherworld Black Dragon. Lin Moyo knew this. He had devoured the Netherworld Black Pool, and the current Netherworld Black Dragon was Heio. The heaven-questioning Tao monarch took a deep breath and said softly, the Netherworld Black Dragon was the strongest combat force under the Lord of Hell. At that time, it had another name, the Taiyin Ancestor Dragon. The Taiyin Ancestor Dragon? Lin Moyo was hearing this name for the first time. Please, brother heaven-questioning, tell me more details. The heaven-questioning Tao monarch's voice became even lower. Below the Great Tao, there are two strongest divine dragons. One is the Taiyang Ancestor Dragon, born from the Taiyang origin, the ancestor of the dragon race, which is the dragon race ancestor. During that origin catastrophe, something happened to the Taiyang Ancestor Dragon, but as long as the Taiyang origin doesn't perish, the Taiyang Ancestor Dragon won't truly die. It will revive and return sooner or later. The other is the Taiyin Ancestor Dragon. The Taiyin Ancestor Dragon was born from the Taiyin origin. It is the other side of the Taiyang Ancestor Dragon, later subdued by the Lord of Hell, becoming the strongest combat force under the Lord of Hell. Later, when Hell shattered, the Taiyin Ancestor Dragon disappeared along with it. However, like the Taiyang Ancestor Dragon, as long as the Taiyin origin doesn't perish, the Taiyin Ancestor Dragon won't truly die. Taiyang and Taiyin, like the two sides of heaven and earth, each represents the extreme of a certain power, extremely powerful. Lin Moyo hadn't expected there to be such a relationship. The Netherworld Black Dragon was actually the Taiyin Ancestor Dragon, an existence on the same level as the dragon race ancestor. But when he killed the Netherworld Black Dragon back then, he didn't feel that it was particularly powerful. Even if the Netherworld Black Pool had been severely damaged in the origin catastrophe, it shouldn't have been so weak, not even reaching the Great Tao realm. Back then in the ancestral land of the dragon race, he had vaguely sensed the aura left behind by the dragon race ancestor, which was truly powerful, far beyond comparison with the Netherworld Black Dragon. One can only say that over the long years, some things must have happened. Moreover, from the heaven-questioning Tao monarch's tone, one could hear that even with his strength, he maintained sufficient awe towards the two divine dragons of Taiyang and Taiyin. This also meant that the strength of the two divine dragons surpassed his. and he was already a second-grade innate soul, among the peak existences in the Great Tao realm. This means that the power of the Taiyang and Taiying divine dragons must at least be comparable to first-grade souls or even Tao lords. From this, one can further deduce the strength of the Lord of Hell, which would be above Tao lords. But even so, the Lord of Hell still died in battle, and Hell shattered. How terrifying must that hidden enemy behind the scenes have been back then? Lin Moya looked at Heiyu, which was still transforming, no matter what its previous identity was, even if it was the Taiying ancestor dragon, now it's just a part of the skeleton hell. The heaven-questioning Tao monarch narrowed his eyes and looked over. Has Brother Lin ever thought about whether he might become the new Lord of Hell one day? Lin Moya said, to be honest with you, brother, I once did think about this possibility, but that was only in the past. Now I no longer think about it. The heaven-questioning Tao monarch was slightly surprised. Why don't you think about it anymore? Lin Moya said, an elder once told me how powerful and terrifying hell was. At that time, I thought that perhaps I could become a powerful being like him. But later, through experience after experience, I saw a broader world, and I learned that even the Lord of Hell fell in battle. He wasn't actually immortal or indestructible. Not just him, even the entire Origin continent might face destruction, let alone the great Tao beings within the Origin continent. So I no longer think about becoming the new Lord of Hell. I want to see what true immortality and indestructibility really is. Lin Moya spoke these words about true immortality and indestructibility with great conviction. Everyone could hear that he had already made his decision. Ha ha. The heaven-questioning Tao monarch suddenly laughed. Brother Lin is indeed an extraordinary person. Your goal is so grand, beyond what this big brother can achieve. If one day, Brother Lin truly reaches that realm, remember to give this big brother a hand, let this big brother see it too. Lin Moya said very seriously, if that day really comes, I will definitely take you to see it, brother. As his cultivation realm increased, Lin Moya's perspective also changed accordingly. Once he aspired to the sacred venerable realm, then to the Tao venerable realm, and later heard of the Tao Lord realm. Now he no longer thinks about these. The realms that predecessors have walked are not what he wants. What he thinks about is a realm that no predecessor has reached. He doesn't know what realm the green-robed old man is at. He was once curious, but now he's no longer curious. It's quite good not knowing. Not knowing means it's unknown, and since it's unknown, it's worth continuously exploring and pursuing. One day, he will surpass the green-robed old man, then grab him and give him a good beating. Whatever high and mighty existence, sooner or later, he will surpass them all. Heiya finally completed its transformation. It had firmly stood in the Great Tao realm. Chapter 3528. Chapter 3528, 3528. Chapter 3528, Using Tao Patterns, Undead Army Breaks Through. The Great Tao realm Heiyu emitted a cold aura, with a layer of gray flames floating on its mirror-like scales. On its brow, a special rune was glowing. Lin Moya noticed that Heiyu's rune was very similar to his own Taiyin rune, but more complex. The heaven-questioning Tao monarch said softly, it really is the Taiyin rune. He truly is the Taiyin ancestor dragon. Lin Moya said, whether he is the Taiyin ancestor dragon or not, now he is just the netherworld black dragon, my subordinate. And I am not necessarily the Lord of Hell. Even if I really am the reincarnation of the Lord of Hell, after reincarnation, I won't become a second Lord of Hell. The heaven-questioning Tao monarch understood Lin Moya's words and couldn't help praising, Brother Lin's ambitions are grand, beyond what ordinary people can achieve. This big brother can only wish you success in achieving your desires. Lin Moya said, it will definitely happen. As the purple thunder Great Tao returned and the crimson blood Great Tao was devoured, the surrounding world mist rapidly spread over, making this space smaller and smaller. The heaven-questioning Tao monarch said softly, Brother Lin should go back now, otherwise you might not find the way back. This Origin Ancestor Stone is what I promised Brother Lin, please keep it safe. It will be of great use after entering the Origin Ancestral Land. Also, the Great Tao Crystals and Divine Rune Army Treasury I promised Brother Lin, when the ancient battlefield opens next time, or when Brother Lin reaches the 9th level of Tao Venerable Realm, you can directly enter the ancient battlefield to retrieve them. Lin Moyo accepted the Origin Ancestor Stone. Brother Heaven-questioning, we'll meet again if fate allows. I wish you success in becoming a Tao Lord. The heaven-questioning Tao monarch chuckled, thank you for your kind words, brother. Lin Moya took out the Divine Rune Army seal and activated it. The heaven-questioning Tao monarch simultaneously pointed at the seal, causing it to explode and transform into light enveloping Lin Moyo, carrying him into the world mist and disappearing. After Lin Moya left, the heaven-questioning Tao monarch gazed at this space with complex emotions, seeming to have a sense of attachment. He had been in contact with this space for millions of years, and for a moment, he felt somewhat reluctant to part with it. After a long sigh, the heaven-questioning Tao monarch's eyes became sharp, his whole being surging with fighting spirit and battle intent. Tao Lord, I will definitely become one. As his words fell, he also plunged into the mist and disappeared. Above the eastern continent, 100,000 meters in the sky, accompanied by spatial distortion, Lin Moya stepped out. This journey had been extremely rewarding for him. Not only did he receive the Great Tao reward, allowing him to advance to the 6th level of Tao Venerable Realm, but it also caused his skeleton hell to advance, reaching the peak of the 9th level of Tao Venerable Realm. The Hell Fiends had almost touched the threshold of the pseudo-Great Tao Realm, and as for the netherworld Black Dragon, with a thought, the skeleton hell appeared before him. A soul-striking dragon roar sounded from within the skeleton hell. Heiyo had indeed entered the Great Tao Realm, emitting a terrifying aura. However, precisely because of this, Lin Moyo had to be more careful and couldn't let Heiyo run wild on the origin continent. If he accidentally severely damaged the origin continent, the punishment from heaven and earth would not be pleasant to bear. A great Dao realm being would be driven out, but he didn't know what would happen to himself. As he advanced to the 6th level of Dao Venerable Realm, his undead army also greatly improved accordingly. The skeleton generals reached the peak of the 6th level of Dao Venerable Realm, and so did the Dragon Cavalry Legion. Strangely, the combat power of the skeleton generals, Dragon Cavalry, and Legion commanders was at the same level, with no difference in strength. These three used to always have differences. The skeleton generals were the weakest of the three, the Dragon Cavalry slightly stronger, and the Legion commanders even stronger. Moreover, these three would all be one level higher than himself. And according to past experience, after he advanced to the 6th level of Dao Venerable Realm, the skeleton generals should be at the early stage of the 7th level of Dao Venerable Realm, while the Dragon Cavalry and Legion commanders should also be at the 7th level, but slightly stronger. Then there was the Skeleton King, which was the strongest type, possibly reaching the peak of the 7th level of Dao Venerable Realm. But now, except for the Skeleton King barely reaching the 7th level of Dao Venerable Realm, the Skeleton Generals, Legion Commanders, and Dragon Cavalry were all still at the 6th level of Dao Venerable Realm. Lin Moyo pondered the reason, which should be that the gap between the 7th and 6th levels of Dao Venerable Realm was too large, making it impossible for them to cross. As such, the advantage of his undead army was slowly diminishing. This was not what Lin Moyo wanted. Although the skeleton hell was strong, it had limitations and was far less flexible than the undead army. I now have 108 Dao patterns, of which 70 have been used, leaving 38 available. Perhaps enough Dao patterns can push the undead army up. Counting his 5 major summoning techniques, Summon Skeleton King, Summon Skeleton General, Summon Dragon Cavalry Legion, Resurrect the Dead, and Summon Elemental Lich, each only had 4 Dao patterns. It's not few, but it's not many either. After all, some Dao Venerables might only have 10 to 20 Dao patterns even at the 9th level of Dao Venerable Realm. Allocating 4 Dao patterns to each of the 5 summoning techniques had already taken up 20, exceeding the total number of Dao patterns of many Dao Venerables. These Dao patterns, one only realizes their scarcity when using them. Dao patterns need to be balanced. The 5 summoning techniques can be seen as one entity. Either all of them don't use Dao patterns, or if they are to be used, they must be used together, and in pairs, to maintain yin-yang balance and maximize the effect. Lin Moyo thought for a moment, then let's double it. With a thought, 20 runes flew out from his soul, divided into 5 groups of 4 each, falling into the 5 technique stars respectively. The 5 technique stars simultaneously burst with brilliant light, forming a huge ball of light, their aura continuously rising. Then, all 108 Dao patterns began to vibrate collectively, resonating with each other, further enhancing their power. Sounds of advancement continuously came from the technique stars. The Legion commanders were the first to complete their advancement, rapidly breaking through the barrier between the 6th and 7th levels of Dao Venerable Realm, entering the 7th level and continuing to rise, reaching the middle stage of the 7th level of Dao Venerable Realm. Next were the Dragon Cavalry, closely following the Legion commanders, stepping into the threshold of the 7th level of Dao Venerable Realm. However, they couldn't advance further, staying at the early stage of the 7th level of Dao Venerable Realm. Finally, it was the Skeleton Generals. Under Lin Moyo's gaze, the Skeleton Generals finally also stepped onto the 7th level of Dao Venerable Realm, becoming 7th level ancestors. Imagine the scene if hundreds of billions of 7th level ancestors were to charge out. How many 7th level ancestors could all the forces in the origin continent combined have? If Lin Moyo was willing, he could easily sweep through all forces. If coupled with the Skeleton Hell and the now great Dao Realm Heiyu, even beings like the 3 ancestors and the Beast Emperor would have to give way to him on the origin continent. At this moment, Lin Moyo felt that in the current origin continent, he was already an invincible existence. His combat power was invincible, but his realm was still not enough, still only at the 6th level of Dao Venerable Realm. He also knew that he should cultivate next, to raise his realm. The gap between the Skeleton Generals and Dragon Cavalry has narrowed to almost nothing. Moreover, the entire undead army no longer has realm differences. Even the Skeleton King is only at the peak of the 7th level, everyone is within the same realm. Looking at it this way, the future combat power of the undead army will tend towards balance. The strongest will still be the Skeleton King, but the others won't be weak either. It seems this is also right. The Legion commanders are like generals, the Skeleton King is the sharpest blade under the general's command, and the army is managed by the general. The general doesn't necessarily have to be the strongest, but must be the smartest person. Since entering the Dao Venerable Realm, he had already noticed that the gap between the undead was slowly narrowing. However, this was also the natural evolution of the technique. Even if he didn't want it to be so, it would be hard to find a good way to change it, so he could only let nature take its course. The Dao patterns have been used up, so let's use the remaining ones as well, keeping a few in reserve. With a thought, another 14 Dao patterns flew out. Chapter 3529. Chapter 3529, 3529. Chapter 3529, I know you can hear me, come out. The number of Dao patterns for the 6 great Dao true bodies increased from 2 to 4. The number of Dao patterns for the fortune deduction rune also increased to 4. Out of 108 Dao patterns, 104 were used, leaving 4 in reserve. With the support of Dao patterns, all techniques were enhanced to varying degrees, and combat power increased another notch, but Lin Moya wasn't very clear on exactly how much it had increased. When only using Great Dao True Bodies, Lin Moya felt he could crush all 7th level ancestors. Suddenly, a powerful aura flew over from afar, arriving before him in an instant. Lin Moya smiled slightly. 3 ancestors, why have you come? The 3 ancestors looked Lin Moya over, then suddenly asked, you went to the outer sky Great Dao? Lin Moya frankly admitted, I suppose so. The convergence of 2 realms, although strictly speaking not considered the outer sky Great Dao, was far from the origin continent, so he might as well say he had been there. The 3 ancestors asked curiously, how did you go? Lin Moya said, the heaven-questioning Dao monarch took me. You should know about the ancient battle secret treasury in the northern continent, right? That was left by the heaven-questioning Dao monarch. The 3 ancestors fell silent. After a moment, he murmured, it seems Dao friend Heaven Questioning is also unwilling to accept his fate, leaving behind a backup plan to seek opportunities. But this backup plan seems to have exceeded Dao friend Heaven Questioning's abilities. Who was guiding him from behind the scenes? Lin Moya asked, what do you mean by that? Please explain clearly. 3 ancestors. The 3 ancestors said in a low voice, when the origin catastrophe ended years ago, the origin continent was sealed off by the Great Dao. We old fellows spent enormous effort and paid a great price to enter the origin continent. Do you think the heaven-questioning Dao monarch has the ability to set up the ancient battle secret treasury in the northern continent? Lin Moya thought carefully and realized it indeed wasn't possible. Although the heaven-questioning Dao monarch was strong, he couldn't achieve this. But the heaven-questioning Dao monarch knew Dao lords. Would a Dao lord have this ability? The 3 ancestors chuckled. You've thought of the problem, right? Not to mention the heaven-questioning Dao monarch, even a Dao lord might not be able to do it. Moreover, a Dao lord wouldn't come to do this. Dao lords have their own restrictions and concerns. They think more and act more cautiously than we do. Lin Moya didn't speak. If the heaven-questioning Dao monarch couldn't do it, and even a Dao lord couldn't do it, then who set up the ancient battle secret treasury? The heaven-questioning Dao monarch hadn't mentioned this topic. Now that the 3 ancestors brought it up, Lin Moya realized there must be someone else behind the heaven-questioning Dao monarch. Who could that person be? Another unknown secret. Lin Moya instinctively felt the green-robed old man wouldn't do this. It didn't match his usual style. This kind of arrangement seemed to be intended to help the heaven-questioning Dao monarch. Perhaps only the heaven-questioning Dao monarch himself knew. The 3 ancestors said, don't waste your brain thinking about it. I was just saying it casually. You just need to have heard it. There are many secrets in the outer sky Great Dao. It also depends on what kind of Dao lord it is. The differences between Dao lords and Dao lords are also very large. In the 3 ancestors' words, there wasn't particular respect for Dao lords. Clearly, some Dao lords weren't taken seriously by him. Previously at the Ancient Lotus Immortal Banquet, when he was chatting with the Beast Emperor, this meaning was already vaguely present. Not just him, the Beast Emperor and the King of the Boundary Sea seemed to be the same. Lin Moya asked, did you come specifically to find me this time, Elder? The 3 ancestors said, I've been looking for you for many days. I wanted to tell you, I've clashed with that old fellow Ian Sunday. He already knows that Withering and Flourishing Elder has fled. He might go to the western continent to cause you trouble. You should be careful. This old fellow is not easy to deal with. You'd better be a bit careful. Lin Moya nodded slightly, I understand. Thank you for the warning, 3 ancestors. But this junior is curious, how did he learn of this news? He had just instantly contacted the Legion commander in the Undead Empire in the western continent. Currently, everything seemed peaceful in the western continent. But since the 3 ancestors said so, there must be a certain possibility. It's just that not many people knew about this news. How did Insun know? The 3 ancestors said, we didn't tell him. It was that old fellow Withering and Flourishing who found a way to contact him. Lin Moya said helplessly, it seems Withering and Flourishing Elder doesn't intend to let me off. The 3 ancestors smiled, you destroyed his plans of many years. How could he easily let you off? But you don't need to worry too much. Guess why that old fellow only occupied a corner of the western continent? Alright, this old man has said all he needs to say. I'm leaving. After saying this, the 3 ancestors' form disappeared. Only his avatar had come this time. But even for an avatar, the 3 ancestors wouldn't casually appear. This time he came specifically to talk to Lin Moya, naturally with a purpose. Lin Moya wasn't stupid. Of course he could guess. After that incident in the relic from beyond the sky, Insun definitely clashed with the 3 ancestors. Probably not just the 3 ancestors, the Beast Emperor's side wouldn't let him off either. He had been hiding for many years and must have gained something. At least part of the 3 ancestors and Beast Emperor's plans would be disrupted. But if they really fought, Insun definitely wasn't a match for the 3 ancestors. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed to hide for so long. So after being exposed this time, under the heavy pressure from the 3 ancestors and the Beast Emperor, he would surely retreat first. Moreover, with the great changes in heaven and earth approaching, he also needed to find his own territory. Therefore, the territory left behind by Withering and Flourishing Elder would be most suitable. The 3 ancestors' deduction that he would go to the western continent wasn't without reason. The 3 ancestors' true purpose was to use Lin Moya's hand to deal with Insun. Just like dealing with Withering and Flourishing Elder back then, it would be best if Insun could also be driven out. Lin Moya smiled bitterly, the 3 ancestors is using me as a tool to kill someone. But if Insun really came to cause trouble for him, he wouldn't be polite either. What the three ancestors said at the end, about why Withering and Flourishing Elder only occupied the western continent, and only a corner at that, was because Withering and Flourishing Elder's strength wasn't enough. He didn't dare to directly confront the Beast Emperor and the three ancestors. Even if their strengths were close on the origin continent, once the great changes in heaven and earth ended, would the three ancestors and the Beast Emperor let him off? So he didn't dare to directly confront the Beast Emperor and the three ancestors, only occupying a corner, hoping to gain some benefits during the great changes in heaven and earth. Now that this corner belonged to Lin Moyu, he naturally couldn't hand it over. Even though Lin Moyo had deduced that occupying territory wasn't very useful for the great changes in heaven and earth, and wasn't the true method to gain the greatest benefits, but if he were to give up the territory because of this, that would be impossible. With his current abilities, if Yin Sun came, Lin Moyo wasn't afraid, but it wasn't realistic for him to always guard the undead empire. He still needed to cultivate and do some other things. He couldn't be as free as Yin Sun. Moreover, at his speed, by the time he rushed from the eastern continent to the western continent, it would be too late. Lin Moyo thought for a moment, then took out a dragon scale. With a movement of his soul power, he injected it into the dragon scale. The dragon scale quickly burst with brilliant light. Several seconds later, a series of dragon roars sounded. The dragon scale was fully activated. Lin Moya said in a low voice, "Antares, I know you can hear me. Come out." The soul sound transmitted into the dragon scale, but the dragon scale didn't react. Lin Moya wasn't in a hurry. He waited patiently. This was the dragon scale Antares had given him. He knew Antares must have heard. Chapter 3530. Chapter 3530, 3530. Chapter 3530, what can your brain think of? The dragon scale in his hand continued to glow, but there was still no response. Lin Moya didn't give up. He kept injecting soul power, but he didn't say a second sentence, just waiting. After waiting for 2 minutes, a sigh finally came from the dragon scale. Now is not the time yet. Antares finally spoke. Lin Moya raised an eyebrow and said softly, "I think now is the time. Where are you? I want to see you." There was some hesitation in Antares' voice. "I don't want to harm you." Lin Moya said, "Stop talking nonsense, tell me your location." After another moment of silence, the dragon scale left Lin Moya's palm and gradually changed shape, becoming a dragon scale disc. Lin Moya stepped onto it, and the dragon scale disc carried Lin Moya flying towards the distance. The scenery on the ground rapidly receded from view, and the dragon scale flew faster and faster. City after city passed below, and Lin Moya saw that almost every city had problems. The Lufen Merchant Association was spread across all continents, present in every major city. But now, the Lufen Merchant Association in several cities had been destroyed. Is this Yin Shun's doing? He thinks destroying the Lufen Merchant Association can shake the three ancestors' plans. He's thinking too simply. Lin Moya didn't believe at all that the three ancestors' years of hard work only amounted to the Lufen Merchant Association. He felt the Lufen Merchant Association was just the three ancestors' surface plan. There must be underground arrangements that the three ancestors never mentioned and very few people knew about. Yin Shun's actions couldn't possibly hurt the three ancestors significantly. Lin Moya contacted the Human Emperor in his rule world. "Human Emperor, has anything happened in Uedeo City these days?" The Human Emperor said, "A few days ago, someone tried to destroy the Lufen Merchant Association, but they didn't succeed." Lin Moyo asked, "What kind of people were they?" The Human Emperor shook his head. "There were 2 in total. I killed one with a formation, and the other, seeing the situation was hopeless, self-destruct." "Was any corpse left behind?" Lin Moya continued to ask. "As long as there was a corpse, he could handle it." The Human Emperor said, "After that person died, the body vanished into smoke, leaving nothing behind." Leaving no trace, Yin Shun was indeed quite sneaky. But it's good that Uedeo City is fine. Fortunately, I set up the 99 Heavenly Thunder formation. Even if a 9th level Dao Venerable came, they wouldn't be able to do anything. The dragon scale disc carried Lin Moya flying towards the northwest of the eastern continent. Countless mountain ranges appeared in view. The mountain ranges stretched endlessly towards the distance. Lin Moya saw countless soul flames, both large and small. The small ones hadn't yet become spirit beasts, while the large ones were already at the Dao Venerable realm. This was the world of spirit beasts. The existence of the Eastern Spirit Empire was extremely mysterious. Many Dao Venerables knew of its existence but didn't know its exact location. Some people roughly knew the Eastern Spirit Empire was in the northwest part of the eastern continent and had come searching before, but found nothing. The only thing that could be confirmed was that there were many spirit beasts in the northwest part of the eastern continent. The dragon scale disc carried him into the mountain ranges, and then a huge formation appeared in view. This formation had no runes or divine symbols. It was a naturally formed formation. Natural formations are the hardest to decipher because they leave almost no traces and are difficult to fathom. With Lin Moya's attainments in formations, he could roughly see that this natural formation's function was teleportation. After entering the formation, it would teleport you somewhere. No one could say exactly where. No wonder no one has ever found the location of the Eastern Spirit Empire before. It's because of this formation. Lin Moya knew that the vast majority of people wouldn't be able to discover this formation. Once they entered the formation, they would be silently teleported away. Then they wouldn't know themselves, and after searching around and finding nothing, they would leave. In fact, the Eastern Spirit Empire was just beyond the formation, but it required a specific method to teleport over. The dragon scale disc emitted a faint light, resonating with the natural formation. A faint light appeared on the formation, transforming into a doorway. The dragon scale disc carried Lin Moyo into the faint light. Lin Moyo only felt his vision blur, and he had already arrived in a wilderness. The dragon scale disc flew over the wilderness. Lin Moyo's gaze swept across, and his expression shook. Is this the eternal battlefield? What he saw and felt was exactly the same as the ancient battlefield. It was at the core area of the eternal battlefield that he had met Antares. Unexpectedly, he saw the eternal battlefield here again. It wasn't a replica, but the real eternal battlefield. Lin Moyo still remembered some of the beings inside from before. The dragon scale disc flew towards the center of the eternal battlefield. From afar, Lin Moyo saw a huge figure. The mist on Antares had disappeared, revealing his enormous dragon body. He quelled there, much larger than the mountain ranges, occupying a vast area of heaven and earth. Antares lazily opened his eyes, his gaze sweeping over. Why did you have to come? Now really isn't the time. Lin Moyo said, then when will it be time for me to appear? Antares said, I told you, at least wait until you reach the great Tao realm. Lin Moyo snorted coldly, his attitude not very good, even reproachful. With heaven and earth isolated now, I can't possibly enter the great Tao realm before the great changes in heaven and earth end. Are you saying I should wait for the great changes in heaven and earth? Antares exhaled a dragon breath. That's right, wait until the great changes in heaven and earth end. Lin Moyo's eyes flashed with light as he spoke bluntly. Are you also hoping to gain some benefits during the great changes in heaven and earth? The Eastern Spirit Empire is your territory. Do you want to do like the three ancestors and Beast Emperor, using the great changes in heaven and earth to make yourself stronger, more confident? When you talk about killing up to the dragon race, you mean killing them, right? You're not willing to contact me because you're afraid of implicating me, right? What realm are you really at? And what realm are those dragon race members in the outer sky great Tao? Lin Moyo spoke quickly, his attitude extremely poor, clearly very displeased. Antares hung his head and didn't speak. Lin Moyo continued, you're not willing to say anything, you don't really treat me as a friend, let alone a brother. In your eyes, am I such a coward afraid of death? Antares snorted lightly, you, afraid of death? I've never seen anyone less afraid of death than you. It's precisely because you're not afraid of death that I can't tell you more. Back then, to make his skills and techniques perfect, Lin Moyo had risked death again and again. When it came to not fearing death, who in this world could compare to Lin Moyo? Lin Moyo was not at all polite. Two heads are better than one. With just your brain, what good ideas can you come up with? The Eastern Spirit Empire, just this tiny territory, what benefits can you gain? You're really brain dead, stupid to death. Antares seemed somewhat provoked. What do you know? You don't understand at all. You're just at the 6th level of Tao Venerable Realm, what's the use of telling you? Lin Moyo said, what's wrong with me being at the 6th level of Tao Venerable Realm? What does combat power have to do with realm? Even if I'm only at the Tao Venerable Realm, I still forced Withering and Flourishing Elder away. The Buddhist race still had to compromise with me. Otherworldly celestial beings, Black Blood Boxing Saint, I kill them when I say I will. The Crimson Blood Great Tao, I swallowed it when I said I would. Forget about those guys, even you might not be able to beat me. As he spoke, the skeleton hell suddenly appeared, and a dragon roar pierced into the soul. Antares' dragon scales stood on end. He looked at Lin Moyo as if facing a great enemy, his dragon eyes full of shock. Chapter 3531. Chapter 3531, 3531. Chapter 3531, Antares' story. Heio coiled in the skeleton hell, a pair of eyes like blazing flames emitting terrifying light, appearing and disappearing in the mist. Dragon roars sounded one after another, extremely sharp, piercing directly into the soul. Antares' dragon scales stood on end, as if facing a great enemy. Taiyin Ancestor Dragon. Antares coldly spat out these 4 words, clearly suppressing his emotions. The Taiyin Ancestor Dragon and Taiyang Ancestor Dragon were 2 sides of yin and yang, mortal enemies who had fought countless times over countless years. Later, the Taiyin Ancestor Dragon was subdued by the Lord of Hell, becoming the Netherworld Black Dragon. Then the Taiyang Ancestor Dragon perished in an accident, with no knowing when it might be revived. The Taiyin Ancestor Dragon was also severely injured during the origin catastrophe when Hell shattered, and was finally devoured by the Skeleton Hell, now becoming Heio. Lin Moyo displaying the Skeleton Hell was also displaying his power. He was telling Antares that now on the origin continent, he was nearly invincible, so Antares should just say what he needed to say. Lin Moyo put away the Skeleton Hell, now it's no longer the Taiyin Ancestor Dragon. It's just my subordinate, formerly the Netherworld Black Dragon, now I call it Heio. Antares calmed himself down. I didn't expect that in just these few years, you've already reached this level. Lin Moyo said impatiently, I've found that your brain really doesn't work well. What exactly are you planning, hiding here alone? Don't you know what's happening outside? When I went to the Buddhist race last time, didn't you see those things? If you had stayed a bit longer, you wouldn't be so clueless about everything. What are you hiding from? Are you afraid of those dragon race members from the outer sky great Tao? Antares suddenly roared angrily, what do you know? A mouthful of dragon breath spewed out, instantly turning the surrounding land into a sea of fire. However, Antares hadn't lost his reason, at least the place where Lin Moyo stood was unharmed. Lin Moyo was still impatient, don't say such things. If you have something to say, say it. If you think I don't understand, then tell me everything, and we'll discuss it together. No matter how many thousands or tens of thousands of years you're given, you alone won't be able to think of anything. I don't know why you were in the small world. If you don't tell me, I can only guess. But I'm telling you, if you want to gain benefits from the great changes in heaven and earth, just relying on this territory is useless. Under Lin Moya's barrage of words, Antares finally quieted down. His head drooped again, and his scales were no longer standing on end, starting to relax. Fine. Since you want to know so badly, I'll tell you. But think it through. Once you know, there's no chance to back out. Antares seemed to be warning Lin Moya, giving him one last chance. Lin Moya snorted coldly. Do you know how I've lived all these years? I've experienced life and death so many times. Just say it. We'll see if I dare to listen. Antares said, all right, then I'll start from the beginning. Listen carefully. Antares, in a fierce tone, recounted his story. From why he was in the small world, to why he came to the origin continent, he told Lin Moya the causes and consequences. Antares' story was very long, spanning a very long time, so long that even Antares himself didn't know how many years had passed. The whole thing seemed very complicated, but it wasn't really that complex. The time traced back to before the origin catastrophe. The dragon race was an extremely large group. The dragon race in the outer sky Great Tao and the dragon race in the western continent of the origin continent were actually the same branch. They all had a common ancestor, the Taiyang ancestor dragon, also known as the dragon race ancestor. Most of the dragon race believed that the dragon race ancestor perished in the origin catastrophe. Only a few high-ranking members of the dragon race knew that the dragon race ancestor had actually encountered problems before the origin catastrophe. The origin catastrophe wasn't the real reason for the dragon race ancestor's fall. At that time, the dragon race ancestor traversed the world mist, leaving the world of the origin continent to seek opportunities in other worlds. The dragon race ancestor was a divine dragon with ambitions. At that time, his strength was not weaker than a Tao Lord, but he wasn't satisfied with this and wanted to advance further. In the world mist, the dragon race ancestor found a new world. Strangely, this world had no living beings. However, the dragon race ancestor experienced a life and death trial there, and finally escaped from that world severely injured. After escaping back, the dragon race ancestor called that world Desolation. After returning, the dragon race ancestor couldn't recover. He had many problems, but only he knew exactly what they were. The dragon race ancestor seemed to have sensed something. He created the ancestral land of the dragon race, prepared many things in it, and also established many rules. Later, when the origin catastrophe erupted, many dragons died in battle. According to the rules set by the dragon race ancestor, all these fallen divine dragons were buried in the ancestral land of the dragon race. Finally, the dragon race ancestor also died in battle. Before dying, he also buried himself in the ancestral land and sealed it. He left a method to enter the ancestral land on the origin continent, but the dragon race in the outer sky Great Tao could no longer enter the ancestral land. Antares was a dragon who survived the origin catastrophe. In the dragon race, apart from the dragon race ancestor, the highest status was that of the dragon god. At that time, Antares was the eldest son of the dragon god, the crown prince. His status in the dragon race was very high, and his own strength was also powerful enough. When the dragon race ancestor was still around, he had left behind a legacy. Whoever inherited this legacy would have the chance to become the new dragon race ancestor. Logically, this legacy should have been inherited by him. If he wasn't suitable, then it would be passed to other dragons. At that time, his younger brother, the second prince of the dragon race, gathered many elders of the clan and used various reasons to obstruct him from inheriting the dragon race ancestor's legacy. The most ridiculous reason was even saying that in a great battle during the origin catastrophe, he had abandoned his clansmen and fled from the battlefield. They had no evidence, but at that time, the second prince and many elders all said so. The false became true, and Antares couldn't defend himself. Although Antares was powerful, he had no helpers and was at a disadvantage. However, he was still the crown prince, which was his advantage. The dragon race fell into chaos for a time, seemingly about to split. It was at that time that a mysterious person appeared. He directly approached the dragon god at that time, Antares' father. After the two discussed, the mysterious person was to take Antares away. Antares naturally didn't want to go, but facing the mysterious person, he had no power to resist. He was subdued in 2 or 3 moves, even his dragon pearl was taken away, and he was taken away just like that. Antares didn't know where he was taken. When he regained consciousness, he had already arrived at the eternal battlefield in the small world. That mysterious person was the green-robed old man. He explained some things in the eternal battlefield, telling Antares to wait there, but didn't say exactly what he was waiting for. He only said that when all the dragon pearls returned, Antares would regain his freedom. It wasn't until Lin Moya's appearance, helping Antares find his dragon pearls back, that Antares had the chance to leave the small world and return to the origin continent. Over so many years, Antares' hatred for the dragon race had become indescribable. He knew that at that time, the mysterious person only wanted a sufficiently powerful divine dragon, but the dragon god chose him, because he was the crown prince, because he was the source of chaos in the dragon race at that time. As long as he left, the dragon race could calm down again. Chapters may be released irregularly or not at all in the coming days, as I will be traveling for nearly 2 weeks. Chapter 3532. Chapter 3532, 3532. Chapter 3532, what exactly is it for? After hearing Antares' story, Lin Moya didn't have any sighs or lamentations. All stories, in his view, were just a matter of choosing benefits. The reason why so many people opposed Antares was most likely related to his temperament. This guy's temper was indeed not too good. Even fellow dragon race members might not be able to tolerate him. Antares half closed his dragon eyes. I've finished. What are your thoughts? Lin Moya shook his head. No particular thoughts. From your standpoint, the dragon race indeed wronged you. So it's normal for you to want revenge on the dragon race. Antares said in a low voice, from my standpoint? Then what if it's not from my standpoint? Lin Moya shook his head, that question doesn't exist. I won't consider issues from other standpoints, because I'm your brother. So I'll only think about issues from your standpoint. Therefore, whatever you do, I'll support you. This answer surprised Antares. Lin Moya said, you just asked, why didn't I have any reaction after hearing your story? Antares said, because of the dragon race ancestor, because of that desolation the dragon race ancestor went to. When the dragon race ancestor returned injured, he also brought back some things. These things came from desolation. The power of desolation is very strange and has a polluting nature. Our dragon race has all been polluted by the power of desolation. Now that you've heard about desolation, you've also been polluted. Lin Moya still didn't quite understand, but until now, the dragon race in the outer sky Great Tao has been doing fine, right? Antares said, that's because the power of desolation has been suppressed. It was suppressed by that mysterious person who took me away. You should have met him. Lin Moya nodded, I've met him, and more than once. I have a grudge against him. Antares' eyes suddenly widened, looking at Lin Moya in disbelief, his speech becoming stuttered. You're not joking, having a grudge against him, that's seeking death. Lin Moya said, so what if I'm seeking death? Are you afraid? Antares was clearly afraid, but he still spoke tough. Afraid of what? If there's a chance, I'd like to bite him too. Lin Moya chuckled, don't worry about desolation. I've been to the ancestral land of the dragon race. If it was going to pollute, it would have polluted long ago. Some strange changes happened in your dragon race's ancestral land. I guess it's related to desolation. Antares said, yes, that person also said that his suppression wouldn't last forever. It would erupt sooner or later. When that time comes, if we can't solve it, then our dragon race will face extinction. Lin Moya said, this matter is too ancient, let's not talk about it for now. You being taken away by the green-robed old man, the timing doesn't quite match up. How many years did you stay in the small world? The origin catastrophe has already passed for so many years. Moreover, where did the dragon race in the small world come from? I remember you said before that the mixed-blood dragon race in the small world was a branch of the dragon race in the large world. Later when I went to the large world, although I knew the dragon race existed, I never really saw them. The dragon race claimed to be neutral, not interfering with the world, and wouldn't interfere with the small world. I also asked about this matter to the dragon race in the origin continent, but they didn't know. Lin Moya took out the elder token of the dragon race, indicating that he was an external elder of the dragon race. Antares said, he disrupted time and space. Actually, the time and space of that small world were very chaotic. It was always in a state of extreme chaos. The time you experienced was just a part of the years it experienced. You should have seen some traces from the small world in the large world. After you left, the time and space of that small world became completely chaotic. It first accelerated for a period, quickly passing through millions of years. Then the entire world entered the river of time, flowing upstream, returning to the past. In the repeated chaos and reverse flow, the small world completely separated from the large world, its whereabouts unknown. It was at that time that I truly left the small world and regained my freedom. Disrupting time, flowing upstream in the river of time to return to the past. These events sounded so incredible. Lin Moya thought of the several times he went outside the small world, seeing with his own eyes how the small world would appear and disappear. It turns out it was because the time and space of the small world became chaotic. It seemed to disappear, but in fact, during that time, it had returned to the past, where many things happened. No wonder there were relics in the large world that seemed to be from Xinxia. It turns out they were really left by Meng Anwen. The small world had once been to the past of the large world. The time in the small world had been artificially accelerated, instantly passing through millions of years. But no matter what, Lin Moya got some good news. Meng Anwen was still alive. He had successfully raised his realm and survived. Since Meng Anwen was still alive, were the others also still alive? All of this was the work of the green-robed old man. The green-robed old man's abilities far exceeded what Lin Moya had imagined. Exploring the past and future of the river of time was something Lin Moya had thought about, but in the hands of the green-robed old man, it could be achieved so easily. But why did he do this? Lin Moya asked. Antares said, he should be looking for someone, but he didn't say specifically who. Also, the dragon race in the small world actually came from several dragon race members in the large world. During the process of chaotic time and space, they happened to encounter it. A few fellows thought there was some extraordinary treasure in the small world, so they wanted to occupy it. They transformed their treasures into continents, bringing their bloodlines, and entered the small world. The demon race was in a similar situation. They all thought there was some treasure in the small world. Lin Moya pondered, this explanation seems a bit far-fetched. Antares said, if you want to understand more clearly, you'll have to ask that guy. I suspect everything is his doing behind the scenes. Lin Moya had the same feeling. It seemed that all sorts of things were related to the green-robed old man behind the scenes. There aren't so many coincidences in the world. The small world concentrated too many incredible coincidences, which itself was something that shouldn't have happened, showing strong intentionality. Lin Moya roughly understood that all of the green-robed old man's arrangements were actually for him. Do I have something special? Why make arrangements targeting me? Even if I'm the reincarnation of the Lord of Hell, it doesn't need to be like this. The Lord of Hell is probably just an ant to him. What exactly is this for? What is he plotting? Lin Moya had countless doubts in his heart. He was sure the green-robed old man must be plotting something, but he couldn't figure out what. Mainly because his realm wasn't high enough, there were many things he couldn't understand. Perhaps only by returning to the past could he know everything. For things he couldn't figure out, Lin Moya didn't want to waste energy. Instead, he asked, so you're lying low in the Eastern Spirit Empire now, just to gain some benefits during the great changes in heaven and earth, right? Antares gritted his teeth. That's right. If I can take that step during the great changes in heaven and earth, then I can go back for revenge. Those guys, they'll all pay the price. Chapter 35-33. Chapter 35-33, 3533. Chapter 35-33, just listen to me. Lin Moya chuckled. Well, I'm going to have to disappoint you. Your idea is probably wrong. Even if it's not entirely wrong, it's unlikely to help you achieve your dream. Antares said in a low voice, what's your view? He knew Lin Moya was very clever, at least smarter than himself, so he was willing to accept what Lin Moya said. But after all, the three ancestors and the Beast Emperor were doing it this way, and he was following suit, so it should be correct, right? Even if he couldn't gain the greatest benefits during the great changes in heaven and earth, at least there would be some benefits, right? Lin Moya said, first, your territory is not as good as the three ancestors or the Beast Emperors, let alone the King of the Boundary Seas. The reason they can do this is because their territories are large enough, and they can gain quite a few benefits. But with just your little territory, relying on just the Eastern Spirit Empire, you might not even get a taste of the soup. And it's not just your approach. I think what the three ancestors and others are doing is also wrong. Antares asked, then what do you think should be done? I'm not sure if my way is completely correct either, but I think you can take a two-pronged approach. One is to expand your territory, and two, the time isn't right yet. When the time comes, just follow my lead. Antares said, where is there territory for me to expand now? I don't want to clash with the three ancestors and others at the moment. Lin Moya said, you know the withering and flourishing elder, right? That guy was driven away by me. The territories of the former Netherworld race and the 100 Herbs Alliance are now mine. I'll give them to you. Antares widened his eyes, hardly believing it. You drove away the withering and flourishing elder? Lin Moya made an sound, as if it was a matter of course. Yes, is there a problem? Antares took a deep breath. No problem, but that's your territory. I can't take it. Lin Moya shook his head slightly. I've said before, this method of occupying territory is probably wrong 9 times out of 10. I'm occupying the territory just as an extra insurance. Whether I have it or not doesn't make much difference. Anyway, listen to me. Take this territory. Whether it's useful or not, occupy it first. As for the second method, just follow my lead when the time comes. Antares was clearly moved by Lin Moya's words. Thinking back, Lin Moya's judgments had basically never been wrong. Moreover, Lin Moya's arrangement was almost foolproof. It was always a good thing for him to occupy more territory. Lin Moya suddenly had a thought, his expression changing slightly. That guy has finally come looking for trouble. The Legion commander stationed in the Undead Empire sent a message that someone had entered the territory of the Undead Empire, and quite a few of them at that. Antares asked, which guy? Lin Moya said, a fellow called In Shun. He's like the three ancestors, having entered the origin continent. He's been hiding in the shadows for many years. Now that the great changes in heaven and earth are about to come, he's finally making his move. The withering and flourishing elder somehow contacted him. He knows that I've occupied part of the western continent's territory, and now he's gone there to cause trouble for me. Antares said, so what do you plan to do? Lin Moya said, for this kind of person, just driving him away isn't enough. We need to make him leave the origin continent completely. Antares said, then just kill him. Lin Moya didn't mince words, that territory is yours now, you call the shots. But I'm too slow. Can you take me there? Get on. Antares didn't waste words, letting Lin Moya jump onto his back. With a dragon roar, Antares took off with a boom, soaring straight into the sky, plunging into the clouds, flying towards the western continent. Antares' speed was astonishingly fast. In the blink of an eye, they had already flown out of the eastern continent. The ever-present dark clouds above the Boundary Sea had already appeared in view. Antares directly crashed into the cloud layer, traveling amidst flashes of lightning and rolls of thunder. Countless bolts of lightning fell on him, but couldn't hinder him in the slightest. His speed kept increasing. At this rate, it wouldn't take long to reach the western continent. This was the speed of a great Dao realm being, indeed worlds apart from the Dao venerable realm. Antares said, the current origin continent is too small. I remember before, flying from one continent to another would take at least a whole day, not like now, where it takes just a moment. Lin Moya asked, was the former origin continent very large? In his view, the current origin continent was already not small. One continent probably had over 100 million square kilometers. The Boundary Sea was even more terrifyingly large, but in Antares' words, it was so small. Antares said, large, much larger than now. After the origin catastrophe, the origin continent shrank many times over. But I believe during the great changes in heaven and earth, the origin continent will return to its original state. At that time, with vast skies and lands, everything will be different. In the past, if a Dao Venerable wanted to go from one continent to another, relying solely on flying, they couldn't cross over in a few lifetimes. Moreover, there were numerous dangers above the Boundary Sea. Many Dao Venerables might not have left their home continent in their entire lives. Lin Moya's gaze carried contemplation as he asked, do you know about the great whirlpools in the center of the Boundary Sea? Did they appear before the origin catastrophe or after? Antares said, there were no whirlpools before. In those days, there were no dark clouds in the sky above the Boundary Sea either. The Boundary Sea then, although more dangerous than now, was more beautiful. At that time, there were countless divine islands in the Boundary Sea. Many great Tao realm beings would find a small island in the Boundary Sea to establish their own Tao field, then spread their teachings and develop their sex power. Lin Moyo understood that doing so was actually for the sake of fortune. Even at the Great Tao realm, one couldn't escape the study of fortune. The stronger the fortune, the more benefits for the cultivator. Hearing Antares' answer, Lin Moyo had his own guess about the whirlpools in the Boundary Sea. Based on his observations of the great whirlpools, he felt that the great whirlpools should be related to the sealing formation at the bottom of the sea. So, if he wanted to go to the sealing formation at the bottom of the sea, perhaps he could enter through the whirlpools. But before that, he still needed to go to one place, and that was the origin ancestral land. The green-robed old man had once said that the origin ancestral land was very important and must be visited. But the origin ancestral land could only be entered at the Tao Venerable realm. Once beyond the Tao Venerable realm, one would be refused entry. If he went to the sealing formation at the bottom of the sea first, with so many otherworldly celestial beings, each one a living great Tao reward, he feared his cultivation level would be hard to control. Lin Moyo had thought that with the help of these living great Tao rewards, he might be able to break through the Tao Venerable realm in one go and directly enter the great Tao realm. So before going to the sealing formation at the bottom of the sea, it would be best to visit the origin ancestral land first. But the appearance of the origin ancestral land wasn't fixed. It might appear tomorrow, or it might take many years. He wasn't sure if he could wait. What if the great changes in heaven and earth happened and the origin ancestral land still hadn't appeared? Thinking of this, he could only take it one step at a time. Lin Moyo asked, "Olden, do you know about the origin ancestral land?" Antares nodded, "Of course I know. It appears once every so often, and each time it appears, it selects a batch of Tao Venerables to enter. But I've never been in, so I don't know what it's like inside." Lin Moyo said, "I need to go in once. I don't know when it will appear. It would be best if I could go before the great changes in heaven and earth." Antares thought for a moment. "I remember the king of the Boundary Sea has a calculation treasure. We could use it to calculate. Although it might not be accurate, we could get a rough time." Chapter 35-34. Chapter 35-34, 3534. Chapter 35-34, You don't want to inherit the dragon race ancestor's position. The king of the Boundary Sea was a mysterious existence in Lin Moya's eyes. He was different from the three ancestors and the beast emperor. Besides his own powerful strength, he should also have a powerful force behind him. The fact that he had asked Lin Moya to save Old Whale showed that Old Whale's relationship with him was extraordinary. Moreover, the king of the Boundary Sea presiding over the sealing formation at the bottom of the Boundary Sea indicated that he came here with a mission. Lin Moya nodded. "After we deal with Yin Shan, I'll go find the king of the Boundary Sea." Antares said, "I'll take you there. I also have some things to ask him." Lin Moya didn't stand on ceremony. Good. The great whirlpools appeared in view. Unlike the hurricane warship, Antares was very domineering, directly flying over the great whirlpools. He deliberately emerged from the cloud layer to let Lin Moya see the appearance of the whirlpools. In view, numerous great whirlpools were spinning on the sea surface, having spun for who knows how many years. Antares said, "Below these great whirlpools, there should be an extremely powerful formation. I don't know what's in the formation." Lin Moya said, "They're all otherworldly celestial beings." Antares was shocked. "You've seen them?" Lin Moya nodded. "I've seen them once." Antares sighed. "Goodness, what exactly have you experienced all these years?" Lin Moya chuckled. "You've been cooped up at home all day, how could you know what I've experienced? I don't feel like telling you." Antares said, "All right, don't be angry. I just didn't want to implicate you." He thought Lin Moya was still angry and specially explained. Lin Moya said, "Forget it, let's turn the page on this matter. Let me ask you, do you know about the Buddhist race and the insect race?" At the mention of the insect race, a trace of disgust flashed in Antares' eyes. "Those insects weren't originally from our world. Who knows where they came from? They appeared during the origin catastrophe. As soon as they appeared, they joined the battle, and their target of attack was also the Black Blood Great Realm. The Buddhist race was the same. After they appeared, their target of attack was the otherworldly celestial beings. So, inexplicably, we gained two helpers. At that time, they killed many powerful beings from the Black Blood Realm and the Celestial Realm, but they also paid an extremely great price. Their powerful beings were almost all killed, not even one Great Tao Realm being was left. As a result, the Great Tao sent down auspicious light to protect them, even sending them into the origin continent, letting them propagate and pass on their legacy on the origin continent. The insect race at least still has its own people. The Buddhist race is even more miserable, with all their people dead, only their legacy remaining. But now there are people for the legacy, it hasn't been cut off." Lin Moya was very surprised by this answer. "No wonder they say these two races have great karma and can't be touched." Antares said, "Indeed, they have great karma. It's best not to touch them if you can avoid it. We dragons didn't want to truly exterminate the dragon race, just planned to suppress them. But those fellows really go everywhere, not satisfied with their own territory, looking for new territories everywhere. Those Boundary Sea worlds in the Boundary Sea are their targets, so we dragons also send people in, mainly to guard against the insect race. Heaven knows if they're friends or foes. Maybe they'll turn from friends to foes one day." Lin Moya felt that there seemed to be more to this matter than met the eye. But since the Great Tao protected them, it was indeed difficult to move against them. Lin Moyo asked, "You were in the small world for so many years, how do you know about these things?" Antares chuckled, "Of course it was that fellow Tianlong who told me. That guy left the large world, who knows where he went? Lin Moyo asked curiously, is Tianlong from the dragon race in the origin continent? Antares nodded, more or less, but not completely. His true body is in the outer sky Great Tao. He reincarnated here, actually just to come find me. Lin Moya said, he's really loyal. Antares said with a hint of pride, of course, just look at who I am. In the outer sky Great Tao, my subordinates are all extremely loyal, all waiting for me to return. Lin Moya said, when you go back, aren't you afraid the dragon god will deal with you again? Antares said, the dragon god is severely injured and in deep sleep. Even if he were awake, I wouldn't be afraid of him. As long as I take that last step, I'll be the new dragon god. What's there to be afraid of? When the Taiyang ancestor dragon was born from the Taiyang origin, it also created a young dragon Great Tao. In the dragon race, most members cultivate the young dragon Great Tao. The dragon race ancestor was the Tao lord of the young dragon Great Tao. The dragon god was slightly weaker than the dragon race ancestor, being the closest to becoming a Tao lord. Even though the dragon race ancestor had fallen, no dragon dared to covet the position of Tao lord. Even Antares, his goal was only to become the new dragon god. First grade innate soul, this was the realm of the dragon god, just one step away from the dragon race ancestor's Tao lord position. Antares was now a second grade innate soul. He was just one step away from reaching the same strength as the dragon god. When that time came, he would have more confidence to kill his way back to the outer sky Great Tao. According to Antares, when he was taken away by the green-robed old man, he was still a third-grade innate soul. Over these many years, it had also been a kind of tempering for him, not without gains. Antares very straightforwardly accepted it. He just treated it as if he had gone into closed-door cultivation once. After all, being able to advance one realm was not easy. Lin Moya said, don't you want to consider inheriting the dragon race ancestor's position? Antares snorted, you think I don't want to? Becoming the dragon race ancestor isn't so easy. You either need to obtain the dragon race ancestor's legacy, or find a way to gain the recognition of the Taiyang origin. Now the dragon race ancestor's legacy has definitely been taken by that bastard's second brother. But that guy's ability, I'm not looking down on him, he can't possibly become the new dragon race ancestor, but he also won't possibly give the legacy to me. With the legacy gone, forget about the dragon race ancestor's position. The Taiyang origin is even harder. Lin Moya said, is there really no way at all? I find that hard to believe. Antares said, there really isn't any good way, unless the dragon race ancestor could be revived and voluntarily give his Tao lord position to me. Do you think that's possible? Lin Moyo had a thought, that's actually an idea. I'll think about it later and see if it can be done. Antares turned his head, don't joke around. Lin Moya said, I'm not joking, but not now. At least wait until I reach the Great Tao realm to have a chance. And it's only a chance, I can't guarantee it. Antares laughed heartily, alright, just for that, I'll believe you. Lin Moya said, should I thank you for your trust then? Antares said shamelessly, of course, not everyone has the qualifications to gain my trust. Lin Moya snorted lightly, the dragon skin on your face is really thick. Hee. Antares verified Lin Moya's words with his actions. Since meeting Antares, the two hadn't stopped talking. It had been so many years since they had talked like this. It made Lin Moya think of how he used to talk with Antares back in the small world. At that time, Antares was still high and mighty, occasionally putting on airs. But whether it was before or now, Antares was still Antares. Chapter 3535. Chapter 3535, 3535. Chapter 3535, this is a natural disaster. The western continent appeared in view, and the Legion commanders stationed in the Undead Empire continuously sent updates on the situation inside. The Dragon Cavalry Legion was engaged in fierce battle, suffering heavy casualties. The enemy numbers were not large, only about 100. Among them were 6 at the 9th level of Tao Venerable Realm, over 30 at the 8th level, and 50 to 60 at the 7th level. The 7th level Tao Venerables were not a threat, as the Dragon Cavalry and the Undead Army were all 7th level Tao Venerables and could easily kill them in battle. But the real trouble was the 6 9th level Tao Venerables. These 6 had powerful combat strength and wielded several strange treasures. Each time they attacked, they caused huge casualties to the Dragon Cavalry Legion. Over 10 million Dragon Cavalry had already died at their hands. The gap between 7th and 9th level Tao Venerables was extremely large, especially with the enemy possessing powerful treasures, further amplifying the difference. The Legion commanders were directing the battle with all their might, using the undying nature of the undead and their own resurrection ability to make the Dragon Cavalry roll like waves to resist the enemy. They would die and resurrect, then retreat to wait for the technique's cooldown time, letting newly resurrected forces go up to fight. This way, casualties were greatly reduced. According to the Legion commander's reports, the treasures in the enemy's hands should be 9th level Tao Venerable treasures, which is why they had such great power. Fortunately, the Dragon Cavalry Legion was numerous, so they could hold on for at least a short time. After entering the Undead Empire, Lin Moyo and Antares quickly hid themselves. Antares emitted a strange aura that enveloped himself and Lin Moyo. At this moment, they seemed to have disappeared from heaven and earth. He was using a technique called dragon concealment, a secret method of the dragon race that could hide their forms. Those with realms lower than Antares would basically find it very difficult to discover them. Antares said, why are we hiding? Lin Moya said, Inshun hasn't appeared yet. Let's wait a bit longer. Besides, the undead army I've arranged can hold for now. Antares saw the battle from afar. Although the Dragon Cavalry were dying in batches, there were simply too many of them, seeming endless no matter how many were killed. The enemy appeared to have the advantage, but Antares could see that the dragon cavalry were slowly surrounding them. Behind the dragon cavalry was a dark mass like storm clouds of skeleton generals. These skeleton generals hadn't entered the front lines of battle, but were silently surrounding from both sides. This is meant to wear them down to death. Antares couldn't help but ask, how many have you arranged in total? He knew Lin Moya could summon undead. Before, he could summon quite a few, but now it seemed there were even more. Lin Moya said, there are 10 million dragon cavalry here, and 30 million skeleton generals, totaling 40 million. I've arranged 1,000 such strongholds, so about 40 billion in total. Antares suddenly turned his head and let out a strange cry, how many? Lin Moya said, 40 billion. Is there a problem? Antares widened his eyes, certain he hadn't misheard, but still couldn't believe it and asked again, really 40 billion? Lin Moya made an affirmative sound, really 40 billion. Antares asked, are all 40 billion at the 7th level of Dao Venerable Realm? Lin Moya nodded again, yes, all at the 7th level of Dao Venerable Realm. It's just that their realm is a bit low. It would be better if they were at the 8th level. Antares was speechless. He knew Lin Moya had many undead, but not to this extent. Even 10 million or 100 million would be terrifying enough. If it reached a billion, that would be an invincible army. He felt he had already overestimated Lin Moya's strength, only to realize now how narrow his view had been, how much he had underestimated Lin Moya. Antares forced himself to accept this fact and said in a low voice, do you know? Even the former Origin continent, plus all the Dao Venerables in the Outer Sky Great Dao, couldn't produce 1 billion 7th level Dao Venerables. You have a full 40 billion here. If this army had been in the Origin catastrophe, it would have been enough to sweep across the Origin continent back and forth several times. Lin Moya said, but they're only 7th level Dao Venerables. What use are they against Great Dao realm beings? Antares said, of course they're useful. Once they spread out, think about it, how many Great Dao realm beings would it take to deal with them? This is the Origin continent. Even Great Dao realm beings can't act recklessly, but your undead can run wild without restraint. Speaking to this point, he swallowed hard. You should know what a locust plague is like. Even a locust plague doesn't have 40 billion. This is a natural disaster, a true natural disaster. Lin Moya thought to himself, 40 billion is just a part, it's nothing special. He of course knew that what Antares said was correct. His undead army might not be able to defeat a single Great Dao realm being in a head-on battle, but once spread out, for the entire world, it would be a terrible natural disaster. However, the biggest weakness of this approach was still himself. Once he was exposed, it would be easy to be decapitated. Antares found it more and more amazing as he watched. The skeleton generals had already completed their encirclement silently. Those people still didn't know they had been surrounded. At this time, black clouds came flying from afar. The undead armies from nearby strongholds had come to reinforce. Once they arrived, those Dao Venerables inside the encirclement would have no chance of escape. Even 9th level Dao Venerables wouldn't be able to escape. Sooner or later, they would be worn down to death. Space distorted, and dozens of huge warships appeared in the sky. The warships entered the battlefield in an overbearing manner and began to attack the undead army. The warships also frantically poured out attacks, instantly killing many dragon cavalry. The Legion commanders reacted extremely quickly, rapidly adjusting their formations to minimize casualties as much as possible. Lin Moya narrowed his eyes slightly. They're from Dragon Coil Island, and there's dragon race aura on them. So, Yin Shun was hiding on Dragon Coil Island. Lin Moya recognized at a glance that these warships came from Dragon Coil Island. Dragon Coil Island was a place where the human race and beast race resolved their conflicts. There was constant fighting there year-round, and not many people interfered. Even armies had formed there to engage in warfare. If the territory wasn't so small, it could almost be considered another continent. The three ancestors also had a Lufeng Chamber of Commerce branch on Dragon Coil Island. Unexpectedly, Yinshan's den was on Dragon Coil Island, right under the three ancestors' noses. The most dangerous place is the safest. Yinshan had interpreted this saying to perfection. The addition of the warships changed the battle situation somewhat. These warships were incredibly powerful. Each one was comparable to a 9th level Dao Venerable, and in terms of attack power, they were even much stronger than 9th level Dao Venerables. More and more dragon cavalry were dying. Even the Legion commanders were having trouble rotating them. These warships are really powerful. They don't look like products of the Origin continent, Lin Moya said softly. Antares said, these warships are from the Divine Artifact sect in the Outer Sky Great Dao. They were specially made for the Origin continent by the Divine Artifact sect, called the weakest warships. The weakest warships. Lin Moya was surprised. How much confidence must the Divine Artifact sect have to call these warships, comparable to 9th level Dao Venerables, the weakest warships? Antares said, should we wait longer? Lin Moya said, no rush, let's see who has more patience, us or Yinshan. I understand some of you have asked for sources to translate on your own. To clarify, the source is Philo. If you want to translate it yourself, feel free to go ahead, I'm not stopping you. Please keep in mind that I dedicate my personal time to bring this content to you, and I have other responsibilities in my life as well. If you'd prefer not to read my work here, that's perfectly fine, I respect your choice. To those who continue to support me, I deeply appreciate your encouragement. I always enjoy reading your comments and the great theories you guys come up with. Thank you for being part of this journey. Chapter 35-36. Chapter 35-36, 3536. Chapter 35-36. Actually, I also wanted to wait for the Tyene origin. With the appearance of the divine artifact sex warships, the situation changed, but Lin Moya wasn't anxious at all. This was just one stronghold, with only one legion commander, 10 million dragon cavalry plus 30 million skeleton generals. And in the Undead Empire, there were 1,000 such strongholds. The curtain of battle had only just been lifted at one corner. The undead army had no fear, wouldn't be afraid, let alone just being at a temporary disadvantage. Even if they were killed down to the last one, they wouldn't collapse. As long as they held on for a while, the undead armies from other strongholds would arrive, and then the battle situation would reverse again. Inshan hadn't truly shown himself yet, so Lin Moya wasn't in a hurry to make a move. And Terry said in a low voice, I've heard before that this Inshan fellow likes to hide in the shadows and make small moves. Now it seems it's really true. Lin Moya smiled and said, the three ancestors also said that Inshan is extremely cunning. They call him Old In Sunday. And Terry's chuckled, that's about right. He cultivates the Shadow Great Tao, so he always likes to hide in the shadows. And if he doesn't actively appear, it's very difficult for others to discover his existence. The Shadow Great Tao was an extremely obscure and unpopular Great Tao, with not many people comprehending and cultivating it. Lin Moya said, whatever Great Tao it is, we'll just wait. I believe he'll definitely come out. Having hidden for so many years, he must have prepared quite a few backup plans. No need to rush. After holding on for a while, the undead armies from two nearby strongholds arrived. The battle situation changed again. Over 100 million troops densely surrounded the 9th level Dao Venerables and warships. Faced with such a number of undead armies, those Dao Venerables couldn't hold on first. They all retreated back into the warships. More than a dozen warships formed together, the formations on the warships connecting into one piece, forming a huge defensive circle to resist the frenzied attacks of the undead army. Their attacks were very strong, able to instantly kill large numbers of the undead army, but the undead army just couldn't be killed off. Finally, Inshan's another backup plan appeared. The space enclosed by the warships shattered like glass. Accompanied by spatial turbulence, a powerful aura leaked out from within. One after another, blood-colored large eyes appeared in the spatial turbulence. The next second, they rushed out from the shattered space, pouncing directly towards the undead army. A total of 5 one-eyed giant beasts rushed out from the spatial turbulence. They were completely black, emitting powerful auras. All 5 giant beasts were at the Pseudo-Great Tao realm. Lin Moya said, Pseudo-Great Tao realm giant beasts, is this Inshan's confidence? And Terry said, these are shadowless beasts, a kind of spirit beast in the Shadow Great Tao. They should have been subdued by him and brought down. But these shadowless beasts are not numerous. He couldn't have subdued many. These 5 are probably all of them. There was a hint of disdain in Antares' tone. These Pseudo-Great Tao realm spirit beasts were not even worth his attention. Lin Moya narrowed his eyes. When the fight starts, leave those few shadowless beasts to me. Antares chuckled. What are you planning to do now? Lin Moya said, just a little experiment. Antares said casually, as you wish, go ahead and play. He didn't care about the shadowless beasts at all. Mere Pseudo-Great Tao realm beings, if it wasn't in the origin continent, he could blow away countless of them with one breath. The appearance of the Pseudo-Great Tao realm shadowless beasts once again changed the battle situation. Although there were only 5 of them, they were after all at the Pseudo-Great Tao realm. They continuously spewed out black mist. Wherever the black mist reached, the undead army died in droves, completely without any resistance. The black mist contained the power of the Shadow Great Tao, already at another level. The black mist connected into a sheet, helping the warships block the undead army, greatly relieving the pressure on the warships. And the black mist was still spreading outwards, making the situation for the undead army unfavorable again. Lin Moya still wasn't anxious, very happy that the undead armies from several other strongholds would also arrive. Under the absolute advantage in numbers, it wouldn't be so easy for them to reverse the situation. Not to mention anything else, just in the current situation, the undead army in the undead empire could hold on for 7 or 8 years without problem. He had the patience to wait, but Inshan might not necessarily have the patience. Using the Eye of the Undead, Lin Moya scanned around. Although Inshan could hide his form using the Shadow Great Tao, he might not necessarily escape the Eye of the Undead. Sure enough, after just a moment, a smile appeared at the corner of Lin Moya's mouth. He's here. Hearing Lin Moya's words, Antares was slightly stunned. You found that guy? Lin Moya nodded. He's already here, watching. Antares said, where is he? I'll go bite him to death. Lin Moya shook his head. No rush. If we don't make a move, that's fine, but if we do, we must ensure it's foolproof. You stay here, I'll go make some arrangements first. As he spoke, Lin Moya's form suddenly disappeared. This was the Undead Empire, and the origin spirit veins in the Undead Empire all belonged to Lin Moya. He could use the origin spirit veins to teleport at any time. He had previously arranged large formation groups here, but with this battle, these formation groups had been destroyed. Lin Moya now needed to arrange new grand formations along the origin spirit veins. With his current attainments in formations, he could already arrange formations far surpassing those of the past. Using the origin spirit veins and Great Dao Realm materials, he could arrange a ceiling formation with effects surpassing the 9th level of Dao Venerable Realm. He didn't need many, just one was enough to prevent Inshan from escaping in a short time. As long as they could trap him, with Antares plus his own skeleton hell, Inshan would definitely have no way out. Outside, the battle continued unabated. Lin Moya continuously drew divine symbols in the origin spirit veins, gradually forming a ceiling formation. Half an hour later, Lin Moya returned to Antares' side. By this time, the battle situation had changed again. The number of undead armies had exceeded 200 million. The entire heaven and earth was a world of undead. Inshan's Dao venerables, warships, and shadowless beasts were all trapped within. Although the undead army temporarily couldn't break through, they also couldn't come out. Both sides had fallen into a complete stalemate. Inshan also had no new backup plans. The stalemate just continued like this. Lin Moya looked over with the eye of the undead and said in a low voice, Inshan is preparing to make his move. Inshan's soul flame was flickering faster and faster, a sign that he was about to make his move. However, Inshan was very patient. He seemed to be still waiting. Lin Moyo and Antares also accompanied him in waiting, mainly playing a game of if you don't move, I don't move, until the Taiyang origin set and the Taiyin origin rose accordingly. Inshan finally made his move at this moment. A huge power fell from the 9 heavens, and heaven and earth instantly became pitch black. The Shadow Great Dao swept down, instantly killing tens of millions of undead troops. The Shadow Great Dao raged through heaven and earth like a meat grinder, killing the undead army round after round. He had observed for so long in the shadows and had seen through that the undead army could actually resurrect and continuously rotate. So no matter how many were killed, they couldn't be completely wiped out. Once he made his move, he no longer gave the undead army a chance to resurrect. Lin Moya said in a low voice, so he was waiting for the Taiyin origin. Antares said, the Shadow Great Dao, under the cover of the Taiyin origin, can increase its power by about 10%. Lin Moya chuckled, this is just right. Actually, I also wanted to wait for the Taiyin origin. The Taiyin symbol on his forehead was glowing. Antares was surprised, so you're a child of Taiyin. Lin Moya smiled, alright, we're about to enter the stage. Get ready. Chapter 35-37. Chapter 35-37, 3537. Chapter 35-37, Antares' true name. After using the Shadow Great Dao, Inshan transformed into a black shadow and officially entered the battle. The combat power of a Great Dao realm being instantly reversed the battle situation completely. The undead army quickly collapsed. The advantage in numbers was useless before a Great Dao realm being. Great Dao realm compared to Dao Venerable realm was another level of existence entirely. No matter how many Dao Venerables there were, they couldn't kill a pseudo-Great Dao realm being, but they could stalemate with one. However, when facing a Great Dao realm being, they couldn't even stalemate. Inshan had just charged into the battle for less than a second when the undead army suddenly disappeared collectively. Except for the remains of those he had just killed, the billions of undead troops just vanished mysteriously. Inshan's face changed abruptly, not good. But it was too late. With a rumbling sound, the new ceiling formation Lin Moyo had arranged appeared in heaven and earth. Sealing heaven and earth, the ceiling formation turned into a cage, trapping Inshan and all his subordinates inside. Huge divine symbols flashed in the air. Inshan knew he had fallen into a trap. He gathered his Great Dao power and charged towards the formation, attempting to break out. Dragon roars suddenly sounded, and dozens of divine dragon shadows appeared in the formation. Their tails swung and dragon breath gushed forth, forcibly driving Inshan back. Dragon race. Inshan shouted shrilly, what does this matter have to do with your dragon race? Antares instantly rushed to Inshan's face. A piece of dragon scale exploded on the spot, turning into a rain that swept out. At the same time, he shouted loudly, this is my territory. You ask if it's my business or not. Inshan's face changed dramatically. He retreated frantically in the rain of dragon scales. The Shadow Great Dao rolled up countless black chi, forming armor to block the dragon scales. At the same time, he shouted, I didn't know this was your territory. I'll leave now and promise never to come back. Just from this brief exchange, he realized that his power was not stronger than Antares. Fighting would do him no good. Antares said coldly, you want to leave after coming here? Dream on. He roared angrily, and the illusions he had transformed into all spewed dragon breath that swept through heaven and earth, completely enveloping Inshan. Inshan shouted shrilly, which Great Dao divine dragon of the dragon race are you? I have excellent relations with the dragon race's second prince. He shouldn't have said that. It only made Antares angrier. I'm nobody. The second prince of the dragon race was his mortal enemy. Bringing up the second prince was tantamount to seeking death. The dragon breath became even more intense. Antares and the 8 divine dragons he had transformed into formed a strange formation, making the destructive power of the dragon breath even stronger. On the other side, Lin Moyo had also made his move. The skeleton hell appeared, covering all the warships, including the 5 shadowless beasts. The hell fiends charged out frantically, breaking through the formations of the warships and directly killing their way in. Screams immediately came from the warships. The 5 shadowless beasts were entangled by the hell fiends and eaten bit by bit. Their black mist wasn't very effective against the hell fiends. The hell fiends had already touched the threshold of the pseudo-Great Dao realm. Their individual combat power wasn't much weaker than the shadowless beasts, but they completely overwhelmed them in numbers. In just a moment, the warships were torn apart, and none of the Dao venerables inside escaped. The 5 shadowless beasts were also eaten by the hell fiends, leaving only a few pieces of shattered flesh and blood. This was deliberately left by Lin Moyo. Otherwise, nothing would have remained of them. After dealing with these fellows, Lin Moyo began to watch the show. Antares was fighting happily, and he was too lazy to interfere. Inshan was being beaten by Antares, seemingly without any power to fight back, but Lin Moyo wouldn't let his guard down. For an old cunning fellow like Inshan, he definitely had hidden tricks up his sleeve. He wouldn't be so easy to deal with. Seeing that Antares showed no sign of stopping, Inshan became increasingly angry. He screamed, and the Shadow Great Dao erupted violently. In an instant, the ceiling formation was enveloped in black chi. Even the dragon breath was affected by the black chi, making everything pitch black. Inshun disappeared into the black chi, completely losing all sense of his presence. Antares said disdainfully, "You can't escape." Light rose in his eyes, and dragon roars echoed through the clouds. The 8 illusions disappeared simultaneously. 9 colored flames burst out from various parts of his body, instantly turning the ceiling formation into a sea of fire. A ball of blazing sun rose behind Antares, shining on heaven and earth like the Taiyang origin. The black chi quickly dissipated, and Inshun appeared again. Inshun screamed, "Divine Dragon Blazing Sun, you're from the dragon race royal family." He recognized Antares' technique, and his tone became fearful. As a cultivator of the Shadow Great Tao, he hated things related to the Taiyang origin the most. Antares still didn't answer. He activated his technique, and raging flames immediately ignited on Inshun's body. Inshun took out a treasure from his hand. It was a bowl-shaped treasure with water inside. The bowl flew up from his hand, landed above his head, then flipped over and covered him. The water inside poured down with a splash, extinguishing the flames on his body. Even the nearby sea of fire couldn't approach, giving Inshun a safe space. Antares made a surprised sound, the extreme cold ice bowl. "I didn't expect this thing to fall into your hands." Inshun said in a low voice, "I know who you are now. You're the crown prince who was expelled from the dragon race years ago, Long Huan." Antares laughed coldly, "I didn't expect there would still be someone who knows my name, but now I'm not called Long Huan anymore. As for what I'm called, you don't have the right to know. Go die." Antares spat out a dragon pearl. The dragon pearl flew into the blazing sun he had created, and the power of the blazing sun suddenly increased several times. The water vapor from the extreme cold ice bowl was rapidly evaporated, and its range was shrinking drastically. "So your name is Long Huan," Lin Moyo muttered to himself. He knew Antares wasn't his real name. He previously had the surname Long, which was the surname of the dragon race royal family. His name was Long Huan. After leaving the dragon race, he gave himself the name Antares. Inshun said in a low voice, "Long Huan, don't push me. I'm not easy to bully." Antares snorted coldly, "Then I'd like to see just how not easy to bully you are." The blazing sun became even more intense. Finally, the extreme cold ice bowl couldn't withstand it. With a light ping sound, a crack appeared on it, then it shattered with a hua sound. At the moment the treasure shattered, Inshun let out an angry roar and attacked Antares. His figure flickered, appearing and disappearing, as if not in this void. A shadow great Tao faintly appeared in the void, making his form difficult to grasp. Shadow Heavenly River. A pitch-black heavenly river appeared out of nowhere, pouring down from the great Tao. The heavenly river extinguished the blazing sun. At the same time, Inshun rushed to Antares' front. At this moment, a long sword flashing with black light appeared in his hand. Antares didn't care about any of this. He bit down, and Inshun raised his sword to slash. With a bang, the long sword shattered on the spot. Inshun made a strange cry and disappeared again. At this moment, one of Antares' dragon claws grabbed at the void. Space shattered with a boom, and Inshun screamed as he flew backwards, hitting the divine symbols of the formation and bouncing back. One of his arms was broken, forcibly smashed off by Antares. The next second, Inshun's broken arm regenerated, but there was terror in his eyes. He never imagined that Antares' close combat ability would reach such a level. His treasure was directly broken. Antares said coldly, "In all these years, you're the second person who dared to engage in close combat with me." Inshun disappeared again. This time, he didn't go after Antares, but went for Lin Moyo instead. He had no idea that his movement trajectory was completely seen by Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo laughed coldly, "You think I'm a soft persimmon, huh?" Chapter 35-38. Chapter 35-38, 3538. Chapter 35-38, Can we really not negotiate? Every move Inshun made was crystal clear in the eye of the undead. The Shadow Great Tao, hiding his form, was completely useless. He clearly took Lin Moyo for a soft target. Since he couldn't beat Antares, he decided to go after Lin Moyo instead. Die! A scream pierced directly into the soul. Lin Moyo's soul was stable and completely unaffected. The skeleton hell instantly expanded, enveloping Inshun before he could even arrive. The wings of time curse spread out simultaneously, various curses descending. The time and space great Taos fused, turning into spacetime power falling on Inshun. Faced with the endless hell fiends, seeing flames erupting everywhere, and the hell's eye hanging high in the sky, Inshun fell into madness. Hell, how can it be hell? A dragon roar answered him. Heia charged out from the netherworld Blackpool, pouncing towards Inshun. Inshun was terrified. Impossible, how can hell appear again? Didn't the Lord of Hell die in battle? Hell should have been destroyed. Lin Moyo shook his head without speaking. For someone like Inshun, saying even half a word more would be a waste of breath. Hell fiends swarmed towards Inshun in dense waves. Inshun unleashed his Shadow Great Tao, the power of the Great Tao surging forth, wanting to shake the hell fiends to death. But he was in the origin continent and couldn't use his full power. Not only did he fail to shake the hell fiends to death, but many hell fiends began to devour his Shadow Great Tao. This was what it meant to refuse nothing that comes and eat everything. Even the intangible power of the Great Tao, the hell fiends would eat it for you to see. Heia fell from the sky, biting towards Inshun. Inshun seemed to have a fear of the Lord of Hell and retreated like a madman. Lin Moyo's curses and spacetime power gradually took effect. Inshun felt his consciousness becoming unclear. At this moment, his hair stood on end. My fortune, you've cut my fortune. You deserve to die. Lin Moyo still didn't speak. Curses, spacetime power, and the Sword of Fortune were his best three-piece set. With this set, Inshan's combat power would be reduced by at least 10%. The Misfortune Lich appeared beside him. Following Lin Moya's thought, the Misfortune Lich instantly appeared on Inshan's body. Inshan only felt his body sink, as if something was pressing down on him. The Misfortune Lich began to devour his fortune, converting it into misfortune. Inshan immediately discovered the existence of the Misfortune Lich. With a scream, Black Chi burst out from his body. Within the Black Chi was vast Great Dao power, turning into a battle blade held high by Inshan. The Misfortune Lich couldn't withstand the impact of the Great Dao Chi and instantly died, needing quite a while to resurrect. A Great Dao Realm being was indeed a Great Dao Realm being. It wasn't so easy to kill him. Lin Moya wasn't in a hurry. The skeleton hell had already surrounded him. He couldn't escape. Waves of hell fiends charged over recklessly. Heiyu also attacked frantically. Curses, spacetime power, and fortune all took effect. Inshan felt his strength decrease again. You deserve to die. I know who you are now. We met that day in the relic from beyond the sky, Inshan said viciously, being suppressed. Lin Moya smiled and said, Elder has a good memory. It was indeed this junior. Inshan said in a low voice, let me leave. I promise not to cause you trouble in the future. Otherwise, when you go to the outer sky Great Dao in the future, this old man won't let you off. Lin Moya shook his head, that's a matter for the future. This junior might not necessarily go to the outer sky Great Dao in the future. Even if I really go, you might not dare to come find me. Elder doesn't need to threaten. This junior hates being threatened the most in this life. Elder should also know how the Withering and Flourishing Elder left. Inshan fell silent. The Withering and Flourishing Elder had told him that he had been tricked, his territory taken, and his years of planning destroyed in vain. But he hadn't told him who had taken the territory or how it was taken. Inshan suddenly realized that he had been used as a pawn by the Withering and Flourishing Elder. He had been tricking people all his life, but unexpectedly, he had been tricked himself. Inshan said, fine, I won't threaten you. Let me leave. I'll help you deal with the Withering and Flourishing Elder's matter. Lin Moya said, Elder is thinking too much. This junior will deal with the Withering and Flourishing Elder's matter myself. Back then, this junior's strength was insufficient and could only force the Withering and Flourishing Elder away with a plan. But this time, I'm afraid Elder's avatar won't be able to protect itself. Inshan knew the situation he faced wasn't good. The other party had set up a tight net, and it was indeed difficult for him to escape. Can we really not negotiate? Inshan asked. Lin Moya said, if Elder hadn't come to cause trouble for this junior wouldn't have actively come to find Elder. But since Elder has come, you should have thought about the consequences. If in the future, in the outer sky Great Dao, Elder comes again, this junior will do the same. Lin Moya's meaning was very clear. He wouldn't stop here, and there was no room for negotiation. He never compromised with enemies. Even when facing the Withering and Flourishing Elder before, when his strength was far inferior, he wouldn't compromise, let alone now. Antares killed his way into the skeleton hell. Inshan sighed, if that's the case, then this old man admits defeat. But don't think you'll have it easy. The Shadow Great Dao appeared, and he instantly fused with it. The Shadow Great Dao suddenly expanded. Antares snorted coldly, self-detonation? Dream on. Two golden lights shot out from his eyes, cutting through the void like sharp swords, piercing into the Shadow Great Dao. Then the golden light exploded, and the Shadow Great Dao was instantly riddled with holes. The self-detonation failed. Inshan reconstituted his form, his gaze extremely gloomy. At this moment, he was driven into a corner. Unable to escape or self-detonate, there seemed to be no other way except waiting for death. Lin Moya was about to make a move when Antares suddenly flew over and blocked in front of Lin Moya. Wait a moment. Lin Moya immediately stopped and didn't make any further moves. Antares looked at Inshan, old Insan, I've thought about it. We can let you off this time, but there are conditions. Inshan said in a low voice, speak. Antares said, first, this territory is ours. You can't come to seize it. If you want to seize territory, go find the three ancestors and the Beast Emperor. Don't come bother us. Is there any problem? Inshan nodded, no problem. Antares continued, second, after the origin continent recovers, when my brother enters the outer sky Great Dao, if the Withering and Flourishing Elder comes to cause trouble, you need to solve this problem. Inshan said in a low voice, this time I was used as a pawn by the Withering and Flourishing Elder. We already have karma between us. Even if he doesn't come find me, I'll go settle accounts with him. Antares said, third, you must guarantee that you won't cause trouble for my brother in the future. Inshan said, I promise not to cause trouble for you in the future, but this old man won't swear a Great Dao oath. Antares nodded, no problem. As long as you promise, I'll believe you. Antares turned to look at Lin Moya, is this okay for this matter? Lin Moya gave Antares great face, no problem. Whatever you decide is fine. As he spoke, he removed the formation and also put away the skeleton hell. Inshan looked at Lin Moya and Antares, didn't say anything, and turned to leave. After he left, Antares said, kid, you're not blaming me, are you? Lin Moya said, I know you definitely have a reason. Tell me, I want to hear it. Chapter 3539. Chapter 3539, 3539. Chapter 3539, you're going to go crazy. Antares had been full of killing intent just a moment ago, looking as if he had to kill Inshan, but now he suddenly changed his mind. Lin Moya knew he must have his own thoughts, so he didn't stop him. In fact, Antares would certainly tell him the reason. Antares said, actually, having Inshan stay here isn't bad for us. Currently on the land of the origin continent, the Beast Emperor and the three ancestors have the largest forces, with arrangements both open and hidden. Once the great changes in heaven and earth begin, they will naturally gain the most benefits. With Inshun staying here, he will definitely cause them trouble, which will somewhat reduce their advantage. Lin Moya naturally understood this reasoning. Even Antares' Eastern Spirit Empire plus his own undead empire couldn't compare to the three ancestors and the Beast Emperor. After all, they had been making arrangements for countless years. What he could see now was just some of their overt forces. As for their hidden arrangements, he couldn't see them at all. Perhaps Inshun, who had also been lurking in the shadows for countless years, might know some things. His existence was a big trouble for the three ancestors and the Beast Emperor. If asked who would most want Inshun dead, it would definitely be the three ancestors and the Beast Emperor. Lin Moya said, I know the three ancestors' thoughts. They probably think that even if I can't kill Inshun, I can at least find a way to drive him away, just like I drove away the withering and flourishing elder back then. At worst, I wouldn't let Inshun have an easy time. The three ancestors' purpose is to use me as a tool to kill someone, or to shift the conflict. So leaving him here is also a good choice, but this shouldn't be the main reason. Antares chuckled, you understand me well. Indeed, it's not the main reason. The most important thing is actually for you to have fewer troubles when you enter the Outer Sky Great Tao in the future. This Inshun is petty, and he cultivates the Shadow Great Tao. What he's best at is doing some sneaky things. You wouldn't want to be watched by such a person in the shadows after going to the Outer Sky Great Tao, right? Even if you don't mind, what about your family and friends? Moreover, leaving him here can help you block the withering and flourishing elder. Although that fellow's strength is ordinary, he has lived for countless years and is considered a notable figure in the Outer Sky Great Tao. He's not as easy to deal with as you think. Lin Moya frowned slightly, harming my family and friends, our Great Tao realm being so unprincipled. Antares laughed, principles? What are principles? Great Tao realm beings do things based on having no guilt in their hearts. As long as they feel no guilt, even if they slaughter tens of millions of people, they won't feel anything wrong. The fact was just as Antares said. The bottom line for Great Tao realm beings depends on each individual. Having no guilt in their hearts was their bottom line. As for the life and death of others, it wasn't within their consideration at all. Antares made this sudden decision to let Inshun go for Lin Moya's sake. Lin Moya looked at Antares, after not seeing you for many years, you seem to have become smarter. Antares spewed out a mouthful of dragon breath and shouted loudly, I've always been smart. Lin Moya nodded, alright, always been smart. Antares said in a low voice, I don't want to argue with you. Quickly remove the marks on the origin spirit veins. I want to refine them. Lin Moya said, don't rush, don't resist, I'll take you somewhere. With a thought, the origin spirit veins teleported the two of them away. After several consecutive teleportations, Lin Moya had brought Antares to the center of this land, which was once the withering and flourishing elder's lair. On the treasure ground where spirit plants were reborn, a crystal coffin was placed in the center. Strands of power were gathering into the coffin, nourishing Lillian inside. Antares asked curiously, Lillian? She's still alive. Lin Moya said, yes, she's not dead yet, but I don't know how long it will take for her to come back to life. At this moment, Lillian's soul was in a hazy state, not injured, but also not conscious. In this situation, even spirit flowers were useless. Antares looked at Lillian in the crystal coffin. It seems you found a cultivator of the soul great Tao to help her recover part of her true spirit. With Antares' eyesight, he could naturally see through Lillian's condition. Back then, Lillian had transformed herself into a Tao to help him complete the path to heaven, leaving only a trace of true spirit at the end. Even spirit flowers were useless at that time. To save Lillian, one either had to find the person who created her, or do as they were doing now, letting a cultivator of the soul great Tao use the trace of true spirit as a base to find a way to recover. Antares looked for a while. Being able to recover to this extent is already quite good. With this innate spirit soil here, she will eventually recover sooner or later. No need to rush. Lin Moya said, I heard the Beast Emperor say that this piece of innate spirit soil has quite a background. It's a good thing. It seems many people in the Outer Sky Great Tao want to get it. Antares said, to be precise, there are two types of people who want to get it. One is plant-type cultivators, especially those below the Great Tao realm. Absorbing and refining this spirit soil can greatly increase their cultivation speed. The second is people from the Spirit Medicine Great Tao sect. They like spirit soil for growing various spirit plants. But I know something that others don't know. Do you want to hear it? Lin Moya said impatiently, just spit it out if you have something to say. Antares said mysteriously, the innate spirit soil comes from the Earth Great Tao among the 5 elements Great Tao. They all contain a trace of the Earth Great Tao's origin. If one could master it, there might be a chance to become the Tao Lord of the Earth Great Tao. Lin Moya frowned, how do you know this? Antares chuckled, who am I? How many things in this world are there that I don't know? He started boasting again, being very shameless. Lin Moya knew this guy had a thick enough skin. Since that's the case, I have something here that I want you to see too. As he spoke, Lin Moya opened the entrance to his soul world, gesturing for Antares to come in. Lin Moya still maintained full trust in Antares. Even his own soul world, he could open to him. Antares chuckled, so mysterious, then let me have a good look. He sent a trace of his soul in. As soon as he entered Lin Moya's soul world. In Lin Moya's soul world, Antares took form and immediately let out a strange cry as he swept his gaze around. Why is your soul world so big? Lin Moya didn't feel anything special. His soul flew in front of Antares. Is it big? It's okay. Antares then saw Lin Moya's soul. Goodness, how many Tao patterns do you have? Lin Moya said, 18 basic Tao patterns. Antares' eyes widened so much that his eyeballs fell out. He hurriedly stuffed his eyeballs back in, still unable to believe. 18. Lin Moyo made an affirmative sound. Yes, is there a problem? And Terry said, of course there's a problem. Do you know that in the Outer Sky Great Dao, those few with the most Dao patterns only have 12 basic Dao patterns? You actually have 18. You're going to go crazy. Lin Moya said, this is nothing. Look over there. Following Lin Moya's direction, and Terry saw the Dragon Soul Crystal, an 11-colored Dragon Soul Crystal. Bang! The soul body he had formed instantly shattered. Thanks for the support and thanks a bunch for understanding. Chapter 3540. Chapter 3540, 3540. Chapter 3540, I'll go to the Taiyang origin and give it a shot. The 11th color, although not fully formed yet, had already appeared. It was only a matter of time before it fully materialized. When he saw the 11-colored Dragon Soul Crystal, and Terry's soul body that he had formed silently collapsed, without making even the slightest sound. This showed how great of a shock he had received. The appearance of the 11-colored Dragon Soul Crystal far exceeded his imagination. No, it should be said that it completely overturned his understanding. Several seconds later, and Terry's soul reformed. He was still staring wide-eyed at the 11-colored Dragon Soul Crystal, stammering, you. After saying you twice, there was another soft sound, and Antares' soul body shattered again. Lin Moya slapped his forehead, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. This guy, is his ability to accept things really this poor? After a while, Antares formed his soul body for the third time. This time he finally calmed down somewhat, though his speech was still stuttering. How did you create this monster? Lin Moyo asked curiously, what monster? Antares stared at the 11-colored Dragon Soul Crystal and said word by word, the Dragon Soul Crystal, the 11-colored Dragon Soul Crystal. Lin Moya said, is there a problem with the 11-colored Dragon Soul Crystal? Antares said, the problem is huge. Lin Moya said, when it turned 10-colored before, Tianlong had seen it. His reaction was also quite big, but not as extreme as yours. Antares shook his dragon head, there are some things he doesn't know. That's a secret of our dragon race. Seeing Antares' expression, Lin Moyo already realized that the matter was indeed not simple. Given Antares' strong mind, for his soul to collapse twice in a row, it was clearly because the shock was too great, even affecting his Dao heart. Lin Moya said, a secret of the dragon race, can I hear it? Antares looked at Lin Moya with a complex gaze, then sighed, things have come to this point, what's there that can't be said? He closed his eyes and thought, seeming to organize his words. After a moment, he slowly began to speak. The Dragon Soul Crystal is something we dragons create by condensing our own souls and essence blood. For outsiders, Dragon Soul Crystals can help them refine their souls, making their souls purer, while also providing some defensive ability for the soul. It can barely be considered a soul treasure. But you should have noticed, although Dragon Soul Crystals don't have intelligence, they actually have some instincts. Lin Moyo had indeed noticed this point. That's right, they do have some instincts. Antares continued, the highest level Dragon Soul Crystal we can create is 9-colored. We have no way to improve it further. However, 9 colors is just our limit, not the limit of Dragon Soul Crystals. It said that the Dragon Race ancestor could create 10-colored Dragon Soul Crystals. Later, the Dragon Race ancestor fell, but before falling, he left behind some words. He said that when a 10-colored Dragon Soul Crystal appears, it means he will be revived and return. But if a 12-colored Dragon Soul Crystal appears, the Dragon Soul Crystal will gain intelligence and become an evil dragon. The dragon race will face a crisis of extinction. Lin Moya said, there's such a saying? Then how about 11 colors? Antares said, the Dragon Race ancestor also said, if an 11-colored Dragon Soul Crystal appears, it means the Dragon Race will give birth to a new Dragon Race ancestor, and it also means he won't return anymore. Lin Moya frowned slightly, do you believe such words? The Dragon Race ancestor was at most a Dao Lord of an origin Great Dao. How could he predict such distant future events? Antares said, originally I didn't really believe it either, but seeing this thing, I have no choice but to believe. Now that I think about it, those words the Dragon Race ancestor left back then weren't just said casually. When the Dragon Race ancestor returned from that place, he was already not right. He found the 2 strongest practitioners of the Destiny Great Dao at that time, plus a top figure who cultivated the Time Great Dao, to divine the future for him together. Perhaps they really saw something from the future, so they left such words. Lin Moya said, then according to what the Dragon Race ancestor said, does this mean that this 11-colored Dragon Soul Crystal will become the new Dragon Race ancestor of the Dragon Race? Antares shook his dragon head, I don't know. The Dragon Race ancestor didn't say clearly. Lin Moyo pondered for a moment, then said in a low voice, I have an idea, I don't know if it's correct. The Dragon Race ancestor was born from the Taiyang origin. Even if a new Dragon Race ancestor is to be born, it must be related to the Taiyang origin. Your bloodline contains the power of the Taiyang origin. If what the Dragon Race ancestor said is true, perhaps you really should have a new Dragon Race ancestor appear. Do you want to consider trying to refine and absorb this Dragon Soul Crystal? You might get some unexpected gains. Lin Moyo looked at Antares' expression. Antares wasn't very good at hiding his emotions, especially his soul. The soul, stripped of the disguise of flesh, was easier to see through. Hearing Lin Moya's words, his eyes clearly revealed an impulse to try. If what the Dragon Race ancestor said was true, there really was this possibility. Lin Moya said, you need to think it through carefully. This could be a big gamble. No one knows what the result will be. I'm just analyzing based on the dragon race ancestor's words. A 12-colored dragon soul crystal will gain intelligence, so an 11-colored dragon soul crystal, although it doesn't have intelligence yet, its instincts should have reached the peak. It won't be easy for you to refine it. If you're not careful, it might turn the tables on you, and you won't be you anymore. Lin Moya's words made Antares fall into deep thought. Although it was just a hypothesis, this risk indeed might exist. Lin Moya continued, although there's danger, you should also think positively. This dragon soul crystal was given to me by you. It contains your aura and essence blood. It should be relatively easier for you to refine it. Antares thought for a moment and then made his decision, then I'll give it a try. He wasn't a dragon who hesitated. Since he decided to try, he would boldly try, not afraid of anything. Lin Moya shook his head, now is not the time. Wait until the great changes in heaven and earth are over and heaven and earth are reconnected. Then go to the Taiyang origin to absorb and refine it. The success rate should be higher. The dragon race ancestor was born from the Taiyang origin. If a new dragon race ancestor was to be born, it must be inseparable from the Taiyang origin. Now heaven and earth were isolated. The Taiyang origin could be seen but not touched. They could only wait. Moreover, the 11-colored dragon soul crystal hadn't fully matured yet. It was still a bit short. After it fully matured, then he would give it to Antares. Antares believed in Lin Moya's judgment. Alright, then let's wait until the great changes in heaven and earth are over. I'll go to the Taiyang origin and give it a shot. Lin Moya said, I'll accompany you when the time comes. Antares now seemed to see something amazing again. This tree, where did you get it from? Lin Moya said, it was fused by my innate fire. Antares murmured, why do I feel like this tree looks familiar? Like I've seen it somewhere before. After thinking for a while, Antares couldn't remember. He murmured, this tree is somewhat similar to our dragon god tree, but also different. The dragon god tree isn't this big. Lin Moya said, I call it the world tree. Antares indicated he had never heard of the name world tree, but he could feel that the world tree was extraordinary. Chapter 3541. Chapter 3541, 3541. Chapter 3541, the great changes in heaven and earth are the beginning of trouble. Antares had lived for a very long time. He had lived on the origin continent for a long period and in the outer sky Great Tao for another long period, so he knew many, many things. Unfortunately, he wasn't omniscient, and there were many things beyond his knowledge. Lin Moya asked Antares many questions about the outer sky Great Tao. Through Antares' explanations, he gained some understanding of the outer sky Great Tao. He had seen the remnants of Great Taos and had personally ascended Great Taos. Except for some intangible Great Taos, most Great Taos had their own physical form, called Taolands. Taolands were vast. Although the Taoland of a single Great Tao wasn't as large as a continent in the origin continent, it was still enough to accommodate many people. There were also legacies and sects on the Great Taos, and those powerful sects and forces once had corresponding forces on the origin continent. Back when heaven and earth weren't cut off, the sects and forces on the origin continent were their roots. Because in the world of the outer sky Great Tao, it was very difficult for ordinary people to cultivate beyond the Tao King realm. For example, on the Taoland of a Fire Great Tao, all powers except the Fire Great Tao would be rejected. There, one could only cultivate and comprehend the Fire Great Tao. If your constitution wasn't suitable, you either had to find a suitable Great Tao or honestly be an ordinary person. Taolands weren't paradise. Ordinary people on Taolands only had lifespans of a few decades, even shorter than ordinary people on the origin continent. The reason was that on Taolands, the power of the Great Tao was too strong for ordinary people to endure for long periods. Some people had tried to build sects and cultivation points outside the Taolands, but the Great Taos were extremely far apart from each other, and many Great Tao powers conflicted with each other, causing collisions and extreme instability, making them unsuitable for cultivation. So various forces and sects had to establish their own legacies on the origin continent, because on the origin continent, the powers of various Great Taos were fused together, suitable for people of all attributes and constitutions to cultivate. Now that heaven and earth were cut off, those sects and legacies from the outer sky Great Tao were in trouble. It was very difficult for them to find people suitable for cultivating their Tao systems. Constitution was unpredictable. It was possible that two cultivators suitable for cultivating the Fire Great Tao might have a child not suitable for cultivating the Fire Great Tao, who would have to be sent elsewhere to cultivate. In short, it was far inferior to being on the origin continent. As such, when the great changes in heaven and earth occurred and the origin continent recovered its 5 continents, those powerful sects would surely come to occupy various spirit mountains and beautiful waters, occupying large numbers of origin spirit veins, and some weaker sects and forces could only occupy what was left over. The current structure of the origin continent would inevitably be broken. Ancient sects like the ancient Lotus Holy Land, backed by great mountains, might not be greatly impacted. Sects like the Cold Water Holy Land, although they also had great Tao realm beings behind them, Guhanya's strength wasn't considered strong, so they would inevitably be impacted. Lin Moyo vaguely felt that the great changes in heaven and earth were just the beginning of trouble. Uedeo City was his own force, so he would certainly guard it. No one should think of touching Uedeo City's territory. The Cold Water Holy Land was Guhanya's sect, and the current sect leader was still his sister-in-law, so he must also guard it. To avoid unexpected situations, strong power was needed. Otherwise, everything would just be wishful thinking. After pondering, Lin Moyo confirmed his thoughts. During the great changes in heaven and earth, I must enter the great Tao realm. Only then will I have the qualifications to confront those fellows. Antares said, now you know, right? The outer sky great Tao isn't peaceful, and some fellows all feel like they're high and mighty. You'll see when the time comes. Lin Moya said, it doesn't matter. As long as they don't provoke me, it's fine. If they provoke me, I'll kill my way up there, making blood flow like a river. Antares said, alright, I'll kill with you. Lin Moya removed his soul imprints from the origin spirit veins, returning them to an ownerless state, allowing Antares to refine them instead. After the refinement was complete, Antares would bring some spirit beasts to guard. The number naturally couldn't be as many as the undead army, but it wouldn't be too few either. Antares told Lin Moya what he was going to do next. He would go to the southern and northern continents to subdue all the spirit beasts there. The territories of these spirit beasts would also become his territory. Although such territories wouldn't be too many, it was better than nothing. Even if Lin Moya's guess was wrong, he would still gain quite a few benefits from the great changes in heaven and earth. Antares was refining the origin spirit veins. This wasn't something that could be done quickly. Even he needed some time. Lin Moya flicked out a ball of undying flame, letting it fall on a piece of flesh. This was flesh left behind by the shadowless beasts earlier. Lin Moya wanted to see if his Resurrect the Dead could resurrect pseudo-great Tao realm beings. His realm had improved, and he had strengthened his techniques with Tao patterns. The power of his techniques had increased a lot compared to before. Resurrecting great Tao realm beings was still not possible, but he could try with pseudo-great Tao realm beings. The flesh was reborn in the undying flame. Soon, the outline of a shadowless beast appeared in view. Then souls surged in from all directions like waves. A soul flame suddenly appeared and began to burn rapidly. The shadowless beast was successfully resurrected. Its eyes, black as ink, stared unblinkingly at Lin Moya. In its eyes, Lin Moya saw struggle, anger, and resistance. In the unseen, there was a force that resurrected it and made it recognize Lin Moya as its master. But it didn't want to recognize Lin Moya as its master. The two were in conflict. Lin Moya had seen this situation before. A moment later, with a light sound, the shadowless beast turned to dust before Lin Moya's eyes. The resurrection had failed. It wasn't successful. Lin Moya wasn't disappointed. The process just now had lasted for a while, telling him that if he became a bit stronger, Resurrect the Dead would be able to successfully resurrect pseudo-great Tao realm beings. Whether pseudo-great Tao realm or great Tao realm, they all had the ability of eternal life, meaning they were all recognized by the great Tao. So it was still somewhat difficult for him to resurrect them beyond his level. I'll try again when I reach the 7th level of Tao Venerable Realm. Lin Moya didn't give up. After all, he still had 4 pieces of flesh in hand, so he could continue to try. Trying level by level, he would eventually succeed. Lin Moya looked at Antares, who was still refining the origin spirit veins. Olden, I'm going to the Boundary Sea. Antares made an sound. Do you want me to accompany you? Lin Moya shook his head. No need, I'll go by myself. You focus on refining. Before leaving, Lin Moya left Su Pu behind, plus a legion commander. Antares wouldn't always stay here. With them here, there was no need to worry about anyone coming to disturb Lillian. With Lin Moya's current strength, Su Pu's role had greatly diminished. This top-tier fighter could be used elsewhere. Flying out from the western continent, Lin Moya flew over the Boundary Sea for a while, gradually moving away from land and truly entering the Boundary Sea region. He took out a huge white pearl and injected his thoughts into it. Elder, this junior has something to discuss with you. Chapter 3542. Chapter 3542, 3542. Chapter 3542, The Destiny Plate. Within 100 years, the pearl given to Lin Moya by the King of the Boundary Sea contained a trace of the King's will. When needed, it could be used to contact him. The white pearl glowed brightly, standing out particularly in the dim world of the Boundary Sea. After a few seconds, the King of the Boundary Sea's voice came from the pearl. What matter brings young friend Lin to seek me? Lin Moya said, there's something I need to trouble you with, Elder. Can we talk face to face? The King of the Boundary Sea agreed readily. Certainly, please follow the pearl, young friend. The pearl flew up automatically, and Lin Moya followed closely behind. After flying for some distance, an island appeared in view. Lin Moya saw at a glance that this wasn't an island, but the shell of a sea turtle. This sea turtle was only at the God King realm, but fortunately, it was large enough. On its shell was arranged a teleportation formation. Lin Moya stepped onto the turtle shell, the formation activated, and he instantly disappeared from the spot. The aura of origin spirit veins whistled around him. The King of the Boundary Sea used the origin spirit veins under the Boundary Sea to arrange teleportation formations, allowing for rapid travel. Under the entire Boundary Sea were many origin spirit veins, almost all belonging to the King of the Boundary Sea. In terms of territory, the Beast Emperor and the 3 ancestors combined might not have as much as the King of the Boundary Sea. However, their methods of arrangement were different. It was hard to say which one heaven and earth recognized more. This teleportation distance was quite far. The entire teleportation lasted 2 minutes before ending. As his vision cleared, a magnificent palace appeared before him. Lin Moya sensed the aura of the water great Tao. Looking up, he saw the illusory form of a great Tao hanging overhead like the Milky Way. The King of the Boundary Sea had used formations to summon down the illusory form of the water great Tao, letting its power shower over the entire palace. The waters of the Boundary Sea rippled dozens of meters above, held back by an invisible force, unable to fall. The palace gates opened, and the voice of the King of the Boundary Sea came from within. Please enter, young friend. Lin Moya walked into the palace. There were water stains everywhere, clearly showing that the sea water had just been removed not long ago. He knew the king of the Boundary Sea had removed the sea water for fear he wouldn't be comfortable in an underwater environment. Entering the palace, he saw the king of the Boundary Sea in human form, seated on his throne. Strangely, the palace and throne were built to human scale, not to the size of the king of the Boundary Sea's true form. This indicated that in normal times, the king of the Boundary Sea also maintained a human form. Lin Moyo gave a slight bow. Greetings, elder. The king of the Boundary Sea laughed heartily. No need for such formalities, young friend Lin. What's all this elder business? My name is Mo Hay, just call me Old Hay. He was being so friendly, but Lin Moyo wouldn't really call him Old Hay. But to avoid seeming distant, Lin Moyo changed his form of address to Big Brother. The king of the Boundary Sea calmly accepted Lin Moyo as a little brother. What brings little brother Lin to see me? Lin Moyo said, I heard that Big Brother Mo Hay has a treasure that can predict some things. Mo Hay said, indeed I do have such a treasure, but its predictions aren't necessarily accurate. What does little brother want to predict? Lin Moyo said, I want to know when the origin ancestral land will appear. Mo Hay said, originally, predicting this would be somewhat difficult. Lin Moyo asked, is anything needed? Mo Hay took out a treasure. This treasure looked like a large plate, empty inside. This is the treasure that can predict the future. It's called the Destiny Plate. During the time when the Destiny Great Tao was damaged, this treasure was useless junk. Only when the Destiny Great Tao recovered did its functions gradually return. It wasn't until 10,000 years ago, when the Destiny Great Tao fully recovered, that it could exert its effects. To use it for prediction, you either need materials related to the Destiny Great Tao as raw materials, or directly inject the power of the Destiny Great Tao. Otherwise, this treasure can't be used. But even so, the predictions aren't always accurate. The future's destiny is always changing. Sometimes it can't help much, and might even be counterproductive. Peering into the future wasn't a good thing. The possibility the king of the Boundary Sea mentioned indeed existed. Lin Moyo said, I just want to see a rough timeframe. It doesn't need to be very accurate. As for the Destiny Great Tao, I have a way. With a thought, he summoned the Destiny Lich to his side. The Destiny Lich could directly communicate with the Destiny Great Tao and draw some of its power. This shouldn't be a problem. Seeing the Destiny Lich, Mo Hay chuckled, little brother's methods are indeed extraordinary. But don't have too high expectations. The origin ancestral land, little brother will see for himself. Saying this, he tossed the Destiny Plate to Lin Moyo, letting him handle it himself. Lin Moyo placed the Destiny Plate on the ground. The Destiny Lich flew onto the Destiny Plate, summoning the Destiny Great Tao. The power of the Destiny Great Tao was drawn into the Destiny Plate, which immediately began to glow. On the originally empty plate surface, a large amount of mist appeared, quickly becoming dense, finally turning into water flowing into the plate. Mo Hay said, little brother can drip some blood onto it, and use your soul to express what you want to predict. Lin Moyo followed his instructions, dripping in some essence blood while using his soul to express what he wanted to see. Lin Moyo's soul was strong and pure, even moving the king of the Boundary Sea somewhat. The moment his soul power touched the Destiny Plate, the scene before Lin Moyo's eyes rapidly changed. An illusory yet vast Great Tao appeared before his eyes, faintly visible in the boundless void. The Destiny Great Tao. Lin Moyo recognized at a glance that this was the Destiny Great Tao. The Destiny Great Tao had brought his soul to its realm. Although he knew this was just an illusion, the vastness of the Destiny Great Tao still left a deep impression. The next second, the Destiny Great Tao vanished, and a point of light appeared in the void. The point of light, carrying a hazy color, rushed over at an alarming speed, crashing into him with a boom. The light point carried him flying through the void. The scenes in his vision changed rapidly. One Great Tao after another appeared, then quickly receded into the distance. From this, he could judge how fast he was moving at this moment. Then he saw a continent floating in the void. The continent was incredibly vast, with 4 landmasses visible on its surface. The Origin Continent. The light point carried him straight towards the Origin Continent. With a boom, his soul shook, the scene before his eyes disappeared, and Lin Moyo's consciousness left the Destiny Plate. Mo Hay asked with a smile, how was it? Did you see the result? Lin Moyo said, I saw it. Although the time can't be completely certain, it should be within 100 years. Mo Hay pondered for a few seconds, calculating the time. It is indeed about right. It's been a long time since the Origin ancestral land last appeared. It should be coming soon. Actually, you could have asked me or the 3 ancestors about this matter. Why did you need to predict it again? Lin Moyo said directly, regarding the future great changes in heaven and earth, I have some ideas of my own. I want to contend for the leading role in the great changes. Mo Hay laughed, young friend, if the 3 ancestors knew of this idea, he would probably be anxious with you. Lin Moyo said, I'm just telling the truth. Unless the 3 ancestors kills me, I will certainly try. At this point, Lin Moyo pulled out a big flag. That old fellow said so, I have no choice. Chapter 3543. Chapter 3543, 3543. Chapter 3543, The Formation in the Great Whirlpool. Hearing Lin Moyo's words, the king of the Boundary Sea showed sudden respect. Although he didn't say it explicitly, the change in his expression didn't escape Lin Moyo's eyes. Lin Moyo could even guess Mo Hay's thoughts. From the first time the green-robed old man appeared, Mo Hay, as the king of the Boundary Sea, had already sensed something. At that time, he felt that the relationship between the green-robed old man and Lin Moyo must be unusual. Later events also confirmed his guess. That being whose name they hardly dared to mention was casually referred to as that old fellow by Lin Moyo, without any respect. This further indicated that Lin Moyo had a close relationship with him. Mohe said in a low voice, "Is it that person's intention?" Lin Moya said, "He just told me to find a way to lead this great change in heaven and earth, but didn't specify how to lead it. Anyway, I'll try my best. Whether I can succeed or not, I don't know either. Moreover, he also told me to go to the origin ancestral land." This time, asking to borrow Big Brother Mohe's destiny plate was actually just to confirm whether the origin ancestral land would descend in the near future. If there's still a lot of time, then I can go do some other things. If there's not much time, then I'll just wait for the origin ancestral land to descend. Mohe could fully accept Lin Moya's explanation. These words had no logical flaws, and Mohe could feel that Lin Moya wasn't lying. In fact, apart from pulling out the green-robed old man's big flag, Lin Moya was telling the truth. He really thought this way. If the origin ancestral land could descend in the near future, then he would wait for it. If it was still thousands of years away, he couldn't wait even if he wanted to. He did indeed judge that the great changes in heaven and earth on the origin continent were related to the seal at the bottom of the boundary sea, but this was also his personal guess and couldn't be taken as certain. Mohe said, "So young friend plans to wait now." In his view, a mere 100 years wasn't long. It would pass quickly with just a bit of waiting. Lin Moyo made an affirmative sound. "Since the destiny plate says it will descend within 100 years, I'll wait a bit. I won't go anywhere else for now." Mohe made an sound. "I wonder how many people will enter the origin ancestral land this time, and how many will stay inside forever. If Lin young friend enters, you must be very careful. It's not safe inside." Lin Moyo asked, "Are there many people who die in there every year?" Mohe said, "About 10 to 20%, which isn't too many. But among those who never return, most are geniuses. Instead, it's those with average strength who can return safely." Lin Moya said, "Thank you for the warning, Big Brother Mohe. I'll be careful." Mohe sent Lin Moya off, and Lin Moya returned to the eastern continent alone. Now that he roughly knew when the origin ancestral land would appear, he had some certainty in his heart. Next, he would return to Uedeo City to seclude himself and cultivate, trying to improve his cultivation as much as possible to prepare for the origin ancestral land. After reaching the 6th level of Dao Venerable Realm, the speed of condensing Dao patterns slowed down again. He had the Great Dao Crystal, Silver Tree Sap, Ice Jade Lotus Seed, and various other treasures to aid cultivation. Now, to condense one Dao pattern, he needed a full 4 years, much slower than when he was at the 5th level of Dao Venerable Realm. Even if everything went smoothly, it would take 72 years to condense all 18 Dao patterns. He wanted to enter the 7th level of Dao Venerable Realm before the origin ancestral land arrived. The difference between a 7th level ancestor and the 6th level of Dao Venerable Realm would be another small leap, and his combat power would increase considerably. Lin Moya sat cross-legged on the cloud-piercing sword, multitasking by leading various great Daos, condensing Dao patterns, and deeply studying divine symbols. Several days later, the cloud-piercing sword arrived at the center of the boundary sea, and the great whirlpools appeared in view. This was his 3rd time crossing the boundary sea. If calculated carefully, this was actually his 1st time crossing by himself. The 1st time, he had come on the Hurricane warship. The 2nd time was with Antares. The previous 2 times, he hadn't stopped, just passing over directly. This time, he stopped above the great whirlpools. He looked at the great whirlpools with bright eyes, feeling the enormous suction coming from them. Huge whirlpools rotated in the boundary sea, making thunderous sounds. From afar, some strange creatures could be seen swimming near the great whirlpools. They weren't sea race members, nor did they look like spirit beasts. Both their forms and auras were very strange. Almost everyone had a different form. Some even had characteristics of the sea race, but overall they were no longer sea race members. Lin Moyo observed them, faintly sensing a trace of aura similar to the otherworldly celestial beings from them. They were more like divine pets, but not quite true divine pets. It seems I wasn't wrong. The great whirlpool should lead directly to the formation seal at the bottom of the boundary sea. Power leaking from the formation seal has polluted these sea race creatures, causing them to mutate. This isn't even the center of the great whirlpools. It's said that no one who has gone to the true center has ever returned, even those at the 9th level of Dao Venerable Realm. Lin Moyo, with a trace of curiosity, flew towards the center of the great whirlpools. The great whirlpools referred to an area containing countless whirlpools of various sizes. The largest whirlpool was at the center. As for how to find the center, the simplest method was to follow the suction force. The closer to the center, the stronger the suction. Lin Moyo felt the changes in the suction force. After flying for over 100,000 kilometers, he finally saw an amazing sight. From afar, an incredibly huge whirlpool was slowly rotating in the boundary sea. This whirlpool was like a giant wound in the boundary sea. Its diameter was at least tens of thousands of kilometers. As it rotated, thunderous sounds constantly emanated, resonating with the soul, turning into a strange seductive force. This seductive force was very strong, able to bewitch the soul, making people feel an impulse to approach. However, Lin Moya's soul realm was strong enough, so he wasn't affected. Its strong suction force while rotating was also pulling Lin Moya towards it. Lin Moya stopped when he was still thousands of kilometers away, not daring to get closer. The change in suction force told Lin Moya that if he got any closer, he would be sucked in. This force was truly too powerful, so powerful that even he couldn't resist it. His gaze flickered, and he saw a large number of divine symbols. This great whirlpool was filled with countless divine symbols. The divine symbols formed an extremely complex formation. The complexity of this formation far exceeded Lin Moya's imagination. If one didn't understand divine symbols, they wouldn't be able to see the existence of this formation at all. The divine symbols were hidden in the boundary sea, and the great whirlpool was just the manifestation of this formation. Lin Moya looked at this formation from afar, trying to memorize it. But he found that with his current level of formation skills, he actually couldn't completely memorize it. The divine symbols in this formation weren't fixed but were constantly changing and moving. Moreover, there were many layers of divine symbols, and the symbols between each layer would exchange positions with each other. Lin Moya felt admiration, admiring the person who arranged this formation. Their attainment in formations was far beyond his own. After repeated observations, Lin Moya finally saw some clues. The reason this formation was so complex was that it wasn't a single formation, but a formation group formed by the fusion of over 100 formations. These formations had different functions but could overlap and fuse with each other. It was simply incredible, completely different from the formation groups he had arranged before. Lin Moya was fascinated by what he saw, and time slipped away without him noticing. Chapter 3544. Chapter 3544, 3544. Chapter 3544, The Formation Spirit in the Central Whirlpool. The intense warning from his spiritual sense suddenly interrupted his multitasking, preventing him from condensing Tao patterns and interrupting his comprehension of the great Tao. Lin Moya was startled awake. He found that he was only about 1,000 kilometers away from the central great whirlpool. His hair stood on end, and the wings of time curse spread out abruptly, vibrating madly, rapidly retreating. At this time, an enormous suction suddenly erupted, like a giant hand firmly grabbing him, trying to drag him over. The space around Lin Moya distorted, and the skeleton hell automatically appeared, protecting Lin Moya. Time and space fused, forming the power of spacetime. Lin Moya wanted to enter another spacetime, using this to avoid the suction force. However, what he didn't expect was that the suction force also pierced through spacetime, still firmly grabbing him. The power of Lin Moya's entire body exploded, and the power of death poured down, working with the skeleton hell to devour and dissolve this suction force. The suction force was blocked for an instant, and Lin Moya took the opportunity to explode with all his power, the wings of time curse vibrating to the extreme, teleporting him away. Flying over 10,000 kilometers in one breath, away from the central great whirlpool, Lin Moya finally breathed a sigh of relief. An angry roar came from the central great whirlpool, piercing into the soul. Lin Moya vaguely saw a giant beast. This beast was wearing a sea god rune and poked its head out from the great whirlpool. The beast had 3 eyes, staring intently at Lin Moya. Lin Moya frowned slightly, a formation spirit. He recognized at a glance that this beast wasn't a real living being, but a formation spirit. Formation spirits were rare, and he had only seen them a few times. He hadn't expected this formation to actually hide a formation spirit, and an extremely powerful one at that. Just now, he had been so fascinated by watching the formation that he had been dragged over by the suction force without realizing it. If his spiritual sense hadn't suddenly warned him and woken him up, he might have really been dragged into the great whirlpool. Lin Moya wasn't afraid. If they really fought, it was unknown who would win. The key was that now wasn't the time to fight. He would wait until after his trip to the origin ancestral land. That would be the time for a great battle between both sides. The formation spirit looked at Lin Moya, and Lin Moya looked at it as well. After a moment, the formation spirit resubmerged into the great whirlpool and disappeared. Lin Moya said to himself, this formation has a formation spirit. It seems that to enter the bottom of the boundary sea, I'll have to defeat this formation spirit first. The predecessor who arranged this formation is truly a great power. To be able to arrange such a powerful formation must be a high-level formation master. But looking at the structure and style of this formation, it seems to be different from that of the Great Tao formation sect, not the same. In the process of observing the formation, he had gained quite a lot, having seen clearly some of the formation's functions. The formation was divided into many layers. It could absorb external forces, including the power of the origin in heaven and earth, and the power in the waters of the boundary sea, converting them into the power it needed. At the same time, it could maintain the formation's continuous operation. If any of the divine symbols were damaged, the formation could automatically recover. As such, the formation could operate continuously for countless years, regardless of the interference of time. The existence of the formation spirit gave the formation itself defensive power. It became extremely difficult for others to destroy the formation. This was like finding 10 permanent guardians for the formation. Formation groups that he had thought of in the past were generally combinations of the same kind of formation, but the formation group at the central whirlpool allowed Lin Moya to see a completely new kind of formation group. Different formations could also fuse with each other, broadening his thinking and vision. Carrying his gains, Lin Moya left the great whirlpool and continued flying towards the eastern continent. He put the thrilling moment that had just happened behind him. It wasn't the time yet, so there was no need to think too much about it. Lin Moya once again multitasked, cultivating. At his speed, in another 2 or 3 days, he could fly out of the boundary sea and return to the eastern continent. Above the boundary sea, dark clouds were densely packed, and streaks of lightning fell, getting more and more numerous and dense. They struck the water surface, blasting out large waterspouts. Amidst the lightning, countless flying fish flew out from the boundary sea. They devoured the lightning, as if they themselves wanted to transform into lightning, dancing in the air. The scene was extremely magnificent. Lin Moya flew past from afar, admiring this spectacular scene. The realm of these lightning fish wasn't high. Among them, the leader was only at the third level of Dao Venerable, while the rest were only at the first level of Dao Venerable, or even lower. Several figures suddenly flew over from afar. They formed a semi-encirclement and took out net-like treasures, shrouding towards the lightning fish. Fishermen. Lin Moya glanced at them, not wanting to bother. These fishermen should be from a sect nearby. This place was not far from the eastern continent, and many islands had already appeared. There would be sects on these islands. These sects weren't powerful. Their disciples made a living by fishing. They would catch fish from the Boundary Sea and refine them into pills and other items, either using them themselves or selling them to exchange for origin crystals. Similarly, they would also be in danger when fishing, and it was very possible for them to be swallowed by the Boundary Sea. The fishermen had already engaged in a great battle with the lightning fish. Both sides were evenly matched, fighting fiercely. Lin Moya didn't do anything, turning to leave. If it had been in the past, Lin Moya would have watched for a while. If the fishermen were in danger, he might have helped them. But now, he was no longer so kind. Unknowingly, he was standing at a higher angle. Whatever the outcome of both sides, whether they won or were in danger, it seemed normal to him. Anyone who did things, wanting to gain something, must pay something. This was relative. There was no such thing as unearned gains in this world. For cultivators, if they paid the price of their lives, that was actually quite normal. His mentality naturally and unconsciously changed. Lin Moya didn't feel there was anything wrong with himself. With the change in strength, not changing would be the problem. Lin Moya was without joy or sorrow, his thoughts clear, seeing all things in the world as if he were an observer. A faint light emanated from his body. Unknowingly, his soul level improved again, reaching the peak of the 8th grade innate soul. The improvement in his soul level didn't bring any substantial benefits to Lin Moya right now, but once he entered the Great Dao realm, his soul level could directly transform into combat power. If he were to achieve the Great Dao realm now, his combat power would surpass many Great Dao realm beings who had cultivated for many years. The improvement in soul level was difficult, and Great Dao realm beings no longer had to worry about lifespan. Their cultivation time was measured in tens of thousands of years. To improve just one small level, they might need tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years. If they knew Lin Moya's current soul level, each of them would probably be shocked. Lin Moya revealed a smile. This is an unexpected joy. It seems what Little May said about me changing isn't necessarily a bad thing. A day later, Lin Moya left the Boundary Sea, and after another day of flying, returned to Uedao City. Lin Moya went to his small courtyard and greeted Little May and the other three, then entered the city lord's mansion to begin closed-door cultivation. Having cultivated all the way until now, he had hardly had time to cultivate in seclusion. This time, Lin Moya decided to cultivate in seclusion properly, until the origin ancestral land appeared. In his soul world, Lin Moya's soul sat cross-legged on the ice jade lotus seat, cultivating with his eyes closed. Dao patterns condensed one by one, taking 4 years for each. The speed wasn't fast, but it was very stable. Chapter 3545. Chapter 3545, 3545. Chapter 3545, Someone attacking Uedao City? The vast majority of Dao patterns Lin Moya had condensed were obtained through Great Dao rewards. In fact, there weren't many Dao patterns he had truly comprehended on his own. They could be counted on one hand. This time, he settled his mind and began to comprehend the Great Dao bit by bit to condense Dao patterns, which was also a very different experience. He comprehended the various mysteries within the Great Dao and began to understand how to more effectively utilize the power of the Great Dao. Lin Moya sat motionless in the city lord's mansion for 20 years. In these 20 years, he gained a new understanding of the Great Dao. He discovered that the Great Dao power he had used before was too shallow and hadn't truly brought out the Great Dao's power. Although his combat power was already invincible in the Dao Venerable realm, that was all through brute force. If he could understand how to utilize the Great Dao, his combat power could be further improved. A skeleton general appeared beside Lin Moya. This skeleton general was enveloped by vast power of death. Techniques could carry the Great Dao. Lin Moya had used this before, but after the undead army had its own bloody white bone Great Dao, he never let them carry techniques again. This time, based on his new insights into the Great Dao, Lin Moya once again let techniques carry the Great Dao, but differently from before. The skeleton general was enveloped by the power of death. It carried the law of undeath, but above its head, a bloody white bone Great Dao still existed. Now the skeleton general simultaneously possessed two kinds of Great Dao power. In terms of combat power, the skeleton general's attacks gained an additional corrosive property, increasing overall combat power by about 10%. A 10% increase might not seem like much, but there weren't just one skeleton general, but hundreds of billions. Added together, the increase was quite considerable. Another skeleton general appeared beside him. This time, the skeleton general was enveloped in pure white light, carrying the power of life. Then a third skeleton general appeared. Its body was illusory and hazy, as if not in this space, carrying the space Great Dao. One skeleton general after another came out. Except for the 1,000 stars Great Dao, the power of 5 Great Daos appeared, and could be changed at any time according to Lin Moya's thoughts. The same technique could change freely among different Great Daos, making tactics much more diverse. Skeleton generals carrying the Space Great Dao were the fastest. Skeleton generals carrying the Power Great Dao had the strongest attack power. Skeleton generals carrying the Fortune Great Dao could directly reduce others' fortune. These seemingly small changes could greatly increase the combat power of the undead army. As Lin Moya's realm continued to improve and the power of the Great Dao constantly increased, even if the realm of the undead army no longer improved, their combat power could continue to strengthen. Another 20 years passed, and Lin Moyo had condensed another Dao pattern. Legion commanders were summoned one by one. Each legion commander was enveloped by different great Dao powers. Even the Dragon Cavalry Legion they summoned had great Dao power on them. In this way, legions with various attributes were formed. Add to that their formation of battle arrays and fighting together, and their combat power skyrocketed. The great Dao is indeed profound. Compared to my previous use of brute force, this is much better. Lin Moya's thoughts moved slightly as he continued to comprehend the great Dao. In these few decades, in the Thousand Stars Great Dao, stars were lit one by one. The former Star Lords had all found successors. However, these successors all needed a long time to cultivate. It was still far too early to restore the former glory of the Thousand Stars Great Dao. The fallen Sword Star Lord was still in slumber, but Lin Moya felt that he had recovered quite a bit. Perhaps when he entered the Outer Sky Great Dao, the fallen Sword Star Lord could become his sharpest sword. Over these years, Lin Moya's comprehension of the Great Dao deepened, and his understanding of divine symbol formations also constantly strengthened. He had completely digested the materials given by Gu Hanyu and Zimun, and even elevated beyond the foundation of their materials. Lin Moya felt that his current level in divine symbol formations had already surpassed Zimun's. In the 72nd year of Lin Moya's seclusion, a powerful aura rose from the city lord's mansion, and a muffled thunder sounded in the sky. In Uedeo City, everyone simultaneously looked up to see several great Daos appearing in the sky. The great Daos showered down pressure, and all cultivators in Uedeo City showed shocked expressions. Uedeo City exploded into an uproar, with discussions everywhere. This is the pressure of a 7th level ancestor. So many great Daos, have so many 7th level ancestors come. What are so many 7th level ancestors coming to do? Attack Uedeo City. Most people were confused, thinking that 7th level ancestors had come to cause trouble. If they weren't coming to cause trouble, they wouldn't reveal their great Daos. Over these years, Uedeo City had always been peaceful, never having any incidents. Just as people were becoming anxious, 6 great Daos simultaneously disappeared, leaving people bewildered. Only the human emperor knew what was happening. The source of all this was actually Lin Moyo. With a thought, Lin Moyo had already teleported 1,000,000 miles away. As he left, the 6 great Daos naturally disappeared. In the wilderness 1,000,000 miles away, 6 great Daos hung high in the sky, showering down great Dao power like waterfalls onto Lin Moyo. The 7th level of Dao Venerable Realm was different from the 6th. This was a small leap, and also the first time in the Dao Venerable Realm to truly approach the Great Dao. It was precisely because of approaching the Great Dao and being recognized by the Great Dao that the 7th level of Dao Venerable Realm could use more Great Dao power, with combat power far surpassing the 6th level of Dao Venerable Realm. This was also why the 7th level of Dao Venerable Realm was called a 7th level ancestor, while the 6th level wasn't. From the Dao Venerable Realm onwards, the 4th level saw the appearance of Great Dao True Bodies, which was a small leap. The 7th level approached the Great Dao, which was another small leap. For Lin Moyo, he was simultaneously approached by 6 great Daos, gaining the most benefits. Lin Moyo could feel his power rising steadily. His realm, physical body, and soul truly caught up for the first time, standing together at the 7th level of Dao Venerable Realm. Lin Moyo had a wonderful feeling of being completely unified. Apart from the skeleton hell, his other techniques were also constantly improving. His great Dao True Bodies became stronger and stronger. He could simultaneously use 3 types of great Dao True Bodies, fusing them at will. The undead army continued to grow stronger as it expanded. With a thought from Lin Moyo, 20 Dao patterns flew out, continuing to fuse into the 5 major summoning techniques. The number of Dao patterns for each summoning technique increased from 8 to 12, still maintaining balance. Out of 126 Dao patterns, 124 were used, leaving only 2 Dao patterns in reserve. As the Dao patterns increased, their amplifying effect on techniques became greater and greater. 12 Dao patterns amplified the techniques, and all Dao patterns resonated with each other, further magnifying the amplifying effect. Among the summoning techniques, the Skeleton King and Dragon Cavalry both had combat power at the middle stage of the 8th level of Dao Venerable Realm. The Legion Commander's combat power reached the late stage of the 8th level of Dao Venerable Realm, infinitely close to the 9th level. The Skeleton Kings truly stood at the 9th level of Dao Venerable Realm. 3,000 Skeleton Kings meant 3,000 9th level Dao Venerable fighters. This force alone was enough to steamroll the Origin continent. Lin Moyo completed his advancement, but the 6 great Daos in the sky didn't disappear. He looked up, and in an instant, his form became illusory and hazy. At this moment, he merged into the Great Dao, and through the Great Dao, looked towards the outer sky. Chapter 3546. Chapter 3546, 3546. Chapter 3546, The Origin Ancestral Land is really coming. Having advanced to the 7th level of Dao Venerable Realm, he had one chance to merge his body with the Great Dao. By merging with the Great Dao, he could see the world of the outer sky Great Dao, and at the same time, personally experience the Great Dao. The time for merging with the Great Dao wouldn't be too long. The opportunity was very rare. If it was before the Origin catastrophe when heaven and earth weren't severed, many Dao Venerables would have had the opportunity to enter the world of the outer sky Great Dao, and this time of merging with the Great Dao wouldn't have been so precious. But now it was different. Heaven and earth were severed, and this opportunity was very rare. Lin Moyo had 6 Great Daos. He could merge with the Great Dao 6 times, with far more time than others. Entering the outer sky Great Dao, the power of the Great Dao enveloped his entire body. Lin Moyo saw the world of the outer sky Great Dao again, and also personally felt the Great Dao. one great Tao after another appeared before his eyes. At this moment, Lin Moya thought of when he was still in the small world, the scene when he first saw the runes of the large world through the technique sublimation. The scene at that time was even shorter, and he couldn't see it at all. It wasn't until he reached the large world that he had the chance to truly see the runes of the large world. At that time, Antares repeatedly observed the runes of the large world, but he didn't know what he was looking at, and even later, he wasn't very clear about it. Antares said he was looking at the runes of the large world, but with his realm, the runes of the large world weren't anything special. Later, the runes of the large world became hostile to him, preventing him from advancing, and Antares showed fear at that time. After entering the large world, as his realm increased, he became even more confused as to why Antares would fear mere runes of the large world. With his strength and realm, even destroying the large world wouldn't be difficult. It wasn't until a deep conversation with Antares dozens of years ago, when they talked about this issue, that he truly knew why. What Antares feared wasn't the runes of the large world, because what stopped him back then wasn't a rune of the large world, and what Antares saw wasn't just a rune of the large world. Antares wouldn't say what he had seen, but after repeated questioning, Antares was willing to reveal a bit. What he had seen and what had stopped him was indeed a kind of rune of the large world, but it wasn't the rune he later saw in the large world. At that time, his realm was too low, and he couldn't see the things hidden behind the runes of the large world. It's just that later, this thing disappeared, and Antares didn't know where it had gone, but he still wouldn't say what exactly it was. Lin Moyo always felt that a big hand was arranging him. Now it seemed that was really the case. Unable to figure it out, Lin Moya simply passed the blame to the green-robed old man. Most likely, it was this guy who arranged it. He temporarily put this matter aside. Lin Moya didn't continue to think about it, because he knew there was no use in thinking more. When his strength was enough in the future, he would ask the green-robed old man, and he would definitely get an answer. The world of the outer sky Great Tao, Lin Moyo had seen many times. Through Antares' descriptions, he already had a rough outline of the outer sky Great Tao in his mind. The world he was in now was called the Origin Continent, referring to the place where he stood, the core of the entire world. And the outer sky Great Tao surrounded the core. They possessed powerful forces and were the embodiment of the world's power. The outer sky Great Taos constantly scattered their power into the Origin Continent, giving the Origin Continent the power of all the outer sky Great Taos. On the Origin Continent, one could cultivate all Great Taos, but in the outer sky Great Tao, one could only cultivate the power that matched the Great Tao. So the world of the outer sky Great Tao was very monotonous, not as rich as the Origin Continent. The Great Taos were very far apart from each other. Lin Moya could see Great Taos similar to the Milky Way, just floating in the void. The Taiyang Origin and Taiyin Origin were also here, and they existed simultaneously. One existed on the front of the Origin Continent, and the other was on the back. Every so often, the Taiyang and Taiyin origins would exchange positions. The powers of these two origins were very strong, stronger than any Great Tao. As for why this was so, no one knew. Lin Moya wasn't very interested in the world of the outer sky Great Tao. He valued his affinity with the Great Taos more. That was what was important. The higher the affinity, the more Great Tao power he could command after entering the Great Tao realm, and the stronger he would be among those at the same realm. After sensing 3 Great Taos in a row, he suddenly saw a streak of light flash past from the mist in the distance. The Origin Ancestral Land. Lin Moya was shocked. Although it was just a fleeting streak of light, Lin Moya still recognized it at a glance. This was the Origin Ancestral Land. He had seen the Origin Ancestral Land in the Destiny Plate. The Origin Ancestral Land didn't appear as if teleporting, but flew over. Lin Moya looked at the direction the Origin Ancestral Land had appeared from. There, mist was heavy. It was already at the edge of the world. The Origin Ancestral Land dragged a long streak of light, flashing in and out of existence in the world mist at an alarming speed. The Origin Ancestral Land is really coming, but it still needs time to fly to the Origin Continent. After the 6 merges with the Great Tao ended, Lin Moya's gaze was slightly lowered. Based on the flight path and speed of the Origin Ancestral Land, it'll probably take over a dozen years. It seems the Destiny Plate wasn't wrong. At least it's really coming. This great change in heaven and earth. While merging with the Great Tao, Lin Moya also saw the changes on the Origin Continent. The Origin Continent was covered by a strange force. This force came from the Great Tao, isolating heaven and earth. This force didn't belong to any single Great Tao, but was an aggregate of all Great Taos. It could also be seen as the fundamental will of the Origin Continent. The fundamental will had no wisdom or thoughts, only instincts. It would make the appropriate choices at the appropriate time. After the Origin catastrophe, this force enveloped the Origin Continent, causing the Origin Continent to shrink, starting to heal like it was in hibernation. Now, this force was weakening. The net covering the Origin Continent was beginning to loosen. Waiting for an opportunity, this net would be completely untied, and the Origin Continent would return to its original form. When the net was untied, it would inevitably trigger many things. The Great Tao power accumulated outside the Origin Continent for countless years would erupt in an instant. This was the great change in heaven and earth, but these forces belonged to the outer sky Great Tao, and cultivators on the Origin Continent couldn't obtain them. During the great changes in heaven and earth, the cultivators on the Origin Continent could all gain some benefits. If they wanted to gain more and greater benefits, they needed some methods. The 3 ancestors and the Beast Emperor were after these benefits, and so was he. Leading the great changes in heaven and earth would allow him to obtain the greatest benefits. In Lin Moya's view, this was no different from the Great Tao reward. If he wanted to lead the great changes in heaven and earth, the best method was to become the person who untied the net. Just like becoming the person who killed the otherworldly celestial beings, Lin Moyo had already thought of a method. That net was the seal at the bottom of the boundary sea. A black figure appeared in the distance. Lin Moyo looked up to see a 9th-level Dao Venerable flying over rapidly. He was wearing the uniform of the Lu Feng Chamber of Commerce and came before Lin Moyo. Lu Jie greets Mr. Lin. The three ancestors would like to invite Mr. Lin to the mall. Chapter 3547. Chapter 3547, 3547. Chapter 3547. I only seek to have no guilt in my heart. What was the three ancestors' intention in sending someone to invite him to the mall? Lin Moyo asked. Did the three ancestors say what it was about? Lu Jie shook his head. He didn't say, just instructed me to tell Mr. Lin. It seemed there was really something going on, and the three ancestors himself should be very busy, unable to get away. Had Yinshan not finished what he was doing from before all these years later? Lin Moyo didn't think too much about it. Then let's go. Stepping onto the cloud-piercing sword, he flew toward the mall. After reaching the 7th level of Dao Venerable Realm, his affinity with the Great Dao allowed him to use much more Great Dao power. Lin Moyo's speed had increased a lot. Standing on the cloud-piercing sword, he wasn't much slower than Dao Venerable Realm 9th level beings like Lu Jie. At least the cloud-piercing sword had once followed its old master and almost become a Great Dao treasure. Having only flown for half a day, the mall was already in sight. Seeing the mall from afar, Lin Moyo frowned slightly. What is this? The mall was enveloped by formations, and a satellite city had been destroyed, with the mall also clearly bearing the scars of war. Lu Jie said, over these years, our mall has always been harassed by external forces, with constant warfare. No need to guess, it must be Yinshan's doing. It seemed he had targeted the three ancestors. Who told the three ancestors to use him as a tool to get rid of Yinshan? Unexpectedly, not only had he let Yinshan go, but he had also turned Yinshan into his own gun. The three ancestors could be said to have tried to steal a chicken only to lose the rice used as bait. Yinshan wasn't an idiot. He knew his strength. Rather than targeting the Beast Emperor and the three ancestors at the same time, it would be better to target just one person. So it was understandable that Yinshan was now constantly targeting the three ancestors. Flying into the mall with Lu Jie, Lin Moyo felt a bit wary. The mall now was not what it used to be. The three ancestors might put the blame on him. If that was the case, he would have to find a way to kill his way out. Lin Moyo observed the formations in the mall, looking at the divine runes invisible to the naked eye, and calculated in his mind how to respond if the three ancestors attacked him. However, this possibility was unlikely. The three ancestors probably wouldn't attack him. Not to mention anything else, just the green-robed old man behind him was enough to make the three ancestors wary. Before fully understanding his relationship with the green-robed old man, the three ancestors would basically not dare to do anything to him. Lin Moyo didn't mind using the green-robed old man as a flag, pretending to be powerful to intimidate others. In the mall, Lu Lian was already waiting. She teleported Lin Moyo to the mysterious space where the three ancestors was located. Coming here again, Lin Moyo had new feelings. This mysterious space was filled with the aura of the Outer Sky Great Dao, and a complex divine rune formation was operating. This formation should have used the treasures of the Time Great Dao and Space Great Dao as formation eyes, and used materials from these two Great Daos as lines to outline it. Here, time became chaotic. A long time in the outside world would be relatively shorter for people in the formation. Most importantly, this formation broke the spatial barriers in some sense and could draw upon some Great Dao power. In other words, the three ancestors seemed to be like the Beast Emperor, not cultivating. But who knew how long he had actually cultivated here? The three ancestors was just an avatar that came to the origin continent, so his strength was limited. At least Lin Moyo didn't feel the three ancestors was much stronger than the Beast Emperor. It seemed that creating such a special space wasn't for the three ancestors' own cultivation but had another use. The three ancestors was currently fiddling with a formation disc. This formation disc was also extremely complex, with everything telling Lin Moyo that the three ancestors himself was also a powerful formation master. After Lin Moyo arrived, he bowed slightly. I wonder what matter the three ancestors called this junior for. The three ancestors snorted lightly. How dare I order you around? Lin Moyo naturally understood his meaning and chuckled. When the three ancestors was scheming against this junior, you naturally had to think about what to do if you failed. The three ancestors raised his head, looking at Lin Moyo with a calm gaze. I was indeed very surprised. I didn't expect you to be able to force Yinshan to such an extent. Lin Moyo said, this junior naturally doesn't have that ability, just borrowing external forces. The three ancestors said in a low voice, how did you get to know that one from the Eastern Spirit Empire? Lin Moyo shook his head slightly. Three ancestors, you might as well just say what you have to say directly. There's no need to ask around like this. He naturally couldn't tell the three ancestors about his relationship with Antares. Moreover, he was clear that the three ancestors had invited him over not to ask these things. The three ancestors said, you shouldn't have forgotten what you promised this old man, right? Lin Moyo thought for a moment, are you talking about the origin ancestral land? The three ancestors made an sound. That's right, it's appeared, and will probably arrive in just over a decade. Lin Moyo said, I naturally won't forget. But as far as I know, those who have entered before have very chaotic memories and can clearly explain the situation in the origin ancestral land. Over these years, the Lu Feng Chamber of Commerce must have had quite a few people enter. The three ancestors should also know the result. The three ancestors shook his head. No, you are different from them. Their memories are chaotic because their souls aren't strong enough, so they are affected. Your soul has reached the innate level, so your memories will most likely not be affected. The reason the three ancestors could make such a judgment, Lin Moyo guessed, was related to the people who had entered from the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce. Many people from the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce had entered the Origin Ancestral Land, with varying cultivation levels in different soul realms, and their performance after coming out also varied. Through their different performances, they could deduce what were the determining factors and how strongly they were affected. The three ancestors clearly knew some things, so he would say such words. Lin Moya said, if that's really the case, then I will tell you what happened in the Origin Ancestral Land. However, please forgive me if there are things that involve my personal secrets, I won't say them. The three ancestors said, this old man is not interested in your secrets. Lin Moya smiled and said, then what things in the Origin Ancestral Land are the three ancestors interested in? If this junior sees them, I can pay more attention. The three ancestors glared at Lin Moya, don't try to trick me. Just tell me what you can tell this old man. As for how much to say, that depends on your own heart. Lin Moya smiled, that's natural. I only seek to have no guilt in my heart. I will definitely fulfill what I promised you. The three ancestors said, good, there's one more thing. If Feng Yao also enters the Origin Ancestral Land this time, if you can take care of her, please do so. Lin Moya said, three ancestors, don't worry. Sister Feng Yao is my friend. If she really enters, I will definitely take care of her. Each time the Origin Ancestral Land appears, it randomly selects people. You can't just enter if you want to, nor can you not enter if you don't want to. It's very domineering, not giving you a chance to refuse. So far, no one knows the specific rules for the Origin Ancestral Land selecting people, but it's certain that the children of Taiyang and children of Taiyin can definitely enter. There has never been an exception. The children of Taiyang, after entering the Origin Ancestral Land, have never come out alive. At least a few children of Taiyin have come out alive. The children of Taiyin who come out are also memory deficient, knowing nothing about their experiences inside, as if they had a big dream, unable to remember what happened in the dream after waking up. Chapter 3548. Chapter 3548, 3548. Chapter 3548, The Origin Ancestral Land Descends. The three ancestors had given Lin Moyo a treasure, which was a shield. This shield came from a Great Dao realm being in the Outer Sky Great Dao and required soul power at the innate level to activate. Once activated, the shield could protect Lin Moyo, at least blocking a Great Dao realm being for a period of time. As for whether it would be useful in the Origin Ancestral Land, the three ancestors couldn't be certain, but it was better than nothing. Currently, there were very few people on the entire Origin continent who could use this shield. Great Dao realm beings like the three ancestors and Beast Emperor naturally had no problem, but people like Little Yu and Little Mei, possessing special physiques and innate souls, lacked sufficient strength due to their lower realm, so their soul power was too weak to activate the shield. But the three ancestors and Beast Emperor couldn't enter the Origin Ancestral Land, and Little Yu and Little Mei couldn't either. So, the only one who could truly use the shield in the Origin Ancestral Land was Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo understood the three ancestors' intention. The three ancestors hoped he could return alive and tell him about the situation in the Origin Ancestral Land. Clearly, the three ancestors were very interested in the Origin Ancestral Land, but unable to enter himself, he could only borrow the hands of others. Lin Moyo left the mall and headed towards the Boundary Sea. Now, with about a dozen years before the Origin Ancestral Land opened, it was still enough time for him to take a trip to the Boundary Sea. After stepping into the 7th level of Dao Venerable Realm, the difficulty of condensing Dao patterns doubled again. Previously, he could condense one Dao pattern in 4 years. Now, it would take at least 16 years to condense one Dao pattern. The increase in years was much more exaggerated than before. At this rate, it would take him almost 300 years to advance to the 8th level of Dao Venerable Realm. For other Dao Venerables, 300 years was very short. Not to mention 300 years, even 30,000 years wasn't long. For those 7th level ancestors, if they were told they could advance to the 8th level of Dao Venerable Realm in 3,000 years, they would all close themselves off and cultivate hard for 3,000 years without hesitation. But Lin Moyo felt that 300 years was too long. He vaguely felt that the great changes in heaven and earth weren't far off. If he wanted to enter the Great Dao Realm during the great changes, he had to seize the time. The Origin Ancestral Land had appeared, so he had to go. The green-robed old man wouldn't say things randomly. The Origin Ancestral Land must be very important. So after returning from the Origin Ancestral Land, he would have to start preparing to unleash the great changes in heaven and earth. The great changes in heaven and earth had to be unleashed by his own hand. Only then could he lead the changes and gain the greatest benefits. So he couldn't wait too long. The longer the time dragged on, the more unexpected events there would be. Before heading to the Boundary Sea, Lin Moyo first took a trip to the Eastern Spirit Empire. Antares wasn't in the Eastern Spirit Empire. The number of spirit beasts in the Eastern Spirit Empire had decreased a lot. They had all gone to the Western continent. And Antares wasn't in the Western continent either. He had gone to the Northern continent to subdue those spirit beasts there. He was also preparing for the great changes in heaven and earth. Whether it was the three ancestors, the Beast Emperor, or Antares, they all had something they were seeking. Lin Moyo once again entered the Boundary Sea. This time, it only took him less than 2 days to return to the center of the Boundary Sea. Looking at the great whirlpools, Lin Moyo went directly to the central whirlpool. The whirlpools on the periphery were all derivatives of the central whirlpool and weren't worth his time to stay at. His purpose on this trip was clear, to observe the formation in the central whirlpool. Lin Moyo felt that his formation skills had reached a bottleneck and he needed to learn more profound formations to break through. From the current look of things, the formation in the central whirlpool was the most suitable. Lin Moya stopped 1,000 kilometers away from the central whirlpool. With his current cultivation, the suction force from 1,000 kilometers away couldn't affect him at all. Light rose in his eyes, and he began to observe the formation. This time, he sat on the cloud-piercing sword. He himself retained a trace of will and let the big head weapon spirit control the cloud-piercing sword, preventing himself from being sucked into the central whirlpool without realizing it like last time. He saw the formation spirit in the central whirlpool. The formation spirit in the central whirlpool was hidden in the formation. Its 3 eyes flashed with fierce light, glaring at Lin Moyo viciously. Even Lin Moyo felt a trace of chill. This formation spirit was too ferocious. Lin Moya didn't know how the formation master back then had created such a formation spirit. The ferocious formation spirit looked at Lin Moyo from afar. Seeing that Lin Moya didn't show any intention of approaching, it submerged back into the formation and disappeared. Lin Moya wasn't planning to get close for now. He had just come to observe the formation and didn't want to enter the formation yet. Observing the formation was for 2 purposes, one was to learn divine runes, and the other was to prepare for the future. After returning from the origin ancestral land, he might have to enter the Great Whirlpool. At that time, the more he understood about this formation, the bigger the difference it would make. Looking at the flow of divine runes in the central whirlpool from afar, he continuously comprehended the methods of that formation master, how one divine runes after another completed linking, how one formation after another managed to nest within each other, and be able to fuse with each other without interfering with each other, and also be able to exert an even more powerful effect. Various wondrous methods were worth Lin Moya's contemplation and learning. Strands of comprehension gathered in his heart. Although nothing could be seen in the short term, when enough comprehension had gathered, it would usher in a great explosion, and perhaps he would understand it at that time. Time passed year by year, and Lin Moya sat on the cloud-piercing sword, unmoving. 18 years later, Lin Moya suddenly woke up and looked up. In the distant sky, a point of light appeared, rapidly approaching the origin continent. Even the Taiyang origin couldn't hide this point of light. It's finally here. Lin Moya murmured softly. The light grew brighter and brighter, and its volume also grew larger and larger. Like the Taiyang and Taiyin origins, it hung high in the sky. No matter where one was on the origin continent, as long as they looked up, they could see its existence. At this moment, almost all Dao venerables knew that the origin ancestral land had appeared. A powerful and noble force showered down from the origin ancestral land. It entered the origin continent, transforming into raindrops falling down. At this moment, a drizzle fell on the entire origin continent. Lin Moya stood in the rain, and he could feel the powerful force contained in the raindrops. This force was extremely restrained, yet extremely powerful, at a level never seen before. It was like a high and mighty emperor. At this moment, all Daos were silent. Everyone had lost their connection with the great Dao in an instant. At this moment, ordinary people were still ordinary people, but Dao venerables were no longer Dao venerables. All Daos of the origin continent were suppressed, and no one could mobilize even a trace of great Dao power. The myriad great Daos were firmly suppressed by the origin ancestral land, and even the light of the Taiyang origin became dim. The origin ancestral land was high above, looking down on all living beings in the world. This rain, spreading throughout the entire origin continent, didn't stop. No matter how much rain fell, the rivers, streams, waterfalls, and boundary sea didn't increase in level in the slightest. No one knew where these raindrops went, or why they disappeared. On the origin continent, whether you were in a room or cultivating in seclusion in a secret chamber, the rain appeared everywhere, falling on one Dao venerable after another. But for great Dao realm beings, the rain actively avoided them. Below the great Dao realm, the rain would pass through their bodies, ignoring them. For a time, the entire origin continent was in an uproar. Countless people looked up at the sky, looking at the second origin that appeared in the sky. They didn't know that this was the origin ancestral land. What is this thing? What strange rain? Why is it passing through my body? This rain is really too strange. Even being in a room is useless. It's really strange. Chapter 3549. Chapter 3549, 3549. Chapter 3549, Come Back Alive. At this moment, the 3 ancestors and the Beast Emperor were both watching the origin ancestral land. The arrival of the origin ancestral land suppressed their power. At this moment, they became extremely weak. Even great Dao realm beings like them were suppressed, let alone others. They all wanted to enter the origin ancestral land, but they couldn't. The rain falling from the origin ancestral land didn't fall on them at all, automatically avoiding them. They could see it, but couldn't touch it. Lin Moyo had also lost contact with the great Dao at this moment. Of his 6 great Daos, only the undying great Dao still existed. The other 5 great Daos had all disappeared, as if they had never been. Why is the undying great Dao unaffected? That's strange. Could it be that the undying great Dao has something special about it? The origin ancestral land, what exactly is its origin? It suppresses all great Daos as soon as it arrives. It's really quite domineering. Lin Moya stood in the rain, and the Taiyin symbol was shining brightly. The power of the origin ancestral land transformed into raindrops, scattering across the origin continent. Although Lin Moya could feel the vast power in the raindrops, he found that he couldn't absorb or utilize these powers at all. The level of power in the rain was too high, so high that he couldn't gain any benefits from it. That feeling wasn't comfortable. Only the Taiyin symbol was getting brighter and brighter, shining. Lin Moya felt the power belonging to the Taiyin origin was emanating from the Taiyin symbol, flowing throughout his body. He could feel the power of Taiyin every day, but almost no one could comprehend the great Dao of the Taiyin origin. Even though he had become the child of Tyene, it was still the same. Only when the Tyene origin appeared could everything about him be amplified by 30%, but it was all beyond his control. Lin Moya never included the Tyene symbol when calculating his combat power. With the descent of the origin ancestral land, the Tyene symbol was finally truly activated. The Tyene power enveloped his entire body, carrying him slowly towards the origin ancestral land. Lin Moya didn't resist, following this force upward. The distance grew further and further, and the boundary sea gradually shrank in view. He felt like he was going to fly out of the sky, no longer bound by the origin continent. The so-called extreme of heaven had no effect on him. The power of the origin ancestral land completely suppressed the power of the great Taos of the origin continent. All the power of the great Taos was ineffective against it at this moment. As far as the eye could see, apart from himself, no one else was flying into the origin ancestral land like this. As if passing through a layer of bubble, Lin Moya realized that he had truly left the origin continent and entered another space. This was the world of the outer sky Great Tao, but at this moment, it belonged to the origin ancestral land. All Great Tao power was suppressed, unable to move. Lin Moya saw what seemed to be figures flickering in the distance. Great Tao realm beings were observing this place. These Great Tao realm beings seemed unable to get close and couldn't enter the origin ancestral land. The rain from the origin ancestral land would only fall in the origin continent, and would avoid all Great Tao realm beings. The Great Tao realm beings in the outer sky Great Tao could only watch helplessly. Looking around, Lin Moya found that he was the only one flying up. No one else had made a move yet. He was getting closer and closer to the origin ancestral land, and his speed was also getting faster and faster. The origin ancestral land was like a giant ball of light. He couldn't see through the situation inside at all. The closer he got to the origin ancestral land, the stronger the power flowing out from the Tyene symbol became. Then a streak of auspicious light shot out from the origin ancestral land, like it was welcoming him, and landed on him with a boom. Lin Moya's vision blurred, and his entire body automatically transformed into lightning, rushing into the origin ancestral land. Not long after Lin Moya entered the origin ancestral land, the rain that had been falling for a long time suddenly stopped collectively, then rolled back. The rain returned the way it had fallen. However, when the rain returned to the origin ancestral land, it rolled up a batch of Tao Venerables, carrying these Tao Venerables back with it. The origin ancestral land didn't give them the right to choose, and no one knew the rules for selecting people by the origin ancestral land. Fortunately, the Tao Venerables all knew of the origin ancestral land's existence. The selected Tao Venerables didn't panic, and one by one followed the power of the origin ancestral land, rising into the sky, leaving the origin continent, and entering the origin ancestral land. The three ancestors' gaze pierced through the sky, staring at the origin ancestral land, muttering in his mouth, 10,000 Tao Venerables. This time there are more people going than before. Adding Lin brother, there are a total of 10,001 people. The Beast Emperor also said in a low voice at this moment, Lin brother, you're destined. Antares held his head high, brother, come back alive. Because of his identity as the child of Tyene, Lin Moya going to the origin ancestral land was inevitable. Historically, the probability of a child of Tyene returning after entering the origin ancestral land wasn't high, less than 20%. But fortunately, he wasn't the child of Taiyang. All the children of Taiyang had never returned. After a long period of blurriness in his vision, it was gradually becoming clearer. Lin Moya didn't feel like his feet were on solid ground. He knew he was floating in mid-air. A force was pulling him, dragging him in one direction. This force was very gentle and not very powerful. He could resist it completely. Because he didn't know where he was, Lin Moya didn't resist this force. Lin Moya didn't feel any danger. He quietly waited for his vision to recover. Bits of light entered his vision. Lin Moya vaguely saw points of light. At first, there was only 1 point of light, then the points of light increased, becoming 10, 100, 1,000. When his vision recovered a little more, Lin Moya finally saw these points of light clearly. Each point of light was an origin like the Taiyang and Tyene origins. Countless Taiyang origins and Tyene origins floated in this void. They emitted bright light, illuminating this void brightly. Even with Lin Moya's state of mind, he was a bit shocked at this moment. How can there be so many origins? The cultivators in the origin continent all knew that the Taiyang origin and Tyene origin were the two most important and most powerful origins on the origin continent. They respectively represented the yin and yang forces. Some even felt that the spirit veins in the origin continent were nurtured by the Taiyang and Tyene origins. Others said that even the entire origin continent, with its thousands of great Taos, all came from the Taiyang and Tyene origins. Quite a few people believed that the Taiyang and Tyene origins were the foundation of the origin continent. Lin Moya had always maintained an objective attitude towards these views. They might be right, but because there was no evidence, it was impossible to make an accurate judgment. But it had to be admitted that the Taiyang origin and Tyene origin were extremely powerful. Even during the origin catastrophe, they had not been damaged. But now, suddenly seeing so many Taiyang and Tyene origins, how could he not be shocked? The two types of origins, emitting forces with completely opposite properties, were intertwined and entangled in this vast void, indistinguishable from each other. And the force pulling him came from the nearest Tyene origin, said to be the nearest, but the distance was at least millions of kilometers. If he didn't resist, perhaps in tens of thousands of years, he would fly to the Tyene origin. Lin Moya didn't take any action. He quietly observed his surroundings. When he wasn't sure if there was danger around, he felt that staying still was probably the best choice. In this clean world, Lin Moya suddenly saw something similar to a strand of hair in the distance. When he looked carefully, his eyes narrowed slightly. Origin Spirit Vein. Chapter 3550. Chapter 3550, 3550. Chapter 3550, Lin Moya claims all the origin spirit veins here. Amidst the interweaving of Taiyang and Taiyin, there were actually origin spirit veins in this void. At this moment, Lin Moya suddenly realized that the legend might be true. The origin spirit veins in the origin continent were indeed nurtured by the Taiyang origin and Taiyin origin. Otherwise, how could one explain the existence of origin spirit veins here? In this void, apart from tens of thousands of Taiyang and Taiyin origins, there was nothing else. An opportunity. Lin Moya's heart instantly became excited, realizing this was a huge opportunity. He was the first person to enter the origin ancestral land. When he came in, others hadn't even entered yet. Currently, he was the only person in this void, so he could collect these origin spirit veins. If it were other children of Taiyin, they could at most collect 1 or 2 origin spirit veins, but he was different. With a thought, a large number of skeleton generals flew in all directions. Lin Moya declared that he would claim all the origin spirit veins here. His gaze swept across, seeing hundreds of origin spirit veins of various sizes. Although he couldn't see their specific levels yet, regardless of their grade, they were all origin spirit veins and couldn't be overlooked. The skeleton generals pounced on the origin spirit veins one after another. The origin spirit veins looked as thin as hair from afar, but they weren't actually small, especially with their astonishing weight. Even for the smallest origin spirit vein, it took several hundred to 1,000 skeleton generals to drag one back. If an origin spirit vein were fully extended, it might be hundreds of millions of miles long, and even several hundred skeleton generals wouldn't be enough. Moreover, here, the Great Tao was suppressed, and the realm of the skeleton generals became very strange, seemingly no longer at the 8th level of Tao Venerable Realm, much weaker than usual. But this didn't matter to Lin Moya. If quality wasn't enough, he could make up for it with quantity. If 1 billion wasn't enough, then 10 billion. If 10 billion wasn't enough, then 100 billion or a trillion. The skeleton generals quickly found one origin spirit vein after another, working together to drag them over. Lin Moya quickly began to refine them. The origin spirit veins had to be refined before they could belong to him. However, he didn't need to refine them completely. He only needed to refine a little bit, leave his soul imprint on them, and then he could store them in his personal storage space. Lin Moya once again witnessed how amazing his storage space was. No matter how much he put in, it couldn't be filled, and it could store anything, dead or alive. This one is 4th grade. Although not high, it's still acceptable. This one is good, it's 5th grade, which is quite rare. Even 3rd grade is fine. Lin Moya multitasked, refining the origin spirit veins while doing other things. Anyway, after the origin ancestral land appeared, the Great Tao was suppressed, and he couldn't even condense Tao patterns. He might as well use the extra energy to refine origin spirit veins. One origin spirit vein after another was refined. In no time, more than a dozen nearby origin spirit veins had been swept clean, and Lin Moya had already turned his gaze to more distant places. This void was not small, and there were many origin spirit veins, at least several hundred. As the space distorted slightly, finally more people came in. Not just one person came, but many. A large number of Tao Venerables entered the origin ancestral land, but they hadn't come to their senses for a moment, still in a state of confusion. Lin Moya knew that they hadn't even recovered their vision yet. But even if they recovered, so what? Lin Moya didn't care about them. Anyway, he had already made up his mind to claim all the origin spirit veins here. Whoever dared to stop him would be an enemy. Many people came. Lin Moya swept his gaze around and muttered to himself, over 10,000 people. So many people, this is quite interesting. Each time the origin ancestral land appeared, the number of people entering varied. Sometimes there were thousands, sometimes only over 1,000. This time, 10,000 Tao Venerables entering was indeed unusual. After sweeping his gaze, Lin Moya saw several familiar faces. The Fairy Lotus Holy Maiden, Gu Hanjing, and Dongfang Wuding were among them. Besides them, there was also the clan leader of the Thunderlight Purple Striped Tiger clan, Lei Tian, Su Li from the Celestial Fox clan, and the clan leader of the Dragon clan, Long Wei. Apart from these few people, he had seen some of the others, but wasn't very familiar with them. Currently, everyone's cultivation realm was suppressed by the Great Tao, so he couldn't tell what level they were at, but this didn't matter to Lin Moya. Lu Fenjiao hadn't come in. He wondered if the 3 ancestors would be disappointed. He continued to refine the origin spirit veins. The skeleton generals flew to distant places, tirelessly dragging back one origin spirit vein after another, without complaining or grumbling. After a while, Lin Moya had refined more than a dozen origin spirit veins. But for the origin spirit veins in this void, it was still just a small fraction. Finally, some of the Tao Venerables who had entered recovered their vision and saw the situation before them. When they saw the large number of Taiyang and Taiyin origins, they couldn't help but exclaim, "This is impossible." Even with Lin Moya's state of mind, when he saw so many Taiyang and Taiyin origins, he had difficulty suppressing his shock, let alone these Tao Venerables. One Tao Venerable after another recovered their vision, each letting out exclamations of shock. Lin Moya watched silently. While refining the origin spirit veins, he had been pondering a question. Since it was called the origin ancestral land, did the so-called ancestral land refer to the Taiyang origin and Taiyin origin? But if it were that simple, it didn't seem to match the legend. Now that he had just entered, Lin Moya wasn't in a hurry to find the truth about the origin ancestral land. He chose to observe quietly and see what changes would occur later. If there were really changes, they would likely happen after everyone had arrived. After the shock, someone finally noticed the skeleton generals and saw the origin spirit veins being dragged back. Origin spirit veins. There are origin spirit veins here. One voice stirred up 1,000 waves, and countless gazes were drawn to the origin spirit veins, but at the same time, they also saw the skeleton generals. Someone exclaimed, "What are these? Puppets. Skeleton puppets, there are so many." Lin Moya's few acquaintances recognized the skeleton generals. They immediately found Lin Moyo, their faces showing joy. Mr. Lin, Dao friend Lin, brother Lin, elder Lin, brother-in-law. Several old acquaintances immediately came over, greeting Lin Moyo. Although their forms of address differed, they were all calling Lin Moyo. At this time, Lin Moyo had just finished refining a 4th-grade origin spirit vein. He casually stored it in his storage space, then smiled and said, "Fellow deists, it's been a while." The Fairy Lotus Holy Maiden was closest to Lin Moyo. She came before Lin Moyo and curtsied gracefully. "Fairy Lotus greets Mr. Lin." Gu Hanjing was the second to fly over, happily calling out, "Brother-in-law." Seeing Lin Moyo, the two of them seemed to have found their mainstay, the worry in their eyes completely swept away. Old acquaintances came over one after another, greeting Lin Moyo. Su Li bowed deeply to Lin Moyo. Su Li pays respects to Mr. Lin. Long Wei also smiled and said, "Elder Lin, it's been a long time." After they came over, they all seemed to center around Lin Moyo, not even bothering with the origin spirit veins. At this time, another origin spirit vein was dragged over. Lin Moyo thought for a moment and began to refine it. Someone shouted, "There are origin spirit veins here, quickly refine them." Many people came to their senses and immediately went to look for origin spirit veins. "Fellow deists, please wait a moment. Lin has some business to attend to." Lin Moyo chuckled lightly, then said in a loud voice, "All the origin spirit veins here are claimed by Lin. Please, fellow deists, don't act rashly. Otherwise, don't blame Lin for being impolite." Chapter 3551. Chapter 3551, 3551. Chapter 3551, The enemy's friend is also an enemy. Lin Moya's words were simple and direct, without any pretense. They fell on the ears of every Dao Venerable like deafening thunder. His language conveyed Lin Moya's forceful dominance. He wasn't negotiating with others, but directly issuing a notice. Many Dao Venerables were immediately angered to laughter. "Who do you think you are? Can you really claim all these origin spirit veins?" "That's right, even if you're a 9th-level ancestor, you can't possibly claim all the origin spirit veins. Don't think that just because you have some puppets are still just puppets. Do you know what the consequences of doing this are?" The Dao Venerables spoke one after another, looking at Lin Moyo with disdain. At this time in the origin ancestral land, everyone's realm and power were suppressed. The Dao Venerables had lost their original abilities and couldn't see each other's realms, but relying on their numbers, they weren't afraid of Lin Moyo at all, and didn't take these skeleton generals seriously. In small sects, Dao Venerables were already high and mighty. Even in large sects, the status of Dao Venerables wouldn't be too low. With a large group of people under them, when had they ever been looked down upon like this? Lin Moyo ignored their words and said loudly, "I've said all I have to say. If you want to try, go ahead." Someone immediately snorted, "What's wrong with trying?" and flew towards an origin spirit vein. Lin Moyo just watched calmly, seemingly not taking any action. When that person reached the origin spirit vein, Lin Moyo still didn't do anything. He turned his head and gave Lin Moyo a cold look, his eyes filled with mockery, as if saying, "Do you dare to make a move?" The next second, hundreds of sword lights flashed through the bright void, pouncing towards him. The person's face changed abruptly as he quickly dodged. With the great Dao suppressed, the sword lights of the skeleton generals weren't very powerful. However, the sword lights contained a layer of death force. Only the undeath great Dao was not suppressed or affected. After avoiding the sword lights, that person shouted angrily, "You really dare to attack?" Lin Moyo chuckled lightly, not answering. The sword lights attacked again, and that person retreated in panic once more. Over 1,000 skeleton generals attacked from all directions, almost completely blocking his retreat. Sword lights containing death force continuously slashed out, making him extremely. He took out a Dao Venerable realm treasure, but the treasure was also suppressed here and couldn't exert much power. It was torn apart in 2 or 3 moves. It looked like this Dao Venerable was about to be cut to pieces by the chaotic swords of the skeleton generals. "Stop!" Someone roared and rushed over, wanting to save the person. But before he could get there, a large number of skeleton generals appeared out of thin air, surrounding him. He failed to save the person and instead fell into danger himself. Lin Moyo either didn't act at all, or when he did, it was to kill decisively. He wouldn't show any mercy. Those who dared to snatch his origin spirit veins were enemies, and the friends of enemies were also enemies. If they were enemies, then kill them. Whether killing 1 or 100 or 1,000 made no difference. There were no old acquaintances here, and he didn't need to hold back. Screams rang out as the first Dao Venerable who went to snatch the origin spirit vein was cut to pieces by the skeleton general's chaotic swords, dying a violent death. The Dao Venerable who could have been high and mighty on the origin continent, worshipped by many, now met his end. His death immediately provoked reactions from many Dao Venerables. At this time, many people realized that Lin Moyo really dared to kill. "Kid, you really dare to kill people. Stop quickly, don't make more mistakes." A group of righteous Dao Venerables roared angrily, rushing over to help at the same time, but what greeted them were even more skeleton generals. Lin Moyo wasn't afraid of having more people. Another scream, and a second Dao Venerable died. then a third, a fourth. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen Dao Venerables were cut to pieces. A dozen or so Dao Venerables wasn't many, but it touched the nerves of every Dao Venerable. Kid, you're too bold. No matter who you are, you must answer for this. Do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you have many puppets? There are 10,000 Dao Venerables here, do you dare to kill us all? Lin Moyo ignored the crowd's accusations, only calmly responding, if you all insist, killing all of you is not impossible. With these words, everyone was in an uproar. Someone sneered, do you really think we're made of mud? As he spoke, he swallowed a pill, and his aura surged as his cultivation quickly recovered in a short time. He turned out to be a 7th-level ancestor. In a situation where everyone's realm was suppressed, a 7th-level ancestor was a top existence. Briefly recovering his power, he turned into a streak of light and killed towards Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo chuckled lightly, waving his hand, and a massive black chi rushed out like a dragon. Within the black chi was death force concentrated to the extreme. The undeath great Dao hadn't been suppressed, so death force could still exert full power here. Petty tricks. That person, relying on being a 7th-level ancestor, didn't take the death force seriously at all. Powerful force turned into a giant palm, striking out to disperse the death force and incidentally crush Lin Moyo. But when his giant palm touched the death force, it dissipated into nothingness. His face changed drastically as he realized something was wrong, but it was too late. The death force suddenly erupted, instantly engulfing him. Screams came from within the black chi, lasting for several seconds before abruptly stopping. When the black chi dispersed, that 7th-level Dao Venerable had died without even leaving remains. Seeing a 7th-level Dao Venerable who had briefly recovered his realm with a pill being killed so easily, all the Dao Venerables' brows twitched. Those Dao Venerables whose cultivation wasn't at the 7th level showed fear on their faces. They had already started to retreat. Although Origin Spirit Veins were good, one needed to be alive to use them. And for them, Origin Spirit Veins were just wealth, and what wealth was more important than their own lives? Some of the ancestors above the 7th level had thoughtful expressions. They were considering whether to make a move, but after thinking, they decided against it. Now their own cultivation was suppressed, and Lin Moyo had many puppets, with such strange methods himself. These old foxes who had lived for countless years all knew how to choose. For a time, the Dao Venerables present didn't dare to say much more, nor did they dare to take any action. Lin Moyo was very satisfied with this result. With a thought, the skeleton generals continued to fetch Origin Spirit Veins for him to refine. Long Wei chuckled, Elder Lin has great skills. There are many Origin Spirit Veins here. Elder has gained quite a good opportunity this time. Lin Moyo smiled, although there are many Origin Spirit Veins, unfortunately their grades aren't very high. It's really a case of making up for quality with quantity. Dongfang Wooding laughed, it's already quite good. With so many Origin Spirit Veins, if this gets out in the future, young friend Lin's wealth will probably be coveted by countless people. Lin Moyo said, whoever wants them can come find me. As for whether they can get them, that depends on their fate. Coming to find Lin Moyo, whether they could return alive was still a question, let alone any dogshit fate. Gu Hanjing giggled, brother-in-law is so powerful, intimidating them into not daring to say a word. The Lotus Fairy also said softly, Mr. Lin is truly capable, incomparable to ordinary people. Everyone chatted with Lin Moyo, occasionally complimenting him, as if to adjust the atmosphere. One Origin Spirit Vein after another was pulled over for refining. There were too many skeleton generals, and the Origin Spirit Veins in the void were rapidly decreasing. Half a day later, suddenly tens of thousands of Taiyang and Taiyin origins shook simultaneously. Their light intertwined towards one place, and where the light intertwined, a door slowly appeared. Chapter 3552. Chapter 3552, 3552. Chapter 3552, Creatures born from the Origin Spirit Veins. The myriad origins seemed to work together, simultaneously opening a portal. Beyond the door lay a bizarre and colorful scene. Lin Moyo seemed to see countless worlds, each one turning into a fleeting shadow, flashing behind the portal. In those shadows, he saw airplanes and skyscrapers, things that shouldn't exist in the Origin continent but rather belong to the world of his previous life. Inside there lies the true Origin ancestral land. Someone suddenly shouted. In an instant, many Dao Venerables rushed toward the portal, disappearing as they entered. In no time, the number of people in this void was reduced by more than half. The Origin ancestral land was a mysterious place. Many had perished inside, but even more had gained opportunities from it. Especially after seeing Lin Moyo harvest so many Origin Spirit Veins upon entering, those Dao Venerables, though intimidated by his power and not daring to speak up, were filled with envy. Now that the true Origin ancestral land had opened, they were naturally eager to enter. Gu Hanjing asked, brother-in-law, should we go in too? Lin Moyo replied, since we've come this far, of course we should go in, but once inside, we might be separated. Everyone must be careful. He could feel spatial fluctuations from the portal and knew it likely had teleportation capabilities that would scatter those who entered to different places. Dongfang Wooding chuckled, entering the Origin ancestral land was always an adventure. Thank you for your concern, young friend Lin. Let us meet again if fate allows. Long Wei also said, Elder Lin, take care. May you find more opportunities ahead. Lei Tian added, Mr. Lin, take care. If you have time in the future, come to my clan for a drink. Everyone said their goodbyes. Their earlier meeting had been coincidental, each had their own pursuits within the Origin ancestral land. In the end, only Gu Hanjing remained behind. Lin Moyo looked at his sister-in-law and couldn't help but laugh, why aren't you going in? As the leader of a holy land, Gu Hanjing should have been decisive and resolute. But in front of Lin Moyu, she acted like nothing more than a little sister-in-law. Gu Hanjing said, every time the origin ancestral land opens, many people die inside. Even those who survive usually can't remember anything from inside. If I die in there, will brother-in-law forget all about me? Lin Moya laughed heartily. The mighty leader of a holy land, when did you become so afraid of death? Back when you were lost in the soul void for years, you didn't seem so scared. Why are you afraid now? Gu Hanjing replied, I've always been timid. Isn't it normal to be scared? Lin Moya knew better than anyone that Gu Hanjing was anything but timid. Her courage rivaled her sister's. She wasn't scared, she was just acting cute to gain favor. Lin Moya summoned 2 legion commanders. With a thought, they entered a dormant state as if they were dead. Take them with you. If you're in danger, release them, they'll protect you. Hearing this, Gu Hanjing didn't hesitate at all. She happily took the 2 legion commanders and said with a smile, brother-in-law is the best. Lin Moya chuckled, go on now. Be safe inside and don't force yourself for opportunities, your life is most important. Gu Hanjing blinked her big eyes and nodded vigorously, don't worry, brother-in-law. I'll be fine. Aren't you going in? Lin Moya replied, no rush. I'll refine a few more origin spirit veins first. Gu Hanjing said, alright then, take care. With that, she flew into the portal and disappeared. Lin Moyu approached the portal but didn't enter immediately. As he had said earlier, there were still many origin spirit veins here, so he wasn't in a hurry to go inside. Moreover, he felt that this void's existence served more purposes than just this. Tens of thousands of Taiyang and Taiyin origins converged here just to open a portal? It couldn't be that simple. The origin spirit veins here were merely byproducts of the Taiyang and Taiyin origins intertwining. Most importantly, while there were many origin spirit veins here, their grades weren't very high. The origin ancestral land had existed for countless years. Under the illumination of so many Taiyang and Taiyin origins, the grades of these veins should have been much higher. This suggested that higher grade origin spirit veins were being consumed elsewhere. Based on his understanding of the origin ancestral land, it traversed through world mists and descended upon various worlds, not just the origin continent. With so many powerful beings entering over countless years, all high-grade origin spirit veins should have been taken long ago. It made no sense for these veins to remain here. All signs pointed to hidden secrets within this place. Additionally, there was another clue supporting his theory. Through his undead eye, Lin Moya saw that many of these Taiyang and Taiyin origins contained soul flames. This meant they were nurturing lifeforms. Considering how both solar ancestor dragons and lunar ancestor dragons had appeared on the origin continent before, proved that Taiyang and Taiyin origins indeed had life-nurturing capabilities. Over countless years, they must have nurtured numerous lifeforms. But where had these lifeforms gone? To uncover this mystery, he decided to wait while continuing to refine and collect origin spirit veins. At the same time, he stayed close to the portal so he could enter immediately if danger arose. As Lin Moya refined more origin spirit veins, just 10 minutes after everyone else had entered through the portal, a powerful aura began to emerge from deep within the void. Then a pair of massive eyes lit up from within its depths. They've finally appeared. A slight smile appeared on Lin Moya's lips. His judgment had been correct, there were indeed hidden secrets here. Opening his undead eye again revealed a blazing soul flame burning brightly in the depths of space, a flame so powerful it was astonishing, and it quickly approached him. Then came a second flame, a third. More and more soul flames appeared until there were over 100 of them. These soul flames belonged to creatures nurtured by the Taiyang and Taiyin origins. Judging by their strength through their soul flames alone, Lin Moya could tell these creatures ranged from 9th level Dao venerables to pseudo-great Dao realm beings, not yet at great Dao realm levels. Given this level of power, he could handle them easily enough. As these soul flames approached rapidly in increasing numbers, Lin Moya finally saw their forms clearly. They came in all shapes and sizes, some resembling dragons while others looked humanoid with tentacles growing from their bodies. Some appeared like wild beasts cloaked in flames or standing atop ice-covered feet. Each creature was unique beyond words, no two were alike or describable with simple language. At first they pounced on nearby origin spirit veins as if treating them as food, devouring them one bite at a time. Seeing this scene made everything clear for Lin Moya. The high-grade origin spirit veins had been consumed by these creatures. Not only did Taiyang and Taiyin origins nurture lifeforms, they also produced origin spirit veins as sustenance for those lifeforms. Over 100 strange creatures feasted on origin spirit veins until satisfied before collectively charging toward the portal they wanted entry to. But Lin Moya had been waiting for them all along, there was no way he'd let them through. The undead army launched an overwhelming attack. Formations blocked every inch around portals tightly shut. Chapter 3553. Chapter 3553, 3553. Chapter 3553, Comprehending Yin and Yang, the beginning of all things. The forces of death and life surged within the origin ancestral land. While other great Daos were suppressed, the undeath great Dao was not. The force of death enveloped the entire undead army, providing powerful support for every attack they made. The force of life covered them internally, forming armor that enhanced their defense. Although the opponents numbered only a mere 100, Lin Moya still went all out. No one knew how terrifying these creatures nurtured by the Taiyang and Taiyin origins could be. Billions of undead soldiers stood ready in formation. Undying flames burned fiercely, and skeleton kings appeared one after another. With their emergence, the combat power of the undead army increased once again. Just before the two sides clashed, Lin Moya had a sudden thought. Origin technique, strengthen soldiers. A long-unused origin technique erupted at this moment with tremendous power. Origin techniques were unaffected by the suppression of great Taos, they remained as powerful as ever. Under the influence of strengthened soldiers, the undead army's attack power skyrocketed. In this state, they could completely surround and kill even 9th level Tao venerable powerhouses. Once surrounded, escape was impossible. As the origin technique activated, tens of thousands of Taiyang and Taiyin origins in the void trembled simultaneously. Countless beams of light converged on Lin Moyo. To his astonishment, Lin Moyo discovered that his origin technique no longer consumed soul power. Instead, these Taiyang and Taiyin origins provided ample energy for his origin technique. How can this be? Lin Moyo was shocked. This had never happened before. If the Taiyang and Taiyin origins could support his origin technique, why hadn't this occurred on the origin continent? On his forehead, the Taiyin symbol reappeared, glowing brightly as it frantically absorbed power from the Taiyin origins in the void. This energy resonated with his origin technique. The technique used no soul power at all, meaning there was no consumption. With this realization, Lin Moyo activated another origin technique with a thought. Origin technique, gather power. His strength surged dramatically. Although he couldn't use Great Tao power due to suppression, he could clearly feel his strength ascending to new heights. Even without using Great Tao power, he could now unleash strength far beyond his usual limits. In an instant, his strength reached its peak, the limit of 9th level Tao Venerable Realm. Just one step further would bring him into the Great Tao Realm. As for Pseudo-Great Tao Realm, if not for the limitations imposed by the Great Tao of the Origin Continent, he wouldn't even consider that level. Now, within the Origin Ancestral Land, he was no longer bound by those limitations. Lin Moyo felt he still had room to push further. Perhaps I can experience what it's like to be in the Great Tao Realm. With determination in his heart, he made another attempt to break through. With a loud boom, his body remained motionless. He had failed to enter the Great Tao Realm. His attempt had failed. Lin Moyo frowned slightly. Failed? It seems entering the Great Tao Realm isn't simply about breaking through with brute force. After reaching the Great Tao Realm, one's strength would increase significantly. But merely increasing strength wasn't enough to step into that realm. Moreover, he was still a being of the Origin Continent. Some things still had to follow its rules and couldn't easily change. The undead army clashed with the 100 advancing creatures. The battle immediately entered a fierce state, with both sides fighting intensely. The strength of these creatures exceeded all expectations. As soon as they engaged, heavy losses were inflicted on the undead army. However, the undead army showed no fear. Whether they could win or not didn't matter, they fought regardless. Thousands of legion commanders directed the battle. The entire army quickly formed alliances and encirclements to divide and control the battlefield. Lin Moyo observed this battle closely and noticed that his techniques and talents were still effective here. Even after death, members of his undead army could revive through undying undead. This meant that his rebirth talent would also work effectively here. These creatures nurtured by Taiyang and Taiyin origins possess incredibly tenacious vitality. The corrosive effect of death force on them is extremely limited. Moreover, although they appear to be at 9th level Tao Venerable Realm just shy of Pseudo-Great Tao, they exhibit combat power surpassing 9th level Tao Venerables. Their attacks contain immensely powerful origin force. There were two types of origin forces, one from Taiyang origin and one from Taiyin origin. These two forces were almost polar opposites but were both astonishingly strong regardless of type. Tens of thousands of Taiyang and Taiyin origins became sources of endless energy for these creatures. Their power seemed inexhaustible. The battle reached a stalemate, neither side could overpower the other. Taiyang origin, Taiyin origin, origin ancestral land, origin techniques, origin continent, everything revolves around origin. What mysteries lie within this concept? Lin Moyo muttered to himself. He felt that the true secret of the origin ancestral land was hidden within this concept of origin. His mind raced as he pondered deeply. Gradually, he began to understand part of what origin meant. If I'm not mistaken, the Taiyang and Taiyin origins on the origin continent likely came from within this origin ancestral land. The beginning of everything on the origin continent stems from these two origins. This is why it's called an ancestral land. The powers of Taiyang and Taiyin origins nurtured origin spirit veins, gave birth to life on the origin continent, created countless great Taos and also nurtured their own unique life forms. I see now, it all makes sense. This region serves as an entry point into the origin ancestral land. Its purpose is to help entrants understand where all worlds originate. The starting point for all worlds lies here. At this moment, Lin Moyo gained many insights. His gaze fell upon both Taiyang and Taiyin origins. There were countless such origins here, each one identical yet distinct from those on the origin continent. It was as if he wanted to see through these origins entirely to extract what he sought from them. He lost track of time and ignored everything happening on the battlefield. All his attention was focused on these two types of origins. In his view, these two origins were both independent entities yet inseparable. They depended on each other entirely. Without one or the other present together, life simply couldn't exist. This realization mirrored principles found within undeath Great Tao itself, like life intertwined with death. Without life there's no death, without death there's no rebirth. Such profound realizations sprouted within Lin Moyo's heart as he used undeath Great Tao as foundation while drawing upon his understanding regarding life and death alongside yin-yang principles, seeking answers about beginnings behind all things. Attempting something so ambitious wasn't easy, not even achievable for most beings already residing inside Great Tao realms themselves. Yet despite being merely inside 9th levels under current circumstances, Lin Moyo's daring efforts towards unraveling truths surrounding universal beginnings persisted onward unfazed. Somehow amidst everything unfolding around him a strange sense of familiarity began surfacing, unexpectedly reminding vaguely similar experiences encountered previously involving mysterious runes witnessed earlier during past events. As comprehension deepened further, suddenly appearing visibly atop forehead emerged second rune glowing faintly. Chapter 3554. Chapter 3554, 3554. Chapter 3554, The Ultimate Form of Origin. Beside the Taiyin symbol, a second symbol slowly formed. The Taiyin symbol flickered with a cold light, while the second symbol was extremely hot. The second symbol continuously absorbed power from the Taiyang origins, becoming more and more complete. This was the Taiyang symbol. Lin Moya was no longer just a child of Taiyin, but now also a child of Taiyang. After the Taiyang symbol fully formed, Lin Moya still showed no movement. He was still comprehending the two great origins of Taiyang and Taiyin. Becoming a child of both Taiyang and Taiyin was only the first step. There was still a long road ahead. What he wanted now was to take another step forward after this first step. This step was extremely important, concerning the future. Lin Moya knew that what he was doing now had never been done before in the history of the Origin continent. He had no predecessor's path to follow and could only explore on his own. Following what he had comprehended, he groped forward step by step in the darkness. His comprehension of the Taiyang and Taiyin origins deepened further. Vast amounts of power were absorbed. The two symbols on his forehead grew brighter and brighter, their light flowing like water, enveloping Lin Moya's entire body. The two origin powers of Taiyang and Taiyin, independent yet fusing together, mutually generating and restraining each other, gradually formed a whole under Lin Moya's will. But just at this moment, they seemed to hit a bottleneck, unable to advance further. They were still a bit short of what Lin Moya wanted. Lin Moya's mind was clear as a mirror. In the next second, he already knew what he should do. He suddenly charged into the battlefield. The undead army quickly opened a path for him, leaving only the origin beings for Lin Moya. This origin being had 18 tentacles, each wrapped in lightning, with flames burning within the lightning. It came from a certain Taiyang origin, and all its power's fundamental attribute was that of Taiyang origin. The best way to deal with this kind of being was to use Taiyin origin power. Lin Moya used Taiyin origin power, relying on the tremendous strength brought by gather power to attack this origin being. A tentacle turned into lightning and lashed out. Lin Moya neither dodged nor evaded, but threw out a punch. The punching technique he used was still the one from Giant Force, heavenly venerable in the large world. The value of a technique lies not in its novelty, but in its practicality. Lin Moya had practiced this set of punching techniques countless times. Through it, he could explosively release all the power in his body many times over. In the void, a giant fist appeared. The origin being's tentacle broke upon contact. Several more punches followed, breaking most of the 18 tentacles. The powerful origin being retreated step by step when facing Lin Moya, completely unable to resist. With the double origin techniques empowering him, hundreds of billions of undead soldiers, and over 10,000 Yin-Yang origins all became Lin Moya's support. At this moment, although Lin Moya was still at the 9th level of Dao Venerable Realm, he already possessed combat power surpassing that level. Lin Moya ignored the origin being's attacks. All attacks that landed on him would ultimately be shared and borne by the hundreds of billions of undead soldiers. Lin Moya didn't need to worry about his own defense at all. For the origin being, this was a completely unequal battle. If it had intelligence, it would surely shout, "This is cheating." One punch after another, the void constantly rumbled. The origin being was beaten until its body was broken. Under the illumination of Taiyang origin, its body would quickly repair once damaged, but now the repair speed was far slower than Lin Moya's destruction speed. After several minutes, the strangely shaped origin being was finally completely shattered by Lin Moya. With a boom, the Taiyang origin power exploded, lasting for several seconds before dissipating. After its death, it left behind a pure white crystal. The crystal was like a miniature Taiyang origin, radiating light in the void. Lin Moya held the crystal in his hand, feeling the power within it. It was pure Taiyang origin power. With a thought, the Taiyang symbol on his forehead glowed brightly. The power in the crystal was quickly absorbed, making the Taiyang symbol even brighter. The previous bottleneck seemed to loosen somewhat. Lin Moya knew what he had done was probably correct. His gaze swept across the void, quickly locking onto the next target. It was an origin being shaped like a crab, with 4 pairs of pincers and a huge body. The undead army could only surround it but couldn't cause it any harm. Each of its attacks caused heavy casualties to the undead army. It reflected the light of Taiyin origin. The first origin being he killed belonged to Taiyang origin. The second one he would kill belonged to Taiyin origin. This way, he could maintain the balance of Yin and Yang origin powers. Lin Moya charged over and engaged in a great battle with it. His punches rained down like a storm, frantically smashing. It had been many years since he had tasted such a fist-to-flesh battle. Lin Moya grew more excited as he fought. Under his attacks that disregarded defense and cost, wildly bombarding, this Taiyin origin being was literally beaten to death. The Taiyin origin essence left behind after its death was also quickly absorbed by Lin Moya. The Taiyang and Taiyin powers increased again, bringing him one step closer to breaking through the bottleneck. The corner of Lin Moya's mouth curved upward as he quickly locked onto the next target and attacked. He killed one after another. These origin beings simply couldn't withstand Lin Moya's attacks. The origin crystals they left behind after death were all absorbed by Lin Moya, not wasting a bit. One Yang, one Yin, Lin Moya always maintained the balance of Yin and Yang. The Yin-Yang origin powers turned into flowing water, completely enveloping Lin Moya, seeping into his body and soul. Finally, when Lin Moyo had killed 100 origin beings, the bottleneck that had troubled him for so long suddenly broke. His soul world shook violently, and 2 light orbs appeared. In Lin Moya's soul world, Taiyang origin and Taiyin origin appeared simultaneously. No one had ever been able to incorporate both Taiyang and Taiyin origins into their soul world. Lin Moya didn't know if it existed in other worlds, but at least on the origin continent, it didn't. Just as the 2 great origins appeared, infinite fusion suddenly spewed out chaos chi, enveloping the 2 great origins within it. Lin Moya's soul saw this scene. With a thought, he helped infinite fusion pull the 2 great origins together, facilitating their fusion. He believed infinite fusion wouldn't act recklessly. Since it chose to fuse the 2 great origins together, there must be a reason. Infinite fusion continuously spewed chaos mist. Within the mist, the 2 great origins touched each other, without the expected incompatibility. Then it brought out that big wok, put both great origins into the wok, and began to stir-fry them. The fusion process was obviously not very smooth. The iron wok shook constantly. Fusing 2 completely different origin powers together was not easy. Lin Moyo enveloped the iron wok with his soul power, working together with infinite fusion to help complete the fusion process. Infinite fusion continuously spewed mist, increasing the heat, stir-frying non-stop. Until the iron wok calmed down, a brand new origin flew out of the wok. Taiji. Lin Moyo was stunned when he saw the newly emerged origin. This brand new origin had taken on the appearance of Taiji, with 2 fish of yin and yang connected head to tail, each containing part of the other. Lin Moyo thought of his undeath great Tao, which was actually in a similar situation. Could this be the ultimate form of origin? Then does my undeath great Tao also have a corresponding origin? Chapter 3555. Chapter 3555, 3555. Chapter 3555, The Large World Evolves, Infinite Possibilities. Lin Moyo gained many insights from the Taiyang and Taiyin origins. Many things he couldn't understand before suddenly became clear. Especially when he saw the yin-yang origin resembling a Taiji diagram, combined with the iron world he had seen in that strange sight in the large world. He realized that in his previous life, there were also cultivators in that world, and those cultivators had reached extremely high levels. At least, they had once reached extremely high levels. Because in that life, he hadn't been able to come into contact with the world of cultivators, so he couldn't make an accurate judgment. But Lin Moyo recalled some text he had seen before. The Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, 3 begets all things. Lin Moya's eyes grew brighter and brighter as he murmured, all things in heaven and earth have an origin, and this origin is called the Tao. The Tao gives rise to heaven and earth, producing the One, which can be called the origin, the source of all things and beings. 1 begets 2, 2 is yin and yang transform into spirit, evolving into the beings of the world. Lin Moya's eyes grew increasingly bright. In his soul world, the yin-yang origin emitted a faint light. As the light shone on his soul, it was as if bathing in warm spring waters. With a light sound like breaking glass, his soul ascended at this moment. His soul level rose again, leaping from 8th grade innate soul to 7th grade innate soul. The yin-yang origin was like the sun and moon, a single entity possessing the functions of both sun and moon. It brought life to the soul world. The advancement in soul level allowed Lin Moyo to comprehend the great Tao further. Like a positive cycle, the more he understood, the higher his soul level became, and the higher his soul level, the more he could understand. With a thought, the light of the yin-yang origin shone from the soul world onto the large world and the skeleton hell. The large world, soul world, and skeleton hell all stood within Lin Moyo's rule world. Lin Moyo divided his rule world into 3, upper, middle, and lower layers, simultaneously accommodating 3 different worlds. The uppermost layer was the large world. It was once the boundary sea world, and even earlier, it was the origin realm. Lin Moyo wasn't clear about what it was before that. Now, countless beings lived in the large world, and the power needed for these beings to cultivate, the power of various resources, the very foundation of the large world's existence, all came from the origin continent. The Taiyang and Taiyin origins in the origin continent, plus the myriad great Taos, seeped into the large world, bringing it vitality and power. But in the process of seeping in, these powers changed, losing something, gradually becoming the laws of the large world. Laws were easier to comprehend, allowing cultivators in the large world to climb step by step, but ultimately also limiting the cultivators of the large world. If they wanted to gain stronger power and climb higher peaks, they had to leave the large world and enter the origin continent. This was the path of cultivation belonging to the large world. As the large world gradually evolved, the power entering from the origin continent became more and more complete, and the laws in the world were evolving towards great Taos. But this evolution still had its limits. The large world could never reach the level of the origin continent. Cultivators in the large world could never reach the realm of cultivators on the origin continent. Even if Lin Moyo raised the large world to 9th grade, or even higher, this would still be the case. This was its innate shackle, already locked in place. If one wanted to change this situation, they would have to unlock the shackles. To unlock the shackles, the only way was to let the large world have its own Tao, its own origin. Now, the opportunity had come. The appearance of the yin-yang origin gave the large world infinite possibilities. The source of the origin continent was the Tai-yin and Tai-yang origins. It was because of them that the origin continent could evolve heaven and earth and give birth to myriad great Taos. The Tai-yang and Tai-yin origins were the 2 of the origin continent. 2 begets 3, and 3 is the myriad great Taos. In the previous world, this 3 wasn't 3, but meant countless. Now, the large world also had its source. When the light of the yin-yang origin fell into the large world, falling into the core of the large world. The core of the large world began to violently shake. In an instant, the entire large world was shaking, rumbling loudly. In the starry universe, every planet was slightly trembling. Countless people felt the tremors and showed shocked expressions on their faces. It's time. Lin Moyo had a sudden inspiration, knowing it was time to let the large world ascend. He took out all the world gems and fed them to the core of the large world in one go, while guiding the power of the yin-yang origin into it. Then he invested the over 100 origin spirit veins he had refined earlier into the large world. The entire large world began to enter an unprecedented transformation. At the same time, billions upon billions of beings in the large world heard Lin Moyo's voice. I am the Lord of the world. Today, this world will undergo transformation and ascension. All cultivators, remain calm and wait quietly. There's no need to panic. In the large world, countless cultivators bowed towards the sky simultaneously. We obey the decree. This transformation of the large world wasn't just evolving from an 8th grade world to a 9th grade world. It was evolving from a world that needed to rely on external power to a self-sufficient world. With the existence of the yin-yang origin, the large world had a complete chance to become a world like the origin continent, or even surpass the origin continent. The yin-yang origin could allow the large world to evolve its own great Taos, no longer relying on the origin continent. Cultivators in the large world could also become Tao venerables, or even reach the great Tao realm, with Tao lords appearing. Of course, all this would still require a long time. The origin continent had evolved for countless years. For the large world to catch up, there was still a long way to go, but at least there was a chance now. As the large world began to evolve, Lin Moya's consciousness withdrew from the world and turned to look at the skeleton hell. The light of the yin-yang origin also shone in the skeleton hell. The skeleton hell seemed to be affected by the yin-yang origin as well, undergoing some changes. But its changes, compared to the advancement of the soul level and the transformation of the large world, were much smaller, almost negligible. Lin Moya knew this was because the skeleton hell was still incomplete, and this incomplete skeleton hell had already reached the peak it could currently achieve, difficult to advance further. Regarding this, Lin Moya couldn't ask for too much. This time's gains were already too great, beyond imagination. The yin-yang origin was probably something that no cultivator on the origin continent could have imagined. He might be the first person ever on the origin continent to achieve this. Lin Moya's consciousness returned, and he once again saw the tens of thousands of Taiyang and Taiyin origins. As if having an epiphany, when he looked at these Taiyang and Taiyin origins now, they were completely different in Lin Moya's eyes. He now understood part of the meaning of the origin ancestral land. The Taiyang and Taiyin origins here were the most primitive, meant for people to comprehend. Including the origin spirit veins and these origin beings, they were all resources for those who comprehend. Unfortunately, over countless years, not many people had been able to comprehend. He didn't care about others, at least he had comprehended, and that was enough. A powerful origin aura emanated from his body as he said in a low voice, all of you, stop. Under his voice, the undead army stopped attacking, and all the origin beings also stopped, looking at Lin Moya with fear in their eyes. Chapter 3556. Chapter 3556, 3556. Chapter 3556. And Terry's had been here before. The origin beings looked at Lin Moya with fear in their eyes, not daring to approach or attack him. One begets two. The Taiyang origin and Taiyin origin are the two. Before they appeared, there was the so-called one, which may be the yin-yang origin. Lin Moya now possessed the yin-yang origin. To these origin beings, Lin Moya was the one. Lin Moya's existence was a level above theirs, so when they saw him, they had a natural reverence and didn't dare to act rashly. Lin Moya was very satisfied with the current situation. He chuckled lightly, then turned and entered the portal. Only after Lin Moya had been gone for a while did these origin beings start moving again, gradually entering the portal. After all the beings had entered, the portal disappeared. This world belonging to the Taiyang and Taiyin origins became quiet once more. Amidst the interweaving light, new origin spirit veins began to form. After a teleportation that was neither long nor short, Lin Moya set foot on solid ground. His gaze swept around. The surroundings were wilderness, stretching as far as the eye could see. In the sky, streams of galaxies hung overhead. These galaxies were extremely brilliant, each emitting different powers. Various pure and powerful forces poured down like waterfalls onto the earth. Looking out, countless waterfalls like galaxies fell from the 9 heavens, hanging between heaven and earth. These were not galaxies, but great Taos. These great Taos were extremely primitive, pure, and powerful. They were not completely identical to the great Taos of the origin continent, but at least 90% were similar. If one could comprehend these great Taos, upon returning to the origin continent, they could quickly comprehend the great Taos there as well. No wonder those who return from the origin ancestral land, though their memories are chaotic, have greatly improved cultivation. Comprehending the great Taos here, upon returning to the origin continent, could be converted into cultivation. This had nothing to do with chaotic memories. It wasn't like the few who went mad, it was just that this segment of memory was missing, which wouldn't affect the great Taos they had comprehended. The power of tens of thousands of Taiyang and Taiyin origins also affected this area, forming the countless great Taos in the sky. Compared to others, Lin Moya saw the essence of things, seeing where the great Taos came from, rather than immediately trying to comprehend them. There was no rush to comprehend the great Taos. He was more willing to understand where they came from. Now I know how the origin ancestral land can improve cultivation, but where does the danger come from? Every time in the origin ancestral land, many people die inside. What causes their deaths? So far he hadn't encountered any danger, neither in the void earlier nor in this wilderness where great Taos fell from the 9 heavens. But he knew danger must exist, otherwise people wouldn't die inside every time. Lin Moya walked on the ground, moving between the Great Tao waterfalls, but not entering them. He recognized many of the Great Taos, but there were also many he didn't recognize. But this wasn't important. After walking for a while, he suddenly saw a small ball like a bubble, floating about 20 meters high in the air. This small ball was somewhat dreamlike, radiating light outwards, illuminating an area of over 10 meters in radius. Within the light, a series of strange scenes appeared. Lin Moya seemed to see another peculiar world. This world was illusory and hazy, completely different from what he usually saw, an independently existing world. This is the Origin Realm. Lin Moya immediately understood that this bubble-like small ball was the Origin Realm. After observing the surroundings and confirming there was no danger, Lin Moya reached out to absorb it, wanting to take it away. The Origin Realm didn't budge. Lin Moya wanted to fly over, but he couldn't take off. Not only was flying prohibited here, but even lifting both feet off the ground was forbidden. Using power to pull it down was also not allowed. An invisible yet powerful force had placed restrictions on this area, establishing independent rules. But what was strangest was that after entering this area covered by countless great Taos, one's cultivation realm was no longer suppressed, and cultivation had been restored. It could only be said that the power that established the rules for this place was too strong. Lin Moya carefully observed this Origin Realm, pondering how to obtain it. Beside this Origin Realm, a great Tao fell down. Lin Moya observed carefully and found that the Great Tao and the Origin Realm were interconnected. Though they seemed separate, there was actually a thread of power connecting them as one. In other words, to obtain the Origin Realm, one had to start from the Great Tao waterfall. This Great Tao is a fire-type Great Tao. I've never comprehended it before. Lin Moya pondered in his heart how to obtain the Origin Realm through the Great Tao. Although the Origin Realm wasn't very useful to him, it wasn't completely useless. The Origin Realm is connected to the Great Tao, so to obtain the Origin Realm, I should start from the Great Tao. Flying is impossible here, and even jumping is not allowed. Power is also restricted, even affecting one's own strength. Lin Moya thought for a moment, then stepped into the Great Tao. Flames flowed within the Great Tao, but these flames weren't strong. For Lin Moya, they weren't even hot enough. Standing in the Great Tao, bathed in flames, waves of insights rushed into his mind. Lin Moya hadn't intended to comprehend a fire-type Great Tao, but within the Great Tao, he didn't need to actively comprehend, it was directly infused into him. He only needed to passively accept, and the speed of comprehending the Great Tao was very fast. As he comprehended the Great Tao, Lin Moya felt his body lighten, and his feet left the ground. So that's how it is. Lin Moya immediately understood. Entering the Great Tao and comprehending it could break through the rules restrictions, allowing him to fly. Since that was the case, Lin Moya didn't mind comprehending more Great Taos, as long as he didn't cultivate them afterwards. He casually accepted this fire-type Great Tao, his body slowly rising into the air, reaching 20 meters high, level with the Origin Realm. He saw the power connecting to the Origin Realm, like a thin thread floating in the air. Reaching out to grab the thread, he pulled the Origin Realm back in a few moves. The Origin Realm was in hand, like a ball, light and weightless. Within the Origin Realm, flames burned fiercely, meaning this world was related to fire. Lin Moya put away the Origin Realm, then severed the connection with this Great Tao. He instantly fell, landing heavily on the ground. Here, one could only fly while in a Great Tao, comprehending it. Normally, leaving the ground was not allowed at all. Lin Moya didn't mind. He had already found the corresponding method, so next, he could harvest more Origin Realms. As for the fire-type Great Tao he had just comprehended, he had already put it out of his mind. If it were an Origin Great Tao, he might play with it a bit, but an ordinary Great Tao, Lin Moya didn't care about at all. It seems Antares had entered the Origin ancestral land before, gaining some benefits, so he could understand multiple Great Tao laws. Although he wasn't proficient in any of them, at least he knew them. Previously, he had thought Antares had comprehended those laws out of boredom over countless years. Now it seemed that wasn't the case at all. Rather, he had comprehended some Great Taos in the Origin ancestral land, but all very superficially, just to play around with. Lin Moya continued forward, searching for Origin Realms, and also searching for Great Taos that belonged to him. Chapter 3557. Chapter 3557, 3557. Chapter 3557, The Danger in the Origin ancestral land killing each other. Compared to the numerous Great Taos, there were far fewer Origin Realms. After passing hundreds of Great Taos, he had only seen an Origin Realm once. The Great Taos he had seen so far were mostly obscure ones, not commonly seen. Lin Moya could generally recognize the common Great Taos, but there were some obscure ones he didn't know. There were far too many Great Taos. People say there are 3,000 Great Taos, but in reality there are more than 30,000. However, the vast majority of Great Taos were too obscure. Although they had evolved, no one cultivated them. For example, the Cursed Great Tao could be divided into many branches. The Deadly Poison Great Tao also belonged to the Cursed Great Tao category, but the Deadly Poison Great Tao could evolve into hundreds of branches. One Origin Great Tao could evolve into hundreds or thousands of branches. How many Origin Great Taos were there, and how many branches had evolved from them? It was simply innumerable. Lin Moya had no intention of understanding all these Great Taos. It was impossible to understand them all. However, where the danger in the Origin ancestral land came from was still unknown. After walking for a long time, he finally saw another Origin Realm. This origin realm was located higher, at about 300 meters, and was larger than the previous one, indicating it was stronger and had a better foundation. Although all origin realms would eventually be placed in the boundary sea and cultivated from the first level, those with better foundations had higher upper limits and were more valuable. The origin realm floated in mid-air, evolving its world, as if advertising itself, afraid others wouldn't see it. The world it was evolving was an ice and snow world, looking extremely cold. Lin Moya recognized the Great Dao connected to this origin realm. It was called the Ice Great Dao. The Ice Great Dao wasn't an origin Great Dao, it had evolved from the Water Great Dao. The Water Great Dao was an origin Great Dao, belonging to the 5 elements Great Dao category. By this reckoning, the Ice Great Dao was also a relatively powerful Great Dao. On the origin continent, many people cultivated the Ice Great Dao. Among those who had entered this time, there were several who cultivated the Ice Great Dao. The Ice Great Dao carried cold air, turning into ice and snow as it fell. Lin Moya looked from afar, not at the Ice Great Dao itself, but inside it. Inside the Ice Great Dao, 2 people were fighting fiercely, both using lethal moves. At the bottom of the Ice Great Dao, a Dao Venerable had already become a corpse, his body frozen in ice, forever remaining there. Lin Moya pondered, could it be that the source of danger in the origin ancestral land is the cultivators themselves? Cultivators of the same Great Dao kill each other to compete for the origin realm. If so, it makes sense. Lin Moya didn't completely confirm his guess. Although he had seen it with his own eyes, it might not be the whole picture. Perhaps this was just one source of danger. At least there was another layer of danger that would make people's memories chaotic. Moreover, the state of the 2 Dao Venerables made Lin Moya feel strange. The 2 in the Great Dao didn't have a big difference in cultivation. Normally, it would be difficult for them to fight to the death, and they would likely both be injured. But in the origin ancestral land, no one wanted to be easily injured. No one knew what they would face next. Yet these 2 were already fighting to the death, not caring about anything else. Would Dao Venerables lose their rationality like this? Lin Moya felt something was off. He watched quietly for a while but couldn't see anything unusual. Separated by a Great Dao, some things weren't clear. After thinking for a moment, Lin Moya also stepped into the Great Dao. He had never comprehended the Ice Great Dao before, but it didn't matter. Amidst the ice and snow, his comprehension of the Ice Great Dao was rapidly increasing. He still wouldn't cultivate the Ice Great Dao. Now he was just using it as a stepping stone. He wanted to see clearly the state of the 2 people above. Lin Moya gradually rose higher, quickly surpassing 100 meters. His gaze pierced through the wind and snow, finally seeing clearly the situation of the 2 people. Their eyes were cold, covered with a layer of mist, behind which was boiling killing intent. The way they looked at each other was as if they were mortal enemies. If they didn't kill the other, they would die. Indeed, something's wrong. Lin Moya's heart moved, confirming his guess. An invisible force had affected their rationality, making them view each other as mortal enemies, fighting to the death. Suddenly, both turned their heads to look at him. For fierce gazes fell on him, and both attacked at once. Lin Moya realized that his appearance had made them see him as a common enemy. Both attacked together, coming to kill him. Both were at the 5th level of Dao Venerable realm, neither strong nor weak. In the Ice Great Dao, their realms had increased by 1 level, able to exert the combat power of 6th level Dao Venerable realm. But facing Lin Moya, this was nothing. Lin Moya knew clearly that if the 2 were in their right minds, they wouldn't attack him. But now, both had taken him as an enemy. Then let's see what's going on. Lin Moya's heart moved, and he threw out 2 punches. Blood energy roared, and the power Great Dao carried vast force, sweeping out. With 2 bangs, the 2 Dao Venerables had no resistance and were instantly killed. As flesh and blood fell, Lin Moya flicked out a ball of undying flame, falling with the flesh and blood, exploding. Including the corpse of the Dao Venerable who had died earlier, all were enveloped by the undying flame. Origin level technique, resurrect the dead. As flesh and blood regenerated and souls reassembled, Lin Moya didn't pay attention to them, but continued to accept the Ice Great Dao, slowly rising to the height of the origin realm. He reached out and grabbed the origin realm. The origin realm felt icy cold in his hand, slightly heavier than the previous one, and a bit larger in size. There were no other differences. Putting away the origin realm, Lin Moya severed his connection with the Ice Great Dao. His whole body fell heavily, landing hard on the ground. By now, the 3 Dao Venerables had been resurrected and were respectfully kneeling before him. Lin Moya first had them leave the Ice Great Dao, then asked in a low voice, "Tell me, what happened just now?" "You first, sleep." The Dao Venerable Lin Moya had pointed to said in a low voice, "What I saw earlier was a huge ice and snow monster, and I was locked up. If I didn't kill it, I couldn't get out." Lin Moya nodded and pointed to another, "You tell me." That person said in a low voice, "I also saw an ice and snow monster." The situations of the 3 were basically the same. After entering the Ice Great Dao, what they saw wasn't fellow Dao Venerable cultivators, but ice and snow monsters. Moreover, they were all trapped somewhere and couldn't leave unless they killed the ice and snow monsters. This was why they had fought so desperately. When Lin Moya appeared, they saw an even more powerful monster, and they simultaneously realized that if they didn't kill this more powerful monster, they would both die. This feeling was strange, dominating their thoughts, making them attack Lin Moya simultaneously. The other Dao Venerable who had been killed was in the same situation. Lin Moya frowned slightly, confusing the soul, creating illusions, influencing thoughts. It seems this origin ancestral land is far more dangerous than it appears. Suddenly, Lin Moya looked up, his gaze piercing through myriad great Daos, seeing in the deepest part of the void an enormous soul flame, slowly flickering there. Chapter 3558. Chapter 3558, 3558. Chapter 3558, A Corner of the Divine Rune. This soul flame was the largest and strongest Lin Moyo had ever seen in his life, without exception. Even great Dao realm beings couldn't compare to it. As for whether the green-robed elder could match it, it was hard to say. Lin Moyo had never seen the green-robed elder's soul flame. The soul flame pulsed slowly but powerfully there, as if in slumber, on the verge of awakening. With each pulse, a spark would burst out, turning into an invisible force sweeping across the entire world. Lin Moyo let out a muffled groan, his eyes suddenly going dark as his undead eye instantly collapsed. What a terrifying existence! Lin Moyo was shocked. The other party wasn't even awake, yet just a casual soul fluctuation had destroyed his undead eye and even made his own soul tremble uncontrollably. The presence of such a terrifying existence in the Origin ancestral land seemed understandable. With myriad great Daos and countless origins here, if there wasn't a powerful being guarding it, perhaps those Dao lords would have set their sights on the Origin ancestral land long ago. Lin Moyo couldn't take a second look. If he accidentally woke up this kind of existence, he wouldn't even know how he died. Having learned about the dangers within the great Daos from the three Dao venerables, Lin Moyo continued forward. The three newly resurrected Dao venerables' bodies instantly shattered, truly dying. Lin Moyo abandoned them. Such people were utterly useless to him, not even qualified to be resurrected beings. He had only revived them to ask a few questions. Once he finished asking, they lost their value. Lin Moyo continued walking, searching for his own great Dao. At the same time, the first Origin realm he had obtained appeared in his hand. The world-burning fire ignited, burning the Origin realm. This world that hadn't yet had a chance to expand and grow slowly shrank in the world-burning fire. It was being refined. Lin Moyo used the world-burning fire to refine the entire world. A moment later, this Origin realm completely collapsed, the entire world turning into a world crystal. This world crystal wasn't very powerful. After all, the Origin realm was only first grade, so the refined world crystal couldn't be too great. Therefore, Lin Moyo didn't continue to refine the second Origin realm. Just refining them into world crystals like this was too wasteful. He thought briefly and already had a method, but this method could only be used after he returned to the Origin continent. He wasn't in a hurry. He would collect enough Origin realms first. Lin Moyo walked among the myriad great Daos, searching for Origin realms. With countless great Daos, who knows how long he walked before collecting several more Origin realms. At the same time, he also encountered several Dao venerables, but they were all corpses. These Dao venerables had all died within their respective great Daos, their bodies and Daos perishing together. Lin Moyo used Resurrect the Dead to revive them and inquired about the situation at the time. The answers were surprisingly similar. These people entered the great Daos they had comprehended, originally thinking they could comprehend deeper levels of the great Dao. Unexpectedly, the people who came in with them had all turned into monsters. So they began to fight with the monsters they saw, battling for their lives until they died, their bodies and Daos perishing together. He asked over a dozen people, and the answers were almost the same. But among these dozen or so answers, one person's answer made Lin Moyo discover a problem. That person cultivated the Filthy Earth Great Dao. The Filthy Earth Great Dao was an ordinary Great Dao. Above it was the Thick Earth Great Dao, and above that was the Earth Element Great Dao. Very few people cultivated the Filthy Earth Great Dao. On the Origin continent, they could be counted on one hand. It seemed only this person had entered this time. He had finally found his Filthy Earth Great Dao and thought he could cultivate well. At first, it was indeed so. He had already ascended to 1,000 meters high. The power of the Great Dao fell endlessly, turning into his comprehension of the Great Dao. He was originally at the 5th level of Dao Venerable Realm. He was confident that after this journey, he could break through to the 6th level of Dao Venerable Realm, and even had a chance to become a 7th level ancestor in a short time. But after he rose to a certain level, he suddenly saw an enemy. According to him, the enemy he saw was a Black Earth giant, descending from the sky, engaging in a fierce battle with him. As a result, he was no match for the Black Earth giant and was killed. What made Lin Moyo realize something was wrong was that the enemy he saw descended from the sky, not coming up from below the Great Dao. This meant that apart from the illusory enemies each person saw, there were hidden dangers within the Great Daos themselves. Indeed, it's not that simple. There are hidden dangers within the Great Daos as well. But there shouldn't be dangers in every Great Dao, otherwise the casualty rate wouldn't be so low. It seems luck is still very important. Luck often determines life and death. Through the bits of information obtained, Lin Moyo continuously analyzed the Origin ancestral land, analyzing the possible dangers they might encounter inside. He was already used to this. Since he started cultivating, entering various instances in secret realms, he had analyzed countless times, almost becoming instinctive. The more thorough the analysis, the higher the safety. Lin Moyo wasn't afraid of death, but he also cherished his life. Strange, after passing through so many Great Daos, I haven't seen a single Origin Great Dao. Not only have I not discovered any Origin Great Daos, I haven't seen any illusory type Great Daos either. Where have these Great Daos gone? All the Great Daos he cultivated were Origin Great Daos, but after searching for many days, he hadn't seen even a shadow of an Origin Great Dao, especially the Undeath Great Dao. Lin Moyo really wanted to know why his Undeath Great Dao wasn't suppressed, why it was different from other Great Daos. There must be a reason. Besides this, he vaguely had another guess. In the Soul Void, some Great Daos were effective while others were useless. Perhaps he could find answers here as well. Lin Moyo continued walking. Who knows how many days passed as he harvested over a dozen more origin realms. While collecting origin realms, he also gained some comprehension of over a dozen different great DAOs. He was now like Antares, knowing a little bit about everything, which was quite interesting. The colorful flame great DAO he had comprehended could make quite beautiful fireworks. Over these many days, he hadn't used skeleton generals to scout ahead. The situation in the origin ancestral land was different from the secret realms he had entered before. Especially that existence in the depths of the void made Lin Moyo extremely wary. So he didn't use skeleton generals, only searching by himself, trying as much as possible not to attract that existence's attention. After walking for many days, Lin Moyo gradually discovered some patterns. Although these great DAOs looked chaotic, they actually had some patterns. Every dozen or 20 weak great DAOs, a slightly stronger great DAO would appear. If this happened once or twice it would be normal, but if it happened every time, something wasn't quite right. As Lin Moyo walked, he formed a map in his mind of the locations of these great DAOs. Gradually, he discovered that this map formed a corner of a divine room. It was indeed a divine room. Although it was only a corner, Lin Moyo felt he couldn't be mistaken. All the great DAOs actually formed a corner of a divine room. Lin Moyo continued walking while starting to verify his guess, reverse engineering the divine room. Based on the rough outline of the reverse engineered divine room, he analyzed the position of the next great DAO. His eyes grew brighter and brighter. This world became increasingly clear in his mind. Chapter 3559. Chapter 3559, 3559. Chapter 3559, this is a divine rune. Using myriad great DAOs to draw a divine rune, Lin Moyo couldn't think of anyone who could accomplish such a feat. If no one had done it, then it must have formed naturally from heaven and earth, which seemed unlikely. So who had done this, and why? The higher one's realm, the broader the world one encountered, and the more profound secrets one discovered. Lin Moyo didn't want to ponder these secrets, because he knew he couldn't get answers right now. I'll just assume you did it. Lin Moyo glanced at the sky, directly attributing the issue to that terrifying existence hidden in the depths of the void. He didn't think about why, only focusing on what was happening before him. These great DAOs combined in his mind to form a corner of a divine rune, which he then reverse engineered. The great DAOs could be divided into multiple levels. The weakest level belonged to the edge of the divine rune, very far from the center. Then at each turn and node of the divine rune, there would be a slightly stronger great DAO to support it. The variations in strength of the great DAOs formed different lines of the divine rune. Divine runes require high quality, high-grade materials. The higher the grade of materials, the greater the enhancement to the divine rune. For the same divine rune, using 5th grade origin crystals versus 9th grade origin crystals as materials would produce vastly different effects. If some even better great DAO realm materials could be used, the difference in effect could be further increased. Now, this unknown being had directly used great DAOs as materials. One could only imagine how powerful this divine rune must be. Just being able to fuse the powers of different attribute great DAOs together harmoniously was already beyond human capability. Lin Moyo continued forward, observing while reverse engineering the divine rune, extrapolating a more complete divine rune from its corner. This reverse engineering was very difficult, beyond what ordinary people could do. Even Lin Moyo wasn't completely confident. However, he had a feeling he should be able to do it, or at least part of it. He had an innate familiarity with divine runes. This feeling was very strange, but it had always been there since he first encountered runes. Gradually, he deduced part of the divine rune. Lin Moyo discovered another issue. The divine rune formed by these great DAOs in the sky was only the surface. Divine runes are three-dimensional. The more powerful the divine rune, the more complex its structure. A divine runes can be divided into dozens or even hundreds of layers from outside to inside. The true core of this divine rune in the origin ancestral land was underground. The power of myriad great DAOs fell into the earth, interweaving underground. This was the true core of the divine rune. Lin Moyo's thoughts suddenly cleared. He suddenly understood, this land is actually the divine rune. I'm standing on the divine rune right now. He finally realized where he was standing on the divine rune itself. After realizing this, Lin Moyo shook his head slightly, looking somewhat helpless. I can't deduce any further. The complexity and level of this divine rune had already exceeded his capabilities. He realized he simply couldn't reverse engineer the complete divine rune. Although he couldn't deduce the complete divine rune, at least he could see the surface layer clearly, knowing where to go next. Following the surface pattern of the divine rune, Lin Moyo's speed increased considerably compared to before. He constantly changed directions, traversing through great DAOs, advancing along the pattern of the divine rune. Lin Moyo wasn't in a hurry. When he encountered origin realms, he would stop to collect them. He comprehended many chaotic great DAOs, but all were superficial, only good for playing around with. Along the way, he came across some more DAO venerable corpses. Lin Moyo revived them and inquired about their deaths. Most died at the hands of other DAO venerables, while a few were killed by monsters that suddenly appeared in the great DAOs. However, overall he couldn't obtain any accurate results. Lin Moyo still didn't know the origin of the monsters hidden behind the great DAOs, but among these dead DAO venerables, there were none he knew. This could be considered somewhat good news. He also encountered some living DAO venerables. They were hurrying along, seemingly searching for something. When they saw Lin Moyo, a few showed anger in their eyes, apparently still upset about the origin spirit veins from before. However, they didn't come to provoke Lin Moyo, seeming to know he wasn't easy to deal with. Since they didn't come to bother him, Lin Moyo couldn't be bothered to pay them any attention. The great DAOs he saw were becoming increasingly powerful, like the start of a stroke in the divine rune, which would be thicker. Lin Moya knew he was approaching the central area of the divine rune. Brother-in-law. Gu Hanjing's voice entered his ears. He saw Gu Hanjing running over with a joyful face. After walking for so long, he finally saw a familiar face, and it was his sister-in-law. Lin Moya couldn't help but smile, but suddenly his smile faded as he realized something was wrong. In his undead eye, the Gu Hanjing before him had no soul flame. She wasn't a living being. Moreover, this Gu Hanjing didn't have his aura on her. He had given 2 legion commanders to Gu Hanjing, but now there was no corresponding aura. In his perception, Gu Hanjing's location was still quite far away. After discovering something was wrong with Gu Hanjing, Lin Moya didn't make any moves. His face even maintained a smile, as if just waiting for Gu Hanjing to approach. When Gu Hanjing ran up to him, with less than 5 meters between them, Lin Moya suddenly stepped forward and threw a punch. This punch was fast and fierce, like lightning, even shaking the space around it. Here, powerful forces were suppressed, making it difficult to exert power. Only close combat was possible. Lin Moya's fist struck Gu Hanjing. Her smile hadn't fully faded when her entire body shattered with a boom. A fragment about the size of a fingernail fell to the ground. Lin Moya had killed this Gu Hanjing impersonator with one punch. The fragment was black, with what seemed to be black chi surging inside, looking somewhat eerie. Lin Moya sensed soul power from the fragment. This fragment contained considerable soul power. It wasn't a living being and had no consciousness. This soul power seemed to be some kind of remnant, instinctively seeking prey. After observing for a moment, Lin Moya roughly understood what had happened. Just now, it had used special soul power to affect his senses, making him think he saw Gu Hanjing. In reality, what had come over was just this fragment. If he hadn't noticed, and was caught off guard, this fragment would likely have entered his body and soul world. What would have happened to his soul world? Perhaps only by experiencing it would one know. Could it be that the chaotic memories of those Dao venerables after returning are related to these fragments? Lin Moya thought to himself. Suddenly, the fragment in his hand silently shattered into powder. At the same time, an invisible soul power spread out, instantly sweeping across an area of 100 meters. This soul power entered the soul world, like a gust of wind blowing through, trying to throw the entire soul world into chaos. Fortunately, Lin Moya's soul world was extremely stable and wasn't affected. This scene showed Lin Moya why those Dao venerables' memories became chaotic. The reason was this fragment, and this fragment was just the beginning. Lin Moya looked ahead and muttered to himself, ahead, there should be a soul great Dao. Thank you, Roger and KO5 supporter, for your generous donations. I appreciate you looking out. That said, let me clear up a few things, again, in the hope they stick this time. I don't owe anyone anything, and you don't owe me. If you have a problem with that, take it elsewhere. I'm exhausted by the constant flood of comments asking for updates when I've already made it clear I'm on vacation and will post when I have the time. If that's not clear enough, I'm not sure what else to say. If you want to read updates somewhere else, that's your choice, but don't clog my comments section with complaints. Lastly, to those posting spoilers or chapters, kindly F off. If you're that desperate, make a Novel Fire account and post there. If this behavior continues, I'll simply stop posting altogether. Let me remind everyone, I originally started posting here for myself as a way to read on the go after translating and as a personal archive. While I love that so many of you look forward to my updates, I'll say it one last time, I don't owe anyone anything. Chapter 3560. Chapter 3560, 3560. Chapter 3560, What happened? Lin Moya was confident in his deductions. He continued walking forward along the pattern he had calculated. Before long, he saw a hazy, illusory Great Dao. The Soul Great Dao. This was the first origin Great Dao he had seen since arriving here. The Soul Great Dao was as black as ink, seeming to encompass everything in heaven and earth. This feeling was mainly due to the special attributes of the Soul Great Dao. It existed between the real and illusory, with both tangible and intangible aspects within the Great Dao. It could also be seen as half real and half illusory. All living beings have souls, so all creatures in the world are inseparable from the Soul Great Dao. The Soul Great Dao carries living beings, carries consciousness, carries everything between the real and illusory. Even the mysterious Soul Void is related to the Soul Great Dao. Looking at the ink-black Soul Great Dao, Lin Moya felt its infinite power. Then his eyes narrowed slightly. He saw small black dots occasionally flying out from the Soul Great Dao, as if being ejected, flying into the distance. These small black dots flew extremely far and fast, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Sharp-eyed, Lin Moya saw that these small black dots were the same as the crystal-like thing he had obtained earlier. After a small black dot separated from the Soul Great Dao, it suddenly flew towards him. When it was about 10 meters above his head, it exploded with a bang. A soul impact came straight at him, giving Lin Moya no chance to dodge. He could only face the impact head-on. His soul world rumbled, constantly shaking. Even with Lin Moya's soul level, he felt intense discomfort at this moment. If it were other Dao venerables, after being hit by such an impact, their souls would likely become chaotic. Fortunately, this chaos wouldn't last too long. After a certain time, the soul would stabilize. Lin Moya now fully understood why those who entered the Origin Ancestral Land all had chaotic memories, forgetting everything within the Origin Ancestral Land. The root cause was the Soul Great Dao. The Soul Great Dao constantly scattered these black crystals. The black crystals exploded, causing soul impacts, shaking souls, and confusing memories. Of all the questions about the Origin Ancestral Land, only one remained. Why could no children of Taiyan return after entering? And why could only a few children of Taiyin return after entering? What was the difference between children of Taiyang and Taiyin compared to other Dao venerables? As a child of Taiyin himself, entering the origin ancestral land earlier than others meant that the identity of a child of Taiyin must have special significance. Lin Moya didn't enter the Soul Great Dao. Although he wanted to comprehend the Soul Great Dao, after careful consideration, he ultimately gave up. He had already comprehended enough Great Daos. If he continued to comprehend more, it would further slow down his progress towards the Great Dao realm. Even if he really wanted to comprehend the Soul Great Dao, there would be time after entering the Great Dao realm. What's this? Just as he was about to leave, Lin Moya suddenly stopped in his tracks. He saw thin threads above the Soul Great Dao, floating towards the sky. The sky was pitch black, and the Soul Great Dao was ink black, so Lin Moya hadn't noticed at first. Suddenly seeing this scene made Lin Moya curious. Besides pouring down as a waterfall, the Soul Great Dao also extended deeper into the distant void, transmitting power. The more Lin Moya looked, the stranger he felt. He explored deeper into the void along the thin threads emitted by the Soul Great Dao. With colors overlapping, the void was completely black. Lin Moya had to make a great effort to follow the thin threads emitted by the Origin Great Dao to find their source. At the source, space was distorted. The power emitted by the Origin Great Dao disappeared there. And that place was where he had seen that terrifying soul flame earlier when using the undead eye. Lin Moya was shocked. Could it be that existence is devouring the power of the Great Dao? Other Great Daos don't have this phenomenon. Is it only devouring the power of the Origin continent? Lin Moya couldn't find an answer for the moment. He passed by the Soul Great Dao and continued forward. The appearance of the Soul Great Dao verified his deduction of the Divine Rune, making subsequent deductions increasingly smooth. The location of the Soul Great Dao was an important node for the entire Divine Rune, and a Divine Rune should have many similar nodes. Through the changes in the nodes, Lin Moya could more easily deduce the approximate shape of this Divine Rune. He didn't dare to think about the internal situation, but at least the surface could be deduced. Following his deductions, Lin Moya turned to walk in a direction. After passing through many Great Daos, another Origin Great Dao finally appeared in his sight. The Water Great Dao. The Water Great Dao of the 5 elements, also the Origin Dao of all water-related Great Daos. When seeing the Water Great Dao, Lin Moya immediately looked at the sky above it. Above the light blue Water Great Dao, there was no additional power extending upwards, unlike the Soul Great Dao. Nothing. Lin Moya felt strange. Could my guess be wrong? Not every Origin Great Dao connects to that place. It seems I need to find more Origin Great Daos. Lin Moya didn't linger long this time. There was no Origin realm here at the Water Great Dao, so he couldn't be bothered to enter. Just as he was about to leave, Lin Moya suddenly turned to look to one side. He sensed Gu Hanjing's aura, or more accurately, he sensed the aura of the Legion commander. Originally this aura was quite distant, but suddenly it became clear, as if teleporting to appear not far from him. Taking a few steps forward, Lin Moya saw an Ice Great Dao. Gu Hanjing cultivated the Ice Great Dao, so it wasn't strange for her to appear here. At this moment, Gu Hanjing was outside the Great Dao, fighting with a Dao Venerable. That Dao Venerable was at the 8th level of Dao Venerable realm, with powerful combat strength. Gu Hanjing was no match and in a precarious situation. If not for the special environment here, where the opponent's power couldn't be fully exerted, Gu Hanjing, at the 6th level of Dao Venerable realm, would likely have died already. The opponent struck down with a palm, its powerful force making Gu Hanjing's face change color, unable to resist. Lin Moya was still some distance from Gu Hanjing at this time. In this place, he couldn't reach her in time. With a thought, flames suddenly appeared on Gu Hanjing's body, and a Legion commander appeared out of thin air. He had previously refined the Legion commander into a puppet-like form and given it to Gu Hanjing to use. Unexpectedly, Gu Hanjing hadn't used it, so he had to activate it himself. The sudden appearance of the Legion commander blocked an attack for Gu Hanjing. Gu Hanjing's pale face was still in shock. Just now, she thought she was about to die. The sudden appearance of the Legion commander made the 8th level Dao Venerable somewhat wary, and he didn't continue to attack. The appearance of the Legion commander was very similar to the previous skeleton generals, inevitably making people think of Lin Moya, that domineering fellow. I gave you a protective charm, why didn't you use it? Lin Moya walked over with some helplessness. Seeing Lin Moya, Gu Hanjing's face immediately lit up with joy. Brother-in-law, you're here too. Lin Moya was stunned for a moment, Gu Hanjing's words making him feel uneasy. Lin Moya's thoughts turned. Did you forget? Gu Hanjing tilted her head, looking confused. Forget what? She clearly didn't understand Lin Moya's words. Lin Moya asked, do you know where you are? Gu Hanjing said, the Origin ancestral land, of course. Lin Moya continued to ask, then don't you remember what happened when you first entered the Origin ancestral land? Gu Hanjing thought for a moment, then shook her head. What happened? Chapter 3561. Chapter 3561, 3561. Chapter 3561, The Void Connected by Great Daos. Hearing this answer, Lin Moya's heart sank. He knew Gu Hanjing had forgotten what happened before. No wonder she hadn't used the Legion commander. Since she didn't remember at all and didn't know about this protective charm, how could she use it? Gu Hanjing's answer surprised not only Lin Moya, but also the 8th level Dao Venerable who had just tried to kill her. He asked, what are you talking about? What was forgotten? Lin Moya said in a low voice, you don't need to know. With a thought, a large number of dragon cavalry appeared around them. Thousands of dragon cavalry immediately surrounded this 8th level Dao Venerable tightly. Each dragon cavalry was at the 8th level of Dao Venerable Realm. They exuded killing intent, ready to attack at any moment. He panicked instantly, saying repeatedly, "Fellow Daoist, this is a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." Lin Moya shook his head. "I don't think there's any misunderstanding. Farewell." The Legion commander gave the order, and the dragon cavalry raised their swords, cutting the opponent to pieces. If it were in the outside world, facing thousands of dragon cavalry, he might have had a chance to escape. But here, unable to fly, he had no chance of survival. Amidst screams, this 8th level Dao Venerable died, his body and Dao perishing together. An 8th level Dao Venerable, after all, was an ancestor level figure who could easily establish his own sect. Even in top powers, he could wield immense authority. But now, Lin Moya killed him without hesitation, showing no mercy at all. Gu Hanjing, enjoying the spectacle, said, "Brother-in-law is so powerful, killing an 8th level Dao Venerable just like that." Lin Moya chuckled. "Do you want to comprehend this great Dao?" Gu Hanjing nodded, "Yes." Lin Moya said, "Then go ahead. I'll watch over you. But be careful, there's danger when comprehending the great Dao." Gu Hanjing responded, "With brother-in-law here, there's definitely no problem." A hazy mist emerged from Lin Moya's body as the fortune great Dao rose, showering Gu Hanjing with vast amounts of fortune, raising her fortune to the limit. Although he didn't know if it would help, Lin Moya thought it would at least have some effect. Gu Hanjing entered the ice great Dao and slowly began to rise. She ascended quickly, already cultivating the ice great Dao, so she didn't need to comprehend the initial parts. Lin Moya watched Gu Hanjing closely as she rapidly rose to 1,000 meters high, encountering no danger. She kept rising higher and higher. Within the great Dao, every 1,000 meters was one level. With Gu Hanjing's cultivation, her speed wouldn't slow in the first 6,000 meters. Indeed, after reaching 6,000 meters, Gu Hanjing's ascent suddenly slowed. At this point, she began to receive new insights into the great Dao. The time it took her to rise from 6,000 to 7,000 meters was longer than the previous 6,000 meters combined. Gu Hanjing's talent and aptitude were not bad. As long as she could break through to the 7th level of Dao Venerable Realm, there wouldn't be much pressure afterwards, and reaching the 9th level of Dao Venerable Realm wouldn't be a problem. As for the Great Dao Realm, that would depend on luck, but at least the pseudo-Great Dao Realm shouldn't be an issue. Moreover, if possible, Lin Moya wouldn't hesitate to help her. Finally, Gu Hanjing rose to 7,000 meters high, meaning she had gained enough insights. After leaving the origin ancestral land, she would advance to the 7th level of Dao Venerable Realm in a short time. This short time could be 1 or 2 years, or it could be over a decade, but it definitely wouldn't exceed 100 years. After so many trips to the origin ancestral land, there was ample data for reference. Gu Hanjing continued to rise for a while, until she reached about 7,600 meters, finally reaching her peak. A beam of light appeared within the Great Dao, and Gu Hanjing disappeared. Lin Moya frowned. What happened? He sensed that the Legion commander had reached an extremely distant place, and that place was very special. The connection between him and the Legion commander became tenuous. Relying on this faint sense, Lin Moya discovered that Gu Hanjing had fallen into a dormant state. Lin Moya realized that Gu Hanjing's journey in the origin ancestral land had ended. She had gained enough benefits and was teleported to a special place, waiting to leave with others. In that special place, there wasn't just Gu Hanjing. Besides her, there were others, all in similar states. Gu Hanjing was safe and sound, which relieved Lin Moya. He didn't need to worry about her anymore and could continue exploring. Continuing forward, after walking for a long time, he saw another origin Great Dao. This time it was still one of the 5 elements Great Daos, the Earth Great Dao. Like the Water Great Dao, it had no extra power extending into the deeper void. Along the way, Lin Moya gained nothing except for a few origin realms. He didn't stop there but chose to continue forward. Even if there were no discoveries, just deducing the divine rune was enough to keep him from giving up. One origin Great Dao after another appeared, and the divine rune Lin Moya deduced became more and more complete. But after the Soul Great Dao, no other origin Great Dao had power extending into the deeper void. Finally, Lin Moya saw another half-real, half-illusory Great Dao, the Space Great Dao. The Space Great Dao still didn't extend upwards, making Lin Moya realize that not all Great Daos between the real and illusory were like the Soul Great Dao. Lin Moya stopped outside the Space Great Dao, lingering for a while, but didn't enter. He wanted to comprehend the Space Great Dao too, but he worried that if he comprehended to a certain level, he would be sent away like Gu Hanjing, which would be counterproductive. What he wanted wasn't just the comprehension of a Great Dao like the Space Great Dao. Even if he wanted to comprehend one among the 6 Great Daos, he wouldn't choose the Space Great Dao. The Time Great Dao, Power Great Dao, Fortune Great Dao, Undeath Great Dao, which one wasn't better than the Space Great Dao? If he really had to choose one out of 6, Lin Moya would definitely choose the Undeath Great Dao. Moreover, he hadn't finished deducing the divine rune yet, and he still had many things to do. Lin Moya continued forward, exploring every corner according to his deductions. The divine rune had become clearer and clearer. He had deduced at least 1/3 of a complete divine rune. Then things started to become simpler. The speed of deduction increased, and Lin Moya got closer and closer to the core of the divine rune. Finally, the Time Great Dao appeared before him. Lin Moya once again saw a Great Dao extending upwards, entering that void. The Time Great Dao, like the Soul Great Dao, connects to that mysterious void. What exactly is in that mysterious void? Lin Moya looked at the end of the Time Great Dao, feeling as if he was gazing at a huge secret. This secret was related to the entire world, related to the origin of the world. A voice arose from the depths of his heart, "Go there, go to that void." This voice urged Lin Moyu, echoing throughout his entire soul world. Lin Moyu felt an urgency, an urgent desire to enter that void and see for himself. But Lin Moyu strongly resisted the inner impulse. He didn't immediately go over. He left the Time Great Tao and continued to search for the next origin Great Tao along the divine rune he had deduced, while continuing to sketch out the complete divine rune in his mind. He wanted to completely outline the surface of this divine rune. Chapter 3562 2562. Chapter 3562 2562. Chapter 3562 Drawing to completion, choosing a Great Tao. The more complete the divine rune became, the more origin Great Taos were found. When the outlining of the divine rune stepped into the core area, the number of origin Great Taos rapidly increased. One origin Great Tao after another entered Lin Moya's vision, but the vast majority of them were not connected to that mysterious void. Until Lin Moya formally stepped into the center of the divine rune, the Great Taos finally surfaced. The appearance of illusory Great Taos allowed Lin Moya to see a completely new world. The Fortune Great Tao, Destiny Great Tao, Karma Great Tao, Power Great Tao, Destruction Great Tao. One Great Tao after another broadened Lin Moya's horizons. If he wanted to comprehend the Karma Great Tao, now would be a very good opportunity. Although he was very tempted in his heart, he didn't put it into action. Now was not a good time to comprehend the Karma Great Tao. Looking at the illusory Great Taos, Lin Moyo had many thoughts. The Fortune Great Tao isn't connected to that void, and neither is the Destiny Great Tao. The Karma Great Tao and Power Great Tao are both connected to that void. And the Fortune Great Tao has no effect in the soul void. Does this mean that Great Taos connected to that void can exert their power in the soul void? That void, could it be the soul void? A bold guess arose in Lin Moya's heart. It might not be correct, but he felt that it was entirely possible. Along the way, he didn't encounter any other Dao venerables again. He didn't encounter the Lotus Fairy, Dongfang Wuding, Lei Tian, or Su Li. He didn't know if they had died or been sent to slumber. The entire world had become incredibly quiet, even creating a sense of fear. Lin Moya slowly stopped. He didn't know how much time had passed, but he had finally outlined the entire divine rune. Although what had been outlined was just the surface, it was already the most complex divine rune Lin Moyo had ever seen, without exception. He used his footsteps to measure every corner of the divine rune, completely memorizing the surface of the divine rune in his heart. He hadn't seen the core of the divine rune, nor did he know its specific function, but Lin Moya was already extremely satisfied. Being able to come into contact with such high-level things at this realm was a sense of accomplishment. Unknowingly, Lin Moya's understanding of divine runes had advanced many steps further. Strange, why isn't there an undeath Great Tao? Lin Moya looked at the sky, somewhat puzzled. He had looked at every Great Tao, and he guaranteed there were no omissions, but he just couldn't find the undeath Great Tao. The Death Great Tao and Life Great Tao had both appeared, and these two Great Taos were also Origin Great Taos, yet the Undeath Great Tao was missing. At one time, Lin Moyo had thought that the Undeath Great Tao was the Origin Great Tao, and that the Death Great Tao and Life Great Tao were merely evolved from the Undeath Great Tao, but now it seemed this wasn't the case. The existence of the Undeath Great Tao seemed extremely special. Even the Origin Ancestral Land hadn't suppressed it. After repeatedly confirming, Lin Moyo gave up the idea of finding the Undeath Great Tao. What he needed to do now was to choose a Great Tao, ascend to its peak, and try to enter that mysterious void along the Great Tao. Lin Moyo wanted to go in. He didn't know what the internal situation of the void was, but he had to go in. That voice in his heart kept urging him. Now that the divine rune had been outlined, all the benefits this divine rune land could give Lin Moyo had been absorbed. Lin Moyo scanned his gaze around and finally chose a Great Tao, the Power Great Tao. He was confident he could comprehend the other Great Taos over a long period of time. Only the Power Great Tao was special, requiring external force. Even the Great Tao reward might not help him cultivate the Power Great Tao. This opportunity was rare, so Lin Moyo decisively chose the Power Great Tao. As the power of the Power Great Tao fell on him, his blood chi immediately began to roar nonstop, and Lin Moyo also ascended like a rocket. His Power Great Tao had already reached the 7th level. His speed of ascent was extremely fast. In no time, he reached an altitude of 8,000 meters. Only at this point did his ascent slow down. The Great Tao power falling on him became increasingly strong, starting to make Lin Moyo feel a little pressure. Come on, let's see who's stronger. Lin Moyo's heart was filled with joy. He realized something was happening. If all went well, the Power Great Tao could reach the 9th level today, or even higher. The Power Great Tao didn't need comprehension. It only needed a suitable opportunity, suitable external force, and it could quickly improve. Moreover, he didn't need to worry about danger. His body could quickly recover, and even if he accidentally died, he could be reconstituted and come back again. What would be dangerous to others was like child's play to him. When he rose to 7,500 meters, the power of the Great Tao increased again, and the clothes on his body instantly turned to dust. This meant that the pressure of the Great Tao was already acting on Lin Moyo. Under his firm skin, his blood chi roamed and roared like dragons. The power of the Great Tao turned into sharp knives, cutting wounds on Lin Moyo's body. The Power Great Tao constantly urged his blood chi, repairing the wounds. The power of life also joined the ranks of repair, and the wounds recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Moyo had long since blocked the passive technique of damage transfer. To cultivate the Power Great Tao, he had experience and knew what to do. His body was constantly strengthening between injury and recovery, adapting to the attack from the Power Great Tao. He continued to rise, while working hard to adapt. His speed of ascent was somewhat fast, and the increase in the Great Tao's power was equally astonishing. If he relied solely on the Power Great Tao, he wouldn't be able to go on for too long. If someone else came, they might only be able to increase a little before being unable to withstand it. They would have to descend to recover for a while before they could come up again. The power of the Great Tao contained a special force that would prevent wound recovery. Only by completely absorbing this force and completely healing the wounds could the body and soul both advance. But because of the existence of the power of life, Lin Moyo currently had no pressure to speak of. The power Great Tao in his body was driven primarily by the undeath Great Tao, not just the power Great Tao alone. His physical body was rapidly strengthening between injury and recovery. Until he rose to 8,000 meters, the power Great Tao made a loud boom and increased significantly again. His physical body and soul at this moment also suddenly advanced to the 8th level of Tao Venerable Realm. The power Great Tao became stronger, and although the pressure he faced was greater, Lin Moyo could still persevere. The original complex power was gone, only brute force remained. The power Great Tao had changed. It became increasingly pure, abandoning all attributes, leaving only brute force. The brute force turned into giant hands, pinching Lin Moyo again and again. With each pinch, a large number of wounds would erupt on Lin Moyo's body, and these wounds were extremely difficult to heal, as Great Tao power prevented the wounds from healing. Even with the help of the power of life, the wound healing speed began to lag behind. Lin Moyo had a thought, and the power of death also joined in. He used the power of death to quickly corrode the Great Tao power on the wounds, and then used his own blood chi and power of life in coordination to treat the wounds. Under these circumstances, the speed of wound treatment and recovery were once again balanced. Wounds constantly appeared, and constantly healed. Between breaking and standing, Lin Moyo's physical body became stronger and stronger. He continued to break through his limits, flying towards the height of 9,000 meters. Half a day later, he stepped into the height of 9,000 meters. The pressure suddenly increased again, and at the same time, his physical body and soul realm stepped into the 9th level of Tao Venerable Realm. A terrifying giant appeared before his eyes. The giant was illusory and intangible, yet seemed to possess infinite power. The giant raised both fists, smashing down on Lin Moyo. Chapter 3563. Chapter 3563, 3563. Chapter 3563, Projection Tao Lords. The giant formed by the power Great Tao, with unmatched fist power, smashed down towards Lin Moyo's head. The power of the Great Tao instantly locked onto Lin Moyo, like a cage leaving him nowhere to escape. However, Lin Moyo had no intention of dodging. The power of death surged forth, also transforming into a giant fist to meet the attack head-on. The Great Tao shook. The giant fist formed by the power of death shattered, but the shattered death power flowed back, enveloping the giant and greatly weakening its aura. After being greatly reduced by the power of death, the giant's fist power finally struck Lin Moyo. With a muffled groan, Lin Moyo's body received a heavy blow. His skin burst open, instantly turning him into a bloody figure. In the blink of an eye, there wasn't a single patch of intact skin left on Lin Moyo's body. Even his bones were broken in countless places. If not for the power of death weakening it, this blow would have been enough to turn him to dust. The giant threw another punch. If he didn't die from the first punch, this one would be hard to say. Lin Moyo took out the shield given by the three ancestors and activated it. With a bang, the shield shattered instantly, but it managed to block one punch from the giant. The giant didn't give Lin Moyo a chance, throwing yet another punch, determined not to stop until Lin Moyo was beaten to death. Suddenly, a faint light flared. A stone automatically flew out, turning into a screen of light to help Lin Moyo block the giant's punch. The light screen, though seemingly thin, was incredibly sturdy, buying time for Lin Moyo. It's the origin ancestral stone given by Brother Winshin. Brother Winshin, thank you. Lin Moyo muttered softly, immediately beginning to heal his wounds and resist the residual power of the Great Tao in his body. Blood had just burst from his wounds, but it was immediately pulled back by some force. Lin Moyo looked miserable, but his blood was firmly locked in place, not a drop flowing out. As long as there was no problem with his soul, physical injuries, even severed limbs, could be recovered in no time. Golden flowing flames rose, and beneath the flames was snow-white life force, roaring continuously within his body. The undying golden body, the power of life, and the power Great Tao worked together, healing his injuries at an astonishing speed. The power from the previous punch didn't dissipate in his body, continuously tempering Lin Moyo's physical body. Lin Moyo began to adapt. The undying golden body, which he had mastered in the great world but had been in a semi-wasted state since, finally played a huge role at this moment. As the power Great Tao improved, the undying golden body also gradually strengthened. Besides having powerful defensive capabilities, the undying golden body could also heal physical injuries. Golden light enveloped his entire body. Under the tempering of the Great Tao's power, the undying golden body grew stronger, gradually merging with his physical body, becoming one with it. His blood glowed with golden light. The power of the undying golden body had permeated it. The power of the origin ancestral stone gradually weakened under the giant's continuous attacks. Finally, after persisting for a moment, it shattered with a boom. The giant's attack fell on Lin Moyo again. Lin Moyo suddenly felt that the impact from the power Great Tao had weakened. With the time bought by the origin ancestral stone, after the undying golden body merged with his physical body, his defense greatly increased. As his physical body strengthened, the power Great Tao also improved accordingly. The power Great Tao didn't need comprehension. It only had one requirement: to have a sufficiently strong physical body and soul. This was the current situation. As his physical body grew stronger, his soul followed suit. Under the attack of the giant evolved from the power Great Tao, Lin Moyo grew taller and taller, gradually surpassing the giant and reaching the top of the Great Tao. At an altitude of 9,999 meters, he touched the Great Tao, then threw a punch. Boom! The Great Tao shook. Lin Moya's punch shattered the barrier, and he leaped, stepping onto the Great Tao. In an instant, heaven and earth changed. He saw the world belonging to the Great Tao for the first time. At this moment, his power Great Tao had reached the 9th level of Tao Venerable Realm. The strength of his physical body and soul allowed him to ignore all attacks at the Tao Venerable Realm. Any attack, as long as it hadn't transcended the scope of the Tao Venerable Realm, couldn't harm him. Lin Moya stood on the Great Tao, seeing a void and countless projections of Great Taos. Those were projections from the power Great Tao, countless and innumerable. Within the projections, there were living beings moving about, buildings and houses, high mountains and steep ridges. At this moment, he fully understood what the origin ancestral land meant, what the source of the Great Tao was. The power Great Tao existed in all worlds across the multiverse, but the countless power Great Taos in the multiverse were actually projections, not the true body of the power Great Tao. The Great Tao he stood on was the true body of the myriad Great Taos across the multiverse. Those so-called Tao lords had only become lords of certain Great Tao projections, not lords of the Great Tao's true body. Becoming the lord of the Great Tao's true body wasn't so easy. At most, they could only be called projection Tao lords. And this secret was only known to those Tao lords ordinary people wouldn't know. How to become a true Tao lord? Lin Moya looked towards the void. The power of the power Great Tao was extending there thread by thread, entering that void. He took a deep breath, pushing the power Great Tao to its limit, following the threads of power extending from the power Great Tao into that unknown void. Lin Moya knew that probably no one had been there before. Of all the Tao venerables who entered the origin ancestral land, very few could go there. Only a very small number of 9th level Tao venerables could truly stand on the Great Tao and qualify to go to that unknown place. He walked as if on a tightrope, advancing along the power of the Great Tao. How dare you! An angry shout resonated through his soul. Lin Moya's soul shook violently, his entire being instantly bound, unable to move. A giant eye appeared in the void, looking at Lin Moya coldly and mercilessly. Lin Moya was shocked. He knew who the owner of this giant eye was. It was that incredibly powerful being he had seen earlier. It had awakened. Within this giant eye, Lin Moya saw countless Taiyang and Taiyin origins. The Taiyang and Taiyin origins radiated brilliant light, falling on him. Lin Moya's soul shook uncontrollably, his soul world almost collapsing on the spot. The world tree swayed frantically, stabilizing his soul world. Even with Lin Moya's Tao heart, he could hardly remain calm at this moment. Seeing this eye, he realized that the void he had been in earlier, that void full of Taiyang and Taiyin origins, was actually just one eye of this being. The eye was filled with Taiyang and Taiyin origins, and the Taiyang and Taiyin origins were the foundation of all worlds. What level of existence was this being? Lin Moya felt his own insignificance, his insignificant self trying to peek into the greatest secret of this world. The huge eye stared at Lin Moya. Myriad rays of light fell on him, causing Lin Moya's body to glow brilliantly. His entire being was almost turning into Taiyang and Taiyin origins. His feet became ethereal, his hands began to turn transparent. Lin Moya felt he was about to melt, as if he was going to become one of the countless Taiyang and Taiyin origins. The Taiyang symbol and Taiyin symbol glowed brightly. They continuously absorbed the vast power and transmitted the absorbed power into the yin-yang origin in his soul world. If not for their existence, Lin Moya felt he would have long since melted away. In his soul world, the yin-yang origin absorbed enough power and radiated bright light. Powerful origin force surged in his soul world, flowing into the Great World and also into the skeleton hell. The Great World, which was in the process of evolution, was stimulated by the origin force, and its evolution speed suddenly accelerated. In the skeleton hell, the gates of hell appeared. The damaged gates of hell actually began to recover at this moment. It's really origin force. Even the gates of hell are recovering. He had been unable to find the scattered fragments of the gates of hell. Without the fragments, the gates of hell couldn't be repaired. Unexpectedly, under the stimulation of the origin force, the gates of hell began to self-repair. However, the recovery speed was extremely slow. If he wanted to fully recover, it would definitely take millions of years. But at least it was a good thing. At least it gave Lin Moya hope. The light of the yin-yang origin radiated from within his body, enveloping his entire being. His body stopped melting and began to recover. Chapter 3564. Chapter 3564, 3564. Chapter 3564, Lord of Undeath. Bathing in the power of the origin, Lin Moya's expression naturally relaxed. After adapting, the origin power gave him an indescribable feeling of comfort. Such concentrated origin power was unimaginable outside. It was like being wrapped in countless ninth-grade origin spirit veins, a feeling that could not be described in words. The giant eye stared at Lin Moya for a moment, then slowly closed. A majestic voice sounded, "You are qualified to enter." Lin Moya felt he regained his freedom. He let out a long sigh of relief internally. It was just a test, and failing the test would have meant death and destruction of his Tao. He passed the test and could continue forward. Fortunately, he had the origin ancestral stone, otherwise it would have been very troublesome. Lin Moya vaguely understood why those children of Taiyang and Taiyin had died here before. As far as he knew, the vast majority of children of Taiyang or Taiyin were either at the 8th or 9th level of Tao Venerable Realm when entering the origin ancestral land. Very few people like himself entered at the 7th level of Tao Venerable Realm. Those who could become children of Taiyang and Taiyin were extraordinary talents of their generation, with cultivation abilities far surpassing other geniuses of their time. In the origin ancestral land, they would surely quickly comprehend the Great Tao, eventually step onto the Great Tao, and see the unknown realm. They would, like himself, step onto the Great Tao and head towards the unknown realm. Then they would also undergo the test. The test just now was too difficult, even children of Taiyang and Taiyin would find it hard to pass. Failing meant death. And the few children of Taiyin who survived didn't step onto the Great Tao, which is why they could return alive. For now, this was just Lin Moya's guess, but it was probably correct 9 times out of 10. Many things had been buried in history. Even entering the river of time might not provide answers about what happened in the origin ancestral land. One could only half guess, half speculate, but none of this mattered. At least Lin Moya believed in his judgment, and one of his doubts had been resolved. Lin Moya continued walking along the lines of the Great Tao towards the unknown realm. He felt he was getting closer and closer to some secret of this world. Finally, he reached the end of the Great Tao's power. The void twisted like waves before his eyes. Lin Moya took a deep breath and slowly reached out his hand, wanting to part the waves and enter. The moment he touched the waves, his entire being froze in place, motionless. His soul flew out of his body and entered the waves. In this unknown realm, the physical body couldn't enter, only the soul could. Passing through the thin layer of waves, Lin Moya officially stepped in. In his vision appeared a lake. Lin Moya was stunned for a moment. This lake seemed familiar. He thought of the large gourd full of holes he had seen when stepping into the other shore realm. Ancestral water flowed in the gourd, forming a lake beneath it with endless ancestral water. That lake was very similar to the lake before his eyes. The difference was that above that lake was the ancestral water gourd, while above this lake was a Great Tao, the Power Great Tao. The Power Great Tao formed a projection here, with vast amounts of Great Tao power falling to form the lake. Lin Moya's soul slowly flew over. Here he could finally fly. He slowly rose into the air and saw lake after lake. Some lakes had Great Taos above them, while others didn't. Counting carefully, there were only about a dozen Great Taos in total, pitifully few compared to the myriad Great Taos. Time Great Tao, Karma Great Tao, Soul Great Tao. He recognized several of the Great Taos. At this moment, his eyes suddenly narrowed. He saw one of the Great Taos. It was the Undeath Great Tao. The Undeath Great Tao he couldn't find outside the unknown realm actually appeared here. At the same time as seeing the Undeath Great Tao, Lin Moya also noticed some anomalies. The Undeath Great Tao here was not a projection, but the true body, forming a stark contrast with the other Great Taos. In this place, among the dozen or so Great Taos, only 2 or 3 were true bodies here. The rest were just projections. This couldn't help but make one speculate. Why was it like this? What were the differences and distinctions? At this moment, the Undeath Great Tao suddenly hummed. A gray and white light fell on Lin Moya's soul, pulling him towards the Undeath Great Tao. To Lin Moya, it felt like meeting a relative, wanting to pull the relative home. At the same time, mist churned on several Great Taos, and voices slowly emerged. Welcome back. The Lord of Undeath has returned. How joyous. How joyous indeed. Congratulations to the Lord of Undeath on regaining control of the Great Tao. One congratulatory voice after another came from the various Great Taos. The voices were ethereal, as if coming from infinitely far away, making Lin Moya feel a bit bewildered. When did he become the Lord of the Undeath Great Tao? From these few sentences, Lin Moya received some unusual information. These beings were all Tao Lords, and true Tao Lords at that, not projection lords. Only the lords of the true bodies of Great Taos had the qualifications to come here. This was Lin Moya's first judgment, and it was probably correct. As for why he could come here, it could only be described as a pure accident. Then there was the question of why these powerful beings regarded him as the Undeath Tao Lord. This was probably another huge misunderstanding. At this moment, his soul was enveloped by the power of the Great Tao, so no one could see his appearance clearly or discern his realm. From their words, it wasn't hard to see that the Undeath Great Tao once had an owner. Moreover, the owner of the Undeath Great Tao was an extremely powerful being. He might have left for some reason, or perhaps perished. But for such a being to die was probably extremely difficult. Even if he died, he might be able to return. So these people weren't surprised by his return, just offering simple congratulations. These true Great Tao Lords, who knew which world they came from. 9 times out of 10, they didn't come from the outer sky Great Taos of the origin continent, but from other worlds. Their existence was already higher than that of a single world. Lin Moya's thoughts became clearer and clearer. His understanding of this world reached a whole new level. He began to understand what this world really looked like. This unknown realm was indeed the greatest secret of heaven and earth. This place was the true origin ancestral land. He was pulled onto the Undeath Great Tao, his soul feeling the familiar power, inexplicably filled with a sense of intimacy. The power of the Undeath Great Tao continuously poured into his soul, and Lin Moya's comprehension of the Undeath Great Tao also increased. This passive form of improvement was very strange. All kinds of profound principles related to the Great Tao were forcibly stuffed in. He didn't need to understand them at all to gain them. Lin Moya even had the leisure to observe his surroundings. The world of the Undeath Great Tao was clearly divided into gray and white, with no other colors besides these. The world of the Great Tao was very monotonous, with nothing else in it. No wonder the Undeath Great Tao couldn't be found in the outside world. It turns out the myriad world projections of the Undeath Great Tao have disappeared, with only the true body remaining here. Then why can I comprehend the Undeath Great Tao? Could it be that I really am some Lord of Undeath? The Lord of Undeath should be a true Great Tao Lord, stronger than projection Tao Lords, but how does it compare to the Lord of Hell in strength? As questions were resolved, new questions inevitably arose. Lin Moya pondered these thoughts. Chapter 3565. Chapter 3565, 3565. Chapter 3565, The True Harvest. Lin Moya gathered everything he had seen before, like thousands of small streams, converging in his mind to finally reach a conclusion and see the truth. At this moment, Lin Moyo organized everything he had seen since the beginning of his cultivation, finally seeing the outline clearly. He felt he was getting closer and closer to the truth, just one step away. Today, he was standing at the source of the truth. Just a little bit more. Lin Moyo murmured in his heart, but this last bit, he just couldn't break through. His thoughts reached the end, unable to progress further. Lin Moyo felt an invisible force enveloping him. That sense of confusion and powerlessness could only be understood by those who had experienced it personally. It's because my realm isn't high enough, I'm restricted by the laws of this world. The rules of heaven and earth don't allow me to know more. Who exactly set up these rules? Is it you? What exactly are you trying to do? Lin Moyo once again felt that behind the world, there was a pair of big hands firmly controlling everyone's fate. Under these big hands, the entire world was like a chessboard, and the beings in the world were like chess pieces, manipulated at will. This feeling was very unpleasant, just like the feeling of powerlessness when his wife was taken away. Even though he knew his wife wouldn't be in danger, knew that their cultivation would improve faster, that they could steadily enter the great Dao realm, that feeling of displeasure still existed. What you said about letting me become a Dao Lord first, I'm afraid you didn't mean a projection Dao Lord, but a true Dao Lord, right? What exactly are you trying to do? The seemingly kind and gentle smile of the green-robed old man became extremely hateful in Lin Moya's eyes. Lin Moya stopped thinking and looked at this world again. A dozen or so great Daos were distributed in this world. After his recent contemplation, Lin Moyo had found answers to many questions. Why some great Daos were useful in the soul void while others weren't. Only the great Daos that projected into this space could exert their power in the soul void, otherwise their effects would be greatly reduced. Origin great Daos were a bit better, their power was inherently strong, so they could still affect the soul void to some extent. But some weaker branch great Daos were in a worse situation, their power in the soul void was even weaker, sometimes even useless. Only here, these dozen or so great Daos could continue to exert their power in the soul void. This also meant that this void mirrored the soul void. This place was the ancestral land of origins, the foundation of great Daos, and also the foundation of the soul void. All things in the world converged here, this was the source of everything. Lin Moya's gaze turned to the lakes, the power of the great Daos converges to form lakes. What lies beneath these lakes? He had an idea, could these lakes directly connect to the soul void? In his view, the soul void was a peculiar world between the real and the illusory, so this possibility couldn't be ruled out. Suddenly, the calm lakes began to churn, huge waves rose from the lakes, quickly turning into tornadoes that soared into the sky. The undeath great Dao he was on also rumbled and shook, the entire great Dao quaked as if in an earthquake, huge power surged up like waves, and Lin Moyo could no longer stand on the great Dao. In the void, that eye appeared again. Lin Moyo once again saw thousands of Taiyang and Taiyin origins. As the eye closed, the entire world suddenly darkened. His consciousness also sank into a daze at this moment. Everything in heaven and earth seemed to stop operating at this moment, then shattered like glass. The last scene Lin Moya saw was the great Dao shattering, heaven and earth collapsing. Lin Moya's whole body suddenly trembled, his soul returned to his physical body, and his consciousness became clear again. Gusts of wind blew against his face, endless dark clouds were overhead, and the pitch-black boundary sea was beneath his feet. I'm back. Lin Moya confirmed that the scene before him wasn't an illusion, he had really returned, the origin ancestral land had departed, and the next time it would come might be tens of thousands of years later. This journey to the origin ancestral land was of extraordinary significance for Lin Moyo. In his cultivation career, none of his numerous adventures could compare to this one. The gains this time weren't in terms of cultivation or great Dao, but in understanding this world. Lin Moyo always believed that understanding this world, comprehending the essence of this world, was more important than anything else. Cultivation and great Dao would come as long as one was willing to spend time on them. But to understand the essence of the world required opportunity, and an unimaginable opportunity at that. Just like this trip to the origin ancestral land, which happened once every 10,000 years, and only Dao venerables could enter. For many Dao venerables, they might never have the chance to enter the origin ancestral land in their lifetime. Even if they were lucky enough to enter, they might not gain anything. This was opportunity, an opportunity rarer than cultivation itself. Lin Moya stood motionless in midair, organizing what he had gained from this trip. Every detail of this journey to the origin ancestral land replayed in his memory like a movie, including his experiences, his understanding of the entire world, and he also had to think about how to report to the three ancestors. Not everything could be said, and he had only promised the three ancestors to say as much as possible. Suddenly, Lin Moya frowned slightly. My soul. He suddenly discovered that in an extremely distant place, there was actually a trace of his own soul. Although separated by an infinite distance, so far that he couldn't control this trace of his soul, he could only vaguely sense it. But a trace of his soul had indeed separated. A trace of my soul was left in that place, left on the undeath great Dao. He hadn't actively separated his soul. How did this trace of soul get left behind? Lin Moya tried hard to recall, finally remembering the giant eye appearing in the sky, and as the eye closed, heaven and earth shattered with it. It wasn't that heaven and earth really shattered, but that the heaven and earth seen by his soul shattered. If there was a moment when a trace of his soul was separated, it should have been at that time. Then Lin Moya became excited. A trace of soul left in the undeath great Dao. Why didn't I think of that? I should have done it actively. He immediately realized how beneficial it was to leave a trace of soul in the undeath great Dao. It was equivalent to leaving a backdoor in the origin ancestral land. As long as he was close enough to the origin ancestral land, he might be able to manipulate the trace of soul he left behind. That meant he had never really left that unknown realm. He thought of when he first entered the unknown realm, several voices congratulated him, but he couldn't see anyone. Now he understood, these beings had also left a trace of their souls in the unknown realm, in their respective great Taos. These were all true great Tao lords, truly powerful beings. In all the myriad worlds, there were only a dozen or so such powerful beings, showing how rare it was to become a true great Tao lord. At the same time, based on his judgment, Lin Moya came to a shocking conclusion. Perhaps the person who killed the Lord of Hell was a true great Tao lord. The green-robed old man might also be a great Tao lord, or an even stronger being. Chapter 3566. Chapter 3566, 3566. Chapter 3566, World Mist, Great Tao Struggle. After confirming with the human emperor that Uedeo City was safe and sound, Lin Moya immediately set off to return to the eastern continent. Starting from the center of the boundary sea, it took him less than a day to enter the territory of the eastern continent. His speed was much faster than before entering the origin ancestral land, and he didn't use the cloud-piercing sword or the wings of time curse. He relied purely on his physical strength. Brilliant golden light surrounded his body, and space shattered like glass wherever he passed. Blood chi roared within his body, and his 9th level Dao Venerable Realm physical body became his strongest aid. He was still at the 7th level of Dao Venerable Realm, but without using any techniques, he could kill a 9th level ancestor with one punch. This was the power of the Power Great Dao. This illusory Great Dao could unleash astonishing power at any time, especially since his Power Great Dao was entwined with the power of death, making it even stronger. Now his last weakness had been filled, and his own combat power had reached the peak of Dao Venerable Realm. The gains from this journey were actually enormous, not to mention the Power Great Dao or his understanding of the world. Just the Yin-Yang origin alone was something unimaginable. With the Yin-Yang origin in his possession, Lin Moya could freely use origin techniques without consuming soul power. And he could also allow the skeleton hell to self-repair, although the speed was a bit slow. Most importantly, his large world had begun to evolve towards another level. It was no longer simply a 9th grade large world. If it were an ordinary large world, even at 9th grade, it would still be dependent on the origin continent. The laws, materials, living beings, and cultivators in the large world all relied on the origin continent. If one day the origin continent disappeared, that large world would fall into darkness. It might not perish, but it would certainly have no future path. Now, the large world had its own Yin-Yang origin, stronger than the two Tai-Yang and Tai-Yin origins of the large world. Under the illumination of the Yin-Yang origin, the large world would continuously evolve, finally leaping from 9th grade to surpass it, becoming a truly independent world separate from the origin continent. As long as there was enough time, the large world could become a world like the origin continent. It would have its own great Daos, its own great Dao realm, its own projection Dao lords. Everything became full of hope. Besides the Yin-Yang origin, power great Dao, and understanding of the world, another gain was his innate great Dao. The undeath great Dao had also become stronger, reaching the 9th level of Dao Venerable Realm like the power great Dao. However, this was still just comprehension, not fully transformed into cultivation. It would still take some time. Moreover, Lin Moya couldn't be impatient. He needed to balance the great Daos. The 6 great Daos he cultivated needed to advance together. Now that the power great Dao had almost taken a step forward, the other great Daos couldn't remain uneven. Lin Moya entered the eastern continent and headed straight for the merchant city. He had promised the 3rd ancestor, so he had to fulfill it. As for what to say, he had already thought it through. If the 3rd ancestor asked for more details, he could say more, but he didn't know if the 3rd ancestor would dare to listen. Perhaps, through the 3rd ancestor's words, he could also gather some information. After all, living for so many years wasn't for nothing. The 3rd ancestor must know some secrets. Lin Moya was already thinking about how to extract information from the 3rd ancestor. After entering the eastern continent, Lin Moya felt something strange. Some cities from before had undergone significant changes. How long have I been gone? It feels like it's been a very long time. In the origin ancestral land, time was chaotic, and Lin Moya didn't know how long he had been gone. While searching for the Great Dao, he completely forgot about time and didn't care about it at all. He only knew that he should have been gone for quite some time. As he approached the merchant city, Lin Moya slowed down, then landed and walked in. Just as he entered the merchant city, Lu Jun appeared beside Lin Moya. The 3rd ancestor is waiting for you. Lu Lian showed no emotional fluctuation, her tone extremely calm. Lin Moya asked, how long have I been gone? Lu Lian said, it's been over 500 years since the origin ancestral land appeared. Over 500 years. It had been so long? Lin Moya was also a bit surprised. Perhaps for a Dao Venerable, 500 years wasn't much. But for him, 500 years wasn't short. After all, how many years had he spent cultivating until now? Calculating now, he was finally over 3,000 years old. A 7th level Dao Venerable at over 3,000 years old seemed not bad. Following Lu Lian to the space where the 3rd ancestor was, Lu Lian immediately left. The 3rd ancestor looked Lin Moya over and asked, do you remember everything? Lin Moya tossed a jade tablet to the 3rd ancestor. Some information is in here. If you want to know anything else, you can ask. I'll tell you what I know. The jade tablet contained some things Lin Moya thought could be said. It included the general situation of the origin ancestral land, the great Daos inside, why people's memories became chaotic inside, why people died, how to leave, and so on. However, Lin Moya didn't say how to obtain the Tai-Yang origin and Tai-Yin origin. This wasn't really a secret, but many people simply couldn't do it, so knowing wouldn't help. Finally, he didn't say how to enter that unknown realm. Besides himself, basically everyone who went there would die. After the third ancestor read the contents of the jade tablet, he said in a low voice, "Indeed, the origin ancestral land is indeed the beginning of all worlds." Lin Moya said, "Wherever the origin ancestral land goes, it casts out Taiyang and Taiyin origins. The two great origins evolve into myriad worlds and countless great Taos." The third ancestor said, "It seems you have a very clear view of this world now." Lin Moya said, "Before entering the origin ancestral land, there were indeed many things I didn't understand, but now I've understood a lot." The third ancestor chuckled, "Let's have a good chat and exchange information, shall we?" Lin Moya looked at this old fox. "Sure, but you go first." The third ancestor laughed lightly, "You're really a little fox. Alright, then this old man will start. This world." The third ancestor began to eloquently describe his understanding of the entire world. His understanding differed from Lin Moya's. Living on the origin continent, although the third ancestor had lived for many years, he had never truly left the origin continent. The farthest place he had been to was probably the soul void in the world mist. However, with his deep understanding of the origin continent, he still made Lin Moya understand quite a bit. The myriad worlds were filled with mysteries, and various worlds were hidden in the mist. Tao lords would enter the world mist to seek other worlds. Once found, they would try to occupy or destroy that world. For Tao lords, this was a struggle of great Taos, a matter of life and death, with no reason to be discussed. The origin catastrophe of the past was like this. The Tao lords of the heavenly god realm and the black blood realm launched a war against the origin continent. They didn't want to occupy the origin continent, but to destroy it and then refine it. Their purpose was to obtain the power of the great Tao origins in the origin continent, to allow them to advance further. The origin realms and the origin ancestral land were worlds that had been destroyed in the past. After those worlds were destroyed, their core origins would return to the origin ancestral land and become origin realms. Perhaps one day, they would have a chance to be revived. So the king of the Boundary Sea once said that origin realms weren't meant to be used like this, but if asked specifically, he might not know how to use them either. Now, Lin Moyo had found the correct way to use origin realms. Chapter 3567. Chapter 3567, 3567. Chapter 3567, just for fun. Origin realms were once independent worlds, like the origin continent, possessing Taiyang and Taiyin origins, great Taos, countless spirit veins, and numerous powerful beings. But they were ultimately destroyed in great battles. After the worlds were destroyed, their cores returned to the origin ancestral land and became origin realms. Within the origin realms, there still remained a trace of the world's most essential power. This power was full of vitality, containing the essence of Taiyang and Taiyin origins, and could be said to be the most core and important existence of the world. It was precisely the existence of this essence that gave origin realms the possibility of recovery. The reason origin realms could become Boundary Sea worlds was also because of the existence of this essence. For Lin Moyo, the essence in the origin realms could perfectly serve as nourishment for the large world, enhancing its core and accelerating its evolution. However, this still needed to wait. The large world was still in the process of transformation and needed more time. The transformation of the large world had already been going on for over 500 years and hadn't ended yet. It was a long process that couldn't be rushed. The third ancestor said in a low voice, "I've finished speaking. It's your turn." Lin Moya said, "Third ancestor, before I speak, I have a question I want to ask. You and the Beast Emperor stayed here, is it because you want to become Tao Lords?" The third ancestor was obviously not surprised, but instead chuckled, "You've indeed guessed it." Lin Moya guessing the identities of the third ancestor and others was actually normal. Previously at the ancient Lotus Holy Land, their conversation wasn't hidden from Lin Moyo. With Lin Moya's intelligence, analyzing various meanings from their conversation was also normal. Lin Moya said, "According to what you just said, plus my junior's understanding, after you become a Tao Lord, you'll have to engage in the great Tao struggle, is that right?" The third ancestor was silent for a moment, then said in a low voice, "That's more or less correct." Lin Moya said, "Although I don't know which great Tao you cultivate, I know that after you become a projection Tao Lord, this great Tao struggle will probably be extremely dangerous." Hearing the words projection Tao Lord, the third ancestor let out a light exclamation, "You even know about this?" Lin Moya nodded, "By chance, I went to that place." The third ancestor took a deep breath, trying to calm his inner thoughts. "I really didn't expect that you even entered that place." Lin Moya said, "Just luck." The third ancestor obviously didn't believe Lin Moya's words. "That place isn't somewhere you can enter just with good luck. There's no need to be modest about some things. We've already talked to this extent, you can speak directly about anything." Although this old man has never been to the origin ancestral land, let alone that place, this old man still knows something about that place. Lin Moyo asked, "Then do you know what that place really is?" The third ancestor said in a low voice, "That is the true origin of heaven and earth, the core of everything, the beginning and the end. All things and beings start from there, and will end there." Lin Moya said, "But when I was there, I only saw less than 20 great Taos." The third ancestor asked, "Tell me more specifically." As the third ancestor said, the conversation had already reached this point, and there was no need for too much concealment. Lin Moya roughly described what he had seen, and as he spoke, he used the grey and white chi of the undeath great Tao to construct the appearance of the interior of the origin ancestral land. Numerous great Taos hung 10,000 meters high in the sky, requiring comprehension of the great Tao to enter. Some great Taos even had projections falling into that unknown realm, reflecting the great Tao inside. Lin Moyo also explained why those people's memories became chaotic, losing all memories of the origin ancestral land, while retaining corresponding insights. To those who didn't understand, it seemed incredible, but when explained, it was nothing more than the Soul Great Tao. However, the power of the Soul Great Tao was extremely strong. Even those at the 9th level of Tao Venerable Realm couldn't withstand it and would be affected. And those Tao Venerables who died, most died from killing each other, while a small portion died from being unable to withstand the test of the Great Tao. Also, because of the chaotic memories, the cause of death in the origin ancestral land had always been a mystery, but in fact, it was quite simple. The real danger of the origin ancestral land was how to enter that unknown realm from the true body of the Great Tao. That was the real danger. After hearing Lin Moya's words, the third ancestor fell into deep thought. Lin Moya didn't urge him, knowing that the third ancestor was certainly pondering. What the third ancestor said might not be everything. He would certainly compare what he said with what he knew. After waiting for a moment, the third ancestor suddenly muttered to himself, "So that's how it is, that's how it is." His tone revealed surprise, obviously having understood some things. Lin Moya smiled and said, "Tell me more specifically." It was the third ancestor's turn to speak again, and Lin Moya returned the same words. The third ancestor organized his thoughts. A Tao Lord once said that after becoming a Tao Lord, one needs to engage in the Great Tao struggle. I never understood before what the Great Tao struggle meant. The Tao Lords of the myriad worlds engage in the Great Tao struggle. They want to go from being projection Tao Lords to becoming true Great Tao Lords. They want to project the true body of the Great Tao into that most primitive space, a space that connects to the soul void and connects to myriad worlds. Only in this way can they be called true Great Tao Lords, not just Tao Lords of a certain world. I don't know exactly how to do it. If this old man is successful this time, I will also be able to become a Tao Lord and then I'll know. The Great Tao struggle belonged to the realm of Tao Lords, unknowable to outsiders, and the Tao Lords wouldn't speak of it. Lin Moya said, "I've seen that place. Over countless years, there have only been a few great Tao Lords. It seems this path isn't easy to walk." The third ancestor said, "Of course it's not easy. During the origin catastrophe, the Tao Lords of those two worlds attacked the origin continent for the Great Tao struggle. They wanted to refine the origin continent, devour the Great Taos, to achieve their own Great Tao. As a result, at this point, the third ancestor let out a cold, disdainful laugh. The Tao Lords of those two worlds, 7 or 8 out of 10 died. The remaining Tao Lords dragged their respective worlds and disappeared into the world mist. If our world hadn't been severely damaged, with many Tao Lords also dying, we would have pursued and killed them long ago. Tao Lords were the main force of a world, and the power of these projection Tao Lords could only be fully exerted in their own worlds. Once they left their world too far, the Tao Lords' power would also greatly weaken. So when they engaged in the Great Tao struggle, they necessarily dragged their world along. The origin continent was severely damaged, and the will of the Great Tao in the origin world sealed the world, so those projection Tao Lords couldn't drag the Great Tao to pursue the enemy. Lin Moya felt that the Great Tao struggle of the origin continent was very similar to the Boundary Sea world struggle. He couldn't help but say, "Isn't this almost the same as the Boundary Sea world? The world is just a circle, coming back around again." The third ancestor laughed heartily. "Where do you think the Boundary Sea world struggle came from?" Lin Moya's eyes flickered. "Are you saying it's the handiwork of those Tao Lords?" The third ancestor said, "Not those, it's the work of just one Tao Lord, created based on the Great Tao struggle. The Boundary Sea is the world mist, and each world in the Boundary Sea is like a world in the mist." Lin Moya asked, "But what's the use of doing this?" The third ancestor chuckled, "It's of no use. That Tao Lord did it just for fun." Lin Moya couldn't understand the interests and hobbies of Tao Lords. A thought struck him and he asked, "Then what level is the Lord of Hell?" Chapter 3568. Chapter 3568, 3568. Chapter 3568, chatting with the third ancestor always brings unexpected gains. Lin Moya's question made the third ancestor fall silent for a long time without answering. Lin Moya chuckled lightly, "Didn't you say that we've already talked to this extent? What else can't be said?" The third ancestor said in a low voice, "It's not that it can't be said, but this old man doesn't know much about things at that level. Many things are just hearsay." Lin Moya said, "Even if it's hearsay, you must have heard it from some Tao Lord, right? Why don't you tell me? This junior is very curious." The third ancestor's gaze carried scrutiny. "You should already know that you are very likely the reincarnation of the Lord of Hell, so." Lin Moya shook his head, "I don't think I'm the reincarnation of the Lord of Hell. If we can still have a pleasant conversation, then please tell me. If you really don't want to say, then our conversation can end here." At this point, Lin Moya's tone had already become not so friendly. "I've said what I should say, but you want to keep secrets." Lin Moya naturally wasn't happy. Regarding the matter of the Lord of Hell, he could completely wait to ask someone in the outer sky Great Tao later. At that time, Lord Wenshin also mentioned it, and Lord Wenshin also thought he was the reincarnation of the Lord of Hell. However, after thinking it over, Lin Moya felt he wasn't. He wasn't interested in the identity of the Lord of Hell, he was interested in the Lord of Hell's strength. The strength of the Lord of Hell was very strange, seemingly higher than projection Tao Lords, but weaker than true Great Tao Lords. The third ancestor sighed, "Let me call Old Black over. He knows some things better. The Tao Lords I know are of a slightly lower level." The Tao Lords the third ancestor knew were not Tao Lords of origin Great Taos. Previously at the ancient Lotus Holy Land, they had vaguely expressed that he, the Beast Emperor, and the King of the Boundary Sea didn't take some weak Great Tao Lords seriously at all. There were huge differences between Tao Lords. They were all Dao Lords of Projection Great Daos, but Dao Lords of Origin Great Daos were certainly stronger than Dao Lords of some branch Great Daos. If they were of the same type, there might even be restraining relationships. The King of the Boundary Sea's identity was somewhat special. He had powerful forces behind him, so he might know more information, which was why the third ancestor wanted to call him over. Lin Moya wasn't in a hurry and waited patiently. During the wait, the third ancestor said, "You're already a 7th level ancestor. In this heavenly transformation, you're very likely to enter the Great Dao realm, so you need to be prepared. You possess the Great Dao Essence Fire, so the test of the Great Dao won't be a problem for you. You don't need to worry about that. The key is, after you achieve the Great Dao realm, how will you step into the outer sky Great Dao? That fellow withering and flourishing won't easily let you go." Lin Moyo asked, "Then what suggestions does the third ancestor have?" The third ancestor said, "You can stay on the origin continent for a while longer. Wait until the origin continent fully recovers, establish your own forces there, and you can go to the soul void to improve your cultivation. As long as your soul level can reach the 6th grade innate soul, even if withering and flourishing wants to kill you, it won't be so easy." Lin Moya said, "Yin Shun said he would help me solve the problem of withering and flourishing elder." The third ancestor chuckled, "You can treat what Yin Shun said as farts. Even if he really helps you, he won't go all out. Even if he made a Great Dao oath, it wouldn't be of much use. After he returns to the outer sky Great Dao and his power recovers to its peak, even a Great Dao oath will be hard to bind him. Withering and flourishing elder isn't easy to deal with. Not to mention his own strength, he also has considerable forces in the outer sky Great Dao. Besides, the people from the Great Dao Array sect will probably come looking for you too. This is also a big trouble, even more troublesome than withering and flourishing." Lin Moyo interrupted the third ancestor's words, "If you keep talking like this, I might as well not go. It seems like entering the outer sky Great Dao is just asking for death." The third ancestor laughed heartily, "This old man is just telling the truth. How about this? This old man has a deal that's very suitable for you." So he was waiting for this. Lin Moya smiled and asked, "What deal? Tell me about it first." The third ancestor said, "This old man can ensure your safety in the outer sky Great Dao. In return, when you go to the soul void, you need to help this old man refine soul crystals and bring them back." Lin Moya smiled, "So you've set your sights on my Great Dao Essence Fire. Refining soul crystals isn't a problem, but how will you ensure my safety?" The third ancestor said, "This old man naturally has ways. This deal isn't a loss for you. The Great Dao Array sect is not easy to deal with. This old man advises you to consider it carefully." The third ancestor's business dealings had always been fair to all. Lin Moya didn't distrust the third ancestor. It was just that this Great Dao Array sect seemed like it wouldn't let him live in peace. From the information known so far, the Great Dao Array sect was not only selfish but also very protective of its own. At this time, he heard the third ancestor murmur, "What a pity, that furnace is gone. If that furnace were still here, it would be much simpler." Lin Moya's heart moved. "Are you talking about the soul refining furnace?" The third ancestor was slightly surprised. "You actually know about the soul refining furnace?" Lin Moya nodded. "I heard about it from a spirit of an artifact. It seems to be a treasure of a soul pill deist, with the effect of refining soul pills. That pill deist was also called the shame of the Great Dao realm." The third ancestor laughed. That's right, the shame of the Great Dao realm. When the soul pill deist first obtained the soul refining furnace, people didn't know its great use. Later it was discovered that this furnace could refine souls into true soul pills. True soul pills are supreme treasures in the Great Dao realm. Unfortunately, that fellow hid in the origin continent. Countless people looked for him but couldn't find him. After the origin catastrophe occurred, his whereabouts became unknown. Lin Moya thought to himself, it's not that his whereabouts are unknown, but that he perished. Lin Moyo asked, "Isn't the soul refining furnace a treasure of the origin continent?" The third ancestor shook his head, "Of course not. The soul refining furnace came from the soul void. This treasure is very special and powerful. It seems to have come from a destroyed world and should be related to the soul Great Dao." Lin Moya said, "Oh, are these true soul pills really that powerful?" Chatting with the third ancestor always brought unexpected gains, and here it came. The third ancestor said, "This old man hasn't personally tried it, but it's said to have extremely good effects. Moreover, true soul pills can be refined multiple times to enhance their effects. It's said that someone used one true soul pill to advance from a 4th grade innate soul to a 3rd grade innate soul, saving 100,000 years of hard work. The effect is marvelously powerful." Lin Moyo couldn't help but sigh, "That's indeed a pity." As they were chatting, the king of the Boundary Sea entered the merchant city. The third ancestor immediately had Lu Lian bring him over. Another new guest had arrived in this mysterious space. Seeing Lin Moyo, the king of the Boundary Sea laughed heartily. "Brother Lin has indeed returned safely. That's wonderful." The third ancestor said, "Old Black, I called you here because there's something to ask. Young friend Lin wants to know about the Lord of Hell. Tell him what you know." The king of the Boundary Sea was slightly stunned. "Why ask about this?" Lin Moyo quickly said, "I want to know." The third ancestor said, "I might be the reincarnation of the Lord of Hell, so I want to know what the former Lord of Hell was like, and what kind of strength he had." The third ancestor said, "Just tell him. He now knows things that aren't less than what we know. There's no need to be cautious." Chapter 3569. Chapter 3569, 3569. Chapter 3569, Another Genius Assembly. After receiving confirmation from the third ancestor, the king of the Boundary Sea began to speak about matters concerning the Lord of Hell. His words were filled with awe towards the Lord of Hell, as if the Lord of Hell was a terrifying existence. Not just him, Lord Winchin had also had a similar reaction back then. Clearly, in that era, the Lord of Hell was not easy to get along with. The Lord of Hell was very powerful, cultivating the Hell Great Tao. The Lord of Hell had once left the Origin continent. Before leaving, the Lord of Hell wasn't that strong, only slightly surpassing other Tao Lords. But after returning from that trip, the Lord of Hell became different, much stronger, far surpassing others, becoming the strongest existence on the Origin continent. Some Tao Lords guessed that the Lord of Hell must have gone to other worlds and devoured the great Taos of those worlds. In other words, the Lord of Hell had engaged in the great Tao struggle and won. Some expressed dissatisfaction with this, feeling the Lord of Hell was too arbitrary, but those thoughts could only be kept in their hearts. No one dared to speak out. Until the Origin catastrophe descended, a mysterious powerful being took action, shattering Hell, and the Lord of Hell perished on the spot. Afterwards, some speculated whether the Lord of Hell had offended someone outside and was sought out for revenge, even implicating the Origin continent. The King of the Boundary Sea said everything he knew. Compared to the third ancestor, the King of the Boundary Sea didn't have much guile, saying whatever he knew. Perhaps the Lord of Hell hadn't yet become a great Tao Lord, but at least he had found the path to becoming one. However, in the end, this path was cut off by someone. Why think this way? It's actually quite simple. In the Soul Void, the Skeleton Hell was also useful. If the Skeleton Hell was in line with the former Lord of Hell, it would indicate that the great Tao cultivated by the Lord of Hell had already been projected into that unknown realm. But this probably wasn't done by the Lord of Hell. If it had been done by the Lord of Hell, given his strength, he shouldn't have been so easily killed. If it wasn't done by the Lord of Hell, then he must have found the path but encountered enemies along the way. Lin Moya secretly warned himself that he might also encounter enemies in the future. The great Tao struggle was an unavoidable path for him as well. Especially since he had multiple great Taos, the danger would inevitably be greater. Lin Moya said, "Thank you both for enlightening me. I understand now." The third ancestor said, "About my previous proposal, do you want to consider it carefully?" Lin Moya smiled and said, "I'm only at the 7th level of Tao Venerable Realm now. It's still early to enter the great Tao realm. There's no need to rush, but I will carefully consider your words, third ancestor." The third ancestor nodded. "All right then. You fulfilled your promise to this old man. Our transaction has been pleasant. If you have any more business in the future, remember to come find this old man." Lin Moya said, "Then I'll take my leave." The King of the Boundary Sea suddenly spoke up, "You called me here just for this?" Lin Moya chuckled, "Of course not. The third ancestor still has things to discuss with you." The third ancestor clicked his tongue, "What's the rush? Listen carefully, this old man will tell you about the Origin ancestral land." Hearing about the Origin ancestral land, the King of the Boundary Sea immediately became excited and asked in surprise, "Brother Lin, you remember what happened inside?" Lin Moya nodded, "Yes, I remember. I've already told the third ancestor." The third ancestor said, Come, this old man will tell you slowly." Lin Moya left the third ancestor's place and returned to the merchant city. The merchant city was still bustling. After several hundred years, it had long since returned to its original state. The incident with Yin Shun was now in the past. From afar, Lin Moya sensed several powerful auras. Many 7th level and above ancestors had gathered together. "Is Miss Lu Lian here?" Lin Moya called out. As soon as he spoke, Lu Lian instantly appeared beside Lin Moya. With a cold expression, she asked indifferently, "What is it?" Lin Moya asked, "Is another genius assembly being held?" Lu Lian nodded, "It's been exactly 1,000 years." Lin Moya smiled, "It's good to join in the excitement. Who's presiding over this genius assembly?" Lu Lian said, "Xiao Ho Yuan." Lin Moya was surprised, Senior Xiao Ho has come out of seclusion. Lu Lian said, "Yes." Lu Lian's answers were crisp and concise, without a single extra word. Lin Moya asked, "Can I go take a look?" "You can. Do you need me to show you the way?" Lu Lian asked. Lin Moya smiled, "I'll go by myself." Lu Lian disappeared without another word. She was like the human emperor, efficient and decisive. Lin Moya smiled and walked towards the venue of the Genius Assembly. Now the human emperor was indeed no different from Lu Lian, but it was hard to say about the future. Under the illumination of the Yin-Yang origin, the great world was evolving towards an independent world. Myriad great Taos would slowly take shape, and all sorts of miraculous things would happen during this evolution process. The problems that had troubled Lin Moya for countless years would all be resolved in this process. For example, the human emperor could evolve into a true living being, and a technology great Tao belonging to him could be created. The same could be done for Old Star, allowing him to separate from the great world and become a true living being. The promises made to Old Star and the human emperor could thus be fulfilled. What Lin Moya needed to consider now was whether he should bring Uedeo City back to the great world. For a moment, Lin Moya couldn't decide. After some thought, he decided to wait until the great world completed its transformation and ascension before making a decision. Following the street, he arrived at the venue of the Genius Assembly. It was a courtyard. The main gate of the courtyard had long been closed, and a formation enveloped the courtyard, not allowing anyone to enter. Lin Moya just glanced at it and had already seen through the formation. This formation was divided into two layers. The upper layer was prepared for the various ancestors, allowing them to observe the performances of the contestants. The lower layer was the area for the contestants. Thinking back to the last time he participated in the Genius Assembly, these ancestors were up there watching the various performances of the young people. Lin Moya casually drew a rune, and the closed formation immediately opened 3 passages for him. This kind of formation was like child's play to him, easily broken. Lin Moya entered the formation silently and directly came to the second layer. In the second layer, more than a dozen 7th level and above ancestors were seated, watching the performances of the young people below, occasionally commenting. No one noticed that another person had joined them. Lin Moya also looked down and saw many familiar faces, as well as some new ones. Xiao Huoyuan was presiding over the assessment, and the content of the assessment seemed similar to the previous one. The aura on Xiao Huoyuan was much stronger than before. Lin Moya knew that Xiao Huoyuan had begun to cultivate Dao patterns and had already achieved some success. A moment later, an assessment began. Xiao Huoyuan returned to the upper layer. He turned his head and laughed. "Ah, Dao friend Lin, you're back." Chapter 3570. Chapter 3570, 3570. Chapter 3570, How did Lin Moya get in? With Xiao Huoyuan's voice, the other elders finally realized that another person had appeared among them without their knowledge. Everyone felt shocked and awed by Lin Moya. Lin Moya smiled and said, "Congratulations Senior Xiao Ho on your successful transition in cultivation." Xiao Huoyuan chuckled, "I can't compare to Dao friend Lin. I ultimately took the wrong path, and now trying to get back on track will leave many issues." Lin Moya said, "The third ancestor has already calculated it out. These issues can all be resolved." As they spoke, Lin Moya had already arrived beside Xiao Huoyuan. Lin Moya merely smiled slightly at the other elders, which counted as a greeting. Whether in terms of power or mentality, Lin Moya was no longer on the same level as these elders. The positions they stood in were different, so there was naturally no need for excessive formalities. Among all the people here, only Xiao Huoyuan was worth conversing with. Suddenly someone called out, "I remember now, you were here at the last Genius Assembly too." Another elder said, "That's right, your name is Lin Moya. At the last Genius Assembly, you weren't even a Dao Venerable yet." With these words, all the elders' eyes widened. Not yet a Dao Venerable at the last Genius Assembly. 1,000 years later at this Genius Assembly, Lin Moya was already a 7th level elder. In 1,000 years, he had not only become a Dao Venerable, but crossed 7 realms. Was he even human? Beyond their shock was deep terror. They simply couldn't believe the facts before their eyes. Xiao Huoyuan laughed, "Dao friend Lin, you frightened them all." Lin Moya casually replied, "They're all elder level figures, are they really so easily scared?" Xiao Huoyuan said, "Elders are people too. Everyone has their weak points. You've cultivated for such a short time, while they've cultivated for so long. In comparison, it would be strange if they weren't scared." Lin Moya shook his head and changed the subject. "Let's not talk about this. Are there any outstanding individuals among this batch of geniuses?" Xiao Huoyuan said, "Throughout history, hasn't the most outstanding person always been you?" Lin Moya said, "Please don't joke about me. I think this person looks pretty good." In the 1,000 years, new talents had emerged. Many newcomers were among the geniuses who came this time. Although they were only at the first level of Dao Venerable realm, their foundations were all quite good. Xiao Huoyuan said, "The third ancestor says that the curtain of a new era is about to rise, glory will return, and geniuses will always emerge." Lin Moya smiled and said, "Geniuses need to survive to be considered true geniuses. Those who can't survive are useless." Lin Moya naturally understood that with the imminent changes in heaven and earth, the power enveloping the origin continent was beginning to loosen, restrictions were easing, and fortune was rising. Naturally, some geniuses would be born. These geniuses born in response to the times would often be dazzling, becoming the new wave constantly surpassing the old. However, most of these new waves would eventually be submerged by the sea, disappearing without a trace. In that brilliant era, wasn't even the strongest child of fortune sacrificed by the Great Tao? All are ants under the Great Tao. Only by jumping out of the Great Tao can one fight for a chance at life. And to jump out of the Great Tao, becoming a Tao Lord is the first step. Lin Moya thought that the Lord of Hell from back then also wanted to jump out of the Great Tao, but unfortunately, he couldn't jump out. Xiao Huoyuan asked, "How is that young lady doing?" Lin Moya said, "I've settled her in the Western continent. I gave her the treasure land that Withering and Flourishing Elder used for spirit plant rebirth. This should accelerate her recovery." Xiao Huoyuan knew about the matter with Withering and Flourishing Elder and chuckled, "Dao friend Lin's methods are truly shocking." Lin Moya said, "I was also forced by circumstances. If possible, who would want to offend such an existence? But there was no choice, I couldn't just sit and wait for death. Actually, this was his own doing. He wanted to use force to suppress me, but he didn't expect that not only did he fail to crush me, he even injured himself." Xiao Huoyuan laughed, "Indeed. Withering and Flourishing Elder calculated everything, but he didn't calculate that Dao friend Lin would be so difficult to deal with." The two chatted as if no one else was around, their conversation making the other elders' scalps tingle. They instinctively didn't want to listen, but couldn't bear not to. After chatting for a while, Lin Moya said softly, "With the great changes approaching, Senior Xiao Ho should seize the time. Following the third ancestor won't be a loss." Xiao Huoyuan chuckled, "Of course. This old man's current achievements are all thanks to the third ancestor." "Then I wish you success in entering the Great Tao realm," Lin Moya said before bidding farewell to Xiao Huoyuan. After this parting, who knew when they would meet again? Amidst the changes in heaven and earth, it was unknown whether Xiao Huoyuan could enter the Great Tao realm. When people came down from the heavens and various forces came to compete, the third ancestor surely wouldn't be idle. The entire origin continent would inevitably face a major reshuffling. If Xiao Huoyuan couldn't enter the Great Dao realm, it was unknown whether he could survive this reshuffling. Lin Moya felt that the origin continent after the great changes would not be peaceful. During his casual chat with Xiao Huoyuan, Lin Moya took the opportunity to watch this genius assembly. Although some genius figures had emerged, compared to himself, they were far inferior. Not to mention comparing with himself, even compared to someone like the Lotus Fairy, they were far behind. Lu Fenjiao didn't come to participate this time. The third ancestor had completely new arrangements for her. The third ancestor had always regarded Lu Fenjiao differently, carefully nurturing her. Clearly, the third ancestor would entrust the management of the Merchant Association on the origin continent to Lu Fenjiao in the future. Actually, Lin Moya didn't know why the third ancestor had singled out Lu Fenjiao. Although Lu Fenjiao's talent was good, it wasn't enough to warrant such treatment from the third ancestor. This matter was indeed puzzling, but it was the third ancestor's family business, and Lin Moya couldn't interfere. Leaving the merchant city, Lin Moya returned to Uedeo City with his full harvest. He hadn't returned to Uedeo City for several hundred years. It was time to go back and see how the little girls had changed. It's been several hundred years. Uedeo City must have changed a lot. Lin Moya couldn't help but smile. In the third ancestor's space, after listening to the third ancestor's words, the king of the Boundary Sea's square face was full of contemplation. I didn't expect Brother Lin to have entered that place. The third ancestor said, indeed unexpected. I don't know much about that place. Old Black, you should know more. The king of the Boundary Sea said, I don't know much either. After all, I haven't reached that level yet. The ancestors won't tell me too much. Why don't we ask the Beast Emperor? He should know more. After all, his ancestor was an origin Dao Lord. The king of the Boundary Sea said, that works too. I'll call him over. An hour later, the Beast Emperor also arrived in the third ancestor's space. The third ancestor shared all the information with the Beast Emperor. The Beast Emperor said in a deep voice, my ancestor once thought about moving his Dao towards that place. He personally tried to enter but didn't succeed. Not only did he not succeed, but he was also ambushed halfway and nearly perished. After returning, he could hardly recover and eventually couldn't even maintain his Dao Lord status. According to my ancestor, to enter that place requires a special item, but he didn't say exactly what it was. The three great Dao realm beings fell into contemplation. That place was so dangerous that even an origin Dao Lord couldn't enter. How did Lin Moya get in? Unable to figure it out, the king of the Boundary Sea voiced a guess. Could it be that person who helped Brother Lin get in? Unable to think of anything else, this seemed to be the only possibility. Chapter 3571. Chapter 3571, 3571. Chapter 3571, You're the Realm Lord, you decide. After more than 500 years, Uedeo City had become even more prosperous, truly becoming a utopia with no conflicts and everything in perfect order. Some people, tired of the fighting outside, came here to settle down. In these 500 years, the Eastern Spirit Empire launched another great purge. Throughout the Eastern continent, only the Merchant City and Uedeo City were unharmed. Antares' reason for launching the purge was simple: to eliminate Dao venerables on the Eastern continent who didn't belong to the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce. This would bring some advantages to his territory. This was agreed upon with the third ancestor, benefiting both sides while harming the humans of the southern continent and the beast race of the northern continent. Yin Shan had left the eastern continent in these hundreds of years. No one knew what he was doing. Over these years, Yin Shan's forces had hidden very deeply, so deep that even the second ancestor didn't know how he had laid out his plans, but it was certain he had made arrangements. In the western continent, the Buddhist race held the largest territory, while the dragon race and insect race kept each other in check. Besides that, the former territories of the Netherworld race and Withering and Flourishing Elder now belonged to Antares. Antares sent large numbers of spirit beasts to occupy that land, while also gathering all the spirit beasts from the western continent there. Now the western continent was in a four-way split situation. Only in the northern continent did the Beast Emperor's rule remain firm. Years of planning made it difficult to break. Lin Moya appeared silently in Uedeo City. Just a few breaths after his arrival, the human emperor appeared beside him. Looking at the prosperous Uedeo City, Lin Moya smiled and said, "You've worked hard." The human emperor shook his head. "It's been a pleasure." Seeing the people from the great world cultivating and growing stronger in Uedeo City, the human emperor was very happy. Once he was Xiao Zhantian, the war god of the human race in the great world, who had given everything for the humans of the great world. Hoping for the humans of the great world to be happy and strong had almost become his obsession. Lin Moya walked slowly through Uedeo City. "You must have already felt the changes in the great world." The human emperor nodded. "I have a sense of it. The great world seems to be undergoing an unprecedented change." Lin Moya said, "This time I entered the origin ancestral land and gained quite a lot. The ascension of the great world this time is of extraordinary significance. This is good news for both of us, but there are also some issues I need to discuss with you." The human emperor said, "Please speak, Realm Lord." He could sense that what Lin Moya wanted to discuss was no small matter. Lin Moya said, "The great world now has its own Inyan origin. In the future, the great world will evolve into an independent world like the origin continent, with its own great Daos and origin spirit veins, no longer needing to rely on external things. I'm considering whether to bring Uedeo City back into the great world, or let it remain on the origin continent. As the great world evolves, the issues with you and Old Star will all be resolved. I will create two great Daos for you. I've already thought of names. Your Great Tao will be the Technology Great Tao, while Old Stars will be the Art Great Tao. Lin Moyo explained his thoughts, and the human emperor listened with a look of longing. The human emperor said, the realm lord must already have his own ideas. Over these many years, one thing has been proven time and again: the realm lord's thoughts are never wrong. Lin Moyo shook his head with a smile. How have you learned to flatter? The human emperor said, perhaps it's because I've evolved into a living being. Lin Moyo laughed heartily. In that case, whether right or wrong, I'll make the decision. The human emperor said, you're the realm lord, naturally it should be your decision. Lin Moyo felt the human emperor had almost become an old fox like the third ancestor, speaking without revealing anything. But the human emperor's words weren't wrong. All of the human emperor's decisions were based on calculations using infinite data. For the situation the great world was facing now, the human emperor had no data to support his calculations, so it was difficult for him to make predictions. Based on past experience, Lin Moya's decisions had indeed never been wrong, so the best option was to trust Lin Moya's decision. More and more people were coming out of the great world. The earliest batch, including Hao Shenjun and others, had all reached the peak of Heavenly Venerable Realm, just one step away from Tao Venerable Realm. Perhaps with just one opportunity, they could step into the Tao Venerable Realm. Their rapid cultivation was not only due to the full support of the origin spirit veins, but also because Lin Moya generously allowed them to use the silver tree sap. If they needed any treasures to assist in cultivation, the human emperor would directly purchase them through the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce. Basically, they had everything they needed. Everything was developing towards perfection. Returning to his own courtyard, before entering, Lin Moyo heard the hearty laughter of Little Mist and the others. Pushing open the door, he saw the four of them sitting in a circle playing cards. They all had white paper strips stuck to their faces, covering most of their faces. The more paper strips, the worse they had lost. Hearing the door open, all four turned to look. Seeing Lin Moyo, Little Mist suddenly threw down her cards and shouted, Master! With a scream, Little Mist rushed over and clung tightly to Lin Moyo. Teacher! Father! Little Mei, Little Yu, and Little Wu all stood up. They were excited, their big watery eyes staring straight at Lin Moyo. They weren't as direct as Little Mist. No matter how excited they were, they wouldn't rush over and cling to Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo smiled and said, your cultivation is not bad. It seems you haven't been slacking off these years. Little Mist whispered in Lin Moya's ear, Big Sister Mei was so strict, who would dare to slack off? By now, Little Wu had steadily reached the 4th level of Tao Venerable Realm, Little Yu had entered the Heavenly Venerable Realm, and Little Mei had also reached the Supreme Realm, just one step away from Heavenly Venerable Realm. Even the laziest Little Mist had reached the 3rd level of Tao Venerable Realm. Little Mei truly deserved her role as supervisor. Although their cultivation speed was already very fast, Lin Moya still felt it wasn't quite enough. In the courtyard, Little Mei made tea for Lin Moyo, while Little Wu and Little Yu prepared snacks. The four of them surrounded Lin Moyo, chattering non-stop. Lin Moya told them about his general experience in the origin ancestral land this time. He spoke simply, with a touch of ease, but only Lin Moyo himself knew how dangerous it really was. If someone else had gone, the origin beings in the Taiyang and Taiyin origins would have been enough to take their lives, let alone being able to kill origin beings and condense the yin-yang origin. This was simply unimaginable. Little Mei asked, Teacher, how long do you plan to stay this time? Lin Moya said, not for long. I sense that the great changes in heaven and earth are about to come. This is the great trend, it cannot be reversed. I need to guide these changes, rather than passively waiting for them to arrive. Little Mei knew a little. What do you plan to do, teacher? Lin Moya said, what I'm thinking, I don't know if it's right or wrong yet. Only after doing it will I know. But before that, I still need to make some arrangements. Once the great changes begin, if I truly become the one guiding them, under the influence of cause and effect, you will surely gain many benefits. If that's the case, you must seize the opportunity to soar. Amidst the changes, miracles will become commonplace, and all impossibilities will become possible. Thank you to Old Enough to Ber Father for the support. Chapter 3572. Chapter 3572, 3572. Chapter 3572, you think I'm like you? After chatting with the girls for a while and asking about their affairs over the past few years, Lin Moya began to set up a formation. Using Great Tao Realm materials as ink, he drew complex divine runes that combined and connected to form a unique formation. This formation was Lin Moya's own creation, without precedent, so he set it up very slowly, taking a full 10 days to complete. Since returning from the origin ancestral land and experiencing the deduction of divine runes, Lin Moya's understanding of divine runes had reached a new level. He began to break free from his previous formation thinking and started creating formations based on his own needs. This formation was not large in scale, only covering this courtyard. However, its effect was significant. The formation connected to the origin spirit veins beneath the earth, drawing power from both the origin spirit veins and the Taiyang and Taiyin origins, allowing the formation's power to be inexhaustible and endless. When the formation was activated, numerous divine runes glowed brightly, and the space within the courtyard instantly expanded 100-fold, becoming extremely spacious. Waves of powerful origin force filled the courtyard, making the origin force increasingly dense. Cultivating here would yield twice the result with half the effort. Lin Moya waved his hand, and a large amount of silver tree sap flew out. The ground in the courtyard sank, and the silver tree sap fell, forming a lake. Then, several world tree leaves appeared in the silver lake, turning into meditation cushions. 100 legion commanders flew out and sank into the lake, hiding themselves. After setting all this up, Lin Moya drew divine runes again. 4 identical divine runes flew from his hand, condensing into jade slips. The 4 jade slips flew into the hands of little May and the others. Lin Moya said softly, "Drop blood on them to activate." The 4 followed his instructions and immediately dropped blood on the jade slips. The jade slips formed from divine runes melted like water into their bodies. From this moment, they formed a connection with the formation. Little Mist blinked her big eyes. "Master, what are these jade slips for?" Lin Moya said, "With these jade slips, as long as you're within the range of the origin spirit veins, you can return here with just a thought. Also, if you encounter danger, the jade slips will activate the formation's power to bring you back, though you can't be too far away. During the time I'm away, no matter what happens outside, don't concern yourselves with it. Just focus on cultivating here." Little May asked, "When the time comes, will those people really come down?" Lin Moya said, "They will come down, but those who come won't be too strong. My arrangements, though they can't block them all, can at least hold them off for a while. Moreover, the third ancestor is here, so they won't act recklessly. Their real targets will be elsewhere, you don't need to worry about it. The human emperor will handle matters in Uedeo City. You just need to focus on cultivation. If the Great Tao descends, the formation will guide the power of the Great Tao, making your cultivation speed even faster. Remember, no matter when, strength is always the most important. As long as you're strong enough, no one can bully you." Lin Moya's earnest words made the girls remember firmly. In their memories, Lin Moya rarely spoke to them so seriously. Clearly, the impending changes in heaven and earth were not so simple. Little Yu asked, "Teacher, will you be in danger on this journey?" Lin Moya shook his head, "I don't know. Everything in the future is unknown, but with my strength, it shouldn't be a big problem." Little Wu said, "Father, I want to plant a fruit for you." Lin Moya directly refused, "No need. The karma on me is too great, you can't plant it. Even if you forcibly plant it, not only would it not help me, but it would harm you and those related to you." Seeing Lin Moya say this, Little Wu could only give up. She knew Lin Moya wouldn't lie to her. She only regretted that her strength wasn't enough. If she were in the Great Tao realm, if she could fully comprehend the Karma Great Tao, perhaps she could help Lin Moya. Lin Moya said, "Here, apart from you 4, no one else can enter. If you have friends or the like, don't think about being kind-hearted and bringing them in. They can't be brought in." Lin Moya's formation this time was extremely strict, not allowing any outsiders to enter. He was worried that if Little Mist and the others had a burst of kindness, it might bring disaster to him. Yin Shun's whereabouts had been unknown for years. Lin Moya knew that fellow must be plotting something. Although he had said before that he wouldn't do anything to Lin Moya, it was hard to say if he would act against others. Moreover, when Yin Shun acted, it would certainly be in secret, possibly using others' hands rather than acting personally. If Yin Shun wanted to, he could find out about Little Mist and the others. Over the years, Little Mist and the others had made many friends in Uedeo City, so Lin Moya could only set such strict limitations. Sometimes, one should be selfish when necessary. Lin Moya was only responsible for his own people as for others, he couldn't be bothered to care. After setting everything up, Lin Moya began to lecture on the Tao. Little Mist and the other 3 sat on the meditation cushions formed from world tree leaves. The lake formed from silver tree sap emitted a silver glow, falling on the 4 of them. This lecture was the longest Lin Moya had ever given, lasting a full 1,000 days, nearly 3 years. This lecture would be enough for them to digest for a long time. After 1,000 days, Lin Moya left silently. The 4 were still in enlightenment and didn't know Lin Moya had already gone. Leaving Uedeo City, Lin Moya contacted Antares through the Dragon Scale and headed to the Eastern Spirit Empire. Antares was still lying there, looking lazy, as if asleep. When he came to the Eastern Spirit Empire back then, he had brought the entire ancient battlefield with him. After staying in the ancient battlefield for so many years, Antares had gotten used to it. Coming to the Eastern Spirit Empire again, Lin Moya found that there were far fewer spirit beasts in the Eastern Spirit Empire. Antares had clearly made some arrangements to deal with the impending changes in heaven and earth. Passing through the natural formation, Lin Moya saw Antares again. Antares lazily opened half an eye. "You're back?" Was the origin ancestral land fun? Lin Moya chuckled, "Quite fun." He snapped his fingers, and brilliant fireworks exploded in the sky, while water dragons raced across the sky, intertwining with the fireworks to create a dazzling scene. Then wind rose, clouds fell, and several great Taos appeared in a line. Lin Moya's comprehension of these great Taos wasn't deep, just touching on a bit of the surface, more for show than use. Antares laughed, "Understanding a bit of everything makes life interesting." Lin Moya looked at this big guy. "Is this all you gained when you went to the origin ancestral land before?" Antares shook his head, "Of course not. I comprehended quite a lot in the origin ancestral land, but unfortunately, my strength wasn't enough then, so I couldn't set foot on the Great Tao." Lin Moya said, "Whether you set foot on it or not doesn't make much difference. You can't go there anyway." Antares suddenly raised his head. "You entered that place? Really?" Lin Moya had a matter-of-fact expression. "Of course. You think I'm like you?" Antares seemed not to believe it. "Ha, you're not as awesome as me." "Well then, tell me, what's it like in there?" Chapter 3573. Chapter 3573, 3573. Chapter 3573, I'll take you flying. Antares' mouth was as hard as his dragon scales. He simply wouldn't admit defeat. Even if Lin Moya had really entered that place, he still had to be stubborn about it. With Antares, Lin Moya was truly open about everything, without any concealment. He told Antares the correct method to enter the unknown realm, and also described in detail the situation inside the unknown realm. After listening, Antares murmured, so that's how to enter that place. No wonder even the ancestor dragon couldn't do it. The divine dragon was the Tao Lord of the young dragon Great Tao, which also had myriad projections. The ancestor dragon on the origin continent was just one of the Tao Lords. After becoming a Tao Lord, naturally the next step was the Great Tao struggle. They wanted to become true Great Tao Lords and project their Great Tao into the unknown realm. Only in this way could their Great Tao. Lin Moya shook his head, it's different. The ancestor dragon needs to engage in the Great Tao struggle. Only after he becomes a true Great Tao Lord will he have the chance to project his Great Tao into the unknown realm. As for me, I entered the unknown realm because I obtained the Yin Yang origin and passed the test. These are two completely different results. Antares chuckled, you keep calling that place the unknown realm. Do you know what it's really called? Antares had an expression that seemed to say now you don't know, do you? Looking a bit annoying. Lin Moya said, the unknown realm is just a name. I only need to know what that name represents. As for what it's specifically called, it doesn't matter. I could even call it a garbage dump and it wouldn't matter. Just like you're called Antares, but Antares isn't your real name. It's enough that I know you as Antares, your real name isn't important. Antares was stunned for a moment, speechless. In verbal sparring, he had never won against Lin Moya. Lin Moya said, if you're willing to tell me the name of that place, I'd be very happy to hear it. And I have something else I want to ask you. Antares snorted, I'm not going to tell you that place is called the Return to Origin Realm. Lin Moya smiled. Antares' stubbornness was fully displayed at this moment. So that place was called the Return to Origin Realm, which was quite fitting. This also corresponded with what the third ancestor had said. It was the starting point of all origins and all great Taos, and also the final endpoint. It was the place where everything originated from and returned to. Lin Moya asked, when I was there, I saw an eye. The owner of the eye was terrifying, and the eye seemed to contain countless Taiyang and Taiyin origins. Do you know what that thing is? Lin Moya's question made Antares fall silent. His gaze carried contemplation, as if recalling something. After a long while, Antares finally spoke again. I remember, when I entered the origin ancestral land back then, I was not just at the 6th level of Tao Venerable Realm. I also vaguely sensed that above the Great Tao, there was a terrifying existence. The reason I could sense it was because it had an aura similar to mine. Lin Moya frowned slightly, similar aura. Antares nodded, that's right, a similar aura. If I didn't sense wrong, it might also be a dragon. Dragon? Lin Moya's heart trembled. He recalled that eye. That eye did indeed look a bit like a dragon's eye, but its existence was clearly stronger than the ancestor dragon. What could it be? However, this was just Antares' guess, and couldn't be certain. Lin Moya said in a low voice, in its eye, I saw myriad Taiyang and Taiyin origins. I feel that the Taiyang and Taiyin origins might have been nurtured by it. If that's the case, could it be that all the myriad worlds were born because of it? This speculation was really quite bold. The myriad worlds, countless living beings, countless worlds, could they all have been born because of one powerful being? It obviously seemed somewhat unrealistic. Even with Lin Moya's boundless imagination, he didn't dare to guess this. Antares was also clearly startled by Lin Moya's speculation. That shouldn't be the case, right? Lin Moya said, anything is possible in this world. I'll assume this for now, but the true reason might only be revealed when I become a great Tao Lord. However, I also don't believe that any living being can nurture the myriad worlds. Lin Moya indeed didn't believe it. If the owner of that eye was really so powerful, then what about the green-robed old man? If it could nurture the myriad worlds, how strong would it have to be? Would the green-robed old man still be a match? At least from what he saw in that eye, Lin Moya didn't feel it would be stronger than the green-robed old man. Antares shook his head. Alright. In this world, might makes right anyway. If your strength isn't there, talking about those things is useless. Lin Moya said with puzzlement. After entering the Return to Origin realm, I kept thinking about questions, but it seemed like a layer of mist blocked my thoughts. Many things simply couldn't be figured out. Antares had a look that said this is normal, his huge dragon eyes just staring at Lin Moya. What's so strange about that? This thing is called the realm barrier. If your realm isn't high enough, you'll be limited by the rules of heaven and earth. If your soul level wasn't high enough, you wouldn't even be able to think about these things. I finally understand. The origin ancestral land was originally prepared for the children of Taiyang and Taiyin. Only they can refine the Taiyang and Taiyin origins and qualify to enter the Return to Origin realm. Otherwise, you'd have to wait until becoming a great Tao Lord to enter. But becoming a great Tao Lord is too damn difficult. You can't even become a projection Tao Lord, let alone a great Tao Lord. What Antares said was correct. Becoming a projection Tao Lord was already extremely difficult, let alone a true great Tao Lord. Moreover, even after becoming a great Tao Lord, one still had to project their great Tao into the Return to Origin realm, which was equally difficult. If it were really that easy, over countless years, there wouldn't be just these few great Taos in the Return to Origin realm. At least the young dragon great Tao that Antares cultivated hadn't yet entered the Return to Origin realm. If Antares entered the Soul Void, he would face many restrictions and wouldn't be able to move around so easily. Perhaps in areas constantly illuminated by the young dragon great Tao, his combat power wouldn't be too bad. But in areas not covered by the young dragon great Tao, Antares' strength would be greatly weakened, facing danger. Compared to Antares, Lin Moya was much better off. The Undeath Great Tao, Time Great Tao, and Power Great Tao had all been projected into the Return to Origin realm, with their power spread throughout the myriad worlds in the Soul Void. This was the advantage of comprehending multiple great Taos. Seeing that Lin Moya wasn't speaking, Antares couldn't help but ask, the great changes in heaven and earth are getting closer. You said before that you wanted to guide these changes. How exactly do you plan to guide them? Lin Moya smiled slightly. The reason I came to find you this time is to go together. If my guess isn't wrong, we can gain enormous benefits from these changes in heaven and earth. Antares trusted Lin Moya unconditionally. Alright, I'll listen to you. Whatever you say, I'll do. Lin Moya said, then let's go, to the Great Vortex. Antares nodded, get on, I'll take you flying. Chapter 3574. Chapter 3574, 3574. Chapter 3574, no need to be so troublesome. Antares soared through the black clouds, heading straight for the Great Vortex. Having chosen to trust Lin Moya, he didn't waste any words, but was a bit curious. Little Lin, you say there's a secret under the Great Vortex? Lin Moya nodded. There's a great sealing formation under the boundary sea, sealing the remnants of the origin catastrophe. It's like a huge scar. To restore the origin continent, we must erase this scar. Antares said, I know about that sealing formation, but I've never seen it in person. If I'm not mistaken, the faction that the king of the boundary sea belongs to is responsible for guarding that formation. According to what you say, if you want to go into that sealing formation, shouldn't you first give them a heads up? Lin Moya shook his head, no need. If we enter through the Great Vortex, we should be able to reach the inside of the seal directly. Antares frowned slightly. There's a very strong formation in the Great Vortex. I've seen it before. It's not easy to break. Lin Moya nodded. Before I entered the origin ancestral land, I indeed couldn't do anything about that formation, but now I can try. If it doesn't work, I'll think of other methods. Antares curved his dragon head, one eye looking at Lin Moya. Sometimes I really wonder if you're the reincarnation of some Tao lord from the past. Your cultivation speed is just too fast. Lin Moya chuckled. I've thought about this question too. Some have said I might be the reincarnation of the Lord of Hell, but as of now, I am just myself. Even if I really am the reincarnation of some powerful being, I'm still just me. What's past is past and doesn't matter. Antares said, alright, if you say it doesn't matter, then it doesn't matter. Lin Moya asked, what about you? If during the great changes in heaven and earth, you gain enough benefits to take that step, what do you plan to do next? Antares snorted coldly, what else can I do? Naturally, I'll kill my way back to the outer sky Great Tao. Those guys, I won't let a single one off. Lin Moya said, killing your own kind, can you really bring yourself to do it? Antares said, what's there to hesitate about? When they treated me like that back then, they were no longer my kin. Lin Moya knew Antares' story. If it were him, he would probably also kill his way back, dyeing the Great Tao with blood. In Lin Moya's eyes, there were only 3 types of beings in the world, his own people, strangers, and enemies. His Tao heart was firm. He never had useless thoughts of excessive mercy, nor did he often have feelings of sympathy. Even if sympathy occasionally arose, it was because the subsequent events might benefit him. Benefits weren't immediate, but rather about cause and effect. At his level, he paid more attention to cause and effect. Passing through the black clouds, braving thunder and lightning, Antares arrived at the boundary sea again. Looking at the vortexes of various sizes, Lin Moya had a new feeling. These vortexes were distributed across the boundary sea, their positions almost unchanged. It was itself a formation. Fortunately, this formation wasn't complex. Lin Moya only needed to look a few times to have a plan in mind. He casually drew several divine runes and threw them into the boundary sea. This seemingly casual action had already greatly weakened the effect of the formation. The dragon and the man circled the central vortex several times. Lin Moya threw down hundreds of divine runes. On the surface, the formation seemed unchanged, but once Lin Moya activated the runes, it could at least reduce the formation's power by half. Finally, Antares arrived at the central vortex. Before they could get close, a vicious-looking formation spirit emerged from the center of the vortex. It was a formation spirit, but it had lost its rationality and become a vicious spirit. Its state was similar to that of a tool spirit that had turned vicious. It could no longer communicate or reason. Anyone approaching the formation was its enemy, and it would attack indiscriminately. Lin Moya understood the significance of this. In this way, the formation had no breakthrough point. To enter the central vortex, one had to deal with this formation spirit, which meant facing the formation itself. Antares said, this formation spirit's power is very strong. I tried it the first time I came. It can draw power from the boundary sea. Even I couldn't do anything about it. Antares could only exert a small part of his strength on the origin continent. Under these circumstances, he couldn't handle the formation spirit. Lin Moya said, small matter. I'll handle it. He had already examined the formation in the central vortex and knew how to deal with it. With a thought, the divine runes he had previously thrown into the boundary sea were activated. Streams of light burst from the boundary sea, reaching the sky. Hundreds of light streams formed a divine rune in the black clouds, right above the central vortex. As Lin Moya willed it, the divine rune crashed down towards the center of the vortex. The formation spirit in the central vortex let out a sharp howl. Streams of water shot out, turning into spears, stabbing towards the divine rune. Boom! The divine rune shook once, then crushed countless spears and plunged into the central vortex. The formation spirit's cries became increasingly unpleasant. The entire central vortex began to glow as the formation was fully activated. But because of Lin Moya's earlier preparations, this formation wasn't as strong as imagined. In fact, it was somewhat weak. The formation spirit howled and screamed, but no matter how it screamed, it was of no use. When Lin Moya decided to act, the outcome was already determined. Lin Moya said, "I've cut off its connection with the boundary sea." Antares saw what Lin Moya had done, "But your divine runes can't last long in the boundary sea, right?" Lin Moya nodded, "From activation to destruction, about 10 minutes. That's enough." As he spoke, he pointed a finger, and the skeleton hell fell into the vortex. The central vortex contained a powerful tearing force, enough to tear apart Dao Venerables below the 7th level. But this tearing force was nothing before the current skeleton hell. The skeleton hell demonstrated what it meant to devour everything. Even formation spirits were no exception. However, Lin Moyo had no intention of letting the skeleton hell devour the formation spirit. This formation spirit still had its purpose for now. With the skeleton hell restraining the formation spirit, Lin Moya smiled and said, "Let's go, we're going in." Antares plunged into the central vortex without hesitation. Without the interference of the formation spirit, the danger in the central vortex was greatly reduced. In the central vortex, a great formation was activated. The formation automatically launched attacks at Antares. Dense red lightning struck down, and Antares took it all, shouting loudly, "Exciting, this is exciting." These lightning attacks were all very strong, almost surpassing the supreme realm. Even without the formation spirit, no Dao Venerable could safely pass through this formation. The depth of the boundary sea exceeded 1,000,000 meters, which meant that the depth of this vortex might also exceed 1,000,000 meters. At this point, the formation was just beginning. Lin Moyo observed the formation in the vortex, continuously drawing divine runes. One by one, the divine runes merged into the formation, gradually weakening its power. Lin Moyo used his methods to break the formation. He didn't destroy the formation, but sought ways to gain control over it. Antares shouted loudly, "No need to be so troublesome, let's just charge through." Although Antares couldn't exert his full battle power, his true body was here. With his tough skin and thick flesh, he didn't care about the attacks in the formation. Lin Moya said, "It's better to be careful. Who knows what's waiting for us down there?" Chapter 3575. Chapter 3575, 3575. Chapter 3575, isn't that right, Senior Waterstop? Antares endured the attacks while Lin Moya continuously weakened the formation and gradually took control of it step by step. Once the formation was in hand, the formation spirit could be used by Lin Moyo, which is why he left it alive instead of killing it. Lin Moyo had a feeling that this formation wasn't as simple as it appeared on the surface. It not only sealed the outer gods at the bottom of the boundary sea, but also had other purposes. Given the strength of this formation, the aura of the outer gods at the bottom of the boundary sea shouldn't have leaked out. Even with the erosion of time, this formation had the ability to self-repair. However, in reality, the aura of the outer gods had indeed leaked out, causing abnormalities in the creatures of the boundary sea near the Great Vortex. The deeper they went into the formation, the more Lin Moya felt that things shouldn't be this way. Antares continued to sink in the Great Vortex. Soon they exceeded a depth of 500,000 meters, and Lin Moya finally saw some anomalies in the formation. Within the original formation, another layer of formation appeared. "Stop!" Lin Moya called out lightly, and Antares immediately halted. "What's wrong?" Lin Moya said, "There's a problem with the formation. Someone has tampered with it." Antares instinctively asked, "What kind of tampering?" Although he also knew formations, he was far inferior to Lin Moya and couldn't see anything wrong. Lin Moya said, "Let me take a look." Lin Moya used his full eyesight to observe the formation. Extremely complex divine runes were deconstructed in his vision. The person who set up this formation was very powerful, and the formation they created was nearly perfect. But the person who tampered with this formation was equally powerful. They had integrated another formation into the original one. The appearance of this formation caused some minor changes to the original formation. The original formation was designed to absorb power from the outside world to seal the bottom of the boundary sea. After integrating the new formation, the function of the original formation remained unchanged, but when absorbing power from the outside world, it also gained another direction. It would simultaneously absorb power from the outer gods within the seal. This absorbed power wasn't strong, and the absorbed history would be sealed away. In this process, the power of the outer gods leaked out, thus affecting the nearby creatures of the boundary sea. Lin Moyo carefully separated the two formations, then pointed in a direction, "Go there." Antares didn't hesitate. Wherever Lin Moyo pointed, he charged forward. The space inside the vortex wasn't small, enough for Antares to maneuver. Following Lin Moya's directions, he got closer and closer to the formation, almost touching it. At this point, Lin Moya called for another stop, and Antares obediently halted. Within the formation, lightning constantly struck out. Antares endured it all without even furrowing his brow. This level of attack was like a tickle to him, posing no threat at all. Lin Moyo quickly drew divine runes, one after another. Dozens of divine runes flew out, revealing another passage within the formation. "Go in." Antares carried Lin Moyo into the passage. Following it downwards, they soon arrived in a peculiar space. "What is this place?" Antares frowned, feeling extremely uncomfortable in this space, especially the numerous fist-sized pearls floating in the space, which gave him a sense of disgust. Lin Moya said, "Someone has tampered with this sealing formation. The formation has been absorbing power from the outer gods for many years, gathering it here. These pearls are what's been absorbed from the outer gods." Antares asked, "Who did this? Why would they do such a thing?" Lin Moya said, "From the formation techniques, it should be someone from the Great Dao Array sect, but I'm not sure why they did it." Antares asked curiously, could it be that there are still people from the Great Tao Array sect left on the origin continent? Lin Moya chuckled, who knows? Maybe there are, maybe there aren't. Perhaps they tampered with it and then left. Having encountered formations from the Great Tao Array sect before, Lin Moya knew they had a special flavor, and their structure was different from other formation masters. So Lin Moya could determine that the person who tampered with this was from the Great Tao Array sect. But the person who set up the ceiling formation was not from the Great Tao Array sect. Lin Moya asked, in the Outer Sky Great Tao, or before the origin catastrophe, besides the Great Tao Array sect, were there any other sects that excelled in the Tao of formations? Antares said, there were many sects skilled in the Tao of formations, but most were small sects, incomparable to the Great Tao Array sect. More accurately, there was basically no sect that could compare to the Great Tao Array sect in formations. Lin Moya looked puzzled, really none. Antares thought for a moment more, indeed, no sect could match the Great Tao Array sect in formations. Moreover, the Great Tao Array sect possessed the origin of the formation Great Tao. Other sects had no chance even if they wanted to compete. Lin Moya thought for a while, then besides sects, was there anyone particularly skilled in setting up large ceiling formations? I want to know who created this ceiling formation. When Antares left, the origin catastrophe hadn't fully ended, and this ceiling formation hadn't appeared yet, so Antares didn't know who had set it up. Antares searched through his distant memories, starting from the origin catastrophe. After a moment, his eyes lit up. I thought of someone who might be possible. Lin Moya asked, who? Antares said, that person came from the He province of the origin continent. He once wanted to join the Great Tao Array sect but was ultimately rejected for some reason. Not only rejected, but he seemed to have been insulted and mocked by members of the Great Tao Array sect. Later, he joined another sect and devoted himself to cultivation. When everyone thought he had given up on the formation Great Tao, he advanced to become a top formation master with a world ceiling formation, surpassing all formation masters of the Great Tao Array sect in the field of ceiling formations. The Great Tao Array sect was very displeased with his existence and even tried to kill him several times. Not only did they fail to kill him, but he even killed a few of them in retaliation. He even spent 10,000 years trying to use formations to seal off the Great Tao Array sect. Unfortunately, the Great Tao Array sect had the origin formation in hand, so he ultimately didn't succeed. However, that incident caused the Great Tao Array sect to lose all face. The Great Tao Array sect viewed him as a thorn in their side, but he later disappeared without a trace. Lin Moya smiled, truly a legendary figure. What's his name? Antares said, he was known as the World Ceiling Tao Lord. As for his real name, no one knows. World Ceiling Tao Lord. Lin Moya murmured, assuming this ceiling formation is the work of the World Ceiling Tao Lord, then it's understandable why someone from the Great Tao Array sect would come to cause some damage. Antares hadn't yet understood the connection, but doing this doesn't benefit the Great Tao Array sect at all. Lin Moya smiled and said, sometimes, actions don't necessarily need to benefit oneself, as long as they harm the enemy. Isn't that right, Senior Waterstop? I'm having some issues with the reference file I have might be broken, but if you notice any name changes that needs to be fixed, let me know. Chapter 3576. Chapter 3576, 3576. Chapter 3576, Waterstop Tinzun's past. Lin Moya's call of Senior Waterstop nearly made Antares' scales stand on end. His dragon eye swept the surroundings, glowing with golden light. But after searching around, he didn't find the Senior Waterstop Lin Moya mentioned. Are you mistaken? There's no one else here. At this moment, a voice slowly sounded, as expected, I can't hide from Dao friend Lin. Lin Moya smiled and said, if your emotions hadn't fluctuated just now, I wouldn't have noticed either. A shadowy figure appeared within the formation. It was Waterstop Tinzun. Antares stared with wide eyes. There really is someone. Although his power was restricted, there were still very few in this world who could escape his notice. This turtle-like fellow was only a Tinzun, yet he could hide from Antares, showing his extraordinariness. Moreover, he could hide within the formation, which was even more unimaginable. Lin Moya smiled at Waterstop Tinzun and said, should I call you Waterstop Tinzun, or World Ceiling Tao Lord? Waterstop Tinzun chuckled, when we met, I was already Waterstop, with no connection to the World Ceiling Tao Lord. Antares stared, you're the World Ceiling Tao Lord. Lin Moya lightly patted Antares' head, he already said he has no connection to the World Ceiling Tao Lord anymore. Waterstop Tinzun laughed, you're Long Huan, right? Do you remember, when you were young, we met? He had lived for a very, very long time, even outranking Antares in seniority. Antares called out, my name is Antares, Long Huan is already dead. Lin Moya said helplessly, alright, you've both died once. No matter what you were called before, now you're Antares and Waterstop Tinzun. Senior Waterstop, the ceiling formation at the bottom of the boundary sea is your handiwork, right? Waterstop Tinzun said, that's right, it was set up by this old man in his previous life. Lin Moya said, then this tampering was done by someone from the Great Tao Array sect. Why didn't you stop it? Waterstop Tinzun smiled, why should I stop it? At these words, Antares was confused, but Lin Moya fell into thought. After pondering, he seemed to understand the meaning behind Waterstop Tinzun's words. You wanted to send karma to the Great Tao Array sect. Waterstop Tinzun laughed heartily. Dao friend Lin is truly clever, understanding with just a hint. This old man has a story, would Dao friend Lin like to hear it? Lin Moya took out a large jar of fine wine and tossed it over, please speak, I'll listen. He wasn't in a hurry now. Since there was a story to hear, why not enjoy it? Waterstop Tinzun said, a long time ago, there was a cultivator born with a heavenly formation. He had extraordinary comprehension ability. Any formation was transparent to him at a glance. Formations that others needed 1,000 years to research, he could master in less than 10 years. This was a very long story, which Waterstop Tinzun recounted while drinking wine. The protagonist of the story was born with a heavenly formation, possessing a formation in his body from birth, truly a genius in cultivating the formation Great Tao. Normally, he should have joined the Great Tao Array sect, and in fact, after entering the Great Tao realm, he did join the Great Tao Array sect. Originally, if all went smoothly, he could have researched the formation Great Tao, become a pillar of the Great Tao Array sect in the future, and even glimpsed the position of Tao Lord of the formation Great Tao. Unfortunately, the subsequent developments were unexpected. The sect master of the Great Tao Array sect forcibly stripped him of his heavenly formation and killed him. The heavenly formation was a Great Tao formation. After stripping the heavenly formation, the sect master of the Great Tao Array sect had the opportunity to use the heavenly formation to explore the position of Tao Lord. At the same time, he could eliminate a potential competitor. Tao Lords engage in the Great Tao struggle, and below Tao Lords, competition also exists. Unexpectedly, he didn't die. The reason he didn't die was precisely because of the heavenly formation. He had anticipated that the Great Tao Array sect would harm him, so he had prepared a backup plan early on. He hid the heavenly formation and then created a replica. What the sect master of the Great Tao Array sect took was only the replica, and he was reborn through the heavenly formation, living a second life. In his second life, he was the world-sealing Tao Lord. He retraced the path of cultivation, returned to the Great Tao realm, and displayed extraordinary talent in formations. With all the memories of his previous life intact, his formations all bore traces of the Great Tao Array sect, quickly attracting their attention. The Great Tao Array sect absolutely would not allow their formations to leak out. A pursuit and assassination began, which was exactly what the world-sealing Tao Lord wanted. This was his counterattack and revenge against the Great Tao Array sect. The pursuers were all killed by the world-sealing Tao Lord, and all through formations. This method of death was a great insult to the Great Tao Array sect. Priding themselves as the #1 sect in formations, possessing the origin formation, yet their own formation masters were killed by someone else's formations. The world-sealing Tao Lord repeatedly slapped the face of the Great Tao Array sect. Afterwards, the Great Tao Array sect's pursuit of him never stopped, but they could do nothing against the world-sealing Tao Lord. Eventually, the world-sealing Tao Lord spent 10,000 years setting up a world-shaking formation. This formation was named the Heaven-Sealing Tao-Severing Formation. The world-sealing Tao Lord intended to use this formation to seal the entire Great Tao Array sect. Unfortunately, the Great Tao Array sect possessed the origin formation. They activated the origin formation to break the Heaven-Sealing Tao-Severing Formation. In other words, the world-sealing Tao Lord's attainment in formations had already surpassed the Great Tao Array sect. If the Great Tao Array sect didn't have the origin formation in hand, they might have been completely suppressed by the Heaven-Sealing Tao-Severing Formation. At this point, Waterstop Tinzun laughed heartily. Although they broke the Heaven-Sealing Tao-Severing Formation, the power accumulated by the origin formation over countless years was also depleted by half. This old man took the opportunity to steal a part of the origin formation, cutting off their hope of becoming the Tao Lord of the formation Great Tao. And Terry's was completely shocked. The person before him had a bigger guts than himself. What kind of existence was the Great Tao Array sect? He actually contended with them single-handedly, and almost won. Lin Moya said, "Then you've already won. The loss to the Great Tao Array sect is immeasurable, but I imagine you must have paid a considerable price as well." Waterstop Tinzun said, "Naturally. The origin formation isn't so easy to deal with, but this old man isn't afraid. This old man possesses the heavenly formation and has several chances at rebirth. This old man has plenty of capital." Later, this old man hid in the origin continent. They didn't dare to come to the origin continent to pursue and kill me, they could only watch helplessly. Then the origin catastrophe erupted. This old man also knew that the Great Tao Array sect was putting in work but not effort. Those fellows are just like that. During the origin catastrophe, the 5 continents sank. This old man, entrusted by the Great Tao, exhausted a lifetime of cultivation to set up a great formation using the 5 continents as the foundation. Lin Moya said, "If I'm not mistaken, this formation at the bottom of the boundary sea is the Heaven-Sealing Tao-Severing Formation." Waterstop Tinzun chuckled, "That's right, it's the Heaven-Sealing Tao-Severing Formation. This is also this old man's strongest formation." Lin Moya continued, "If I'm not mistaken, later when people from the Great Tao Array sect came and tampered with your formation, it was actually with your tacit permission." Waterstop Tinzun smiled even more happily. Not just permission, this old man even opened a backdoor for them, making it easier for them to do so. Lin Moya gave a thumbs up, "You're truly formidable. You've got the Great Tao Array sect completely under your thumb. After this great change in heaven and earth, the Great Tao Array sect is going to cry their eyes out." Waterstop Tinzun laughed loudly, "That's right, they'll cry themselves to death then." Chapter 3577. Chapter 3577, 3577. Chapter 3577, You'd better not go. Lin Moyo and Waterstop Tinzun were both smiling brightly. Although Lin Moyo had never directly clashed with the Great Tao Array sect, they had already formed a grudge. As for Waterstop Tinzun and the Great Tao Array sect, they were mortal enemies, each wanting to kill the other. And Terry's looked at the two of them, feeling somewhat confused by what he heard. He understood the first half, but couldn't make sense of the latter half. He also didn't know how Waterstop Tinzun had schemed against the Great Tao Array sect. And Terry said, "Can you explain more clearly?" Lin Moyo explained, "It's actually very simple, it involves karma. The heaven-sealing Dao-severing formation at the bottom of the boundary sea was required to be set up by the great Dao of the origin continent. This is the will of heaven. The will of heaven cannot be violated. If successful, there's a reward, but if there's a flaw, there will be severe punishment, and the punishment will certainly be more terrifying than the reward. Moreover, the great Tao only looks at results, not the process. If something goes wrong in the middle, punishment will still be meted out. After Waterstop Sr. set up the heaven-sealing Dao-severing formation, the great Dao Array sect found out and came to tamper with it. They wanted this formation to fail, so the great Dao would attribute the failure to Waterstop Sr., and then Waterstop Sr. would be punished, possibly dying in the Dao. This was the killing trap set by the great Dao Array sect for Waterstop Sr., but Waterstop Sr. turned the tables on them. He opened a backdoor for the great Dao Array sect, allowing them to successfully complete their own killing trap. Then, Waterstop Sr. probably went to reincarnate, and the former world-sealing Dao Lord died like this. In this way, the great Dao had no one to punish or reward, but the flaw in the formation still existed. Someone still had to take the blame. So who do you think will take the blame? Antares instinctively replied, the great Dao Array sect. Lin Moya chuckled, correct answer. Antares immediately felt a chill down his spine. This kind of scheme, spanning countless years and involving personal sacrifice, was not only impossible to break, but even difficult to see through. What kind of people are these? Dealing with such people, you wouldn't even know how you died. Antares screamed inwardly, instinctively wanting to stay far away from this Waterstop Tenzan. But thinking again, Lin Moya seemed to be this type of person too. After all, only similar people could see through each other's schemes. Forget it, I've already boarded the pirate ship, there's no getting off now. Antares finally gave up his inner struggle, adopting an attitude of since I'm here, I might as well accept it. That's it, I'm tired, I won't struggle anymore. Lin Moya didn't know Antares had so much drama in his heart. He looked at Waterstop Tenzan, then what does Waterstop Sr. intend to do this time? Waterstop Tenzan smiled at Lin Moya. Let me ask you a question, are we friends? Lin Moya nodded, of course, we are naturally friends. Moreover, Waterstop Sr. has shown kindness to this junior, a kindness I will always remember. Waterstop Tenzan nodded, that's enough with your words. As he spoke, he spat out a pearl. This was an item used by sea races to record various information. However, the pearl Waterstop Tenzan spat out was obviously more exquisite, emanating a rich Great Dao power, clearly from the outer sky Great Dao. Waterstop Tenzan said, there are some formation materials in here. You can look at them when you're bored. However, some formations are from the Great Dao Array sect. If you want to use them, it's best to make some changes. Lin Moya was overjoyed. He had always wanted to obtain formation materials from the Great Dao Array sect. He didn't expect such a windfall, obtaining them so easily. Waterstop Tenzan's previous life was the world-sealing Dao Lord, and the life before that was a genius disciple of the Great Dao Array sect. Waterstop Tenzan possessed most of the formations of the Great Dao Array sect. His formation materials were truly a treasure. However, Lin Moya seemed to realize why Waterstop Tenzan was doing this. He was raising the stakes, including the question he asked earlier, are we friends? After getting Lin Moya's acknowledgement, if Lin Moya gained benefits and his luck increased, he could also benefit. Now by adding material things, their karmic connection would deepen, and the benefits gained could be even more. But none of this mattered. Lin Moya didn't mind Waterstop Tenzan's small calculations. Waterstop Tenzan said, the heaven-sealing Dao-severing formation is also in there. If you want to go in, it's best to study it. And you. He looked at Antares, your relationship with Dao friend Lin is very deep. Your fortunes and karma are intertwined. If Dao friend Lin can become the guide of the great changes in heaven and earth, you can also gain many benefits. Lin Moya said, it seems this junior's thoughts weren't wrong. The heaven-sealing Dao-severing formation is indeed the key to triggering the great changes in heaven and earth. Waterstop Tenzan said, it's the key, but timing is also important. If heaven and earth aren't fully prepared and you trigger it prematurely, it will not only be useless but harmful. Moreover, only you can go there alone. This big guy, it's better if he doesn't go. Lin Moya frowned, why? Waterstop Tenzan said, you're so smart, how can you not think of this? There can only be one guide. If you go together, who can become the guide, him or you? You want to split the benefits, which isn't wrong, but heaven and earth won't calculate it that way. It's very likely that in the end, someone else will become the guide. Over these years, those few have made many arrangements. What you see is only the surface, there's still the inside. They have gathered infinite power, just waiting for the great changes in heaven and earth to come. Lin Moya had indeed guessed that the third ancestor, Beast Emperor, and others must have made many arrangements. What was seen on the surface was just the surface. They must have backup plans. As a newcomer without much foundation, it would be very difficult for him to become the guide. If he were to split the rewards with Antares, it would be even more difficult. If he couldn't become the guide, then the benefits gained would be limited, and the future path would be difficult. In addition, there was what Waterstop Tenzan said, that his choices would affect him. In other words, if he insisted on bringing Antares in with him, then Waterstop Tenzan would intervene to stop it. Although he was only a Tenzan, this formation was set up by him. He definitely had the ability to cause trouble for Lin Moya. Waterstop Tenzan had schemed against the Great Dao Array sect, waiting countless years. He wouldn't give up because of Lin Moya. Moreover, Lin Moya had just received his formation materials. Antares understood this time and spoke up, then I won't go. Although I'm not fully prepared for this great change in heaven and earth, I can still gain quite a few benefits. Little Lin, you must become the guide. In the future when I kill my way up there, I'll still need you. Antares spoke very decisively. Although he also wanted to become the guide, he didn't want to affect Lin Moyo because of himself. If both of them failed, it would benefit others instead. It was better for him to give up and let Lin Moyo succeed. Waterstop Tinzun was very satisfied with Antares' choice. Not bad, not bad. You're a good dragon, better than your father. Antares called out, don't mention that guy, I don't like him. Lin Moyo asked softly, have you really decided? Antares said, what's there to decide? Let's do it this way. You do well inside, and I'll wait for you outside. Lin Moyo nodded, not wasting any more words. He opened the materials given by Waterstop Tinzun and began to check the specific information about the Heaven Sealing Dowsevering Formation. Chapter 3578. Chapter 3578, 3578. Chapter 3578, don't mind this freak. The complexity of the Heaven Sealing Dowsevering Formation ranks second among all the formations Lin Moyo had seen, only behind the Divine Rune in the Origin Ancestral Land. The Divine Rune in the Origin Ancestral Land had reached the limit of complexity, with a single rune able to transform into myriad formations. Moreover, Lin Moyo could only see its surface, unable to see its core at all. As for the Heaven Sealing Dowsevering Formation, though difficult, it was at least comprehensible and could be studied and understood. However, due to realm limitations and material constraints, there were still many difficulties in trying to set it up. Lin Moyo discovered that his most proficient sealing formation was actually related to the Heaven Sealing Dowsevering Formation. The sealing formation could be seen as a simplified version of the Heaven Sealing Dowsevering Formation. Lin Moyo was engrossed in studying, forgetting everything else. Antares and Waterstop Tinzun were drinking wine nearby, not disturbing Lin Moyo. Antares lowered his voice, can these auras of outer gods here really affect the Great Dao sect? Waterstop Tinzun chuckled, the will of heaven cannot be violated. The Great Dao sect doing this is actually violating the will of heaven. Moreover, though these power auras aren't strong, their influence is vast. The surrounding millions of miles of sea area and countless boundary sea creatures are affected, many undergoing mutations. They were originally creatures of the Origin continent, but now they've become outer realm creatures. Won't your Great Dao be angered? The Great Dao never distinguishes between strong and weak beings. In the eyes of the Great Dao, the life of a human and an ant are the same. When so many boundary sea creatures are polluted and become outer realm life forms, how could the Great Dao not be angered? It's not angry now because the Great Dao is also waiting for an opportunity, waiting for self-recovery. Once self-recovery is complete, it will surely bring down thunderous punishment. Antares roughly understood Waterstop Tinzun's meaning and felt he was quite right. He gulped down a large jar of wine. In that case, those fellows from the Great Dao sect are indeed going to be in trouble. I've long disliked those guys, it's good to see them in trouble. Tell me, does the Great Dao really have consciousness? Waterstop Tinzun shook his head slightly, no consciousness. The Great Dao will never have consciousness. This is determined by the origin of heaven and earth. You should understand what the true root of this world is. Antares said, the Taiyang origin and Taiyin origin. Waterstop Tinzun said, that's right, these two great origins. The Taiyang origin nurtures the Taiyang ancestral dragon, the Taiyin origin nurtures the Taiyin ancestral dragon. These two divine dragons can be considered the earliest life forms in this world. The two great origins intertwine yin and yang, nurturing thousands of great Daos and countless living beings. This is their mission and responsibility, as well as their instinct. If one of them gained consciousness, or if both gained consciousness, it would be a huge disaster for this world. Therefore, they will not have consciousness, but they have instincts. They know what they need to do to benefit this world and themselves, nothing more. There are countless great Daos in the world, but only Taiyang and Taiyin are the true great Daos. Their combined will is the will of the great Dao, the will of heaven. If one day you can become the Taiyang ancestral dragon, you will understand these things. As for the Taiyin ancestral dragon, it's already gone. Waterstop Tinzun had lived 3 lives and could be considered one of the earliest Dao achievers. Except for not becoming a Dao Lord, his understanding of the great Dao in this world far surpassed Antares. It could be said that, apart from some Dao Lords, there were few who knew the beginning and end of this world better than him. Antares said, wasn't the Taiyin ancestral dragon subdued by the Lord of Hell and became the Netherworld Black Dragon? Waterstop Tinzun said, Netherworld Black Dragon is just a name. No matter what it's called, its essence is still the Taiyin ancestral dragon. However, during the origin catastrophe, when the Lord of Hell was killed, the Netherworld Black Dragon also died. A trace of its origin fell into the western continent along with the Netherworld Black Pool. The Netherworld Black Pool used this trace of origin to re-evolve the Netherworld Black Dragon, but this Netherworld Black Dragon is no longer the former Taiyin ancestral dragon. Antares said, according to what you're saying, this world no longer has the Taiyang ancestral dragon and Taiyin ancestral dragon. Waterstop Tinzun nodded, they're gone. The ancestral dragons actually died long ago. Even if they could be revived, they would no longer be the Taiyang ancestral dragon or Taiyin ancestral dragon. This is good news for you. There's no one above you now. You have the chance to become the new Taiyang ancestral dragon, and even the chance to go a step further. Hearing this, Antares immediately became excited. Please tell me more details, old sir. Waterstop Tinzun said, actually, the Lord of Hell had grand ambitions back then. He had another purpose in subduing the Taiyin ancestral dragon. Only a few people know about this, and fortunately, I am one of them. After subduing the Taiyin ancestral dragon, the Lord of Hell actually wanted to subdue the Taiyang ancestral dragon as well. What he was after was the Taiyang and Taiyin origins within the two divine dragons. The Taiyang ancestral dragon was quick to react and fled to the outer realms, but ended up in a wasteland and returned with a body full of inauspiciousness. This made the Lord of Hell give up on his plan to subdue the Taiyang ancestral dragon. It was precisely because of this that the Lord of Hell was stuck at that step, unable to advance, and had to take the risk of engaging in the Great Tao struggle. Antares was completely shocked. He never imagined there were such hidden secrets behind it all. The Taiyang ancestral dragon's journey to the outer realms wasn't to seek opportunities, but to escape death. But the result was that not only did it fail to escape, it returned tainted with inauspiciousness. Antares asked, why did the Lord of Hell want to do this? Waterstop Tinzun chuckled, with a hint of mystery. At his level, wanting to take the next step was truly as difficult as ascending to heaven. He only had two paths to choose from, one was to become the Lord of this realm, the other was the Great Tao struggle. The Great Tao struggle was too dangerous, so he chose the first option, to become the Lord of this realm. To become the Lord of this realm, he needed to deal with the Taiyang and Taiyin origins, so naturally he sought out the Taiyang ancestral dragon and Taiyin ancestral dragon. It's just that your ancestral dragon escaped quickly, ruining the Lord of Hell's plans. Antares stared blankly at Waterstop Tinzun, instinctively asking, how do you know all this so clearly? Waterstop Tinzun said, at that time, the formation used by the Lord of Hell to subdue and refine the Taiyin ancestral dragon was set up by the sect master of the Great Tao sect. To gain my trust, he allowed me to observe. He didn't expect that the Taiyin ancestral dragon and Taiyang ancestral dragon could communicate with each other, so the Taiyang ancestral dragon learned of this and escaped without a trace. Antares pursued, then what about the inauspiciousness that the ancestral dragon was tainted with? Waterstop Tinzun shook his head, it's not very clear. Anyway, the Lord of Hell didn't go after the ancestral dragon again, and he even stopped going to the dragon race's Great Tao. I guess this thing isn't easy to deal with. I heard the ancestral dragon later buried itself in the ancestral land. You'd better not go to that place if you can avoid it. Antares' face immediately fell, but I've been there. Waterstop Tinzun said, the fact that you're still alive means there shouldn't be any problems. Actually, no one knows what that inauspiciousness really is, just that the Lord of Hell was very wary of it. Antares finally relaxed. Little Lin has also been to the ancestral land, and he seems fine too. Waterstop Tinzun glanced at Lin Moyo, that guy, I can't see through him. Antares took a sip of wine, don't mind this freak, let's continue our chat. Chapter 3579. Chapter 3579, 3579. Chapter 3579, you go about your business. Antares was hooked on the conversation. He finally tasted the feeling Lin Moyo had back then, knowing how enjoyable it was to chat with an old fellow who had lived for countless years. Waterstop Tinzun had lived for too long. His age was only slightly later than the Taiyang ancestral dragon, almost counting as the second batch of beings in this world. The beings of that era were few in number but rich in great Tao power. They often possessed many unique abilities. Like Waterstop Tinzun, born with a heavenly formation, he was destined for the path of formations. The sect master of the Great Tao Array sect initially obtained the origin formation. If things had developed normally, the sect master of the Great Tao Array sect indeed had a chance to become the Tao Lord of the formation Great Tao. Unfortunately, he coveted Waterstop Tinzun's heavenly formation, resulting in damage to the origin formation, and his path to becoming a Tao Lord was almost cut off. These matters had been buried in Waterstop Tinzun's heart for too long. Once he started talking about them, he became somewhat unstoppable. One story after another poured from Waterstop Tinzun's mouth, letting Antares know about the development and evolution of this world. He learned that he had a chance to become the new ancestral dragon, and also knew that he had a chance to go even further. Now that both the Taiyang and Taiyin divine dragons were dead, the two great origins of Taiyang and Taiyin would surely nurture new beings again. The beings nurtured this time might not necessarily be divine dragons, they could be something else, but their core essence would be the Taiyang and Taiyin origins. If Antares could absorb and refine these two great origins, he might be able to take a step further and become the Yin-Yang divine dragon. At that time, he would combine the Yang dragon Great Tao and Yin dragon Great Tao, becoming the Lord of both Taos. Then he could become an existence as powerful as the former Lord of Hell. Why was the Lord of Hell so powerful? Because he simultaneously mastered two great Taos. They were the Hell Great Tao and the Devouring Great Tao, which made him stronger than other Tao Lords, almost the strongest being on the origin continent. Becoming the Tao Lord of two great Taos simultaneously was a very, very difficult thing. Since ancient times, only the Lord of Hell had achieved it. Unfortunately, his plan failed, and he ultimately lost to someone else, dying in the Great Tao struggle. After hearing these secrets, Antares secretly glanced at Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo was still studying the formation, seemingly oblivious to external matters. However, Antares knew that Lin Moyo could multitask. His conversation with Waterstop Tinzun had probably all been heard. He also knew that Lin Moyo himself possessed the Yin-Yang origin. He couldn't help but think to himself, if I can't refine the Taiyang and Taiyin origins of the origin continent, can I ask little Lin for help? He thought about borrowing Lin Moyo's Yin-Yang origin, which might allow him to take that path as well. But at the same time, another question arose. Antares asked, Senior, do you think little Lin might be the reincarnation of the Lord of Hell? Waterstop Tinzun shook his head. I don't think so. Little Lin's path is different from the Lord of Hell's. His goal is even more distant than the Lord of Hell's. You should know about that person. That person once descended, just for little Lin. The Lord of Hell couldn't attract that person to descend. Antares murmured, that's true. Little Lin's goal is far beyond this. The two drank and chatted for a long time, until Lin Moyo finally finished studying the heaven-sealing Dao-Severing formation. The heaven-sealing Dao-Severing formation was almost the ultimate in sealing formations. The formation was so complex that he couldn't set it up with his current abilities, but if it was just opening a passage to enter it, that was doable. After studying the formation, Lin Moyo felt somewhat embarrassed. He had previously thought about controlling this formation, but now it seemed rather unrealistic. While studying the formation, Lin Moyo was indeed also pondering the conversation between Waterstop Tinzun and Antares. He multitasked, taking in all of their conversation. He became increasingly clear about the matters of the Outer Sky Great Tao. The Outer Sky Great Tao was similarly a world of constant struggle and competition for supremacy. However, he could understand. Only in this way would the world have vitality and be able to progress upward. If there was eternal peace without survival pressure, it would be difficult to advance. Just like the current Great World, under his elimination of the myriad races and the human emperor's management, although the Great World was developing reasonably well, its power was far less than before. Lin Moyo had discussed with the human emperor and was considering changing this situation, but they hadn't figured out how yet. The Great World had been peaceful for too long and had become a greenhouse. It needed some impetus to move forward. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at the dragon and turtle reeking of alcohol. "Have you drunk enough?" Antares said, "Not yet, not yet. You go about your business. Don't mind us." This guy really didn't want to move. After all, there could only be one guide, and that must be Lin Moyo. He shouldn't interfere. Waterstop Tinzun said, "Go on. This old man will watch here. No one can come in. Guide this change, ascend in broad daylight, and welcome a new world." Although he spoke so righteously, Lin Moyo knew better. He definitely just wanted to see the Great Dao Array sect in trouble. The Great Dao Array sect was still completely unaware that difficulties were approaching. Lin Moyo no longer expected Antares to take the bullet for him. He returned to the vortex himself and flew downward. Large amounts of lightning struck his body. Lin Moyo's body roared with blood essence, golden flame streams enveloped his entire body, blocking all attacks. With his defense, even a 9th level Dao Venerable couldn't hurt him at all. Lin Moyo walked and stopped, continuously using divine runes to weaken the formation's power. In the process of weakening the formation, he became more familiar with this heaven-sealing Dao-Severing formation. For Lin Moyo, it was also quite a good learning experience. He went deeper and deeper, passing the bottom of the boundary sea, arriving at the bottom of the Great Vortex. The bottom of the Great Vortex was indeed connected to this heaven-sealing Dao-Severing formation. This formation used the sunken 5 continents as its foundation, with unprecedented power. Whoever tried to destroy this formation set up by Heaven's mandate would suffer Heaven's punishment. Lin Moyo sensed the aura of the King of the Boundary Sea here, clearly indicating that the King of the Boundary Sea had been here. His purpose for coming here was simple, to prevent the leakage of outer god auras. Many Boundary Sea creatures nearby had already been polluted. As the guardian of this formation, the King of the Boundary Sea naturally wouldn't sit idly by. But sometimes, the power that broke out was so enormous that even the King of the Boundary Sea's heart would be injured. The last time Lin Moyo came to rescue Old Whale, he had witnessed it. At that time, the King of the Boundary Sea had suffered some minor injuries. The injury wasn't severe, but in this world, how many people could injure the King of the Boundary Sea? He was injured here, by the leaked power of the outer gods. At that time, the King of the Boundary Sea probably wanted to repair the heaven-sealing Dao-Severing formation, but found that he didn't have that ability, and was even tricked by the outer gods. Actually, there was nothing wrong with the heaven-sealing Dao-Severing formation. Even if power occasionally leaked, it was basically Waterstop Tinzun's mischief. Waterstop Tinzun was increasing the stakes, making sure the Great Dao Array sect would pay dearly. Lin Moyo looked at the connection point of the formation, drew several divine runes and merged them in. A doorway appeared. Lin Moyo took a step forward, entering the doorway. Chapter 3580. Chapter 3580, 3580. Chapter 3580, the seal must be resolved. The moment Lin Moyo stepped into the formation, Waterstop Tinzun took a big gulp of wine and exclaimed, "He's gone in." Antares was confused, "Isn't that normal?" Waterstop Tinzun burped, exhaling countless alcohol fumes. "It's normal, but also not normal." Before Antares could ask, he had already started explaining, "His attainment in formations is unmatched. For anyone else to decipher this formation in such a short time would be nothing short of a fantasy." Antares said, "Is he even stronger than you were before?" Waterstop Tinzun was silent for a few seconds, then casually said, "Stronger." Hiss. Antares drew in a sharp breath. "But you were born with the heavenly formation, that's the holy body of formations. No matter how strong little Lin's formation talent is, it shouldn't be to this extent, right?" Waterstop Tinzun chuckled, "Never mind anything else, just look at how many years he's been cultivating, and how old he is now. Have you ever seen a 7th level Dao Venerable at just over 3,000 years old? Although this old man was born with the heavenly formation and called the holy body of formations, it still took me over 5,000 years just to cultivate formations to reach the great Dao realm. And that was in that era. You know how different the eras before and after the origin catastrophe are." Antares fell completely silent. Having been around Lin Moyo for so long, he had almost forgotten Lin Moyo's age. Now that Waterstop Tinzun brought it up, he suddenly realized that Lin Moyo had only lived for just over 3,000 years. It was already incredible to reach such a level of cultivation in just over 3,000 years, let alone surpassing those formation masters who had cultivated for millions of years in terms of formation attainment. This could no longer be described as genius. Antares racked his brains but couldn't think of an appropriate word to describe it. Waterstop Tinzun said, perhaps this is what they call a person of destiny. Anyway, I don't think he's the reincarnation of the Lord of Hell. The Lord of Hell wasn't as abnormal as him. Antares' eyes lit up, that's right, abnormal. This guy is just abnormal. When Lin Moyo entered the heaven-sealing Dao-severing formation, the king of the Boundary Sea, who was with the third ancestor, suddenly shuddered. Someone has gone in. The Beast Emperor asked curiously, what's gone in? Gone in where? The third ancestor seemed to realize something. You mean someone has entered the bottom of the Boundary Sea? The king of the Boundary Sea nodded. Yes, someone has entered the bottom of the Boundary Sea. The Beast Emperor asked, do you know who it is? The king of the Boundary Sea shook his head. I don't know. They entered through the central vortex. They broke through the formation of the central vortex. The Beast Emperor said in surprise, no way, even we can't easily break through that formation. That formation spirit has turned into a vicious spirit, it's very fierce. The king of the Boundary Sea said in a low voice, my sensing can't be wrong. Although I haven't broken through, I have made some arrangements there. The third ancestor said, the key issue now is that someone has gone in. What do they want to do in there? The king of the Boundary Sea still shook his head, I'm not sure. I can only sense that someone has gone in, but I don't know what they're going to do. The Beast Emperor said, I don't know why, but I have a feeling of unease. The third ancestor said in a low voice, we should go take a look. Inside the heaven-sealing Dao-severing formation, Lin Moya sensed a different aura. The effects of the Thousand Stars Great Dao, Luck Great Dao, and Space Great Dao were all greatly reduced. This place was filled with the aura of outer gods, giving Lin Moya the feeling that he had one foot in the realm of gods. It seems the outer gods sealed here haven't been idle. They have expelled the power of the Origin continent and transformed this place into their own world. No wonder the Origin continent is having trouble recovering. With such a stubborn sticking plaster here, how could it recover? If the outer gods inside come out, it will be another great disaster for the entire Origin continent. The strong ones in the Origin continent couldn't act recklessly on the Origin continent, as that would cause severe damage to the Origin continent. But these outer gods, as outsiders, could act recklessly. Even if the great Tao of the Origin continent could suppress them, it would consume enormous power, which would be of no benefit to the Origin continent. Lin Moyo could imagine that when the army of outer gods invaded the Origin continent back then, the great Tao of the Origin continent actively chose to sacrifice the sinking of the 5 continents, allowing the world-sealing Tao lord of that time to set up the heaven-sealing Tao-severing formation, sealing these outer gods in one fell swoop. From then on, the Origin catastrophe ended, and the Origin continent entered a period of dormancy. This decision back then resulted in the perishing of billions of lives on the 5 continents. The price was too great. Only after entering here could one understand all this. From this independent heavenly realm, Lin Moyo could still sense the tragic scenes brought about by the perishing of countless lives. All the tragedy had also transformed into the power of the Origin continent, helping the world-sealing Tao Lord complete the formation. It seems my guess wasn't wrong. To let the Origin continent recover, the seal must be resolved. Only when the problem of the seal is resolved can the great changes in heaven and earth occur, and the Origin continent recover. And the one who resolves the seal will be the guide of the great changes, able to gain the greatest benefits. Only the great Tao of the Origin continent could sink the 5 continents. This is the will of heaven. Following the will of heaven will bring rewards from the great Tao. Lin Moyo had a vague feeling that if he truly resolved the problem of the seal, removing the last stubborn sticking plaster from the Origin continent, then he would receive massive rewards, enough to allow him to enter the great Tao realm in one go. If that's the case, then let's begin. Muttering to himself, he looked towards the distance. Not far away, a divine pet had already discovered Lin Moyo. Originally wandering aimlessly with a dull gaze, the moment it saw Lin Moyo, its gaze instantly became sharp, filled with killing intent. A strong feeling of disgust also rose in Lin Moyo's heart, and a voice kept ringing in his mind, kill it, kill it. The voice from the great Tao echoed back and forth in his mind. The next second, this divine pet pounced over frantically, its body rapidly enlarging, transforming into a monster covered in black armor, its shape somewhat resembling a hunting dog. Lin Moyo's heart moved, and the undead army attacked. 1,000 skeleton god generals appeared, forming a battle formation to block it. This divine pet was only at the 8th level of Tao Venerable Realm, not particularly strong. In terms of combat power, it was about the same as the skeleton god generals, but it had powerful defense. Other beings at the same 8th level of Tao Venerable Realm couldn't hurt it at all. Lin Moyo knew this point, and this deployment of skeleton god generals was just an attempt. 1,000 skeleton god generals slashed out sharp sword chi, accurately hitting the divine pet. The divine pet's charge was instantly interrupted, being pushed back continuously by the sword chi. But the divine pet wasn't injured. The sword chi couldn't even leave a mark on it. This situation was completely within Lin Moyo's expectations. Attacks from the same realm indeed couldn't do anything to outer gods. Not to mention the same realm, even one realm higher, the 9th level of Tao Venerable Realm, would be helpless against this divine pet. Lin Moyo willed it, and dense great chi suddenly burst out from the skeleton god generals. The sword light was no longer pure white, but wrapped in a layer of great chi. Carrying the power of death, each strike from the skeleton god generals would contain the power of death from the undeath great Tao. Lin Moyo's undeath great Tao was already at the 9th level of Tao Venerable Realm. Although the power would be somewhat weakened after being carried, it was enough to make the skeleton god generals much stronger. Most importantly, the corrosive property of the power of death might be able to break through the divine pet's defense. Chapter 3581. Chapter 3581, 3581. Chapter 3581, I don't believe in superstition. The skeleton god generals swung their swords again, and grey-white sword chi fell like raindrops on the divine pet. The divine pet was suppressed by the sword chi and couldn't charge through. Brilliant divine light shone on its body, forming a powerful defense against the sword chi. Previously, no matter how it was attacked, the divine light on the divine pet never weakened. But with the addition of the power of death, the situation began to change. The power of death continuously corroded the divine light, and the divine pet's defense rapidly weakened. After enduring thousands of sword strikes, the divine light shattered with a boom. The divine pet's defense was broken, and it was engulfed by sword chi, sliced into a bloody pulp. The outer gods did not have the recovery ability of black water realm beings. At this point, it was as dead as it could be. Lin Moya muttered to himself, the power of death can deal with the defense of outer gods. Perhaps the power of death from one person is not enough, at least not efficient. If it's the power of death from countless people, it can quickly break through their defense. It's the same for divine pets and true outer gods, the only difference is needing to kill more. The power of the great Tao carried in techniques greatly increased the combat power of the undead army. Lin Moya's gaze swept the surroundings, then next we'll conduct another experiment. Lin Moya didn't immediately send out the undead army to clear the area. After all, he knew nothing about this world. How many outer gods were there? How many divine pets? Had there been any new reproduction over so many years? What changes had occurred, etc.? He could explore, but before exploring, he needed to solve some problems first. He quickly found another divine pet, coincidentally also at the 8th level of Tao Venerable Realm. Lin Moya locked onto this divine pet. With a thought, the divine pet he had killed earlier turned into flying flesh and blood. Boom! The targeted divine pet had no chance to react before it was directly blasted into pieces, dying on the spot. Lin Moya silently recited in his heart, the corpse explosion technique is equally effective here, without being weakened. How strange. What great Tao does corpse explosion use? That it can still work here means the great Tao power behind it has either been projected into the return to origin realm, or there's an identical great Tao in the realm of gods. Whichever it is doesn't matter. In any case, both methods can deal with divine pets. Having found 2 ways to deal with divine pets, it was time for the third experiment. There were many divine pets here, more than outer gods. Lin Moya used his undead eye to scan and found many of them. Thousands of meters away, Lin Moya casually pointed, and the skeleton hell appeared, trapping a 9th level Tao Venerable divine pet. The hell fiends frantically rushed over to surround the divine pet. After a frenzied biting, the divine pet's defense shattered, and it was devoured clean in the blink of an eye. The hell fiends dealt with the divine pet very easily, taking less than 10 seconds. Now the skeleton hell was very powerful. After repeated strengthening, the hell fiends had thoroughly reached the peak of the Tao Venerable Realm, even comparable to the pseudo-great Tao realm. The 3 experiments gave Lin Moya a definitive answer. He now had several methods to deal with divine pets. Whether it was the skeleton hell, the undead army, or corpse explosion, they could easily kill divine pets. The divine pets that once required him to rack his brains, use various schemes, and employ the disaster scepter to kill had now become so easily defeated. Lin Moya couldn't help but sigh. It wasn't that the divine pets had become weaker, but that he had become stronger. There were vast numbers of 9th level Tao Venerable divine pets here. Just releasing a few would be enough to give the various holy lands a headache. But before him, these things were nothing. Lin Moya said, divine pets are no longer a problem. Next, let's see about the true outer gods. I hope they won't disappoint me. Lin Moya chose a random direction to advance, easily dealing with the divine pets along the way. He used the few remaining fragments from the 2 divine pets he had killed earlier to use corpse explosion, killing his way through. One boom followed another, each signaling the fall of a divine pet. Along the way, he hadn't seen any divine pets beyond the Tao Venerable Realm. It seemed the limit for divine pets was the 9th level of Tao Venerable Realm. This situation was somewhat strange. With such a large number of divine pets, they shouldn't be limited to the 9th level of Tao Venerable Realm. There were only 2 possibilities, either this was the upper limit for divine pets, or they were restricted by the outer gods, who didn't allow them to advance further. Perhaps they thought that if divine pets reached the Tao Venerable Realm, it would threaten their own status. It wasn't impossible. But that was the business of the realm of gods, and Lin Moya wasn't very interested. The number of divine pets along the way was increasing, becoming denser. Lin Moya knew he was on the right path. He seemed to be advancing from the edge of this world towards the center, if not the center of the world, at least the center of this area. Finally, Lin Moya saw an outer god. In his undead eye, the soul flame of the outer god had a fundamental difference from the soul flames of divine pets. Just looking at the soul flame, he knew this outer god was at the great Tao realm. In fact, Lin Moya had never seen an outer god at the Tao Venerable Realm, not even at the pseudo-great Tao realm. When they were still nearly 100,000 meters apart, this great Tao realm outer god discovered Lin Moya. It let out a long howl, then suddenly charged over. Its speed was astonishing, covering 100,000 meters in the blink of an eye. Lin Moya was prepared. As he retreated, a large number of skeleton god generals appeared, followed by a legion commander leading an entire dragon cavalry legion, quickly occupying this area of heaven and earth. Over 1 billion skeleton god generals, plus 1 billion undead legions, commanded by 1 legion commander, facing a single great Tao realm outer god. Such a force naturally couldn't win. Lin Moya just wanted to see how powerful the outer god was. The skeleton god generals swung out sword chi, carried by the power of death. Grey-white sword chi fell densely like raindrops, encountering an obstacle 100 meters from the outer god. The outer god's protective divine light covered a 100-meter radius, almost forming an absolute domain of its own. Brilliant light bloomed in the outer god's hand. Where the light passed, skeleton god generals and dragon cavalry legions collapsed. The legion commander held a warblade. At his command, the dragon cavalry legion fearlessly formed a battle formation, charging forward under the outer god's attacks. Death charge. The dragon cavalry legion crashed into the outer god's 100-meter zone, instantly dying in droves, but the outer god was also stopped by the impact of the dragon cavalry legion. Lin Moya's eyes narrowed. Outer gods, great Dao realm, truly formidable. It seems it's very difficult to kill it with just the undead army. For those at the Great Dao realm, no matter how many Dao venerables came, they could be destroyed with one hand. The two were simply not on the same level of existence. But Lin Moya refused to believe this. With a thought, he deployed another 50 million skeleton god generals, plus 5 dragon cavalry legions, a total of 100 million undead troops. At the same time, undead flames blazed fiercely, and 1,000 kings rose from the flames. Let me try and see if the Dao venerable realm really can't kill upwards to the Great Dao realm. Chapter 3582. Chapter 3582, 3582. Chapter 3582, Get Lost. Facing the Great Dao realm outer god, Lin Moya refused to believe it was impossible. He insisted on using the momentum of an undead sea to overwhelm it with numbers. He believed in the legion commanders. This battle that seemed to have heavy casualties actually didn't have many losses. The skeletons and dragon cavalry that died would revive in the next instant and rejoin the battle. 6 legion commanders, 60 million skeleton god generals, and a total of 120 million undead troops formed a fighting force that could completely flatten the entire southern continent. The outer god was completely surrounded. Even with its Great Dao realm combat power that could instantly kill hundreds of thousands or even millions of undead, it still couldn't break through in a short time. Technique, Divine Bone Slash. Great Dao Technique, Blood Kill. The Skeleton King swung his sword, launching continuous attacks. Sword light mixed with the power of death exploded around the outer god. Unfortunately, the Skeleton King's attacks still couldn't break through the outer god's protective divine light, firmly blocked 100 meters away. The 100-meter distance had become an uncrossable chasm. No matter how the undead army attacked, they couldn't get past it. Origin Technique, Strengthen Troops. Lin Moya activated the Origin Technique with a thought. Now when he used Origin Techniques, he no longer needed to consume soul power. The Yin-Yang Origin in his soul world replaced soul power, continuously providing power for the Origin Techniques. As long as Lin Moya was willing, he could even maintain Origin Techniques for long periods. When the Origin Technique activated, a unique Origin aura emanated from Lin Moya's body. This aura was extremely strange. The surrounded outer god howled frantically, looking as if it had seen some delicious food, charging madly towards Lin Moya. It frantically crashed against the undead army's encirclement, instantly killing large numbers of skeleton god generals and dragon cavalry. This guy, like those from the Black Blood realm, has an extremely strong desire for Origin Techniques. It seems Origin Techniques are very important to them, but strangely, the Dao venerables in the Origin continent don't seem to have such a strong desire for Origin Techniques. Lin Moya saw the outer god's frenzy and knew it was attracted by the Origin Technique. There must be a reason for this, but unfortunately they couldn't communicate, so he couldn't ask anything. After using strengthened troops, the undead army's combat power greatly increased, and their attacks became even more fierce. Lin Moya found that the outer god's 100-meter divine light was slowly shrinking, but the shrinking speed was very slow. To completely break the 100-meter protective divine light would take a very long time. This experiment had already failed by now. Lin Moya realized that for the undead army to kill this outer god would require a very long time to wear it down. Although it could be done, the efficiency would be too low this way. He took out the flesh of a 9th-level Dao venerable divine pet corpse and activated it with a thought. Origin level technique, corpse explosion. Boom! With a huge explosion, the outer god's body shook violently, and a fist-sized wound appeared on its body. Corpse explosion ignored its protective divine light, exploding directly on its body in a strange way. Unfortunately, the power of a 9th-level Dao venerable divine pet was not enough, only able to blast a small wound on the outer god. The wound quickly healed, and in the blink of an eye the outer god had recovered. Lin Moya's eyes lit up, so corpse explosion is effective. The only problem is that the raw material for the explosion isn't strong enough. If that's the case, then let's create a raw material. He pointed a finger, and space distorted as the skeleton hell appeared among the undead army. The undead army quickly retreated, leaving space for the Hell Realm. The Hell Fiends pounced over, crashing into the outer god's protective divine light as if hitting an invisible wall, blocked. But they weren't destroyed like the undead army. The Hell Fiends just clung to the 100-meter divine light and started gnawing. Before them, there was nothing that couldn't be eaten. Even the protective divine light was no exception. Under the Hell Fiends' frenzied gnawing, the range of the protective divine light began to rapidly shrink. The Hell Eye swept over, but its sole impact had no effect on the outer god. The Higanbana also lost its effect. After all, the skeleton hell hadn't truly entered the Great Dao realm yet, so its influence on Great Dao realm beings was still insufficient. The outer god roared, its palms bursting with brilliant light. The pair of wings on its back spread open, transforming into a blazing sun. Under the blazing sun's illumination, the Hell Fiends began to melt. At this moment, a dragon's roar sounded. Heia charged out from the netherworld black pool, entering the battlefield and biting down on the outer god's body. the outer god's protective divine light shattered with a boom. Heiya's combat power had reached the Great Tao realm, and it also had the characteristic of being able to eat anything. To Heiyu, this outer god with only one pair of wings had a protective divine light as fragile as tofu. Not only did the protective divine light shatter, but Heiyu also firmly bit down on it, pulling hard. With a crack, blood sprayed as the outer god let out a sky-shaking scream. Its body was bitten in half, with the lower half falling from Heiya's mouth. Before it could fall into the magma, it was caught by the hell fiends. They treated it like a delicacy, biting into it frantically. The outer god struggled, its wings exploding with two bangs, forcefully blasting open Heiya's huge mouth. It dragged its injured body away. But what awaited it were more hell fiends. It had nowhere to escape. In despair, this outer god was completely devoured, leaving only a severed hand that fell into Lin Moya's hand. With the raw material obtained, it was time to continue. Lin Moya continued forward, instantly killing all the divine pets along the way until he found another outer god. This outer god also had a pair of wings, belonging to the weaker ones among outer gods. Besides these, there were also outer gods with 2 pairs of wings, and outer gods with 3 pairs of wings. When the king of the Boundary Sea had brought him to the outside of the heaven-sealing Dao-severing formation, he had seen them before, but outer gods with 3 pairs of wings were fewer in number. Here, outer gods with 1 pair of wings were the majority. Lin Moya knew that the number of wings represented the outer god's strength. If comparing outer gods with 1 pair of wings to Great Tao Realm beings with 9th grade innate souls, then outer gods with 2 pairs of wings could be compared to Great Tao Realm beings with 8th grade innate souls. For each additional pair of wings, their strength would increase by 1 grade. Although not necessarily accurate, it was close enough. Lin Moya was now emanating an origin aura. Even from far away, this outer god had already discovered Lin Moya and pounced over excitedly, screaming. The undead army deployed, blocking it. Lin Moya surrounded but didn't kill it, continuing to search for the next outer god, which had to be an outer god with 1 pair of wings. Lin Moya had already formulated a plan in his mind. As long as this plan could be implemented, dealing with the outer gods here wouldn't take much time. Outside the central vortex of the Boundary Sea, the third ancestor, Beast Emperor, and King of the Boundary Sea arrived simultaneously. The formation spirit in the vortex revealed itself, looking fierce and vicious, baring its teeth at the 3 of them. The King of the Boundary Sea said strangely, "The formation spirit is still here, so who went in?" The third ancestor also didn't understand. Yes, the formation spirit wasn't destroyed, how did they get in? The Beast Emperor also couldn't figure it out. Why bother with all this? Let's go in and see for ourselves. Suddenly, the central vortex violently expanded, instantly turning into a water tornado that lashed out like a whip, blasting the 3 of them back. A voice rang out, "Get lost." Chapter 3583. Chapter 3583, 3583. Chapter 3583, Wait and See. The Beast Emperor and the other 2 were stunned. In countless years, no one had dared to speak to them like this. They instinctively felt angry, but also sensed something was amiss. The power contained in that water tornado was extremely strong. The 3 of them couldn't block it at all just now. Although for their true bodies, this power wasn't much, but in the current origin continent, this power far surpassed theirs. This also meant that this power had broken through the restrictions of the origin continent. But with the Great Tao's limitations, how could such restrictions be easily broken? Only the Great Tao itself could break such restrictions. The 3 of them all knew more or less about the origins of the heaven-sealing Dao-severing formation. It was a formation mandated by the Great Tao's will. In a sense, this formation was the will of the Great Tao itself. That's why the formation's power could surpass restrictions, and the power that just attacked them came from the heaven-sealing Dao-severing formation itself. The 3 knew the formation's origins. If anyone could control this formation, there was only one person. The 3 exchanged glances, and finally the King of the Boundary Sea spoke. Could it be Senior World-Sealing Tao Lord? He. Laughter came from below the vortex. In the water tornado, a blue-robed man with an immortal bearing appeared. Though not his true body, this blue-robed man was surrounded by the vast power of the heaven-sealing Dao-severing formation. At the same time, behind him, countless formations and divine runes flickered in and out of view. This blue-robed man was indeed the image of the world-sealing Tao Lord. The 3 were startled and bowed together. "We juniors pay our respects to the world-sealing Tao Lord." The world-sealing Tao Lord grunted and looked at them with piercing eyes. "If you have no business here, get lost." His words were not polite, but the 3 didn't dare get angry at all. The King of the Boundary Sea steeled himself and said, "This junior sensed earlier that someone had entered the heaven-sealing Dao-severing formation, so we came to check. We didn't expect Senior to be here." The world-sealing Tao Lord said in a low voice, "Someone did enter, but it's none of your business. Don't ask further. This Tao Lord still has things to do here. You 3 leave immediately, or you won't be able to leave at all." Such impolite words made the 3 very unhappy, but they didn't dare express their anger. Although this was the Boundary Sea, the King of the Boundary Sea's territory. But in this area of the Great Vortex, the world-sealing Tao Lord had absolute authority. Once the formations here were activated, the 3 of them in their current restricted state couldn't block them at all. Seeing the 3 not speaking, the world-sealing Tao Lord chuckled. In an instant, countless vortexes around them rose into water tornadoes. The water tornadoes connected to each other, forming a vast net in the sky. The formation activated. As the heaven-sealing Dao-severing formation, mandated by heaven, it could exert its power without restraint. Though this formation had no killing power, once formed it could trap the 3 of them here for tens of thousands of years with no hope of escape. The 3's expressions changed drastically. They immediately flew towards the outside. Before the formation fully formed, the three flew out of the sea area. Looking back at the vast sea area covered by a huge formation, if they had been a bit slower, they likely wouldn't have been able to get out. The king of the boundary seas expression was not good. I didn't expect it would really be the world-sealing Tao Lord. The third ancestor said in a low voice, I remember, back then the world-sealing Tao Lord fled into the Origin continent to escape the great Tao Array sect's pursuit. Later during the Origin catastrophe he was mandated by heaven to set up this formation. After the formation was set up, the world-sealing Tao Lord disappeared without a trace. Afterwards the great Tao Array sect paid a great price to have a formation master sneak in and tamper with this formation, but the world-sealing Tao Lord didn't appear. There's been no news of him for so many years. I thought the world-sealing Tao Lord had fallen into slumber. The Beast Emperor also said, indeed, if we had known the world-sealing Tao Lord was still alive, how could the great Tao Array sect have been so peaceful these years? Although entering the Origin continent is difficult, with the great Tao Array sect's abilities, they would certainly have come in. The king of the boundary sea said, that can only mean the world-sealing Tao Lord hid well, even the great Tao Array sect couldn't find him. It's just completely unexpected that he would appear at this moment. The third ancestor said, appearing at this moment is understandable. After all, with the great changes in heaven and earth approaching, the world-sealing Tao Lord can certainly gain benefits. Back then he was mandated by heaven to set up this formation, which was naturally a great merit. Perhaps compared to our arrangements, he will gain even more. The three all wanted to gain benefits from the great changes in heaven and earth. Now with someone else coming to share a piece of the pie, they were somewhat unhappy. But there was nothing they could do about their unhappiness. They couldn't do anything that went against the mandate of the great Tao. The Beast Emperor said, the world-sealing Tao Lord said someone went in. Who could it be? The third ancestor snorted coldly, use your brain and think about it. Who else could it be? That brat, he hid it so deeply, to actually have connections with the world-sealing Tao Lord. The Beast Emperor was stunned, you mean it's brother Lin who went in? The third ancestor said, who else could it be besides him? The formation is full of those guys from the realm of gods. Even if you or I went in, we'd likely suffer greatly. Only that brat has a chance after going in. They all knew that Lin Moyo had killed outer gods before and had methods to deal with them. Besides Lin Moyo, they couldn't think of anyone else. The king of the boundary sea said, it seems it really must be brother Lin. The third ancestor said, let's all go back and prepare. If this is truly the trigger for the great changes in heaven and earth, it will likely happen soon. The three discussed for a while, then dispersed to return to their own territories for final preparations. Antares laughed heartily in the formation, as expected of Senior, you scared them away with just a few words. Waterstop Tianzun said, it's also because of the Great Tao's restrictions. If this were in the outer sky Great Tao, we couldn't scare them away. Antares said, they must all be going back to prepare now. Everyone wants to gain benefits from the great changes in heaven and earth. Who knows how much they'll get? Waterstop Tianzun said, it won't be too little, but also not too much. The main benefits will definitely be on Dao friend Lin. Antares sighed, I wonder how many benefits he can gain, and to what level he can reach. Waterstop Tianzun said, we'll have to wait and see. Within the formation, the undead army surrounded two outer gods. Both outer gods had only one pair of wings, belonging to the lowest rank among outer gods, roughly equivalent to human 9th grade innate soul Great Tao realm cultivators. Lin Moya took out a severed hand, left behind by the outer god he had killed. Origin level technique, corpse explosion. The severed hand turned to dust. With two booms, the two outer gods were blasted to pieces in the explosion. The damage from corpse explosion is 200% of the corpse's life force when alive. The more targets, the less damage each target receives. But now there were only two targets. Even if the damage was reduced by half, it could still kill them, and the damage wouldn't be reduced by half. Based on Lin Moya's experience, it would be reduced by at most 10%. Under these circumstances, the two outer gods were unsurprisingly killed by the explosion. The raw material in Lin Moya's hand for corpse explosion increased from 1 portion to 2. He put away the 2 portions of shattered corpses. The skeleton hell flew out and ate up all the excess flesh and blood. For the skeleton hell, the flesh and blood of Great Tao realm beings was rare nourishment. Even if it had no use now, it was still a form of accumulation. I will create a Discord once I'm back from vacation. Chapter 3584. Chapter 3584, 3584. Chapter 3584, your turn. Lin Moya traveled deep into the formation, covering a great distance. This heaven-sealing Dao-severing formation at the bottom of the boundary sea, using the 5 continents as its foundation, was incredibly vast in scope. Its area exceeded that of any single continent. Even if Lin Moya were to measure it on foot, it would take thousands or tens of thousands of years to cover every corner. Of course, Lin Moya had no intention of doing that. He was preparing for his plan. One by one, outer gods were attracted by Lin Moya's origin aura, then unceremoniously killed by him. The explosions from corpse explosion became the most melodious music in this world, as if welcoming Lin Moya as an uninvited guest. Each time, Lin Moya had to explode at least 2 outer gods simultaneously to obtain more raw materials. Without realizing it, the raw materials in Lin Moya's hands grew more and more, exceeding 100 portions. Finally, some buildings appeared in Lin Moya's view. The style of these buildings was completely different from human architecture. They existed in a strange inverted triangular form, with the bottom pointed and the top flat. In the 3 corners, stone houses of varying sizes were suspended, seemingly the living quarters of the outer gods. At the bottom of the triangle was a structure similar to a gate, though its purpose was unclear. Such buildings were evenly distributed across the land, numbering over 100, forming a layout similar to a village. In the center of the village stood a massive triangle several times taller than the others. Lin Moyo could see them from far away with his undead eye. Within these inverted triangular buildings were flickering soul flames. Most of the soul flames were only at the Tao Venerable Realm and not outer gods, clearly all divine pets. At the top of each triangle, before the altar-like structure, was an outer god. In this area, there were over 100 outer gods. On the giant triangle in the center of the building complex stood an even more powerful outer god. The outer god in the center of the village had 2 pairs of wings, a 4-winged outer god. Their souls were stronger, and their aura was more powerful. A 4-winged outer god. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a settlement of outer gods. I wonder if they call this a village or a tribe. Lin Moyo wasn't clear on the various terms used by outer gods, but that wasn't important. The next second, the undead army charged over like a tidal wave. This time, Lin Moyo no longer dealt with them one by one, but launched an all-out assault. He now had enough raw materials in hand to make a big move. 1,000 legion commanders summoned 10 billion dragon cavalry legions, plus 10 billion skeleton god generals, pressing down like dark clouds. As the army advanced, the outer gods in the village took flight, pouncing towards the undead army. At the same time, openings appeared in the triangular buildings, and countless divine pets flew out. Roars. The roars were endless, and Lin Moya's feeling of disgust rose to the extreme. This should be considered my first direct confrontation with the outer gods, right? Lin Moyo mused to himself. Since entering the formation, Lin Moyo had a strange feeling. From killing the first divine pet until now, quite some time had passed. He had conducted experiments repeatedly, killing hundreds of outer gods and thousands of divine pets, but not once had a great Tao reward descended. It wasn't that there were no great Tao rewards, but that they were accumulating. Lin Moya sensed the unusualness of this world. The great Tao had established unique rules here. Once all the outer gods here were cleared out, there would be a reckoning. The undead sea engulfed the village. The undead sea alone was enough to deal with divine pets, but it was far from enough to handle outer gods, at best only able to trap them. There was a fundamental difference between the Great Tao Realm and the Tao Venerable Realm, especially that 4-winged outer god. Each of its attacks could clear out a large area. The undead army simply couldn't stop it. Lin Moya watched from afar and pointed a finger. The skeleton hell appeared, enveloping the 4-winged outer god within. Heia charged out with a dragon's roar, entangling with it. At this point, the hell fiends seemed somewhat weak, unable to get close at all. The protective divine light of the 4-winged outer god covered an even larger area, exceeding 200 meters. Even Heio found it difficult to truly approach. Its attack method was a kind of light flame. It looked like light but contained flames, with an extremely shocking temperature. Everything it passed through was melted. The skeleton hell could barely contain it, but killing it was almost impossible. Lin Moya watched for a while and understood the difference between 4-winged and 2-winged outer gods. The combat power of the two was not on the same level, like the difference between 9th grade and 8th grade innate souls among human Great Tao Realm cultivators. The gap was enormous. After seeing this clearly, Lin Moya stopped watching. His will brought death. Origin level technique, corpse explosion. Boom. In the explosion, 3 2-winged outer gods were blasted to pieces. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions followed one after another. Each explosion took out 2 or 3 outer gods. Under corpse explosion, outer gods fell one after another, none spared. Whatever protective divine light or powerful defense they had, all were garbage before corpse explosion. This technique was simply a divine skill for killing across realms. Ignoring space and time, it could kill on the spot or with a delay, terrifying to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, over 100 2-winged outer gods were dead. The undead army brought back their flesh and blood. All this flesh and blood was raw material for Lin Moyo. The 4-winged outer god before him wasn't easy to deal with. It couldn't be killed with just 1 or 2 explosions. The more raw materials, the better. No one could have imagined Lin Moya's actions could be so fast, killing all the 2-winged outer gods on the battlefield in an instant. By the time the 4-winged outer god reacted, all its subordinates were dead. On the battlefield, only some divine pets were still struggling in the undead sea, not far from death. It had become a lone commander. It roared and charged over, but the skeleton hell firmly entangled it, making it difficult to break through. Heio cooperated with the hell fiends. Although they couldn't kill it, trapping it wasn't a problem. After dealing with all the 2-winged outer gods, Lin Moya turned his gaze to the last 4-winged outer god. Your turn. Before him, a large amount of flesh and blood floated out. Each piece of flesh and blood represented the corpse of an outer god. Even in death, the outer gods still had to contribute to Lin Moyo. With a thought, a rumbling sound arose. The 4-winged outer god was instantly blasted, a fist-sized wound appearing on its body. Its protective divine light suddenly shrank greatly. Not killing it in one hit, only wounding it slightly, was within Lin Moya's expectations. After being blasted by corpse explosion, it became even more enraged, trying to charge over again and again, but was always blocked back by Heio. Moreover, its attacks were mostly dissipated before leaving the skeleton hell, with little threat remaining. Lin Moya locked onto it, continuously using corpse explosion. Explosions rang out endlessly. Chapter 3585. Chapter 3585, 3585. Chapter 3585, How are they worthy? The large amount of corpse fragments stored earlier turned to ash, opening the dazzling explosion show exclusively for the 4-winged outer god. In explosion after explosion, the 4-winged outer god's flesh and blood flew everywhere. Although it was powerful enough, far surpassing two-winged outer gods, it still couldn't withstand the series of explosions that far exceeded the full power attacks of two-winged outer gods. After dozens of explosions, its soul flame was extinguished with a boom. Lin Moya muttered to himself, a total of 68 explosions. It was quite tenacious. Looks like the earlier preparations weren't in vain. It was precisely because he considered how difficult four-winged outer gods were to kill that Lin Moya made many preparations beforehand. He only truly moved against the four-winged outer god after he had 100 portions of corpse explosion raw materials in hand. As the outer gods died out, the remaining divine pets were completely helpless and were quickly devoured by the undead sea. The flesh and blood of the outer gods came to Lin Moya's hands, while the remaining parts became nourishment for the skeleton hell. The hell fiends feasted heartily, eating with great relish. Lin Moya sensed some changes in the skeleton hell. The hell fiends' realms hadn't changed, but their defenses had undergone some alterations. The hell fiends' defenses had strengthened, with a layer of hazy light appearing on their bodies. This layer of light was somewhat similar to the outer god's protective divine light, enhancing the hell fiends' combat power to some degree. This was the first time Lin Moya discovered that the skeleton hell actually had this kind of ability. While devouring large numbers of outer gods, it could also obtain their abilities. This reminded Lin Moya of the blood-red Great Tao. Back then, when the skeleton hell devoured the blood-red Great Tao, it also gained some of its characteristics. It was the blood-red Great Tao that allowed Heya to break through technique limitations and reach the Great Tao realm. Now the outer gods could allow the hell fiends to gain protective divine light. If this was truly possible, could the skeleton hell incorporate characteristics from other realms by devouring other Great Taos or more powerful beings from other worlds in the future? With enough quantity, to what extent could the skeleton hell develop? This point also made Lin Moya more convinced that he couldn't possibly be the reincarnation of the Lord of Hell. The hell controlled by the Lord of Hell didn't have this ability. After dealing with all the outer gods and divine pets, Lin Moya walked into the village. The inverted triangular buildings were about 100 meters tall, hollow inside, divided into over 100 honeycomb-like compartments. 3 rooms hung from the corners of each building, still retaining traces of divine pets' auras. Lin Moya went to the top of a building and looked at the traces left behind. With a thought, the time Great Tao appeared. Time reversal. Lin Moya wanted to see what had happened here to understand the relationship between outer gods and divine pets. He vaguely guessed that the relationship between outer gods and divine pets wasn't simply that of master and pet. Outer god and divine pet were names given by cultivators of the origin continent, not necessarily reflecting the true situation. In the time reversal, scenes from the past rapidly unfolded before Lin Moya's eyes. Divine pets mated like beasts, giving birth to new divine pets. Their reproductive ability was strong, producing many offspring at once, from dozens to hundreds. These divine pets would be placed in the same honeycomb compartment, only fist-sized at that time. Just half a day later, these newborn divine pets would open their eyes. The first thing they did after opening their eyes was to bare their newly grown teeth and bite their siblings. A great slaughter would ensue, with only one divine pet able to survive in each compartment. This mode reminded Lin Moya of a race that once existed in the great world. They were also like this, killing each other after birth, with only the winners surviving. The victorious divine pet, having eaten its siblings, would become relatively powerful. But then it would face challenges from winners of other compartments. All the victors from every compartment in the entire triangular building would engage in a brutal battle, with only one ultimately surviving. The compartments were like a maze, with all victors having to find their opponents, kill them, and eat them to become stronger. Until the final victor emerged in the entire building, it would enter the hanging room. In the room, it would sleep and evolve until reaching the 9th level of Tao Venerable Realm. By then it would become a true divine pet, but this wasn't the final state for divine pets. After reaching the 9th level of Tao Venerable Realm, it would leave the room and come to the top of the building, entering the altar. The altar contained a strange power that could make them evolve. If evolution was successful, they would transform from divine pets into outer gods. If evolution failed, there were 2 possible outcomes, either remaining unchanged at the 9th level of Tao Venerable Realm, or falling in realm, possibly to the 8th or 7th level of Tao Venerable Realm. After failure, some divine pets would leave, while others would stay. However, they seemed to no longer have the chance to evolve into outer gods. After watching this, Lin Moya finally understood that outer gods evolved from divine pets. From birth they began killing, then after long years of battle and growth, they finally became victors and embarked on the path of evolution. The failure rate for evolution was extremely high, less than 1 in 10,000. The vast majority of divine pets failed to evolve and couldn't become outer gods. The failures would forever remain divine pets. The composition of the realm of gods was extremely cruel, far surpassing the origin continent. Only the strong had the right to survive, the weak must die. It was precisely this structure that destined them to be warlike by nature. The world is big and full of all kinds of creatures. This model can't achieve the great Tao. Lin Moya looked down on the realm of gods. Their cultivation and evolution model was too barbaric, to the point where they relied on luck, with effort actually putting them at a disadvantage. In Lin Moya's view, such a race had no future. Perhaps they would be very powerful at first, but their upper limit was just there. They couldn't truly reach the top. Lin Moya didn't even consider them to be truly intelligent beings. Their intelligence only awakened after becoming outer gods. His eyes were full of disdain. Outer gods, who gave them this name? How are they worthy of it? There was only one word for dealing with such a race: kill. They were born from slaughter, so they would end in slaughter. The skeleton hell descended, enveloping the entire village. Massive buildings quickly collapsed, eaten clean by the hell fiends, erasing all traces of the outer gods here. Large numbers of skeleton god generals flew out, divided into over 1,000 teams of 10,000 each, flying in all directions. From this moment on, Lin Moya's battle against the outer gods officially began. Everything before was just an appetizer. Now the real show was starting. Although this world was vast, in Lin Moya's view, it was just a slightly more difficult super large dungeon. Outer gods were just monsters in the dungeon. He would clear out all these monsters completely. Chapter 3586. Chapter 3586, 3586. Chapter 3586, wait, there's no use in being anxious. Lin Moya felt like he was back to the time when he was soloing dungeons in the small world. A similar feeling returned. Divine pets were ordinary monsters, 2-winged outer gods were elite monsters, 4-winged outer gods might be bosses, and 6-winged or 8-winged outer gods would be final bosses. This feeling was strange, as distant memories returned. Lin Moya also vaguely sensed an invisible hand, as if it had long anticipated what would happen today and had prepared him early on, giving him enough experience. Skeleton god generals flew in all directions, exploring the map and searching for divine pets. Large numbers of divine pets were attracted and chased after the skeleton god generals. At the same time, many outer gods were also attracted and joined the pursuit. The skeleton god generals ignored this, continuing on even if attacked and killed. After dying, the skeleton god generals would revive and fly in another direction. Lin Moya deployed 100 legion commanders to direct them. After so many years, the outer gods sealed here had continuously reproduced, their numbers now incalculable. Under the suppression of the heaven-sealing Dowsevering formation, the divine pets here were clearly somewhat dull, usually blank and dazed, only reacting when encountering enemies, instinctively attacking. Only some outer gods possessed a bit of intelligence, knowing to gather in groups and build villages to reproduce in their own way. Outer gods with true intelligence were only an extremely small minority, not in this area. Large numbers of divine pets and outer gods were attracted. After making a large circle, the skeleton god general teams regrouped. The dragon cavalry legions that had been prepared early on charged forward, quickly surrounding the divine pets and outer gods. It seemed there were no 4-winged outer gods in the wild. The ones wandering about were all 2-winged outer gods. Once surrounded, they had no way to break through. Lin Moya used Corpse Explosion to quickly clear out the outer gods. Besides one portion of raw materials he obtained, the rest became food for the hell fiends. This method was the same as clearing dungeons before luring monsters, pulling them together, and mass killing. Lin Moya was too familiar with this routine. Even after not using it for thousands of years, he hadn't forgotten. Now Lin Moya divided the outer gods and divine pets here into several parts. Those in the wild were one part, the village he had destroyed earlier was another part. Lin Moya guessed there would be many similar villages. There might be even larger scale villages, or even town-like settlements. 6-winged or 8-winged outer gods should appear in larger villages or towns. This also fit the logic when clearing dungeons before, it was basically the same situation. Wild monsters were always weaker. Groups of divine pets and 2-winged outer gods were continuously lured over and quickly cleared out. The territory Lin Moya occupied grew larger and larger, and the number of divine pets and outer gods killed by him increased sharply. Based on previous Great Dao rewards, killing so many divine pets and outer gods should be enough for him to directly break through to the 9th level of Dao Venerable Realm, and even attempt to break into the Great Dao Realm. This was just the beginning. If he continued killing, the accumulated Great Dao rewards would grow more and more. Lin Moya himself didn't know what level he could ultimately reach. If this still wasn't enough to guide the great changes in heaven and earth, then who else could do it? Relying on the third ancestor and others' schemes? Or something else? The Great Dao was impartial. Lin Moya was very certain his actions had no problems. Only this way could benefit the origin continent and the Great Dao. The great changes in heaven and earth were just a saying. Specifically, it needed to be broken down. Whoever contributed the most to the origin continent would gain the greatest rewards and become the guide. Everything became clear. Lin Moya's gaze was bright, all confusion dispelled. His Dao heart was firm, his conviction like iron. He would continue on this path. The area explored by the skeleton god generals grew larger and larger. Wave after wave of outer gods and divine pets were killed, their numbers becoming incalculable. Along the way, the skeleton god generals saw village after village. These villages were not large in scale, similar to the one encountered earlier. In each village, there was a 4-winged outer god in charge. Using the undead eye, the skeleton god generals could discover them from extremely far away, so there was no need to alert them. Lin Moya didn't immediately kill them. He wasn't in a hurry, taking it step by step. First clear out the wild monsters, then deal with the villages, advancing layer by layer, finally eliminating all the outer gods here and erasing the last scar on the origin continent. Over countless years, so many outer gods had been born here. If anyone else came in, they would have no way to deal with them all. Lin Moya felt these outer gods were prepared just for him. The area covered by the formation was truly vast, comparable to any of the great continents. The skeleton god generals began circling outside, continuously clearing, until completing the clearing of all outer perimeter monsters. Time became immeasurable. Lin Moya didn't know how long he had been here. In this place, even the light of the Taiyang and Taiyin origins could hardly shine down. There was no distinction between day and night here. Here, even the passage of time became blurred. Above the Boundary Sea, the Beast Emperor's avatar met with the King of the Boundary Sea. The Beast Emperor said, "Brother Lin has been in there for 10 years now. How come there's been no movement at all?" The King of the Boundary Sea shook his head. "I don't know, but I think Brother Lin shouldn't have any problems." The Beast Emperor said, "I believe in Brother Lin's strength. but it has indeed been a long time. You have the most contact with the heaven-sealing Dao-severing formation usually. Is there really no way at all? The king of the Boundary Sea said, neither of us knows the situation inside the formation. I've only touched on some superficial aspects. Over these many years, I've dealt with the formation several times, all resulting in failure. I've even been injured. The Beast Emperor asked, in your estimation, how strong could the strongest outer god inside be? The king of the Boundary Sea thought for a moment. The strongest one I sensed should be six-winged. I'm not sure if there are any stronger ones. The Beast Emperor said, the army that invaded the Origin continent back then had 10,000 outer gods and countless divine pets. The leader was a 10-winged one. You know the strength of a 10-winged one equivalent to a 5th grade innate soul. In that great battle on the Origin continent, although they were suppressed, we don't know if that 10-winged one died or not. If it's still alive, I'm afraid Brother Lin might have trouble. The king of the Boundary Sea asked, so what do you want to do? The Beast Emperor said, I came to you because I have no way. See if you have any ideas. The king of the Boundary Sea shook his head. If I had a way, would I still be here? If any of us three could think of a way, it would definitely be that guy, the third ancestor. That guy really wants to become the guide, but this time it probably won't be his turn. He definitely won't be content. While our arrangements are already set, he might think of some ways to go in and take a look. The Beast Emperor said, even if he has a way, he won't tell us. Looks like we can only wait. The king of the Boundary Sea said, just wait. There's no use in being anxious. Chapter 3587. Chapter 3587, 3587. Chapter 3587, the third ancestor might go crazy. The king of the Boundary Sea and the Beast Emperor were waiting, but the third ancestor was getting impatient. The third ancestor was on an island covered by a formation. Even a great Dao realm being like the Beast Emperor couldn't detect it within 10,000 meters. On the island, an even more complex formation had been set up. This formation seemed to have existed for many years, emanating an aura of time. The third ancestor stood at the edge of the formation, sighing softly, I originally didn't want to use this, but now it seems I have no choice. In his hand, he held a semi-transparent jade bottle containing a drop of crimson gold blood. Though just a single drop, it felt extremely heavy in the third ancestor's hand, like a small mountain. After the formation ran for a moment, the third ancestor turned the bottle upside down, letting the blood drip out. As the blood fell into the formation, it instantly expanded, filling the formation with a bloody aura. The vast bloody aura spread in all directions, enveloping the entire small island. If not for the formation covering the island, this bloody aura would have burst out. Just one drop of blood had such power, showing how extraordinary it was. The entire island became like a sea of blood. The third ancestor stood in the middle, continuously activating the formation. A moment later, the bloody aura flowed back into the formation. In the center, a blood figure had formed. The blood figure emitted a strange, ancient aura, unlike people of the current era. The third ancestor sent out a wisp of soul-destroying power into the blood figure. Its eyes suddenly opened wide. In the next instant, the blood figure burst out of the formation, flew off the island, and shot towards the bottom of the Boundary Sea like an arrow of blood. Its speed was shocking as it flew towards the bottom of the Boundary Sea, 100,000 meters, 200,000 meters, 5 million meters. All sea creatures in its path instantly vaporized and disappeared. It broke through layer after layer of obstacles and crashed into the heaven-sealing Dao-severing formation. The formation had no reaction, allowing it to pass through. Waterstop Tinzun, who was drinking wine, suddenly paused to actually use this old man's previous life's body. That's truly unexpected. And Teres asked, what happened? Waterstop Tinzun said, the third ancestor used this old man's previous life's body, refined the essence blood, then used a blood demon formation to recreate a blood demon. The third ancestor is controlling the blood demon to enter the heaven-sealing Dao-severing formation. The heaven-sealing Dao-severing formation was set up by the world-sealing Dao Lord. The entire formation contains the world-sealing Dao Lord's will. In the formation's view, the blood demon is the world-sealing Dao Lord himself. It will block anyone else, but not the world-sealing Dao Lord. Waterstop Tinzun said softly, back when this old man died, I did search for my body and found most of it, with only some parts missing. I thought those missing parts were gone forever. I didn't expect they fell into the third ancestor's hands and were used by him. I truly miscalculated. Antares asked, with the third ancestor controlling the blood demon to enter the formation, what impact will this have on little Lin? Waterstop Tinzun said, that depends on what little Lin does. The third ancestor definitely wants to become the guide, and little Lin won't give up either. I think they will inevitably have a battle. Antares said, if it's just the blood demon, I don't think little Lin will lose. But if the third ancestor loses, I'm afraid he'll go after little Lin's forces. It seems I should go over there. Waterstop Tinzun said, although they may not necessarily fight, it's good for you to go take a look. Antares said, from what I know of little Lin, if his forces are damaged, especially if his friends and family are hurt or killed, I'm afraid he'll go crazy. At that time, it would be a disaster no less than the Origin catastrophe. Waterstop Tinzun manipulated the formation to open a passage for Antares. Go then. Let's hope it won't be as we predict. Outside the Great Vortex, the king of the Boundary Sea sensed something. The third ancestor has made his move. The Beast Emperor asked, what did he do? The king of the Boundary Sea said, I don't know, but I sensed someone else enter the formation. It must be the third ancestor. The Beast Emperor said, the third ancestor has been planning for years, even more focused than the two of us. He's determined to become the guide. If little Lin takes that position, he'll definitely be angry. I'm afraid he'll lose his reason in anger. I should go to Uedeo City to protect Little Lin's forces. The king of the Boundary Sea said, we should go. If the third ancestor goes crazy, it could be very troublesome. As they were talking, they suddenly turned to look. In the distance, a divine dragon burst out of the vortex and disappeared into the clouds. The beast emperor frowned. A great Dao realm divine dragon, it's that one from the Eastern Spirit Empire. What's he doing here? The king of the Boundary Sea said, I don't know. Judging by his direction, he's also heading back to the Eastern continent. Let's go over together. Lin Moyo eliminated wave after wave of divine pets and outer gods, clearing out the entire outer region. The map in his mind had formed a complete circle, revealing the full area covered by the heaven-sealing Dao-severing formation as circular region 20 million kilometers in diameter, comparable to an entire continent. Lin Moyo had spent a huge amount of time just to clear the outer ring. He hadn't even cleared 1/10 of the entire map yet. Lin Moyo couldn't help but sigh, this dungeon is really big. Lin Moyo was truly treating it as a dungeon to clear, with the outer gods as just monsters. By now, he had deployed over 100 billion undead troops, almost a third of his entire undead army. After clearing the outer region, the undead army began advancing inward. There are 10,100 villages near the outer region, each with about 100 two-winged outer gods and one four-winged outer god. The numbers are truly massive. There definitely weren't this many outer gods that came originally. They must have reproduced afterwards. Is the realm of gods' reproductive ability really this strong? If they can reproduce this fast, how can other races compete? Lin Moyo felt the outer gods' reproductive ability shouldn't be this strong. They were already powerful enough, starting at the Dao Venerable realm and evolving to the Great Dao realm upon success. Think about the origin continent, how difficult it was to reach the Great Dao realm, with even becoming a Dao Venerable being no easy feat. Moreover, outer gods had powerful defenses with their protective divine light. Though their attack methods were somewhat simple, the power wasn't weak. So Lin Moyo found it strange no matter how he looked at it. The Great Dao was fair if it gave outer gods such a powerful starting point. There must be some limitations. If there were no limitations at all, how could other worlds compete? But the answer to this question might only be known upon truly entering the realm of gods. Targeting the nearest village, as the undead army charged forward, the skeleton hell naturally appeared, completely enveloping the village. The hell fiends rushed out crazily. After devouring countless outer gods, the hell fiends' bodies emitted a faint light similar to the outer gods' protective divine light, but with some differences. It didn't affect the hell fiends' attacks, but enhanced their defenses. At the same time, the light had considerable devouring power like the hell fiends themselves. It was as if the hell fiends had gained many more mouths. Once they pounced on an enemy, wherever the light touched was like the hell fiends biting. By absorbing the outer gods' characteristics, they enhanced all their attacks and defenses. The outer gods and divine pets in the village launched a counterattack, but what awaited them was explosion after explosion. Chapter 3588. Chapter 3588, 3588. Chapter 3588, this old man's path wasn't entirely correct. Lin Moyo now had a vast amount of raw materials on hand, allowing him to use corpse explosion without restraint. In a series of violent explosions, the 100 two-winged outer gods in the village were wiped out in less than 2 minutes. The hell fiends of the skeleton hell feasted heartily without holding back, eating to their heart's content. Afterwards, Lin Moyo continued to recklessly explode the two-winged outer gods. The skeleton hell firmly blocked it, and with Heya there, it couldn't break through at all. Lin Moyo didn't use the corpse fragments of the four-winged outer god, only using the corpse fragments of two-winged outer gods. Now he had over 10,000 corpse fragments of two-winged outer gods on hand, which he could use freely. The corpse fragments of four-winged outer gods, of which he only had one piece, were being saved for six-winged outer gods and couldn't be used carelessly. Not only could they not be used, but he needed to continue collecting them. These villages were Lin Moyo's source for collection. After dozens of consecutive explosions, this four-winged outer god didn't even have time to groan before being blasted into tens of thousands of pieces, truly torn to pieces. Lin Moyo only kept one piece, giving the rest to the skeleton hell. Over these years, although the skeleton hell's level hadn't increased, its combat power had been steadily rising. As long as he continued to feed it, the skeleton hell could continue to grow. Perhaps by the time he entered the Great Dao realm, the skeleton hell would ascend to the heavens. A village of outer gods was completely destroyed in less than half an hour, without leaving a trace. Everything related to the outer gods was completely erased. Unless one used time reversal, it would be impossible to know that there had once been a village of outer gods here. Lin Moyo targeted another village, continuing to circle the map, sweeping inwards circle by circle, with the goal of not letting a single one escape, everyone getting a share. This method, though not highly efficient, was steady and thorough. Village after village was destroyed, and the number of four-winged outer god corpse fragments in Lin Moyo's hands gradually increased. Over 10,000 villages. This was a major project that couldn't be rushed. After destroying dozens of villages in one go, looking at the map, a large path leading to the interior had been opened. The world beyond the villages opened its doors wide to Lin Moyo. While continuing to destroy villages, teams of undead troops had already charged in to explore the interior situation. Beyond the villages were vast wilderness areas with streams, but no mountains. Lin Moyo wasn't sure if there had been mountains before, but there certainly weren't any now. In the wilderness were large numbers of outer gods. The divine pets were gone, leaving only true outer gods. These outer gods were all two-winged, with no four-winged ones seen. However, they still weren't something the undead army could handle. All the undead army could do was lure and pull monsters. Team after team of undead troops gathered these outer gods together, then brought them back for Lin Moya to deal with. At the same time, more undead troops continued to explore deeper. As the corpse fragments in his hands grew more numerous, Lin Moya's actions became bolder and wilder. He had the Legion commanders direct operations, beginning multi-threaded combat. The two-winged outer gods, though they have some intelligence, it's not strong. They still seem to act only on instinct, unlike the outer gods I've seen outside before. It must be the effect of the formation. The heaven-sealing Dao-severing formation not only sealed them here, but also made them stupid, unable to think, becoming like walking corpses. Although as their level increases, the suppression effect decreases, it still affects their consciousness. After countless years of reproduction, their numbers have greatly increased, but their threat level hasn't increased much. Enemies without intelligence and enemies with intelligence were completely different probabilities. If these outer gods had intelligence, they would have long known of his arrival and would surely attack en masse, not allowing him to defeat them one by one like now. Lin Moya knew that as long as he could continue fighting like this, there would come a day when he could clear out all the outer gods here. If there was any trouble, the only trouble might be the powerful beings among the outer gods. 6-winged, 8-winged, or even 10-winged outer gods, these would be the difficult ones to deal with. Moreover, the higher the level, the fewer their numbers. At that time, the corpse fragments in his hands might not be enough to blow up those high-level beings. Never mind, let's keep fighting for now. We'll deal with later issues later. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Lin Moya stopped thinking too much. No matter what, since he had come here, he would keep killing for now. Suddenly he looked up and saw a ball of blood-colored light flying towards him in the distance. A bloodline streaked across the sky, quickly arriving before him and condensing into human form. Lin Moya hadn't seen the blood person before, but he could recognize the soul aura emanating from it. Third ancestor, how did you come here too? Lin Moya said with a smile. Not having seen anyone for so long, now that an old acquaintance had come, Lin Moya felt a bit of joy in his heart. The third ancestor said, we all miscalculated. We didn't expect that the place to guide the great changes in heaven and earth would really be here. Lin Moya made an O sound. Have the great changes in heaven and earth begun? He had lost contact with the outside world, so he didn't know what had happened outside. The third ancestor shook his head. The great changes haven't started yet, but if you continue like this, it shouldn't be far off. Lin Moya said, then why have you come now? The third ancestor said, back then, the world-sealing Tao Lord received heaven's mandate to set up this formation, sealing the outer gods that had entered the origin continent. At that time, we thought these outer gods would have long since died in the heaven-sealing Tao-severing formation, or at least lost all combat power even if they didn't die. We never imagined they could reproduce again in the heaven-sealing Tao-severing formation, even making this place their second home. Now this old man is certain that the true guide of the great changes should be here. Lin Moya listened to the third ancestor without interrupting. The third ancestor said, this old man's arrangements weren't wrong. This old man controls spirit veins, openly as the Lu Feng Chamber of Commerce, with other forces in secret. This old man's arrangements are far greater than the Beast Emperor can compare to. To speak frankly, on the origin continent, in the eastern and southern continents, at least half of all forces have fallen into this old man's hands. Even among the demon race of the northern continent, many actually follow this old man's orders. Unfortunately, this old man's path wasn't entirely correct, missing this point. This old man is unwilling to fail. You want to become the guide, and so does this old man. Why don't we make another deal? Within the formation's seal, the strongest should be a 10-winged outer god. With your abilities, you're not yet capable of dealing with it. Besides that, there are also some 8-winged outer gods that are similarly difficult to handle. You leave the outer gods above 8 wings to this old man to deal with, and you handle the rest. After the great changes in heaven and earth are over, this old man will give you some great Tao treasures. If you have any other requests, feel free to speak up. This old man will try to satisfy them. The third ancestor said a lot, laying out his conditions. Lin Moya looked at the third ancestor with a smile, having already guessed what this old fox wanted to do. Chapter 3589. Chapter 3589, 3589. Chapter 3589, you're really ruthless. Coming all this way, the third ancestor saw the situation inside the formation. The heaven-sealing Tao-severing formation was somewhat different from what he had imagined. With his intelligence, it wasn't hard to deduce what had happened here and roughly understand the events that had taken place. Combining this with information he knew that Lin Moya might not know, the third ancestor felt he could negotiate with Lin Moya. How could Lin Moya not know what the third ancestor was planning? Just like when killing outer gods before earned great Tao rewards, the killer would naturally receive the most rewards. Even if someone had confronted the outer gods for countless years before, in the great Tao's view, their contribution was not as great as the killer's. The same principle applied inside the heaven-sealing Tao-severing formation now. No matter how many 2-winged or 4-winged outer gods were killed, in the great Tao's view, the contribution made was not as great as killing the few strongest outer gods. The reasoning was the same, so what the third ancestor wanted was to kill the strongest few himself, thereby gaining the lion's share of the rewards and becoming the guide. Lin Moya smiled at the blood figure. Third ancestor, I know what you're thinking. I'm a bit curious, what capital do you have to deal with 8-winged or even 10-winged outer gods? The third ancestor said, you don't need to worry about that. As long as you agree, this old man will naturally have a way. Lin Moya said, you're able to enter now. You must be using the world-sealing Tao Lord's essence blood, refined into a blood person, right? You don't need to deny it. The essence blood aura on you is very similar to the heaven-sealing Tao-severing formation, and you also have the aura of another layer of formation. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the blood demon refining formation. The world-sealing Tao Lord's realm was profound and power-strong, but even a drop of essence blood has its limits. Your realm is at most equivalent to an 8th grade innate soul great Tao realm. But 8 winged outer gods are at least equivalent to 6th grade innate souls, and 10 winged ones are even stronger. How will you fight them? You tell me not to ask, so I won't ask. I'll just guess. You probably have a means to perish together with a 10 winged outer god, but you can only use it once. So you want to use me as a pawn, help you deal with the other outer gods, while you take the opportunity to perish together with the 10 winged outer god, right? This way you can gain the greatest benefit, to gamble on the possibility of becoming the guide. I wonder if my guess is correct. The third ancestor, transformed into a blood demon, didn't speak, but from his expression and eyes, Lin Moya realized he had guessed correctly. If it were the third ancestor's true body here, he could control his expression and eyes well, making it hard to guess. But with the blood demon, it wasn't difficult. Lin Moya chuckled. It doesn't matter if you don't answer. The answer is already there. Do you think this deal between us is still necessary? The third ancestor was silent for a moment, then said softly, then do you know what this old man will do if we don't make this deal? Lin Moya said, you're a businessman. If the deal doesn't go through, shouldn't we part on good terms? Or do you want to fight me? The third ancestor laughed lightly, that's not impossible. Lin Moya said, then I'll continue guessing. The possibility of you directly attacking me isn't high, but you can cause trouble and disrupt my plans. But your power is limited. The power of essence blood decreases with each use, and you have no replenishment. Even if you want to cause trouble, you can't last long. I have plenty of patience and can completely wait until your power is exhausted before continuing. There's another method. You could go lure those powerful outer gods over here, but that's dangerous. However, with no other choice, you might do that. As for the great changes in heaven and earth, you want them to happen, but you don't mind waiting a bit longer. After all, you don't want me to become the guide. The third ancestor said, as expected of a little fox. You've guessed all this old man's thoughts, but there's one point you didn't mention. Don't forget, you have Uedeo City outside. Lin Moya appeared unconcerned. How could I forget? Uedeo City is my power base, with my friends and disciples inside. You can certainly attack Uedeo City, and I believe Uedeo City can't withstand you. But you should also know that if anything happens to Uedeo City, I might go crazy. The third ancestor said, even if you go crazy, what can you do? Lin Moya said, I certainly can't do anything to you, but I believe that on the origin continent, except for yourself, all your forces, all your arrangements, will be uprooted. I would rather kill 1,000 innocents than let one guilty person escape. Even if I have to slaughter the entire origin continent, I won't let any of your forces survive, not even a chicken or dog. You might say that would bring punishment from heaven and earth. I know that too. It doesn't matter. Let the punishment come. This matter started because of you, so you must bear the karma. Do you think that if things become like this, you'll still have a chance to become a Tao Lord? Lin Moya spoke calmly, as if describing the disaster the origin continent was about to face. What he said was nothing more than mutual destruction. If you don't let me live well, I'll make you suffer even more. You've schemed for countless years, all for the position of Tao Lord. If you dare to move against me, I'll forever cut off your aspirations. The third ancestor pondered for a moment. You're really ruthless. Lin Moya smiled. I've always been this way. You must have seen my killing intent before. Do you know where my killing intent comes from? In the great world, I slaughtered myriad races, countless living beings. To put it bluntly, all the living beings in the 4 continents of the origin continent combined don't match how many I've slaughtered. Also, don't forget, if I do this, someone might come looking for you. At that time, you'll have to fend for yourself. That guy doesn't really care about reason. The more the third ancestor listened, the more uncomfortable he felt. Hearing the last sentence, he felt chills down his spine. He had calculated everything, but missed one thing. Behind Lin Moya stood a super big shot. That big shot was someone he could only look up to, even if he became a Tao Lord. Even if that person just coughed once, it could take his life. Thinking back on Lin Moya's experience and actions, he suddenly realized that the origin continent probably couldn't produce a figure like Lin Moya. In other words, Lin Moya's bizarre growth speed and strange technique abilities didn't come from the origin continent. Perhaps that big shot was just using the shell of the origin continent to cultivate Lin Moya. Until now, the third ancestor finally felt some fear. He realized that he might have been blinded by the position of Tao Lord, actually thinking of competing with Lin Moya. The third ancestor said softly, everything you've done, is it all that person's intention? Lin Moya chuckled, some things can't be said, but you can think about why the world-sealing Tao Lord would allow me to enter. The third ancestor finally gave up his last bit of thought. He really wanted to become a Tao Lord, but it didn't seem worth losing his life for this ideal. After all, even if he didn't become a Tao Lord, he could still live on forever. As long as the origin continent existed, his lifespan had no end. The third ancestor valued his life and didn't want to risk it. The third ancestor sighed, in the end, I'm not a businessman. Lin Moya knew the third ancestor had backed down. He had a thought, how about this, you refine this drop of essence blood into one attack, and I'll help you deal with one powerful outer god. How's that? This way, that reward can be counted towards you, and you can also gain quite a few benefits. Chapter 3590. Chapter 3590, 3590. Chapter 3590, looking at you makes this old man irritated. The third ancestor was at a loss, having tried to scheme against Lin Moya but failing, and now Lin Moya was turning the tables on him. Lin Moya clearly knew his own strength was insufficient and dealing with powerful outer gods would be very difficult, yet he wanted to borrow the third ancestor's hand. The only difference was that Lin Moya would definitely deal with the strongest outer god himself. This way, Lin Moya could become the guide. For the slightly weaker outer gods, he could use the third ancestor's help to eliminate them. This way, Lin Moya could save effort, and the third ancestor could also gain some benefits. Though this proposal seemed like a win-win, the third ancestor knew clearly that he would have no choice in the matter. But at this point, he seemed to have no other option. What Lin Moya said was already the most beneficial choice for him. Rather than getting no benefits at all, it was better to take some benefits. As for face, it wasn't important compared to benefits. Though the third ancestor was willing in his heart, he still had to put on airs, as face still mattered somewhat. Lin Moya didn't rush him, giving the third ancestor time to consider. After a moment, the third ancestor said softly, "Can you guarantee you'll choose a powerful outer god?" Lin Moya said, "Of course. If I don't choose a strong enough outer god, wouldn't that be a waste? I've never been one to waste things." These words gave the third ancestor a way out. The third ancestor finally made his choice. "Little fox, this old man will trust you once." Lin Moya chuckled, "When have I ever broken my word?" The blood figure began to explore, quickly shrinking to become a fist-sized drop of essence blood. A wisp of the third ancestor's soul stood on the essence blood. You just need to lock onto the target and use your soul to activate the essence blood. The essence blood will then launch an attack. This attack is enough to kill a 10-winged outer god, but can only be used once. After speaking, the third ancestor's wisp of soul dissipated. Lin Moya held the essence blood in his hand, able to feel its power. This essence blood came from the world-sealing Dao Lord, who had once reached the level of a second-grade innate soul. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to single-handedly contend with the Great Dao Array sect. In the entire Great Dao Array sect, only a handful of people could surpass him. How could his essence blood not be strong? Lin Moya put away the essence blood, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. "The third ancestor is truly a good person, traveling so far to bring me a weapon. Not bad, not bad." He didn't blame the third ancestor, as there was no need. Beings like the third ancestor surely had their own calculations. Otherwise, why would they go to such lengths to enter the origin continent? Wasn't it good staying in the outer sky Great Dao? It was all to gamble on a future, to gamble for the position of Dao Lord. When someone affected his chance at becoming Dao Lord, how could the third ancestor easily let it go? The Great Dao struggle was dangerous, and the position of Dao Lord also required competition. Cutting off someone's cultivation path was no different from killing their parents. It was a blood feud. Putting away the essence blood, Lin Moya continued methodically, carrying on with his battle plan. He wasn't in a hurry, slowly boiling the frog, clearing out all the outer gods here. What seemed like large-scale battles were actually composed of many small skirmishes when broken down. Starting small to achieve big, first small victories, then big victories. The heaven-sealing Dao-severing formation had existed for countless years, and the origin continent had also recovered for countless years. A bit more time didn't matter. The third ancestor returned to the eastern continent. On the way back, he suddenly had a feeling and went to Uedeo City. 100 million kilometers outside Uedeo City, a powerful formation covered the land. The third ancestor naturally didn't take this formation seriously, but whoever set up this formation could be considered an excellent formation master. He knew this formation was Lin Moya's handiwork, and couldn't help but sigh at Lin Moya's astonishing attainment in formations. The third ancestor sensed several auras and said loudly, "Come out, all of you. Don't hide." The Beast Emperor and the King of the Boundary Sea revealed themselves in the void. The Beast Emperor smiled, "You really came." The third ancestor snorted lightly, "Don't think this old man doesn't know what you're doing. Rest assured, I won't make a move against Uedeo City." The Beast Emperor chuckled, "Is it that you don't want to move, or you don't dare to move?" The third ancestor snorted lightly, "Do you dare to move?" The Beast Emperor said, "I am me, you are you. This Emperor asks you, why do you counter-question this Emperor?" The King of the Boundary Sea said, all right. As long as no one makes a move, there won't be trouble." The third ancestor's gaze passed over the two and looked into the distance. Why did he come too? In the third ancestor's gaze, Antares was hidden in the clouds, his gaze falling seemingly carelessly, but full of warning. The King of the Boundary Sea said, "He arrived before us and has been here without saying a word." The third ancestor said, "He has a deep relationship with young friend Lin, must be an old acquaintance. I don't know which great Dao divine dragon he is from the dragon race. Anyway, this old man doesn't plan to make a move, so let it be." The Beast Emperor said, "If you're not making a move, why did you come here?" The third ancestor snorted, "Can't I come to see you? Now that I've seen you, you can scram back to the northern continent." Looking at you makes this old man irritated. He knew his plan had failed and he couldn't become the guide anymore, so his mood was somewhat gloomy. The three left, but Antares didn't leave. He still stayed to guard Uedeo City, just in case. Now on the origin continent, there were several great Dao realm beings. The third ancestor, Beast Emperor, King of the Boundary Sea, Yinshan, and Zimun from the ancient Lotus Holy Land in his view. None of them were good, all needed to be guarded against. Time passed year by year, getting closer to the great changes in heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. In the recent 20 to 30 years, children born on the origin continent had increasingly strong talents. Several holy bodies, once rarely seen, had appeared. The various sects of the southern continent continuously received satisfactory disciples, all saying their legacies would continue. Not only newborns, but the older generation's cultivation was also constantly breaking through. Those ancestors who had bought breakthrough methods from the third ancestor had been breaking through one after another in the past 10 years. Although they hadn't truly entered the Great Tao realm, they had become pseudo-Great Tao realm beings with no worries about lifespan. Only a few who knew the inside story knew this was a sign that the great changes in heaven and earth were about to come. The Great Tao's suppression of heaven and earth was gradually decreasing. Even the Taiyang and Taiyin origins were much brighter than before, and the origin power they shed was far greater than before. Those lands in the origin continent without origin spirit veins to suppress them had stabilized a lot in recent years, no longer so wild. Various changes were taking place imperceptibly. In Uedao City, someone finally broke through to the Tao Venerable realm. And it wasn't just one person, several broke through at once. The first batch, including Hao Tao Venerable and others, simultaneously broke through to the Tao Venerable realm, becoming the earliest to reach Tao Venerable among those who came from the Great World. After they broke through to the Tao Venerable realm, the human emperor called them together and passed down the Tao pattern cultivation method that Lin Moyo had left behind. They wouldn't cultivate the soul path, but directly embark on the Tao pattern path. Lin Moyo was always generous to his own people, never holding anything back. In the heaven-sealing Dao-severing formation, Lin Moyo spent 100 years finally clearing several more circles. Tens of thousands of villages were leveled by him, completely erasing the aura of the outer gods. His actions finally attracted the attention of the outer gods. When he wanted to advance further, a huge army of outer gods suddenly attacked. Chapter 3591. Chapter 3591, 3591. Chapter 3591. Numbers really can't make up the difference. The intelligence of the outer gods was suppressed by the formation, reducing them to almost mindless zombies with only instincts, unable to think. However, outer gods with 4 wings or more, due to their sufficient power, could resist part of the formation's suppression, so they still possessed some intelligence. But that intelligence was too weak, like that of a 3 to 4 year old child, not very useful. Most of the time, 4-winged outer gods also acted on instinct, unable to think about what they should do. As Lin Moyo killed his way through, destroying many villages and slaying tens of thousands of 4-winged outer gods, he observed this situation closely. It wasn't until the 6-winged outer gods that true intelligence appeared. They could finally think and take initiative to do things. 6-winged outer gods were equivalent to 7th grade innate soul Great Tao realm beings, no longer considered weak. Even among the outer god forces, they were main combat forces. That they could resist the formation and have their own thoughts was quite normal. So when the 6-winged outer gods discovered the situation in the villages and gathered a large army, Lin Moyo wasn't surprised at all. Rather, he felt this was how it should be. Since he entered the formation, so much time had passed without the outer gods ever resisting him. He was getting bored, so this would be a good chance for a real battle. But there was one issue that Lin Moyo still couldn't understand. He always felt there shouldn't be so many outer gods. He didn't know exactly how many outer gods were sealed back then, but even after so many years, they shouldn't have reproduced this much. Lin Moyo always trusted his intuition. If outer gods had such reproductive ability, the outcome of the origin catastrophe back then might have been different. Under his undead eye, the outer god army all turned into soul flames. The strength and numbers of the army were laid bare. 1 6-winged, 100 4-winged, 10,000 2-winged. This should be the composition model of an outer god legion. It looks quite reasonable, but unfortunately the numbers. Compared to the undead army in numbers, it was like a drop in the ocean, worlds apart. Even if the undead army's combat power wasn't as good as the outer gods, with the numerical advantage, they could at least hold out for a long time. 10,000 versus 100 billion, a difference of 10 million times. Even if the undead army just stood there to be killed, it would take a long time. And that time was enough for Lin Moyo to blow them up. Against divine pets, the undead army was a powerful slaughter machine. Against outer gods, the undead army was a solid meat shield. Lin Moyo took the enemy seriously, summoning 5,000 legion commanders. The commanders led their dragon cavalry legions, totaling 50 billion. In addition, there were another 50 billion skeleton god generals, all under the command of the legion commanders. The undead army filled the sky and covered the ground, occupying every corner for hundreds of kilometers around. It had become a world of the undead army. Over 100 billion undead troops pressed forward like dark clouds, without a single gap. Behind the undead army were 3,000 skeleton kings. The skeleton kings moved out together to provide support for the undead army. The more skeleton kings, the greater the boost to the undead army. Lin Moyo's body emanated an origin aura. With the support of the Yin-Yang origin, the origin technique was almost constantly active. At the same time, the origin aura greatly stimulated the outer gods. Facing the undead army, the outer god army charged forward frantically. The two sides collided violently. The undead troops at the very front died in large numbers instantly. Countless dragon cavalry and skeleton god generals turned to dust on the spot. Wherever the outer gods went, both dragon cavalry and skeleton god generals were utterly destroyed. The protective divine light of the outer gods gathered together like a huge ball of light, charging straight through. The 6-winged outer god flapped its wings, condensing 6 giant swords of light, sweeping across the battlefield. In an instant, it cleared out 1,000 meters of space alone, inflicting countless casualties on the undead army. The gap in strength. Lin Moyo murmured softly. This was the gap in strength that numbers couldn't make up for. Although the undead army had enough numbers, if this great battle continued, they would eventually be slaughtered. When the realm gap was too large, numbers really couldn't make up the difference. Moreover, the enemy could attack or retreat at will, and Lin Moyo couldn't stop them even if he wanted to. Now even with the numerical advantage, they couldn't hold out for long. The formation would be pierced through, and the outer gods were fully capable of striking at the heart. Lin Moyo witnessed the combat power of the six-winged outer gods, which was a huge improvement over the four-winged ones. This improvement could be fully correlated to the Great Tao realm. From the outer gods, he could roughly see the corresponding combat power of the Great Tao realm. The outer gods' attack methods are very simple. The Great Tao they use seems to be the divine light Great Tao, but it also incorporates power from the metal Great Tao of the five elements. The protective divine light should be the divine light Great Tao, incorporating power from the earth Great Tao of the five elements. It seems the power of outer gods should come from the divine light Great Tao. After so many years of interaction, Lin Moyo had seen clearly the root of the outer gods' power. Their power was very singular. So far he hadn't seen any other attributes of power. The divine light Great Tao also existed on the origin continent, so outer gods could exert their full combat power on the origin continent. Seeing the outer god forces killing their way into the undead army, constantly charging towards him, the leading six-winged outer god also understood the principle of capturing the leader first. It didn't bother with the undead army, but came straight for Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo pointed a finger, and the skeleton hell appeared in the rear half of the outer god army. The skeleton hell cut the complete outer god army into two parts. The six-winged outer god immediately turned to attack the skeleton hell. Heiya rushed out from the skeleton hell, colliding head-on with the six-winged outer god. Heaven and earth shook violently, space cracked open, and Heiya was sent flying back with a dragon's roar, its body badly damaged. As Heiya flew backwards, it was cut into several pieces by the sword condensed by the six-winged outer god. In one collision, Heiya was utterly defeated. With Heiya's strength just entering the Great Tao realm, it was no match for the six-winged outer god at all, but it had completed its task. At the moment of collision, it helped Lin Moyo lock onto the target. Boom! An explosion sounded, and the six-winged outer god was engulfed in a violent blast. Over the years, Lin Moyo had accumulated a large number of four-winged outer god corpse fragments, which he used to deal with six-winged outer gods. There was a huge difference in strength between four-winged and six-winged, but as long as they could be injured by the explosion, numbers could be stacked. Stack up enough numbers, and they could eventually be blown up. In one explosion, Lin Moyo saw wounds appear on the six-winged outer god's body. The wounds weren't large, but blood was visible. That'll do, Lin Moyo said to himself, knowing his guess wasn't wrong. Using four-winged outer god corpses as raw material was enough to blow up six-winged outer gods. It was just a matter of more explosions. Corpse explosion was very unreasonable, ignoring the outer god's protective divine light and exploding directly on their bodies. Explosion after explosion, without end, unstoppable. The six-winged outer god's flesh and blood flew everywhere, its wings broken, screaming incessantly. After over 100 violent explosions, its consciousness sank into darkness as it was blown to pieces. Chapter 3592. Chapter 3592, 3592. Chapter 3592, The Power of Faith in the Statue. Lin Moyo was now fully treating the outer gods as a dungeon to clear. His experience was very similar to clearing dungeons in the small world thousands of years ago. The six-winged outer god was just a slightly tougher mini-boss, not really anything special. Before dealing with it, Lin Moyo had done thorough preparation and gathered enough materials. This large-scale battle seemed massive, but in reality it was just a matter of Lin Moyo lifting his hand. The undead army appeared to suffer heavy casualties, but there weren't actually many deaths. The undying undead could be revived, and the legion commanders would choose the right time to revive them. Throughout the entire battle, if anyone suffered the most, it was Heiyo. In order to help Lin Moyo lock onto the six-winged outer god, it personally went as bait and ended up cut into several pieces, taking a while to recover. The flesh and blood of the six-winged outer god wasn't easy to digest. The hell fiends chewed for a long time before finally digesting it. For the skeleton hell, the flesh of a six-winged outer god was great nourishment. Lin Moyo had a feeling that the faint light on the hell fiends had become stronger, and the overall defense of the skeleton hell had also increased somewhat. Even though it had already reached the peak of the 9th level of Dao Venerable Realm and seemed to have no room for improvement, it had still managed to improve a bit. It seems the skeleton hell hasn't truly reached its limit yet, there's still some room for improvement. In that case, keep eating and see how far it can improve. There were still many outer gods here that could become nourishment for the skeleton hell, contributing to its growth. After eliminating this army of outer gods, Lin Moyo advanced deeper into the interior. By now, the circle on the map had expanded considerably. Over a third of the entire sealed world had been explored. A town appeared on the map, much larger in scale than the previous villages. In the town were inverted triangular buildings, much larger than before. They weren't for nurturing divine pets, but contained outer gods inside. On top of the triangular buildings were altars belonging to four-winged outer gods. In the center of the town stood an altar hundreds of meters high. In front of the altar was a statue of an outer god. The statue was as tall as the altar, lifelike, with 22 wings on its back. According to the outer god's system, each additional pair of wings represented a higher realm. 18 wings would be equivalent to a first-grade innate soul Great Tao realm expert in the origin continent. So 20 or 22 wings would be even stronger. Those stronger than first-grade innate souls should be Tao lords. Lin Moyo looked at the statue. 20 wings should be equivalent to a Tao lord of an ordinary Great Tao, so 22 wings would be a Tao lord of an origin Great Tao. It seems this should be the strongest among the outer gods. 22 wings, with this strength, is indeed inferior to the origin continent. No wonder they had to join forces with the Black Blood Realm and find several cannon fodder worlds to attack the origin continent together. As Lin Moya thought this, the undead army had already invaded the town. The outer god army that had just battled him came from this town. Now there were no powerful outer gods left in the town. The few outer gods remaining in the town were insignificant. The triangular buildings opened, and some outer gods and divine pets rushed out, only to become food for the skeleton hell. The triangular buildings continuously collapsed, and this simple town quickly became ruins. The skeleton hell swept through, with the hell fiends eating everything and erasing all traces left by the outer gods. When the undead army reached the statue in the center of town, the statue suddenly burst with brilliant light. A phantom of an outer god appeared. Though the statue had 22 wings, the phantom it produced didn't have 22 wings. The phantom was only an 8-winged outer god. Though it had one more pair of wings, its power was even weaker than the 6-winged one just killed. Lin Moya didn't take it seriously at all. The skeleton hell enveloped it, quickly locking on, followed by continuous explosions. After over a dozen explosions, the statue collapsed and the seemingly 8-winged outer god phantom dissipated into smoke. As it disappeared, Lin Moya faintly heard an angry roar. Lin Moya knew there was indeed an 8-winged outer god behind this statue. It had left a trace of its will in the statue, constantly receiving worship from its people here. From the collapsed statue fragments, Lin Moya could still sense the aura of faith power. Unexpectedly, outer gods also like faith power. It seems this faith power isn't as simple as imagined. Perhaps there are some secrets within it. Lin Moya hadn't deeply researched faith power. He also hadn't expected outer gods to use faith power, which was quite surprising. If there's a chance in the future, he could research it. There might be some unexpected surprises. Just an hour later, this town had completely vanished from the world. Lin Moya left without looking back, disappearing without a trace. Since the 8-winged outer god had discovered him, he would slip away. He didn't want to directly confront the 8-winged outer god yet. He preferred to advance step by step, level by level. When he had enough materials on hand, he would go cause trouble for the 8-winged outer god. No rush, Lin Moya was very patient. Lin Moya flew quickly along the map, traveling very far this time. He passed through half the area, arriving before another town. Lin Moya's sudden arrival alarmed the outer gods in the town. A 6-winged outer god led an army to attack. The undead army deployed again, working with the skeleton hell to clear out the outer gods. Facing the well-prepared Lin Moya, the outer god army was quickly wiped out. The leading 6-winged outer god was reduced to ashes under hundreds of corpse explosions. There was also a statue in the town. Lin Moya cleared out the entire town first, then dealt with the statue last. Using the same method to quickly resolve the statue, Lin Moya left without looking back, searching for the next target. Each target was very far apart. Lin Moya wouldn't give the enemy a chance to chase. There were many towns in this area, enough for him to choose from and clear one by one. Clearing east and west like this, the efficiency was much slower but very stable. Finally, after clearing over 100 towns, the outer gods in the towns disappeared. He searched 5 towns in a row with the same situation. The outer gods in the towns had vanished without a trace. Not only were the outer gods gone, even the statues in the towns had disappeared. When leaving, the outer gods had taken the statues, leaving only empty towns. There's faith power in the statues, seems they couldn't bear to part with it. What use does faith power have for outer gods? They seem to value it highly. The outer gods who left should be gathering to prepare for a big battle with me. Lin Moya didn't care about this. He continued with his original plan, clearing out towns. Besides killing outer gods, erasing all traces of their existence was also a very important task. Town after town disappeared under the Hellfiends devouring, leaving no remnants. Finally, after clearing out most of the towns, Lin Moya saw the outer gods' army. Chapter 3593. Chapter 3593, 3593. Chapter 3593, The Great Daorai Sect is finished. Looking at the army of outer gods, Lin Moya revealed a faint smile. Under the formation's suppression, the outer gods lacked intelligence and were defeated one by one. But this decision somewhat exceeded expectations. At the head of the army was a 10-winged outer god. This outer god emanated a terrifying aura, its gaze coldly fixed on Lin Moya. Behind it were 10 8-winged outer gods. Further back were 100 6-winged outer gods, followed by 4-winged and 2-winged ones. In addition, there were over 1,000,000 divine pets. The divine pets were just cannon fodder. The 2-winged and 4-winged outer gods were the main force of the army. There were hundreds of thousands of 2-winged outer gods and thousands of 4-winged ones. This is going to be the decisive battle. It seems all the outer gods are here now. If we win this battle, the great changes in heaven and earth will officially begin. Lin Moya had a feeling this would be the most important battle for the origin continent to initiate the great changes. As long as they could win this battle, the origin continent could return to its peak state. If they lost this battle, who knows how long they'd have to wait for the next chance. Over these years, although the heaven-sealing Dao-severing formation sealed the outer gods, it gave them a chance to recover and reproduce. No one expected the outer gods to reproduce so quickly. If this continued, their numbers would keep increasing until they filled the entire formation space. Lin Moya believed these outer gods must also be thinking of ways to break through the formation seal. The leading 10-winged outer god's eyes were no longer dull. It could think, had intelligence, and would find ways. Lin Moya's mind quickly flashed through the villages and towns he had seen since entering, those tall altars. Combining the map in his mind, he discovered some clues. Those altar statues do seem a bit like some kind of formation, probably belonging to the outer gods. They've been trying to break through the heaven-sealing Dao-severing formation, but have never succeeded. But as long as they keep at it, with their numbers growing and strength increasing, they'll break through the formation one day. If that happens, it will be another great disaster for the origin continent. There may not necessarily be a second world-sealing Dao Lord to seal them again. Now they haven't broken through yet, but just the leaked power has already caused anomalies in a vast sea area. Lin Moya suddenly realized something. The heaven-sealing Dao-severing formation set up by the world-sealing Dao Lord back then definitely wasn't like it is now. The heaven-sealing Dao-severing formation should have been able to suppress all the outer gods' intelligence and thoughts, turning them into mindless zombies. As long as these outer gods lost their intelligence, the divine pets would eventually die out due to lifespan issues. Once the divine pets died out completely, the outer gods' reproduction would come to a complete end. Moreover, outer gods without intelligence, only instinct, couldn't possibly build villages and towns of this scale, let alone try to break through the formation. All these problems stemmed from the Great Dao Array sect. The formation masters of the Great Dao Array sect tampered with the heaven-sealing Dao-severing formation, creating loopholes. This allowed the strongest outer gods to regain their intelligence. Once they regained intelligence, they naturally planned how to escape. Escape required enormous power, so they would order their subordinates to start reproducing, building villages and towns, setting up formations belonging to the realm of gods, and collecting faith power. The weaker outer gods, though lacking self-awareness and intelligence, would still follow orders. Whatever they were told to do, they would do. The formation originally meant to seal them instead became their best breeding ground. It was indeed somewhat laughable. The culprit behind all this was the Great Dao Array sect. Back then, the world-sealing Dao Lord knew the Great Dao Array sect had tampered with it, and he allowed it. He also knew that after the tampering, the formation would have flaws and some changes would occur inside, but he still allowed it. And afterwards, he chose to commit suicide, completely severing his karmic ties with the heaven-sealing Dao-severing formation. All karma would be borne by the Great Dao Array sect. This matter caused extreme harm to the Great Dao of the origin continent. The world-sealing Dao Lord was dead, so the Great Dao couldn't find anyone. In the end, it would all be counted against the Great Dao Array sect. Lin Moya knew that once the problems here were resolved and the great changes began, the Great Dao Array sect would be finished. Not just punished as previously thought, but truly finished. The world-sealing Dao Lord was ruthless. Lin Moya sighed inwardly. Someone who dared to single-handedly confront the Great Dao Array sect couldn't be kind-hearted. The Great Dao Array sect was completely schemed to death by him, dead beyond dead. But what did this have to do with him? The Great Dao Array sect had no favors and only enmity with him. Their downfall wasn't a bad thing for him. Moreover, Lin Moya felt the world-sealing Dao Lord's schemes weren't just this much. After his death, he reincarnated as Waterstop Tianzun, surely with deeper plans. These big shots were all scheming back and forth. Compared to the world-sealing Dao Lord, the third ancestor and Beast Emperor seemed somewhat lacking. As he pondered, the outer god army had already charged over. The undead army, under the Legion commander's direction, also launched their attack. This time, the entire undead army was deployed. Except for some left with Lillian in the western continent, all other undead troops were summoned. Nearly 200 billion troops firmly occupied the heavens and earth. In terms of numbers, the outer god army of just a few million was nothing. But in terms of real combat power, the nearly 200 billion undead troops seemed somewhat inadequate. The two armies collided. The outer god army was like a blade, tearing through the defensive net formed by the undead army. The 10-winged outer god released dazzling light from its entire body, like the Taiyang origin. Wherever the light reached, the undead army was completely incinerated. A huge gap was torn in the undead army. The 10-winged outer god charged straight for Lin Moya. Lin Moya retreated, moving away from the battlefield. At the same time, he pointed a finger, and the skeleton hell appeared on the battlefield. Heia charged out, rushing towards the 10-winged outer god like a suicide attack. But before it could get close, it was already engulfed in flames like the undead army. Even the skeleton hell couldn't escape, quickly catching fire. Fortunately, after devouring many outer gods, the skeleton hell had gained the characteristics of protective divine light and could hold on for a while. Heio, covered in flames, crashed into an 8-winged outer god. The 8-winged outer god flapped its wings, transforming into a sword, and swiftly cut Heio into pieces. From the skeleton hell, countless hell fiends rushed over. Though none could reach the outer gods, they all suffered attacks from the outer gods. Success! The lock-on was complete. Lin Moya moved the skeleton hell out of the battlefield with a thought, while taking out the essence blood ball left by the third ancestor and activating it with his soul. The essence blood ball shot over with a bloody light, piercing through the protective divine light and entering the outer god's battle formation, instantly killing an 8-winged outer god. The 8-winged outer god's soul was annihilated as it fell from the sky. The essence blood ball killed so quickly that even Lin Moya couldn't react in time. The third ancestor's methods are indeed extraordinary. Lin Moya chuckled softly, using this 8-winged outer god's corpse as raw material to perform corpse explosion. He simultaneously locked onto 5 8-winged outer gods. 10 drops of ancestral water flew out, landing on the technique star. Faith power burned fiercely, enhancing the technique's power to the extreme. Chapter 3594. Chapter 3594, 3594. Chapter 3594. It's been a while since I've exploded like this. Lin Moya had no problem exploding 2 at once, having tried it many times. In the previous massacres, Lin Moya repeatedly tested the limits of corpse explosion. The limit was exploding 4 at once, with no possibility of failure. If he tried to explode 5 simultaneously, there was a chance of failure, unable to kill all 5. But this time, Lin Moya used 10 drops of ancestral water, plus faith power. With these two enhancements, the technique's power would increase greatly, so exploding 5 at once shouldn't be a problem. Boom! 5 explosions, but only one sound. 5 8-winged outer gods died on the spot, without even a chance to groan. There were only 10 8-winged outer gods in total. 1 was killed by the essence blood ball, 5 were blown up in one corpse explosion, leaving only 4. Lin Moya didn't hold back at all, quickly locking onto them for another round of spectacular explosions. 4 outer gods comparable to 6th grade and 8th soul Great Tao realm beings were killed cleanly and decisively, without even a chance to resist. 10 8-winged outer gods died within 2 seconds, greatly weakening the entire outer god army's combat power. The leading 10-winged outer god's eyes were full of shock. It couldn't understand what had happened, why its 10 strongest subordinates had died just like that, but there was no chance for it to figure things out. Explosion after explosion bloomed like fireworks among the outer god ranks. Lin Moya said it had been a long time since he'd exploded so satisfyingly. The last time he exploded like this was when clearing dungeons in the small world. In the great world, the enemies he faced were either too weak or too few in number. He hadn't been able to explode to his heart's content for a long time. Today, he could explode to his full satisfaction. It's been so long since I've exploded like this. How refreshing. At this moment, Lin Moya truly felt like he was back in the small world clearing dungeons. He had thought before that the small world seemed deliberately designed. Many scenarios he encountered later in the human world and origin continent seemed to have appeared in the small world before. It was as if someone intentionally let him experience events that would happen in the future, allowing him to accumulate experience. This method was indeed very effective. The dungeons of the small world and the secret realms of the great world actually had some commonalities. The image of the green-robed old man unconsciously appeared in his mind again. It was all you, wasn't it, green-robed old man? Lin Moya thought to himself, cursing him first regardless of whether it was true or not. Explosion sounds rumbled endlessly, filling the battlefield. The entire battle became a fireworks show, except the fireworks were made of flesh and blood instead of gunpowder. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, covering the entire battlefield. The skeleton hell returned to the battlefield, with hell fiends devouring flesh and blood to strengthen themselves. The 10-winged outer god was stunned, unable to comprehend what was happening. The army that took countless years to breed was just gone like this? Lin Moya understood its expression. Though they couldn't communicate verbally, eyes don't lie. Sometimes, lacking intelligence has its benefits. At least there's no worry or fear. Thinking this, his hands didn't stop. Corpse explosion after corpse explosion was thrown out, the flesh and blood fireworks continuing. 10 minutes later, it finally quieted down. Of the million-strong outer god army, only one remained. The 10-winged outer god became a lone commander, staring blankly at everything, unable to react for a moment. While it was dazed, the undead army wouldn't stand idle. They silently surrounded it completely. The skeleton god generals and dragon cavalry that had died earlier were all revived now. Nearly 200 billion undead troops surrounded the 10-winged outer god, forming who knows how many layers. Lin Moya clapped his hands. 200 billion against 1, even with a huge power difference, they could wear it out through sheer numbers. Even if they couldn't do much to it, at least it wouldn't be able to escape. The 10-winged outer god finally reacted, roaring repeatedly, its voice full of hatred. Flames ignited in its protective divine light. Any skeleton god general or dragon cavalry that touched it died instantly. The 10-winged outer god charged towards Lin Moya like a madman, but it was already submerged in the undead sea, unable to break out. It couldn't even find Lin Moya's exact location. Its lock on Lin Moya had long been severed. The Legion commanders jointly controlled the undead sea. The undead sea wasn't a real sea, it could move. Wherever the 10-winged outer god charged, the undead sea rolled there, keeping it forever at the center of the encirclement. Lin Moya wasn't in a hurry. He'd play along, wearing it out through exhaustion if nothing else. The skeleton hell finally had its fill. With a spatial distortion, the skeleton hell re-entered the battlefield, enveloping the 10-winged outer god. The skeleton hell's entire body emitted a faint light, resisting the 10-winged outer god's flames. Through the skeleton hell's special properties, Lin Moya firmly locked onto it. A large number of corpse fragments appeared beside him, from the recently killed 8-winged, 6-winged, 4-winged, and 2-winged outer gods, numbering over 1 million. Locking onto it, corpse explosion began its performance once again. The explosion sounds that had just died down moments ago started up again, this time non-stop. Regardless of whether it worked or not, Lin Moya's principle was to explode first and ask questions later, starting with the weakest. Corpse explosion using 2-winged outer god fragments didn't have much effect, completely ignored by the 10-winged outer god. Then 4-winged ones weren't much better. The power increased significantly, but was still ignored, until 6-winged outer god fragments turned to dust, finally causing some damage. The 10-winged outer god shuddered violently in the explosion, a finger-sized hole appearing on its body. The damage wasn't great, just a tiny bit, but it was enough to give Lin Moya hope. Once Lin Moya found it effective, he never stopped. One after another, he had hundreds of 6-winged outer god materials and didn't hold back at all, using them freely. As long as it could kill the enemy, it was worth it. Explosions sounded non-stop. The 10-winged outer god was blasted so much it could barely maintain its form, staggering. Blood sprayed from its wounds. It roared and screamed incessantly, but to no avail. At this point, Lin Moya had plenty of ways to kill it. If corpse explosion wasn't enough, he still had the disaster scepter. As long as he found the right moment, he didn't believe he couldn't smash it to death. In explosion after explosion, flesh and blood flew from its body, its soul growing weaker. It was injured, and its injuries were getting worse. Strike while the iron is hot. Lin Moya kicked it while it was down, exploding even harder. After using up hundreds of 6-winged outer god fragments, he immediately switched to 8-winged outer god fragments. There were only 8 8-winged outer god fragments, but it was already severely injured. He calculated it should be enough. After 8 consecutive explosions, the 10-winged outer god's body shattered, on the verge of death. It still wasn't dead. What tenacious vitality! Lin Moya was somewhat surprised. Though not dead, it had no strength left to resist. Even its protective divine light was almost shattered. The skeleton hell took the stage, with hell fiends pouncing on it, frantically biting. The newly recovered Heia rushed out, biting down on it, dragon teeth grinding forcefully. Chapter 3595. Chapter 3595, 3595. Chapter 3595, Sacrifice. Blasted to the brink of death, the 10-winged outer god's last bit of life was finally harvested by the skeleton hell. The 10-winged outer god was very strong. Lin Moyo had to use almost all his methods except the disaster scepter, even depleting all the accumulated corpse explosion raw materials, to barely kill it. Hopefully there won't be any 12-winged outer gods, Lin Moyo muttered softly as a piece of the 10-winged outer god's flesh fell into his hand. The rest was devoured by the hell fiends and Heio. For the skeleton hell, this was an extremely sumptuous feast, second only to the blood-red Great Tao among all its grand banquets. The special abilities contained within the outer gods were also digested and absorbed, becoming abilities of the skeleton hell. Everything in the skeleton hell, including the Higambana, now emitted a hazy glow. Without an increase in realm, the skeleton hell's combat power had still increased by at least 20%. While cleaning up the battlefield, hundreds of billions of undead troops dispersed and flew deeper into the area. Most of this area had now been explored, with only the last third remaining. Lin Moya felt that the outer god's main force had already been deployed. Any more outer gods encountered would at most be just a few stragglers, no longer a threat. Though he thought this, there was still a faint unease in his heart. The unease came from the outer god statues. The statue was of a 22-winged outer god, a terrifying existence comparable to the Tao Lord of an origin Great Tao. He wasn't very clear on the significance of the statue's existence, whether it was purely for worship and commemoration, or if it had other uses. The answer would soon be revealed. The ground ahead was vast and flat, as if deliberately smoothed, with traces of artificial polishing. On the ground stood altar after altar. The altars seemed to form a special pattern, continuously extending towards the center. The closer to the center, the taller and grander the altars became. The outer altars were only 100 meters tall, but they grew progressively higher. Before even reaching the center, the altars had exceeded 1,000 meters and were still growing larger. After Lin Moyo arrived, he saw some special traces left by the statues beside the altars, indicating that there had previously been outer god statues next to the altars. But now, they had been moved away. This discovery made Lin Moyo more certain that the statues likely had other uses. Since the altars appeared, there were no more villages or towns. The undead army still advanced inward in circles according to the previous plan. No outer gods were encountered along the way, as if all the outer gods had already died. Until they reached the center, where an enormous palace appeared in view. In the undead eye, there were many soul flames inside and outside the palace. The owners of these soul flames were all outer gods, numbering over 100,000. Additionally, the outside of the palace was filled with statues that had been moved here from various towns, villages, and altars. The outer gods seemed to be performing some kind of ritual, kneeling and kowtowing towards the palace one by one. They continuously made strange sounds from their mouths. Though incomprehensible, the sounds contained a certain rhythm. Seeing this scene, Lin Moya's heart skipped a beat, feeling that something not good was about to happen. Then, several statues suddenly emitted strong light, flowing like water into the palace. Inside the palace, a powerful aura was awakening. This palace was somewhat special, filled with the power of the Great Tao. The undead eye couldn't penetrate it to see the interior situation. Lin Moya didn't think much and immediately rushed over, while ordering the nearest undead troops to attack the palace. No matter what ritual these outer gods were performing or what they were trying to do, it certainly couldn't be anything good. The undead army charged towards the palace but was blocked by an invisible force when still 10,000 meters away. This force had no offensive power, just like an invisible wall preventing the undead army from advancing an inch. The undead army continuously attacked, but all attacks were like cows entering the sea, not causing even a ripple. The ritual continued, with statue after statue turning into streams of light entering the palace. The aura in the palace grew stronger and stronger. Lin Moyo arrived and pointed a finger, naturally sending out the skeleton hell. Countless hell fiends pounced on the invisible wall, frantically gnawing. The hell fiends truly ate anything, even invisible walls, though the eating speed was somewhat slow. Heia rushed out with dragon roars, its tail lashing out like a whip against the invisible wall. But its attacks were equally ineffective, all blocked. Even the dragon scales on Heia's tail cracked, unable to do anything to the invisible wall. The invisible wall had no offensive power, and the skeleton hell couldn't use it to lock onto the outer gods inside and outside the palace. Lin Moya tried to send his soul power over but was also blocked. Unable to break through, he could only watch helplessly as more and more statues turned into streams of light. The palace's aura grew increasingly powerful, waves of pressure emanating. The being inside the palace was about to awaken. Lin Moya could see that these outer god statues were actually carriers of faith power. Through some special ritual method, the outer gods had turned faith power into strength, awakening one of their beings. Based on the properties of faith power, this awakening should be temporary. Once the faith power was exhausted, the being would fall back into slumber. so his battle strategy should focus on stalling. But what happened next exceeded Lin Moya's expectations. The ritual continued, with fewer and fewer statues remaining until they were all depleted. The being in the palace still hadn't awakened. Clearly, the faith power in these statues wasn't enough for it to revive. Then, one by one, the outer gods themselves turned into streams of light, rushing into the palace. The outer gods sacrificed themselves just to revive the being in the palace. 100,000 outer gods, equivalent to 100,000 great Tao realm beings. Their combined power was astonishing. The palace rumbled incessantly, waves of pressure emanating, making it hard to breathe. Lin Moya's brow furrowed slightly. He could see that this palace itself was a powerful treasure, and the being slumbering inside the palace must be even more powerful. It should be more than 12 wings, at least 14 wings. 14 wings were equivalent to a third-grade innate soul great Tao realm being, a top expert in the heavenly Tao realm. Using all his methods, he couldn't possibly fight a 14-winged outer god. Even with the disaster scepter, it would be very difficult. He simply couldn't get close. But at this point, this battle couldn't be avoided. Lin Moya willed the disaster scepter to appear in his hand, looking at its 3 gems. It's up to you now. The only thing he could rely on now was the disaster scepter. Perhaps the balance gem could have an effect. If it could balance down the opponent's realm, there would be no need to fight. If not, this would really be troublesome. 100,000 outer gods completed their sacrifice. The palace burst with dazzling light, and the invisible wall disappeared. From within the palace, an outer god slowly flew out. The palace rapidly shrank and transformed, finally becoming golden armor worn by the outer god. Lin Moya's eyes narrowed sharply. 16 wings. I created a Discord channel. I don't use Discord much, but I kept seeing requests for one, so I decided to set it up. .gg/5fnkpcgh. Chapter 3596. Chapter 3596, 3596. Chapter 3596, One Sword to Sever the Soul. The result was even worse than expected. Lin Moya had already tried to imagine the worst outcome, but the outer god before him wasn't 14-winged, but 16-winged. A 16-winged outer god was equivalent to a second-grade innate soul great Tao realm being. The gap between himself and the opponent was countless realms apart, making it impossible to fight. The difference in levels and increase in strength wasn't linear, but grew exponentially. Especially for the later realms, each realm difference meant an earth-shattering change in strength. Lin Moya sensed danger, his intuition constantly warning him. His current situation was extremely perilous. Even with 200 billion undead troops as a shield, they couldn't protect him. Since he began cultivating, he had encountered countless dangers big and small, but none compared to now. Who knew why such a powerful outer god would appear here? The time curse wings spread open as Lin Moya rapidly retreated, while the undead army firmly surrounded the 16-winged outer god. If the opponent had any weakness, it was that its power didn't come from itself. Faith power would eventually be exhausted. If he could stall for enough time, there might still be a chance of victory. The key was, he couldn't stall. The outer god slowly opened its eyes. Its protective divine light erupted violently as it instantly transformed into a blazing sun, illuminating the earth like the Taiyang origin. Wherever the light reached, the undead army swiftly perished. In just the blink of an eye, casualties had already exceeded 100 million. The undead army launched attacks at the opponent. Sword Chi charges, the Skeleton King's bone sword slash. Countless attacks fell like raindrops, but had no effect whatsoever. The 1,000-meter range protective divine light became its absolute domain. All attacks not permitted by it were completely blocked outside. Now the only thing that could attack it was corpse explosion. The problem was, Lin Moya only had one piece of 10-winged outer god flesh fragment. It was impossible to blow it up to death, and even injuring it was unlikely. The power gap was too great, beyond imagination. At this moment, even Lin Moya was extremely troubled. He did have the ability to fight across realms, even across boundaries, but this gap was too large. The difference between him and the opponent was like that between an ordinary person and a Tao Venerable. There was simply no comparison. Under the illumination of the protective divine light, in just a few seconds, the undead army's casualties had exceeded 100 million. At this time, a golden spear appeared in its hand, while the 16 wings behind it simultaneously transformed into spear shadows. Boom! The spear swept across, space cracking everywhere. Heaven and earth were emptied. With just a casual sweep, over 10 billion undead troops were killed. Though there seemed to be 400 billion undead troops that could revive repeatedly, they couldn't last long. The power gap was simply too great, to the point where various methods could hardly make up for it. Lin Moya's brow furrowed tightly as his mind raced, thinking of countermeasures. This battle was indeed the most difficult he had faced since he began cultivating. No method was guaranteed to work. He could only try and see. With a thought, the skeleton hell appeared, trying to envelop the opponent. Before the hell fiends could pounce, before Heio could even roar, the skeleton hell was already torn to shreds by the protective divine light. Boom! The spears swept across again. 19 spear shadows appeared in the sky. Large swaths of the undead army perished. Lin Moya couldn't care about these anymore. No matter what, the skeleton hell had completed the lock-on. The 10-winged outer god flesh fragment appeared in his hand, then turned to ash. Along with it, 100 drops of ancestral water and endless faith power also turned to ash. Origin level technique, corpse explosion. Boom! An explosion occurred on the 16-winged outer god's body. It merely trembled slightly, to no effect. Lin Moya found that his lock-on had been severed. Then a gaze fell on him, setting off frantic alarms in his intuition. His attack had drawn the opponent's attention. The undead army couldn't block its gaze. Without thinking, Lin Moyo immediately retreated, not daring to stop for a moment. Just as he left, space suddenly shattered where he had been standing, a spear shadow flashing past. The 16-winged outer god swiftly pursued. All the undead troops blocking its path were simultaneously destroyed, unable to hold for even a second. Lin Moya's speed was far inferior. The distance between them was rapidly closing. Lin Moya's soul power surged frantically into the disaster scepter as he shouted, "Balance!" With all other methods ineffective, Lin Moya could only rely on the disaster scepter. The disaster scepter didn't disappoint Lin Moyo. The balance gem was activated, radiating light that covered heaven and earth. The balance gem's function was simple: to balance. It balanced everything, including power, realm, and so on. Lin Moyo felt his realm and power increasing. Compared to the undead army, he had only the 7th level of Dao. Venerable realm was indeed the weakest. But this wasn't important. What mattered was the 16-winged outer god. The wings on the 16-winged outer god's back grew dimmer, its power decreasing. The balance gem is working. Just as Lin Moyo was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he suddenly noticed the 16-winged outer god's aura had stopped changing. A pair of wings on its back burst with dazzling light, then dimmed. This pair of wings seemed to have sacrificed all its power to prevent the outer god's strength from decreasing further. It changed from 16 wings to 14 wings. Though it had decreased slightly, killing Lin Moyo was still very easy. The disaster scepter failed for the first time. Lin Moyo realized the disaster scepter also had limits, and those limits were determined by himself. It was his own lack of strength that restricted the disaster scepter's effectiveness. The outer god, now reduced to 14 wings, raised its spear again. 15 spear shadows appeared in the sky. Terrifying power swept through the entire space, leaving nowhere to dodge. Boom! Lin Moya's body exploded on the spot. He couldn't withstand it and was blasted to pieces. The next second, purple light flashed and Lin Moya revived again. Fortunately, the new life talent still worked. Otherwise, he would have truly died. Seeing Lin Moyo hadn't died, the 14-winged outer god raised its spear again. Suddenly, a clear shout rang out. A sword light came from 10,000 miles away, arriving instantly as if teleporting, fiercely slashing down on the outer god. The outer god was slashed to the ground. The earth shook violently, revealing countless cracks. A huge crater appeared where it crashed. The outer god was forcibly slashed into the pit. This sudden development made Lin Moyo pause briefly before smiling. "Big sis is awesome." Lin Mohan appeared in the air, her cold voice shouting, "Don't be afraid, little brother. Big sis is here." Lin Moyo looked helpless. "I'm not afraid." Though the opponent was strong and difficult to deal with, at worst he would die in battle. As for fear, he really wasn't at that point. Lin Moyo indicated he was long used to death. Real death or fake death made no difference to him. As a cultivator, how could he speak of fear? But Lin Moyo was very curious why Lin Mohan suddenly appeared here. When did she enter? How did she enter? Moreover, why was Lin Mohan's power so strong now? A 14-winged outer god was equivalent to a 3rd-grade innate soul Great Dao realm being. No matter how good Lin Mohan's talent was, even with the help of blood resonance, she shouldn't be able to reach this level. The outer god burst out of the pit, swinging its spear to attack again. Lin Mohan shouted softly, her sword flying above her head as she pointed, one sword to sever the soul. Chapter 3597. Chapter 3597, 3597. Chapter 3597, want to leave? Dream on. As the sword slashed down, Lin Moyo felt a sword cry resound deep in his soul, as if his soul had been slashed by a sharp blade, causing a faint pain. If he felt this way, it was even worse for the outer god directly facing the sword. The outer god let out a scream, its face contorted. Its soul was clearly injured, causing it great discomfort. Golden light shone brilliantly on its body, its armor gleaming. Under the golden glow, the outer god's expression was no longer twisted. It raised its spear and thrust towards Lin Mohan. The sky was filled with spear shadows. Lin Mohan had nowhere to dodge. Lin Mohan made no attempt to evade. Another sword flew out behind her, its light dancing as the blade instantly enlarged dozens of times, transforming into a sword shield in front of her. With a huge boom, Lin Mohan's sword shield was knocked away, but the spear thrust was also repelled. Lin Mohan guided her sword again, one sword to destroy divinity. Sword light poured down, transforming into a rain of swords that converged on the outer god from all directions. Wherever the sword light passed, space was filled with cracks. The power of this sword strike was beyond imagination. Within the sword rain, the outer god's wings curled up, its armor transforming into a shadowy barrier that firmly blocked the sword rain's attacks. Its aura was gradually weakening under the sword rain assault. Its power did not come from itself, but was borrowed from faith power and 100,000 outer gods. Power that doesn't belong to oneself will be depleted with use. There will always come a time when it's exhausted. If Lin Mohan could maintain this, it wouldn't take long to knock the outer god off its pedestal. But the key problem was that Lin Mohan's aura was also rapidly declining. Her power was decreasing even faster than the outer god's. Lin Mohan's face was turning pale. Is Big Sis using some secret technique to forcibly boost her combat power? This can't go on. Lin Moyo had a thought and suddenly charged towards the outer god. As he approached, he shouted, "Stop!" Lin Mohan didn't hesitate, instantly withdrawing her sword. At the same time, Lin Moyo raised the disaster scepter. The outer god's curled wings suddenly spread open. Lin Moyo was instantly blasted away, his body shattering mid-air before reviving in purple light. He had died again, but Lin Moyo's face bore a smile. He had still managed to strike just now, shattering one of the outer god's wings. The disaster scepter was tough enough, not disappointing him. The 14-winged outer god now became 13-winged, its combat power decreasing again. The outer god screamed in anger, thrusting its spear at Lin Moyo. Spear shadows exploded in the void. Lin Moyo had no time to react as his body shattered again, dying once more. Lin Mohan's face was now pale as she shouted, "One sword to destroy the Tao." The sword Tao appeared above her head, transforming into a sword that crashed down towards the outer god. This sword strike seemed to destroy the Tao itself, as if shattering great Taos. The outer god roared in rage. Its armor automatically flew off, transforming into a palace to resist the sword. As this sword struck, all color drained from Lin Mohan's face. Her body swayed and fell from the sky. The newly revived Lin Moyo immediately flew over to catch her. "Sis, are you okay?" Lin Mohan shook her head. "I'm fine, just exhausted." She took a deep breath and stood steady, watching the sword she had unleashed. The Tao-destroying sword clashed with the palace. Great cracks appeared on the palace before it shattered. Unfortunately, as the palace shattered, the Tao-destroying sword also disappeared. This sword strike had destroyed the outer god's protective treasure, but failed to injure it. The outer god, filled with rage and killing intent, attacked again. As its spear thrust out, Lin Moya suddenly had an idea and took out the ice jade meditation cushion given by the green-robed old man. His soul power activated, instantly enlarging the ice jade cushion to block in front of him. Bang! The ice jade cushion shook slightly, easily blocking the spear thrust. The outer god was blasted back 1,000 meters. Lin Moya was delighted. The old man's gift really is good stuff. He had suddenly thought of the ice jade cushion. While it could be used for meditation, it could also serve as a shield. After all, this treasure was of an astonishingly high grade. It had once transformed into the 9 Extremes Glacier, with the ice jade cushion being just one of its forms. Now it seemed the effect was indeed excellent. With the ice jade cushion in hand, Lin Moyo felt confident. He said to Lin Mohan, "You rest first, I'll go kill it." Lin Mohan nodded, "Be careful." Lin Moyo held the ice jade cushion in his left hand and gripped the disaster scepter in his right as he fiercely attacked the outer god. The outer god thrust its spear again, rending heaven and earth, severing souls and destroying Taos. But Lin Moyo used the ice jade cushion as a shield, ignoring the outer god's attacks. His soul activated the ice jade cushion. Phantom cushions surrounded Lin Moyo, blocking all attacks. Instead, it was the outer god that was repeatedly blasted back. Not only were all attacks blocked, even the outer god's protective divine light was forcibly shattered. Lin Moyo felt no resistance at all from the divine light. Lin Moyo reached the outer god and swung down with the disaster scepter. Having suffered from the disaster scepter before, the outer god swung its sword to meet it. Boom! Heaven and earth exploded, space shattered. Lin Moyo was blasted to pieces by the enormous force, then immediately revived in purple light. The power difference between them was too great. Lin Moyo himself simply couldn't withstand it. But the outer god's spear was like tofu before the disaster scepter, shattering in one hit. The outer god clearly didn't believe its spear could be so easily destroyed. Lin Moyo seized the opportunity to charge in front of it again, swinging down the disaster scepter. With a strange cry, wings violently shook and slashed at Lin Moyo like blades. The ice jade cushion blocked all attacks as Lin Moyo took the chance to strike with his staff. Another huge boom rang out as the outer god cried out and retreated. Another of its wings was shattered. 13 wings became 12, its power greatly weakened. Lin Moyo revived again in purple light and attacked once more. Only Lin Moyo could fight so shamelessly. Who else could revive again and again while possessing both supreme defense and attack treasures? It was simply unreasonable. The outer god seemed to realize it couldn't win. It glared angrily at Lin Moyo before turning to flee. Lin Moyo shouted, "Want to leave? Dream on." His soul power surged at full force. The ice jade cushion suddenly radiated frigid light. Heaven and earth instantly froze. Ice formed on the outer god's protective divine light, rapidly spreading to its body. The outer god's speed suddenly slowed, getting slower and slower. It couldn't escape at all. The ice jade cushion had once transformed into the 9 Extremes Glacier and could freeze heaven and earth. Even if it couldn't completely freeze the outer god, it could greatly reduce its speed. Lin Moyo had always overlooked how formidable the ice jade cushion was. Only now did he suddenly realize how extraordinary this treasure was. The outer god was gradually frozen. Though not completely encased in ice, escape was now impossible. Its speed had slowed many times over. Lin Moyo consumed vast amounts of soul power to maintain the freezing effect while chasing the outer god. He raised the disaster scepter and smashed it down hard at its head. Chapter 3598. Chapter 3598, 3598. Chapter 3598, The Great Changes Begin, each relies on their own abilities. At the moment the disaster scepter smashed down, Lin Moyo saw the terrified look in the outer god's eyes. Outer gods were also intelligent beings, and all intelligent beings experience emotions like fear, especially when facing death. They instinctively feel afraid. Unless one was like Lin Moyo, already used to dying. That was a different story. Before the disaster scepter, the outer god's body was as fragile as tofu. With one strike, both its physical body and soul were shattered to pieces. Its body turned to ash, disappearing without a trace. No physical remains were left behind. Lin Moyo's gaze held a strange look, no physical body. Then what was it? As the ash scattered, a transparent crystal the size of a fist fell to the ground. Lin Moyo picked up the crystal and sensed it contained the power of the Great Tao. It's a crystallization of the divine light Great Tao. How could such a thing exist? After careful examination, Lin Moyo finally understood why this was the case. There was once a 16-winged outer god whose soul resided here, coming with the army to the origin continent. It used faith power, gathering the strength of 100,000 outer gods, relying on the divine light Great Tao to temporarily reconstruct a physical body. In fact, its physical body had long been destroyed, leaving only its soul, which was also severely damaged. Though injured, it was still a 16-winged outer god after all. As long as it had enough powerful energy, it could unleash unimaginable combat power. It just never expected to be sealed here, remaining in a dormant state for so many years, having finally been awakened, only to be killed again, truly turning to dust. Thinking about it this way, this fellow was indeed quite pitiful. Having finally resolved this, Lin Moya turned his head and called out, "Sis." But the word had barely left his mouth when he realized Lin Mohan had already disappeared. Lin Moya stood there stunned, his eyes full of confusion. He hadn't noticed when Lin Mohan left. Lin Mohan's sudden arrival and silent departure left Lin Moya very puzzled. Combined with his previous doubts, Lin Moya felt something must have happened to his older sister. Her combat power alone was inexplicable. No matter what secret technique, it shouldn't be possible for her to possess such battle prowess. The origin continent suppressed everyone's cultivation. No matter how many fortuitous encounters Lin Mohan had, she shouldn't be able to break through this restriction. Pseudo-Great Tao Realm was the limit. For someone at the Pseudo-Great Tao Realm to use a secret technique and unleash an attack equivalent to a third-grade innate soul was simply impossible. Forget secret techniques, even those with human Tao divine abilities couldn't do it. The only explanation that made sense was that Lin Mohan had already broken through to the Great Tao Realm, and not just at the 9th grade innate soul level. She might be at the 7th or even 6th grade innate soul level to be able to temporarily gain such powerful strength through secret techniques. As for how she broke through the restrictions of heaven and earth, it wasn't hard to guess. There were only 3 people with that ability: the green-robed old man and his Tao partner, and the white-robed senior who gave Lin Moya the ancestral water. Only beings like them could ignore the restrictions of the origin continent and allow someone to step into the Great Tao Realm. Besides this, Lin Moya really couldn't think of any other possibilities. Since their last meeting above the Boundary Sea, he had already sensed something off about his older sister. Now, meeting again after many years, she seemed even stranger. Knowing was one thing, but what could be done about it? Lin Moya sighed softly, no longer dwelling on it. Now that the outer gods had been completely cleared out, in small world terms, the map was fully revealed with no secrets left. The great changes in heaven and earth should be starting now, right? Lin Moya looked to the sky, where the heaven-sealing Dao-severing formation was. After a few seconds, the earth began to rumble and shake. Not just the earth, but the entire space shook. Streams of colorful light pierced through the heaven-sealing Dao-severing formation, illuminating heaven and earth. The great changes in heaven and earth officially began. On the origin continent, myriad-colored light fell, tearing apart the dark clouds that had shrouded the Boundary Sea for countless years. The Boundary Sea welcomed true light. The Taiyang and Taiyin origins appeared simultaneously. Beneath them, countless great Daos automatically emerged. Infinite great Tao power rained down, shaking the entire origin continent. Unlike an earthquake, the buildings on the origin continent were completely unaffected. The third ancestor and the others shouted in unison, "The great changes in heaven and earth have begun." The Beast Emperor roared, "Formation, activate." The Beast Emperor mountains arranged across the northern continent, with statues of the Beast Emperor on each, simultaneously radiated light, forming a formation that covered the northern continent. The northern continent became like a funnel, receiving the colorful light and attracting the power of the great Tao. Streams of fortune surged into the sky, intertwining with the colorful light. Vast amounts of great Tao power mixed with fortune, falling upon countless living beings. But the great Tao power gained by various beings was far less than what the Beast Emperor received. The third ancestor also shouted, "Activate." Years of preparations were officially set in motion at this moment. The Lufeng Chamber of Commerce branches spread across the continents simultaneously radiated light, connecting with each other to form a vortex-like shape. The vortex spun, attracting the power of the heavenly Tao. Even on the northern continent, vortexes appeared, competing with the Beast Emperor for great Tao power. On the northern continent, besides the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce, there were many demon race forces. Formations rose from them as well. At some unknown time, they had become the third ancestors' people. The southern continent was the same. Some small sects had secretly become the third ancestors' people, their territories becoming his territory. The Beast Emperor roared, "Old Three, you're asking for a beating." The third ancestor chuckled, "With the great changes in heaven and earth, each relies on their own abilities." The third ancestor had arrangements in the southern, northern, and eastern continents. At the same time, the great Tao power he obtained far surpassed the Beast Emperor's. In the Boundary Sea, numerous vortexes also appeared. These were the king of the Boundary Sea's arrangements, also absorbing great Tao power. The Boundary Sea was vast enough that the great Tao power he absorbed was not inferior. At the edge of the Boundary Sea, formations appeared simultaneously on a series of islands. These belonged to Yinshan's forces. Though not many, they were not few either. In the Eastern Spirit Empire and on the Western continent, vortexes also appeared. Antares had also arranged formations to absorb great Tao power. In the ancient Lotus Holy Land of the southern continent, Fairy Zimun sighed softly, "Compared to these people, I indeed arrived a step too late." She had come late and didn't have time to make various arrangements. She could only firmly hold on to one force. She knew that after the great changes in heaven and earth ended and paths between worlds reopened, people from the outer sky great Tao would descend. That would be the true test. Those who obtained great Tao power might not necessarily laugh last. the heaven-sealing Dao-severing formation exploded. It had completed its mission and was no longer needed. The tampering done by the Great Dao Array sect, which had absorbed the power of many outer gods over the years, also exploded at this moment. Large amounts of outer god power polluted the boundary sea. Colorful light fell, penetrating the boundary sea and purifying all this power. How could the Great Dao of the origin continent allow external power to remain? At the same time, in the outer sky Great Dao, dark clouds descended upon the Great Dao Array sect, covering the entire Great Dao Array. Countless bolts of lightning struck down. For a time, screams rang out incessantly from the Great Dao Array sect. As the lightning continued without pause, the Great Dao Array activated its defensive formations, only to find all formations had lost their effect. Under the heavenly punishment, the Great Dao fell silent and formations ceased. Water stopped. Tinzun laughed coldly. Great Dao Array sect, fall. Chapter 3599. Chapter 3599, 3599. Chapter 3599. Enough talk, let's fight. The origin continent was the core of this world, and the great changes in heaven and earth also began from the origin continent, spreading towards the outer sky Great Dao. In the outer sky Great Dao, various forces had long been poised and ready. They watched the origin continent undergoing dramatic changes, waiting for the right moment. Within the origin continent, the human emperor and beast emperor were competing for Great Dao power using their own abilities. Their arrangements, the formations they set up, everything they did to the origin continent, was all within the calculations of the heavenly Dao. Streams of colorful light fell, rewarding all those who had contributed to the origin continent. The Great Dao was impartial, not missing a single person, nor letting anyone off. The third ancestor and beast emperor were illuminated by the colorful light. Within the light, their strength rapidly increased. At the same time, deep in the outer sky Great Dao, several powerful figures slowly appeared. They were the true bodies of the third ancestor and beast emperor. Their terrifying auras swept through the void, causing the outer sky Great Dao to shake continuously. A loud, excited voice suddenly boomed out. This lord has attained the Dao. The Question Heaven Dao Lord stood atop the purple thunder Great Dao. His figure was majestic, surrounded by colorful light. Beneath his feet flowed purple lightning like rivers. At this moment, he looked down upon the Great Dao, looked down upon all living beings in heaven and earth. The purple thunder Great Dao was restored, and the Question Heaven Dao Lord attained Dao Lordship. In the void, authoritative voices rang out one after another. Congratulations to Dao Lord Question Heaven. Congratulations to Dao Lord Question Heaven. During the great changes in heaven and earth, previously unimaginable events were happening one after another. What could be called a miracle was now unfolding in the origin continent and outer sky Great Dao. Colorful light shone down, and in the origin continent, many who had contributed to it in the past received rewards. Their cultivation realms increased rapidly. Great Dao power poured down. The aptitudes of people on the origin continent all improved, allowing them to cultivate faster and more easily. One origin spirit vein after another was nurtured beneath the continent. Origin power became even more abundant. Boom! Amidst the infinite colorful light, a beam of astonishingly strong light suddenly appeared, dazzlingly bright as it shot into the boundary sea. The boundary sea parted, revealing what lay 1,000,000 meters below. The boundary sea churned violently, and the entire origin continent shook. The 5 continents that had once sunk into the sea began to resurface. Lin Moya sat within the colorful light, the ice jade meditation cushion beneath him. He had entered a state of cultivation. His aura increased rapidly under the illumination of the colorful light. He had never experienced such a degree of Great Dao reward before. Even when he had dragged back the Great Dao previously, it was far inferior to now. Dao patterns were condensed one after another at an absurd speed. The Dao patterns that he had been unable to condense in the origin ancestral land due to the Great Dao's suppression now erupted in full force. This was the reward belonging to the guide. It was because he had guided the great changes in heaven and earth, because he had killed all the outer gods within the formation. No amount of reward was too much. Great Dao power surged forth, frantically rushing into Lin Moya's body. All kinds of insights came in rapid succession. Lin Moya's aura rose swiftly. In less than 20 minutes, he completed his breakthrough, stepping into the 8th level of Dao Venerable Realm. Then the momentum didn't decrease at all, with Dao patterns still condensing at an astonishing rate. After 30 minutes, he officially stepped into the 9th level of Dao Venerable Realm. A full 162 Dao patterns shone brightly in his soul world, resonating with the Great Dao and with heaven and earth. A vast land rose from the boundary sea, located at the center of the 4 great continents east, south, west, and north. Its area was larger than the 4 continents combined. It had lain dormant in the boundary sea for countless years, recuperating for countless years. On this land, tall mountains stood, rivers and lakes had formed, and origin power flourished vigorously. One could see how many origin spirit veins lay beneath it. This was truly a treasure land, far superior to the eastern, southern, western, and northern continents. It was the supreme treasure land newly nurtured by the origin continent after so many years of recovery. In the outer sky Great Dao, one powerful expert after another looked at this scene. They spoke up one after another. What a fine treasure land. Our burning heaven Dao sect must have a place there. This land cannot be consumed by the power of a single sect. Our mysterious first sect naturally deserves a share as well. Our yellow heaven Dao sect will establish our legacy on this treasure land. If anyone objects, we can settle it with battle. In the outer sky Great Dao, various sects and forces all wanted a piece of the pie. In their eyes, this newly appeared continent had already become their possession, to be divided up at will. As for the native forces of the origin continent, they weren't even considered. At this time, someone noticed Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo sat at the center of the land, also at the center of the origin continent. At this moment, he had become the center of the origin continent. Endless origin power converged on him. Extremely dense colorful light shone upon him, making Lin Moyo's entire person appear hazy and indistinct. Even Outer Sky Great Tao Realm experts couldn't clearly see Lin Moyo's appearance. Someone exclaimed in surprise, "Is this the person who guided this great change?" A powerful expert said loudly, "What strong fortune! He must be an unparalleled genius. Such a figure is most suitable to join our soaring heaven Tao sect." His words were immediately refuted by others. "This youth is the world's child chosen by the great Tao. He doesn't belong to any sect. Your little soaring heaven Tao sect can't accommodate him." "That's right. How could a small soaring heaven sect accommodate such a figure? Aren't you afraid of karmic backlash, bringing disaster upon your sect?" The soaring heaven sect was instantly mocked by many great Tao realm experts. In the Outer Sky Great Tao, though the soaring heaven sect wasn't weak, it certainly couldn't be considered top tier. For a moment, the soaring heaven sect experts were left speechless. Lin Moyu. An angry roar drowned out all other voices. An old man stepped through the void. Behind him, a Tao tree flickered in and out of view. The true body of Elder Withering and Flourishing had arrived. He stood in the void, staring fixedly at Lin Moyo. Although Lin Moyo was shrouded in colorful light and not clearly visible, he could still recognize at a glance that this was that most hateful fellow. Elder Withering and Flourishing's aura rolled out in waves. "This youth has a grudge with me. Whoever wants to shelter him becomes my enemy." His tone was extremely domineering, leaving no room for negotiation. His powerful pressure made everyone present feel suffocated. Boom! A bolt of purple lightning appeared from afar. The next second, the purple lightning had arrived nearby. The Question Heaven Tao Lord, clad in lightning and treading on the purple thunder Great Tao, had arrived riding his Tao. Seeing this display, many people bowed to the Question Heaven Tao Lord. "Greetings, Tao Lord." The Question Heaven Tao Lord was now the Tao Lord of the purple thunder Great Tao. Whether it was an origin Great Tao or not, he was still a Tao Lord. His status and position were different from ordinary cultivators. The Question Heaven Tao Lord glanced at the origin continent and said loudly, "Lin Moyo is this Tao Lord's brother. Elder Withering and Flourishing, do you wish to be my enemy?" Elder Withering and Flourishing snorted coldly, "Tao Lord Question Heaven, you are merely the Tao Lord of a branch Tao. If we really fought, the outcome would be uncertain." The Purple Thunder Great Tao was only a branch of the Thunder Great Tao, not an origin Great Tao. Elder Withering and Flourishing clearly didn't take the Question Heaven Tao Lord seriously. As these words were spoken, everyone's expressions changed. Although Elder Withering and Flourishing spoke the truth, a Tao Lord was still a Tao Lord and should be respected. Elder Withering and Flourishing speaking like this clearly showed he didn't take Tao Lords seriously. The Question Heaven Tao Lord chuckled softly. Without any further words, he pointed a finger. The Purple Thunder Great Tao rumbled incessantly, and a bolt of lightning crashed down, striking Elder Withering and Flourishing. Elder Withering and Flourishing cried out strangely, smoke rising from his body. "You really dare to attack?" The Question Heaven Tao Lord shouted softly, "Enough talk. Let's fight first." Thanks a bunch to Sweja for the donation. I created a Discord channel. I don't use Discord much, but I kept seeing requests for one, so I decided to set it up. .gg/5fnkpcgh. Chapter 3600. Chapter 3600, 3600. Chapter 3600, the Great Tao test has ended. The great changes in heaven and earth hadn't ended yet. In the Outer Sky Great Tao, the Question Heaven Tao Lord and Elder Withering and Flourishing had already begun fighting. Having just become a Tao Lord, the Question Heaven Tao Lord, accompanied by countless thunderbolts, launched a relentless barrage against Elder Withering and Flourishing without any mercy. Although Elder Withering and Flourishing didn't take the Question Heaven Tao Lord seriously, a Tao Lord was still a Tao Lord. Whether it was a branch Tao or a projected Tao, or even a newly formed Tao, the Tao Lord was still incredibly powerful. The Question Heaven Tao Lord used his strength to tell everyone not to have any ideas about Lin Moyo. "He is my brother." The great changes in heaven and earth were still ongoing. After Lin Moyo entered the 9th level of Tao Venerable Realm, his Tao patterns were complete, and the heavenly Tao's power enveloped him. Next, he should have been preparing to break through to the Great Tao Realm, but Lin Moyo didn't act immediately. This was because his Great Tao path wasn't yet complete. All the other Great Taos were easy to handle, but the 1000-star Great Tao still had something missing. After years of nurturing, establishing the 1000-star Hall in Uedeo City to find successors for the Star Lords had restored much of the 1000-star Great Tao. However, it wasn't enough. With a thought, Great Tao power surged towards the 1000-star Great Tao. The Great Tao reward followed Lin Moyo's will, shining upon the 1000-star Great Tao. In a short time, numerous stars lit up on the 1000-star Great Tao. The originally dim Great Tao became resplendent and dazzling. In just 10 minutes, the 1000-star Great Tao was fully restored, surpassing Lin Moyo's 1000 years of nurturing. Even the Fallen Sword Star Lord was partially restored through the Great Tao reward. The Fallen Sword Star Lord woke from his slumber, surprised. "Tao Lord, what have you done?" Lin Moyo didn't respond but asked instead, "What is the best way to cultivate the 1000-star Great Tao?" The Fallen Sword Star Lord replied, "Spread the stars and pass on the legacy across the land." Lin Moyo nodded, understood. As the guide, the Great Tao rewards he received were too numerous. Even after restoring the 1000-star Great Tao, the rewards still hadn't ended. The Great Tao rewards could change according to his will. With a slight movement of his intent, he declared loudly, "Star Lords will spread their Tao. Those with destiny can achieve the status of Star Lords and step into the Great Tao." In an instant, numerous stars transformed into flowing lights and flew out from the thousand-star Great Tao to seek those with destiny. What constituted destiny was predetermined by heaven. Lin Moya didn't need to intervene, everything relied on fate. However, those who had once received the Star-Lord legacy suddenly saw Lin Moya's illusion. Lin Moya stood in the midst of the Great Tao, with countless stars behind him, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. The terrifying pressure made all those who had received the Star-Lord legacy kneel down. They realized that Lin Moya was their master, the supreme existence. Even if they could inherit the position of Star-Lords and become powerful, they would ultimately be under Lin Moya's command. Gunyan Shui knelt on the ground, his eyes filled with fear and confusion. This once weak existence had grown to such an extent in a short time that Gunyan Shui felt he no longer had the qualifications to even look up to him. Thinking about his past thoughts, Gunyan Shui found them laughable. What could he use to compete against such a figure? In Uedeo City, the Thousand-Star Hall members all knelt down. They were chosen by the human emperor and had inherited many Star-Lord legacies. Now, they heard Lin Moya's words and knew he was their true master. The fallen Sword Star-Lord said, "Let's see each person's destiny. The future Star-Lords will naturally take their positions and serve the Tao Lord." Lin Moya nodded. "Now that my Tao Venerable Realm is complete, it's time to break through to the Great Tao Realm. This restriction of heaven and earth should also be broken." As the guide, his intent seemed to merge with the will of the Origin Continent. When he spoke these words, the Origin Continent's restrictions shattered with a loud boom. All cultivators on the Origin Continent felt a sense of relief, as if a high mountain that had been pressing down on them had disappeared. Many old ancestors who had reached the pseudo-Great Tao Realm excitedly roared as they began to break through to the Great Tao Realm. Those who hadn't yet reached the 9th level of the pseudo-Great Tao Realm also felt inspired, rushing towards the Great Tao Realm. For Lin Moya, breaking through to the Great Tao Realm was a natural progression. His aura continued to rise, quickly reaching the limit of the 9th level of Tao Venerable Realm. His soul power surged. Break. The bottleneck was shattered, and Lin Moya's aura rapidly ascended. At this moment, layer upon layer of dark clouds approached, with flames rolling within. Breaking through to the Great Tao Realm required facing the Great Tao Fire Test. Those who succeeded would ascend to the Great Tao and regain eternal life. Those who failed would die and disappear into dust. Lin Moya had long been prepared to face the Great Tao Fire Test. However, before the test arrived, the Great Tao Reward transformed into a sharp sword, dispersing the dark clouds in a few swift strikes. The Great Tao Reward actively helped Lin Moya avoid the Great Tao Fire Test. The dark clouds dissipated, and Lin Moya's aura continued to rise, charging towards the Great Tao Realm. Many powerful experts in the Outer Sky Great Tao were stunned. Can it be like this? What has this Lin Moya done to make the Great Tao Reward help him avoid the test? This has never been heard of before. Even the world's children from before the Great Calamity had to undergo tests to achieve the Great Tao. Yes, it's hard to understand. He's still in the Origin Continent, yet he's become brothers with a Tao Lord. As Lin Moya was about to achieve the Great Tao, it seemed his accumulated fortune would make him the second world's child after the Origin Continent's recovery. No, I feel that even the world's children of the past weren't as strong as him. The Great Tao Realm experts expressed their astonishment at the events happening to Lin Moya. Lin Moya surpassed everyone, breaking through the Tao Venerable Realm and formally entering the Great Tao Realm. In the moment he stepped into the Great Tao Realm, his soul world shook violently. Infinite power surged from all directions, including the power of the Taiyang and Taiyin origins, the origin spirit veins, fortune, and numerous great Taos. These powers converged in his soul world, causing it to rapidly expand and strengthen. The world tree grew wildly. The 11-colored dragon soul crystals continuously emitted dragon roars, one after another. The stars of the Tao were strengthening, their power surging. The bone hell was boiling over, freed from Lin Moya's restraints. The gate of hell, which hadn't fully recovered, now showed a significant improvement as a great Tao poured down fire, restoring it further. Lin Moya's breakthrough to a major realm was a profound transformation for him. He broke through with ease, stepping into the Great Tao Realm, and his aura soared. His soul had already reached the 7th grade innate level. After achieving the Great Tao Realm, he directly possessed the power of a 7th grade innate. All his past accumulations now bore fruit. Numerous great Taos appeared, enveloping Lin Moya. The Tao patterns resonated with them, and then a profound understanding of the Great Tao surged forth. Lin Moya exclaimed, "Great Tao divine ability too." Guys, this novel is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please support me via Patreon or consider buying a novel from our collection.
Every novel listed in the description comes with permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. You pay once, and if the novel is still ongoing, you'll receive all future updates automatically. No extra cost. Choose your novel from the description, then DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-Fi, or Patreon, you'll get instant access. Simple, secure, lifetime listening. Guys, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Your support means a lot.